Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? I can barely hear Seth talk.
What? Okay.
Oh, boy. I can't hear Seth in my headphones.
Oh.
This is a problem.
Are you plugged into the wrong...
No. I'm plugged into the right one. I just got to find some headphones. Anyways, I can hear you through the Zoom, so let's just do that for the first 18 minutes of the show. We're fine.
That should be splendid.
We're all good to go.
Is this how we honor the Astros?
I guess.
Half game out of the wild card?
Yeah, I may need to. You know what? Hang on, Seth. You talk. I may need to switch spots here real quick.
So this
all right?
is the thing about
talk
this.
about the Astros for a second.
I'll gladly talk about the Astros because as Sean comes back and gives us the exact standings, this is a team, my friends, that some of us, people, some lowly sports radio types had counted out, talking about firing Joe Espada, talking about this, that, and the other, and then here we are. Here we sit, where the Astros have won. Are you there? What the hell's going on? Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I could hear you for a second. So here's where we stand. Sean's plugging in. I could hear him intermittently, or at least I thought I could. And we sit here on a... What are you doing? What did you say? What the hell? All right, Sean's putting his headphones back on, and now he's putting the jack in. Can you hear me now? All right, now. You can't hear me? Just go ahead and... I can't hear you.
We're just going to have to do it through the Zoom. That's
right,
okay.
yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Something's busted.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah.
I feel great.
Yeah.
I felt great 37 seconds ago.
Not my fault. So
I know it's not your fault. We've had these technical issues the last week.
Yeah.
Really annoying me.
So, how are we feeling about the Houston Astros, Seth Payne?
I honestly, I feel good. I'm trying to. I feel like a jerk though for pointing out that hey, they've won 5 series in a row. 3 of those series though have been against the Royals and the Tigers. So it's we kind of talked about this as we talked about the Astros potentially making a run here, climbing their way back out. You and I both said, okay, at some point we want to see them sweep a series or two, just go on a nice long streak. And they've played better baseball. The bullpen has been so much better. They should be getting Christian Hobhaps. They won't have to be in a 6-man rotation here for a little bit. Somebody will go to the bullpen. It's just that I'm waiting for that one last shoe to fall to make me feel like, okay, this team is way better than we thought they were.
Yeah.
Right now I feel like they've clawed their way back into like, oh, okay, we weren't sure they were going to be all that great, and that's probably what they are in reality.
Dude, the crazy thing to me, just looking at the standings this morning, God, the American League is so bad. It's unbelievable how bad it is. I was listening in on Cleveland this morning, and they're super stoked that they're tied with the White Sox at the top of the AL Central right now. Like, it's not just the AL West. Like, the AL Central is really bad, too. It's the Yankees, the Rays, and then it's a bunch of other teams. It's crazy right now how bad the American League is. And we've gotten a big taste of it with the Astros over the last, 2 weeks. They've been playing all these teams. Yeah. They've been playing all these teams that are barely, that are just hanging on for dear life right now.
I mean, the Astros, look, you're one game out of the AL West, but there's 4 teams right now that are within 2 games of leading the AL West. The wild card, how did it vacillate throughout the week? The Astros started off on Friday in the wild card.
They were in because we played Celebration.
Right.
They were in.
I know they were in on Friday. When did they fall out?
They fell out that day.
I didn't have my
that was the day that Spencer Arrighetti got shelled.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if you saw that. Spencer
question.
Arrighetti, that's still not good.
Well, Javier, I mean, the bullpen on this, the bullpen worked a bunch of innings this road trip. They were about equal with the starters. And Javier is going to come back up. Maybe they move Arrighetti back to the bullpen, and that'll end up being an adequate solution. And well, also Arrighetti can maybe work his way out of some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's auditioning right now in my mind, including Arrighetti.
Yeah.
Arrighetti's got like a 9. This is Spencer Arrighetti in his last 5 starts. 0-3 with a 9 ERA and a 1.6 WHIP. Like he's just not good right now.
Yeah.
And he was giving up a bunch of bombs on Friday too. That was a big thing. He'd at least kept the ball in the ballpark. He gave up a bunch of home runs on Friday. So everybody's auditioning right now. Dung or Tongue, depending on how he pitches, is back in Sugarland. So it's
well, and Tongue's this is another one with Dana Brown. Okay, 6 of the acquisitions that they've brought in have gotten sent down to them, or excuse me, 3 of the 6 they've gotten sent down to the minors at some point. Yeah. They still got a collective 5-point-something ERA. And Tongue is a guy that hasn't pitched a boatload of innings in his career, and they're asking a lot of him this year and moving from the bullpen to the starting rotation, and now he'll get a little bit of a respite in the minors. But that's where I'm really encouraged by how much this staff has improved, and especially the bullpen. But they're taxed right now.
Yeah.
And he's still got nearly 50% of the season to go.
Yep. So, but all in all, a good weekend. 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Oh, I hear a buzz in my ear.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We were so close. So close. All of this is going out over the air right now, for sure. Like my voice is going out over the air and Seth's voice is going out over the air. We're sure about that?
Yes.
I think all we have is a little situation with your headphones.
I can't even hear Ben when he tried to talk to me.
Okay,
There's someone on the text page going, you guys need to get to work earlier. No, we just assume that when we plug the headphones in, it's going to work.
Can you try another microphone or another headphone jack? Just go ahead and plug it.
I can't because this is the only one the one that
you can't plug into another.
I tried that. Like another seat.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
So
I tried. I'll try all of them. How about I try? I tried the one over here.
No,
that you sit in normally.
I didn't know what you were doing. I couldn't see. I just knew that there was a.
Yeah. I tried the one. I tried the one when you're in studio. I tried the chair you sit in.
Yeah.
And that didn't work either.
Yeah.
So these are relatively new headphones. I don't think it's a headphone.
It's not a headphone. No, I know. I'm saying. I was just curious. I mean, I don't.
Yeah. That's what I was doing when I was off. Yeah, that's what I was doing.
For some reason, we've just got.
Did you have a good other than this fiasco? Did you have a good weekend?
I did.
Yeah?
No, I had a good time just watching baseball and relaxing, and largely I don't know. Tell me this. Am I a bad professional that I just honestly have not made any effort to really get into the World Cup at all?
No. Are you a bad professional? No.
Yeah. As far as just, I don't know. There are a lot of people that are pretty excited about it. I don't know what percentage of our audience.
I'm super excited.
And I totally get and understand the excitement. I'm happy that people are happy about it.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like I don't know. It's like when your wife wants you to get excited about something, she's totally into, and you're like, okay, I'm just yes. Yeah. Yes, I totally appreciate what you appreciate that they're excited, but it's hard to feel it.
Well, which makes it all the more frustrating that all 4 of your teams have made the cut in the pool that we you here.
Yeah, I think that's why maybe it's a little too easy for me. I'm leading the pool right now. If you can't get excited about it with all 4 of your teams advancing in the pool here, I don't know what to say. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it this week. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna after the show today. I'm gonna sit down. Well, first I have to do my Believe podcast, and then I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna do nothing but just wrap myself in soccer.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. I will, Sean.
What does that entail?
100% in. I'm gonna watch all the hype videos and everything.
What does that entail? The hype videos? Okay.
I'm just gonna let the algorithm feed me. You know what I'll do? I'll just I'll search in YouTube. I'll say videos that'll get this U.S. citizen excited about the World Cup.
There you go.
And that's what they'll give me. I'll ask chat for 10 reasons too.
I'm glad you brought this up because I was there on Friday with your honorary team, Cabo Verde.
Yes, and much like any other politician, I stand with them. I say, fight the fight, Cabo Verde.
I am being dead serious when I say this. I tweeted at the time I feel this way. It was, and if you had told me this before the tournament that I'd be going to Saudi Arabia and Cabo Verde, that I would afterward, it was a top 10 live sporting experience for me. And it's not just because the hoopla of the World Cup. And I went to a game on Tuesday, too, that had Ronaldo in it, and that was a whole lot of fun. It was great. Yeah. it was wild because Cabo Verde had another draw, so 3 draws for your squad. Mm-hmm. A scoreless draw, which is like if you're not immersed in soccer, that's the ultimate punchline. Like, oh yeah, you mean this sport where nobody scores? The people who don't follow it, that's how they view it, and that's fine. That's their point of view. It was a really exciting game, but it was the third game of the group stage, the final game of the group stage. So they're playing at the same time as the other 2 teams in their group, and they get a draw with Saudi Arabia. They dominated the game. The whole game was played in Saudi's end of the field. Cabo Verde probably should have won the game. They were the better team, and they had to wait to see if Spain won to find out if they advanced to the knockout round. And so the players are all, and by the way, Amy and I are sitting in a section full of Cabo Verde fans, so that was fun.
Yeah.
They were all apparently gathered around an iPhone on the field.
They're all watching
the Spain game, and as soon as the Spain game ended, the players start running around going nuts on the field, and we're all kind of like looking down on the field like, what's going on? And then we look up at the scoreboard, and that the Spain game had gone final, so they had advanced. And when I tell you it was a top 10 sporting experience, I'm telling you, just celebrating with all the fans from this tiny little, that quite honestly I had never heard of before the World Cup. I didn't know it existed.
Yeah.
Was the coolest thing, man. It was just really cool. I don't know what the most significant thing prior to their soccer team advancing in the World Cup was for Cabo Verde. I don't know what it was because I didn't know they existed.
Right.
But celebrating with their fans was one of the most fun things ever. It was great.
You know what's funny is you knew Cape Verde existed, and then they started, now they refer to it as Cabo Verde.
Yeah.
Which does make more sense, doesn't it? It was Cape Verde is like what, an English word plus a Spanish word.
It's a little more international.
Yeah, like,
it's Cabo.
I know, but it's weird. It's like anyway. This is where that part, that's cool. And, you learn more about Cabo Verde and their story with their goalie and everything. For me, getting excited tonight is just simply all about Wednesday night. Like, okay, they're not just playing Bosnia. They're not just playing Herzegovina. They're playing Bosnia and
both
Herzegovina.
Of them. Yeah.
Which seems unfair.
It's really
why is the U.S. the only nation that has to take on 2 nations?
It's what they call in wrestling a handicap match.
Yeah.
One guy taking on 2.
Yeah, like your tag team partner just got shot in the head or something.
Yep.
So Wednesday by 7 p.m., I'm going to be stark raving mad for this.
You are?
I'm going to be wrapped in a U.S. flag, no matter what the flag code says about that. And I'm gonna.
You have to be somewhat authentic about it though, because it'll be.
I will be. This is Sean. Somebody taught me this once. He said, "How do you get interested about something? You learn about it." A lot of times people think like I'm not interested in that. If you force yourself to learn about something, and then you'll naturally just start taking more of an interest and excitement.
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you, I am going to swaddle myself in nothing but soccer news for the next 48 hours.
Okay, we have Chris Canetti coming on at 9:25 today.
Yes, Canetti gets me going.
Yeah.
See, I've watched soccer games with him before, and it's nice because he explains everything.
Canetti, and there's a chance, Seth, there's 2 games left in Houston. Mm-hmm. One is today at noon, the game between Brazil and Japan. So Brazil and Japan are the 2 new nations. They're going to be taking over the streets of Houston today. The final game here in Houston is actually on the 4th of July. Canada won yesterday, so that secured a spot in that knockout game. Mm-hmm. Their opponent is going to be either the Netherlands or Morocco, which means if it's the Netherlands, who I think is favored in that game, the Netherlands are like the best team to never win the World Cup. So I'm guessing they're favored over Morocco. But that means we get a second Oranje March through the streets of Houston.
Oh, yeah. I love the Oranje March.
Canetti, when I saw... And for those who don't know what that is, you probably saw pictures of it. It's all the Netherlands fans, and here it was Astro fans and Dynamo fans, too, because they had orange shirts.
Yeah. Marching
through the street, like literally going on a 2.5-mile march from Rice Stadium to NRG Stadium.
And it's like the entire nation of Portugal. It's incredible.
Yeah.
The Netherlands, I mean.
Yeah.
The oranges mess me up. I think that Brett Coleman had a tweet this weekend. He showed a picture of that from their walk this weekend. And he said, how many people are actually left in the Netherlands right now? It's a tiny nation.
It is.
And it seems like everybody is out there on the street. It's incredible.
Yeah. When I saw Kennedy at the game on Friday at the Cabo Verde Saudi game, and he's been to a ton of sporting events through his career. You know, he was the president of the Dynamo, so obviously he's been to anything having to do with soccer, but he's been to Super Bowls and World Series and everything. He's seen a lot. He said that walk with the fans of the Netherlands is like nothing he's ever experienced before.
Yeah.
Just the level of spirit, things like that. I said, dude, I said, how did they do in the heat? And he said that he knew of there were only a couple of people who required medical attention. Pretty much everybody.
Sustainable losses there. Yeah, that's a price you pay sometimes.
You got to, man, for your squad.
It's like after those. Remember when they used to have the roof open at Texans games? We're sitting here. How'd they do with the heat? They lost a couple as they were marching through the streets of Houston.
They lost.
Meanwhile, us Houstonians. The last time they had the roof open, they had to take like 20 people over to the medical center because they couldn't sit in the heat for a while.
Yeah. Oh, well, those Dutch are double tough, man.
Yeah.
They're double tough. All right. We are off and running.
Easy a time with the heat over there in Europe itself right this moment.
We are off and running on a Monday. It sounds like we're going the texters weighing in. Hear you loud and clear, guys. You sound fine on YouTube, somebody's saying. For those who don't know, we're dealing with a major technical issue in the studio right now. We're kind of mucking our way through it. I think we're doing okay. I think we adapted pretty well. But I appreciate everybody checking in. We can hear you perfectly. You guys are good. Someone said, did you try restarting your PC?
Let's restart the whole system. Yeah.
Control-Alt-Delete. Yeah. All right, so off and running on a Monday. Coming up next, let's get over to the Rockets. Okay, it would have been nice if Fred VanVleet had disclosed this during the regular season and not build up our hopes. How does it make us feel about the upcoming season? If you haven't heard Fred VanVleet's description of what happened to his knee and you're a Rocket fan, you may want to grab a drink. We will do that coming up next. But first, I'm assuming there's snoring playing right now. Okay, because I can't hear anything on. And if you're hearing snoring, that's what my wife had to hear.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, nope. That doesn't work. Okay. Back to listening on the Zoom again. Yeah, whatever.
That was such a promising 2 minutes we had during the break.
As soon as I turned my mic on, everything that I was hearing in my headphones turned off. So, yeah. Welcome back, everybody.
We should just, you know what we should do is just do the show from a 1-900 number. We'll tell everybody, hey, you guys just call 1-900-555.
Yes.
610-0. And you can listen in on our, we'll also give you your horoscope for the day.
Oh, my God. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to play audio that I'm not going to be, I can barely hear myself through the headphones now. Oh, I know why. Because the headphones are plugged in. Is Aaron Raybald in there, Ben? No. Okay, great. My headphone. Never mind. The audience doesn't care. They can hear both of us. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's play. Ben, you're going to have to count me down when this audio is over. I've listened to it already, so I'm good. But, Seth, this is Fred VanVleet of the Houston Rockets organization, their point guard. Yeah. Their injured point guard. Of course, everybody knows Fred VanVleet injured in the preseason last year when they were in the Bahamas working out. And there had been talk during the season that Fred VanVleet, hey, it's an ACL. Maybe he can come back by the end of the year. They were entertaining that well into the season. As it turned out, there was no chance of this happening. Why? Because Fred VanVleet's knee was way more messed up than anybody knew. This is Fred VanVleet on his podcast that he does with Big Sarge, talking about how messed up his knee actually was.
Dr. Lowe did it, so I end up, and then what was up, what probably never was disclosed was I did ACL and both meniscus. So my whole knee exploded.
All right.
Pow! But
you gonna come back better though, watch.
For sure. I've been working, I've been grinding.
Dr. Lowe cold.
All right, so ACL.
Dr. Lowe's cold.
ACL.
Yeah.
And you like that, Dr. Lowe's.
Dr. Lowe's been all up in my lower body too.
Yeah. Okay.
He cut me 20 ways till Sunday.
So you've been in Fred VanVleet's position before. How cold is Dr. Lowe? Dr. Lowe's super cold. It sounds
cold.
Like,
huh? Yeah. There's only so much you can do about a couple of menisci.
Yeah.
My first thought when I heard this was, all right, if there was a lot of meniscus damage, it's harder to come back as quickly. I think Fred VanVleet saying that it was that he blew it up completely. I think that's a little bit more colorful than probably the reality of the situation.
That better be right.
That's because the blowing out your knee is kind of like people envision a Tank Dell type of injury.
Yeah.
Where meniscus damage makes it a longer, slower recovery and dicier, but it's not like it's impossible to come back from or anything, depending on how much the meniscus damage was.
Yeah, both. I didn't even know there were two menisci in the knee. So, and he's saying that he's like I tore the ACL and both meniscus. Does the age factor in on this thing with him too?
It always does, but it's just impossible to know because like sometimes you can genuinely obliterate your meniscus, and then that's really bad. But sometimes it's just okay. They're both torn, but you're able to sew them up and you recover just fine.
Yeah,
it's just it's like anything else. It's just every knee injury tells a story, Sean.
Yeah,
and each one is unique.
Yeah. I guess the big two things here for me, one, he's definitely opting into the final year of his deal, I would say. He's got a player option for this coming season for $25 million. I can't imagine that if you're a player, you're putting out there like, hey, that injury that kept me out all of last season was actually way worse than people were letting on, and then opt out of your deal. There'd be no reason. So my guess is he opts into the $25 million for this year. My other question, this was thought to be some sort of elixir. Like Fred VanVleet coming back was thought to be the thing that was going to help get this team back to where they thought they could be going into last season when Fred VanVleet was healthy. Are we cool with a guy with this extensive of knee damage being the guy? Okay, we bring Fred back and everything's going to be okay.
I'm less cool than I used to be. But again, I just have no. I have no idea because it's just a meniscus tear could mean a million different things. And there's sometimes where there's certain types that are really, really bad, and there's others that it makes a slower recovery, but it ends up not being that big a deal, and you just don't know. I guess if we're going by what the organization does versus what they say, I think that if they were genuinely really worried about it, they probably would have been more aggressive they would have been more aggressive last year and maybe trying to figure something out. Mm-hmm. And maybe they were, and they just also still weren't able to find anything that made sense. But I guess their actions will speak larger than words this offseason. If all of a sudden at some point they maneuver their way into getting a point guard instead of a shooting guard, for instance, then that tells us something.
They traded up to draft a point guard. I don't think that's just something that goes by. And with the 31st pick, with a pick that is essentially that's a first round pick for teams that don't have a ton of room to maneuver with the second apron. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's insignificant that they moved up to draft an experienced point guard too, a guy who's 23 years old, who's played a lot of basketball.
He's an experienced, but yeah, that's a really good point. His age, I hadn't thought of that because my thought was, all right, well, there's still Fred VanVleet also is still, and they're going to be figuring out a way to get a more cost-controlled point guard at some point here, and a younger one. That maybe this was just kind of one of those long-term decisions, but yeah, maybe that might very well be the case. I would be really nervous about going into a season in which you tried to cobble together a point guard last year, and this year is your all-in solution to say, hey, yeah, we got a late first-round pick. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we got Fred back. And I like that. My other thing is, okay, what was with all the speculation that he could come back last season? Like if you knew it was that bad, was that just delusion?
That was driven by the media way more than anybody else. I think, right?
Maybe.
That wasn't. I never felt like I was being fed by anything by the Rockets.
Oh, okay. I thought. Well, I don't know. I'd have to go back and check. I feel like not the Rockets team, but like Fred did a podcast every week.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm off base on this. I felt like there was still chatter of the possibility into last spring.
I always thought that the way I remember it was that they would kind of say, hey, something along the lines of anything is possible, but it's very unlikely. Yeah. And then we kind of maybe aspirationally thought like, oh, maybe they're just playing it close to the vest.
Yeah. VanVleet was on the All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes. And, the big thing Fred brings is leadership. He wasn't able to be out on the floor last year. Neither was Steven Adams at the end of the year. So a lot of that fell on Kevin Durant, which might not be, Kevin. This was Fred VanVleet on the All the Smoke podcast saying KD was maybe asked, it sounds like he's saying maybe asked to get out of his element a little bit with all that they were heaping on him from a leadership standpoint.
Yeah, and seeing K and how he moved, like, I think more than anything, it just wasn't, we were missing me and Steve-O to balance it out. So it was like all K all the time. It's like, no, we don't need K to be talking and being the vocal leader and teaching guys and all that. Like, he do enough for us. You know what I mean? That's where the rest of the team got to step up to the plate and balance things out for him. And I think he learned too. Like, it takes time for teams to gel together. You got to learn each other, how we communicate, what guys like, what they don't like, how we can complement each other on the floor. And I think it was a learning, gelling experience that just didn't look great, all the time. So I think big picture-wise, it will all be beneficial, but it was definitely tough to go through, to watch.
Yeah, and I think that jibes with kind of what you would have said before the season, is that you're not expecting Kevin Durant to be the vocal alpha, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's all right. Like, you just need, like, all the reports early in the year, or it really for most of the season, was that other than when we tried to read too much into body language or whatever, we might say like, oh, is the burner account stuff starting to tear down the team? That was a big thing in the national media. But I thought that he conducted himself pretty much the way I expected him to conduct himself. And if at this stage, are you going to all of a sudden ask a guy to change his stripes at this stage in his career? Like, no, he's going to be the guy that really holds everything together, and he's the vocal leader from the top. That's never been who he is as a player.
No, I remember Reggie expressing some frustration about this down the stretch in the season. Like, to me, the biggest thing when it came to the younger guys and how the team functioned and things like that is that I felt like the younger guys a lot of times in crunch time would stand around and let Kevin Durant just do his thing. Yeah. Which is why you got him. That's why you got him, because he's a certified, bucket getter. But that was like, think of the young core of this team. Other than Reed Shepherd, who was working off a baseline of did not play at all last year, none of the young, in my mind, Jabari had his moments, but I don't think any of the young guys really improved or developed that much this year.
And that's where again, these are the things we saw coming from a million miles away. When Fred VanVleet got injured, you're trying to put a bunch of young guys into roles that aren't quite in their wheelhouse. And who's the guy, absent a point guard like Fred VanVleet? That's the very cause of the problem. Is Udoka going to be the guy that's going to all of a sudden create this elegant offense out of scraps and spare parts and guys using, you need a ratchet, but you only got a crescent wrench type of situation. You got to be a pretty damn good mechanic to figure that out and to make it work. And that's not Udoka's forte. It doesn't mean he's a bad coach or anything, but it was just the perfect storm for why it might this year. I think there at the end of the season, they did start doing a better job of, Durant was doing a better job of keeping his eyes open and being and not forcing passes to predetermined guys. They were starting to flow more, and then you don't have Durant in the playoffs. It just that's the other part about the playoffs. That it's the weirdest thing that almost kind of gets lost in the shuffle. Oh yeah. Durant was injured. That's a really big deal. Was Durant enough of a leader? He wasn't even on the court.
No.
You already lost Fred VanVleet. That's been a season-long thing. And you lost Steven Adams. And then, by the way, maybe we should mention Durant wasn't out there either.
Well, and he wasn't even on the bench for one of the games either. Remember that? That was a big deal.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. All right.
It's like with the Texans a little bit. We kind of do that. We're like, okay, I guess losing Nico Collins is probably actually a big deal.
Yeah, he might have helped out that game. And Dalton Schultz.
I'm not saying CJ would have thrown for 400 yards or anything.
Right. Yeah, it would have been nice to have him.
As far as the Rockets and whether they were hinting, they had said that the earliest he could possibly return was until late March or early April.
Yeah, there was definitely noise about it early.
The any kind of the maybe part came from VanVleet himself when he had said there was no timeline and said that we'd see where they are at the end of the year. Udoka by March had thrown cold water on it.
Right. No, I knew there was a point where they should it going into the new year still with maybe. And a lot of
I don't think that's deceptive or anything. Like, it's just when you have when you tear both menisci in your knee, it's more unlikely, but you just never know how individuals are going to recover as they go through it. And sometimes people sail through it and it's no big deal. Other times there's complication after complication.
All right, let's get to headlines coming up next, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Headlines: the Astros win another series over the weekend, so that's good news. We've got knockout round beginning in World Cup. We've got some NFL news we'll get to as well. We got a ton to get to in headlines. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you should get to this today. Call Trajan Wealth. Before we
2222. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Men's Tea Clinic brings you headlines. Seth, can you hear me?
I hear you, Sean.
Okay.
I hear you loud and clear.
Loud and clear, you do?
Everybody on YouTube can see us and hear us.
This is radio bliss.
We don't have to hear each other as long as everybody can hear us.
That's right.
We're going to be like, we'll be like just like an old married couple that's in a bad marriage but too stubborn to get divorced. Mm-hmm. We're just going to talk without listening.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
We're
right.
just going to keep having the same argument we've been having
over
for 30
and over
years.
again. Yes. All right, let's get to headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Another series win for the Astros. Boy, I'm in a better mood talking about this series win now than I was at 6 o'clock this morning when everything was going to hell in a handbasket in this studio. Seth, let's get happy about the Houston Astros. Three out of 4 over the weekend against the Tigers. And to me, the biggest thing I liked about this, one, Christian Walker getting his stroke back was big. He had 4 hits on Saturday.
He had been 2 for 27 entering Saturday. And
terrible.
ends up getting 4 hits. 2 doubles versus our old friend Fromber.
That's right.
To start it off. And yes, he was one of many heroes in this series.
Yeah.
This was a fun one. Various people stepping up at various times. And that comes after a series in which Lo Perfido was the hero for a couple of games against the Blue Jays.
Against the Blue Jays, yeah. So Christian Walker, and he gets the big 3-run homer. That was the big hit yesterday, the big 3-run homer to put some distance between the Astros and the Tigers in extra innings. That gave them a 4-run lead. Blum at the time goes after that 3-run homer and made it 7-3. Goes, and that's sending them to the exits here at Comerica Park or whatever the name of that stadium is these days. Yeah. And I'm like, settle down. Like, I know the Astros bullpen's been really good, but it's also been really taxed, and we just watch Josh is not walking through that door in the 10th inning. They just used him in the 9th.
Yeah, this was not going to be the day where Hader all of a sudden goes back-to-back innings. That's probably not going to happen. And Hader was just getting by the skin of his teeth.
He
as
walked,
well.
Yeah.
It looked like he was having a really hard time throwing strikes.
He walked 3 guys. Was able to get out of it. Didn't give up any runs in the 9th inning. Got them to the 10th inning. But then Enyel De Los Santos comes in and with 2 guys on base gives up a fly ball to the wall in right field with having already given up 2 runs in that inning. Anyways, this was another nice weekend for the Astros, who currently sit 1 game back in the division, 1 game back of the Rangers in the division. Seattle has now come back to the pack. and they're a half game out of the wild card race. So they're right in the middle of this thing. They're in the thick of it right now.
You know, the old question used to be, is Joe Flacco an elite quarterback?
Yeah.
I feel like the new, and then, of course, we always have the Texas, we're back. You know, that's a long-standing thing.
Oh, yeah.
For the Astros, for the longest time, it was a point of dominance that the Astros were inevitable.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Astros are, as of right now, inevitable, Sean?
It's funny. I don't feel like this is as good a team as some of the ones that were inevitable, but I feel like the American League stinks right now. So, yeah, like, if we're defining inevitable as able to get to the postseason, then maybe, yeah.
It does. It feels a little bit like we're rising up out of the, out of the bathtub water.
Yeah.
Everybody thought we were dead, but then, shroomp, there we go.
Would you like the latest
scariest thing that can happen in a horror movie?
Real quick, real quick. It's a P&B reset for the Astros. 99 win pace. 99
That's good
win
baseball
pace.
right there.
That's
Sean.
good baseball.
That's some inevitable baseball.
25-16, man.
I like Bryce Matthews had a great play to sustain to keep the tie yesterday, and it was kind of the perfect play for an outfielder to make yesterday because it showed you exactly what the Astros are as an outfield. They can't do a damn thing at the plate.
No.
And yet they're one of the best fielding outfields in all of baseball.
Yeah.
And like Bryce and with doing it with a couple of guys in Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith that just are still new to playing outfield and large.
Bryce was in there because Espada had him pinch hit for Trammell.
Yeah.
And I know he's doing a lefty-righty thing, whatever. Matthews' OPS is 570. Like, he shouldn't be pinch hitting for anybody right now. Anyways,
he made that catch.
No,
Trammell missed one early on. You know, that was boy. It looks. That's a big outfield, and then the sun was just yesterday was dicey.
Yep. All right. Knockout round has begun in the World Cup. Canada beat South Africa yesterday. Canada will play in the round of 16 here on the 4th of July. They will play the winner of the Netherlands and Morocco. Of course, the United States plays on Wednesday this week in Santa Clara against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Brazil and Japan today at the stadium here in Houston. So that's a noon start today over at NRG Stadium.
Should be a really fun environment, Brazil and Japan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should be good.
So the U.S. is a Wednesday night at 7. Right?
Wednesday night at 7. Big bond hearing today for Terrion Arnold of the Detroit Lions. If he doesn't get released on bond, Terrion Arnold, who is staring at 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of robbery. He's at least according to the police, the mastermind behind an attempt to get some items that were stolen from him back from, as it turns out, the wrong people. They kidnapped and robbed from people who did not steal from him.
Yeah, boy.
That's a tough punt right there.
Part is, so it would have been a crime. It would have been a crime regardless.
Yeah.
And yet, at least if he had stolen from the right people, they might not have reported it to the police.
Right.
You know? Like, what do? You go to the cops and you're like, "Hey, they stole my stolen goods back."
Right.
Yeah. This was just ham-handed. This is typically what happens when NFL players try to be criminal masterminds. You know, Nate Newton gets pulled over with like 300 pounds of weed in his truck. Remember, who was the guy? Oh, who was the player that tried to be a kingpin up there?
Sam Hurd.
Yeah, Sam Hurd. Yeah.
Sam Hurd.
It's like stay with your strengths, okay? Training for and playing football.
Sam Hurd had it going pretty good for a while. I was super impressed that he was able to compartmentalize an entire.
He had an actual organization.
He had a network under him. It was like Amway, you know, like it was like pyramid marketing almost. Yeah.
I mean, was he the most successful of the would-be drug lords? Like, Aaron Hernandez was just an atrocity.
He was an atrocity.
Yeah.
Well, who knows, Seth? There may be some operating right now that we don't know about.
True.
Those are the most successful
You're
ones.
Right. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
One of them is listening to this show right now.
Yeah, listen to these clowns.
Even the people I work with don't know I exist.
That's right.
That's the key. If you want to be some kind of an overlord, you got to be. Even the people who are working for you shouldn't know you exist. You got to Kaiser Sose it.
So if Terrion Arnold doesn't make bond today, if he's not released on bond, he can miss the season, which means missing out on millions of dollars, and they can void his guarantees, and they can do all sorts of things to him.
You know what? I blame the World Cup.
Okay.
You don't hear that much about kidnapping in America, but Terrion Arnold gets it into his head that, we'll kidnap him.
You think the World Cup poisoned his mind a little bit?
Yeah, I think too much news filtering in from outside the country. We need to stick to American crime stories.
The incident happened like in February, though.
Yeah, it was a
He already had World Cup fever.
Yeah.
He already had World Cup fever. All right, last one here in headlines. Speaking of criminals,
kidnapping of adults. I know we hear about every kidnapping of an actual kid, but kidnapping of adults less common here.
Yep. Speaking of trying to get your own stolen goods back, the Bills in their new stadium will not be bringing O.J. Simpson's memory with them. I've never been to the old Highmark Stadium, Seth. I know you have.
I have, but I never waltzed around it or anything.
I guess there was a wall of fame in there that had a bunch of the Bills legends on it.
Yeah.
They're going to have something similar in the new stadium, obviously, but they ain't bringing OJ with them. OJ will not be part of that presentation.
They should do it on Halloween. They should have a haunted house or something, and there's an OJ wing in there where you got to go,
And avoid getting what? You're getting decapitated?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Scary. Upset about this?
No, I don't think so, but it's news. Yeah,
it's one of those things. No, I was just curious about this. I didn't see an up. I was waiting for somehow, somewhere there being an uproar about how OJ wasn't included in all this.
The only people I would think it would come from would be OJ's families and just wildly delusional Bills fans that have great memories of O.J. Simpson, the football player, saying this should just memorialize what he was on the field. It's not saying anything about what he was on, because they never took him down from the old one. Right? Yeah.
Right. It's I don't know, because at the time it was still pretty polarizing.
I got no issue with it.
There were a lot of people that were excited that O.J. Simpson was found not guilty.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, when people, it is that I've always felt weird about it. It's how do you happen? Because people would you'd say, well, he was found liable of murder. All right, it's not the same as being found guilty of murder.
No. So,
but is he can we 100% call him a murderer when he's been found liable of murder or not? I don't know. I thought there might be some civil, some attorney. Usually who sticks up for guys
attorneys.
like OJ are the attorney. Brendan Sorsby. Nothing but attorneys talking about how this poor kid is being wronged.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines from over the weekend. Coming up next, let's circle over to C.J. Stroud. Kind of an update, I guess, from a national pundit on where things are at with his contract. But also, Bucky Brooks talked about C.J. Stroud. Bucky Brooks, former NFL player, covers the Jacksonville Jaguars, NFL Network as well. Bucky Brooks, he's got a strong opinion on what the Texans need to do with C.J. Stroud. And we'll hear that next. I'll tell you what just showed up in its discreet packaging at my doorstep.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go here on a Monday. Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. And we are with you till 10 a.m. This is Jeremy Fowler on ESPN over the weekend, giving what, I guess this is what the latest that he's here, Stroud contract situation.
Houston's going to have to change that because right now there's not a lot of momentum on a deal. Talks are essentially on pause as of now. Now, Houston has been aggressive paying players. They've been paying defensive players like Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, Azeez Al-Shaair. So if they want to take care of Stroud, they're going to have to make some progress this summer. Otherwise, there are some people around the league who very much believe he will play out the fourth year of his deal, try to get his value up. This is similar to the Trevor Lawrence situation a couple years ago. You have a top pick who showed some good, some bad. You got to decide, do you pay him early or do you wait?
Okay, I'm glad he brought up Lawrence there, Seth, because we're about to listen to Bucky Brooks, who covers Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And has watched Trevor Lawrence. That was Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. He brings up Trevor Lawrence, very similar to that situation. Yeah. He got his deal. He got paid.
He got his deal. He got paid. It's been interesting. Like the quarterback market for 3 years now has been just stagnant at $53 to $55 million. Like that's what quarterbacks are getting paid, other than Pat Mahomes and Dak Prescott. And those are kind of two special circumstances because Dak Prescott was about to play on the franchise tag, so he had a lot more leverage. And then Pat Mahomes is Pat Mahomes, and the Chiefs are just treating him differently. I think that everybody's been kind of stuck at $55 million for 3 years now. And Trevor Lawrence, when he signed his deal, Tua Tagovailoa as well, these teams were looking at it thinking, oh my gosh, the quarterback, I don't know, the market just keeps going up and up and up. We got to sign him right now because otherwise who knows how much we're going to have to pay. And then it's stuck there. It's been stuck there for 2 years. Nobody signed, and Pat Mahomes, which doesn't really, that's not relevant to the conversation with CJ or anything. Everybody, including Josh Allen last year, Matt Stafford. They're signing for $55 million.
They got 55. The last two MVPs of the league.
Yeah.
Right? Or Allen might have been a few. Two former MVPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, both got $55 million.
Now, the difference with Josh Allen is he got $230 million guaranteed at signing, whereas, a guy like Trevor Lawrence got $130 or something like that. Yeah. But I think that's where I do think it's a cordial impasse right now between the Texans and C.J. Stroud and David Mulligetta, in that if I'm C.J. Stroud, I'm A, thinking, I haven't put together the performance that I would like to, but also B, if everybody is kind of talking about $55 million like this is the going rate, I mean, it is, Sean, it's universal. All of the people that weigh in on this act like, oh, of course, if there's a contract, it'll be for $55 million a year. I think that a lot of agents and players are thinking, well, that's probably going to get tested next year. You've got Caleb Williams, you've got Jaden Daniels, you've got Bo Nix, you've got Bryce Young, you've got C.J. Stroud.
Drake May.
Made
it to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Drake May.
He actually made it to a Super Bowl.
Between those 6 or 7 guys, somebody is going to end up breaking through that glass ceiling.
Agreed.
And I think that's where it kind of works out for both parties, in that I think the Texans want to see one more year. I think the Texans want to be sure that he wasn't somehow permanently damaged by that concussion, either psychologically or physiologically. And I think that's where, if CJ comes out and has a great year, I don't cry into my Cheerios about the fact that they have to pay him more next year.
No.
It's like, okay, they won a Super Bowl. Oh, dear. Oh, no, what are we going to do?
Nobody drafts a quarterback with the second overall pick hoping that you can move on to another quarterback 4 years later. The hope is you pay. The hope is he's worthy of a top-of-market contract extension.
And you made the great point, Sean, too, is that what the Texans have done in the past is they're very aggressive. They're very willing to make Derek Stingley the highest-paid cornerback, knowing that within a year he's going to be the 5th or 6th highest-paid cornerback.
Yep.
And I think because the Texans have the ability to negotiate with CJ before any of those other young quarterbacks in the year behind him, they could start talking to him in February about a new deal and sign one whenever they want, where everybody else has to wait until the league year begins. if CJ has a really impressive year next year, they might just go ahead and say, well, look, we know that the numbers are going to increase. We're going to go ahead and make CJ the highest paid right now. But by the end of this offseason, he might be the 6th highest paid quarterback.
Yeah. And just for those who don't know, the reason why those other teams all have to wait, the Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels teams, those guys are only heading into their 3rd year. CJ's heading into his 4th. You can't even offer a guy a contract until the league year begins after your 3rd season. So the Texans do have a little bit of a window there between the Super Bowl and the start of the league year where they can sign a deal with CJ if they want to. All right, Bucky Brooks. What did Bucky about all this, Seth?
About
CJ. Oh, yeah. No,
he said that he's got an argument to exceed Lawrence, Love, and Tua. Oh.
We have seen these quarterback deals. They only go up. They never go down. But more importantly, when you're C.J. Stroud, there's no reason for you to take a below-market deal. When you look to your division rival, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you look at Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence has a 5-year, $275 million contract, and you could argue that you're a more accomplished player than he has been. You also can look at Brock Purdy, you can look at Jordan Love, and you have reasonable arguments that your pay should exceed what they make or should at least be in range with what those guys make.
Yeah, I guess this is the part where, yes, you have an argument for that, but I think the other thing is that, but you also, like the Texans have an argument, which is, cool, we wouldn't have done those deals, you know? Like we wouldn't have done the Tua Tagovailoa deal, we wouldn't have done the Trevor Lawrence deal, and we don't have to do this deal.
Right.
Like, and they wouldn't put it that bluntly or not, but the whole trend of just paying quarterbacks after their 3rd year just because, that was done when quarterback salaries were escalating incredibly fast. And I don't think that, I agree with Bucky that CJ could make those arguments, and yet that doesn't mean that the Texans have to do anything with it. It's just that's the cold hard reality is that no matter what the argument is, unless all of a sudden CJ is going to walk, one weekend, he doesn't have a whole lot of leverage right now.
It's funny when you lay it out, especially Tua and Trevor Lawrence, when they signed their extensions, Trevor Lawrence is the better example, the better analogy, because Tua signed after his 4th year. Trevor Lawrence signed after his 3rd year. That's where we are with CJ right now. That was not a good Jacksonville team that's re-signed Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
I wonder if, in a weird way, that the Texans' defense being as good as it is kind of gives the Texans sort of the license to handle this the way that they are. I wonder if they weren't as good of a football team. If CJ were the exact same quarterback, especially if CJ were the exact same quarterback and it weren't on a playoff team, then he wouldn't have had that game against New England where he threw 4 interceptions.
Right.
I wonder if, I wonder if the Texans would feel a little bit more desperate if they weren't as good a football team. It's a weird way to think about it, but Jacksonville was a bad football team when they signed Trevor Lawrence.
They'd be pinning all their hopes and dreams that hopefully CJ becomes the guy.
Like Jacksonville did.
Yeah, and meanwhile, even just in the last couple of years, I think, the Sam Darnold Super Bowl victory has kind of thrown a little bit more cold water on the notion that you absolutely have to have one of the premier guys in the league. Now, you and I both agree on this. There's just you got to be careful in thinking like that the Seahawks experience last year has become the new standard way to win a Super Bowl. Still, by and large, your best chances are if you have a good team but also have a really good quarterback.
No doubt.
Like people aren't gushing about the Rams right now because for some Darnold or something.
Yep.
Matt Stafford's one of the things that makes that whole thing go.
Bucky Brooks says C.J. Stroud is a top 10 quarterback.
What I would tell everybody is calm down. I would also tell the Houston Texans to calm down. You have a quarterback that is a proven winner, a quarterback that has certainly transformed the franchise, a quarterback that is worthy of being regarded as a top 10 quarterback when he's good, top 5 when he's really on his game. And so when you have a young quarterback like that, you're best to pay him before the market continues to escalate.
Yeah, no. So a top 10 quarterback when he's good, which I guess that's dicey too, because all right, like I'm a top 10 lover. Once one out of every 100 experiences or so. It doesn't mean that you're actually good all the time at it. But really the part about that the quarterback market just keeps escalating. We're not operating in that world anymore. I think there's been a sobriety injection into that whole market somewhat, and this feeling of desperation teams had for you got to pay your quarterback. It's stabilized somewhat, and I think it's going to increase this year. But since Trevor Lawrence signed his deal, the salary cap has gone up 18%. And $55 million was already kind of the cap out for where the prices were before that. So since 2023, it's gone up probably 27% or so.
Yeah.
And quarterback salaries really haven't risen, other than the Dak Prescott and Pat Mahomes, which are kind of outliers. So I think that I wouldn't be overly worried that all of a sudden the next top-paid quarterback is going to be making $90 million a year or something.
No, oh God,
so I'm cool saying, all right, you know what? If we get one more year out of CJ and we actually feel better about him and feel really good and secure, then sure, we'll pay a little bit extra. We're not worried about that. That's natural inflation.
Here's what Bucky Brooks thinks the Texans should do.
To me, this is one where the Houston Texans would be wise to come up off of it, open up the wallet, break them off a deal that's probably about $55 million annually. Because when we continue to look at the franchise tag and the way that it's going, the franchise tag is going to be at $50 million. And even though you have them on an option next year that'll put them at $25.9 million, you are best to go ahead and pay C.J. Stroud what you think the market is worth, rather than wait and he becomes a $60 million quarterback. So quit clutching your pearls, Houston Texans. Write the check. C.J. Stroud deserves to be paid, not on his last postseason performance, but on the work that he's done the previous time before those outings. He certainly deserves to get paid.
I think you nailed it earlier, Seth, when you said you called it a cordial impasse between the two, where there's, if I had to guess, there's a disconnect between what CJ thinks he's worth and what the Texans think he's worth right now, but I think both sides want to be in a long-term relationship with each other.
Yeah, and I don't even know if CJ. I wouldn't say that CJ necessarily doesn't see where the Texans are coming from,
right?
And that's why when it's a cordial impasse, I think. Look, from the quarterback's perspective, not just CJ, but any of the quarterback, and might say, all right, look, the market's been stagnant for a while. If the going rate is $55 million, even if I had just, had a really good season, and maybe we made it to the AFC Championship or whatever have you, and if they came to me and said, hey, we're going to give you $57 million, I might think, you know what? No, I think the market's actually headed higher than that. Mm-hmm. So CJ, where he sits right now, if he has he might be thinking, look, maybe I could get $55 million right now, but if I have a good year this year and there's 7 quarterbacks that are potentially going to get new deals next off season, I'm not going to sign for with a going rate right now when next year it might be $65 million
for sure.
or so. And that's where, no matter how either side feels about it, the Texans being perfectly willing to pay a little bit extra premium if he has a great year, because that's a nice carrot on a stick.
Oh yeah.
Let's not forget the motivational part of all of this. And CJ saying, yeah, I'd like to go for that. Then there you have it. I think
CJ's handled this whole thing really, really well. I've been impressed with how he's handled it, because he's not made a stink about anything. It seems like he's tweaked some things with his off-season routine. I think he's acknowledged that it didn't end really well last year. I think now what'll get interesting is, and what's happening with this story is exactly what I thought would, which is, heading into the offseason, I said C.J. Stroud is the most intriguing player in the NFL heading into training camp because of his contract, because of what the history has been with quarterbacks and contracts. This is unfolding differently than guys over the last few years. Now, this is before, Brandon Ayuk became a complete psycho on Instagram, and this is before Brendan Sorsby became the face of degenerate gambling. And should he be in the NFL? Those are both very intriguing stories, too. I've been really impressed with how CJ's handled this. I think it's going to get very interesting in training camp, because the only time he's been asked about it is one time at the very end of his mini camp or OTA availability, and that was it. The Texans are going to be one of those teams that have a lot of the national people coming here to training camp. Yeah. And they're going to be asking to sit down with C.J. Stroud.
They're going to ask him every time.
Every time they're going to ask him. Yeah. And I think that's where, I don't know that it's necessarily difficult. You just keep giving that answer you gave in that press conference, young man. Just keep.
Except leave out the part about holding up your end of the bargain, because that was just confusing, and that it allowed people to run with something that I don't think CJ intended.
No, or at least be better. Yeah, at least be more clear about what you mean by that.
CJ has gotten better at that, by the way. Remember when CJ was a rookie? We're like, man, it's awesome that he talks so much, but he might be better served if he just cuts himself off a little early sometimes.
Yeah.
He has, as he's grown and matured, he's got better at I don't need to get, if I continue talking at this point, I'm only giving more fodder for people to read into.
How you get the good guy award from the media after your rookie year.
Oh, that's
you
true.
Talk
Yeah.
And talk.
No, be
and
boring.
Talk some more.
No, that's embrace the cliches and be boring.
CJ, we'll do Acknowledge Me here in a few minutes. We'll acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. Is CJ Stroud set up for success this year with this group of skill guys that he has? Bill Barnwell of ESPN did his rankings 1 through 32 of all 32 teams, Seth, when it comes to running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. And the Houston Texans finished 24th out of 32. 24th out of 32.
I was honestly a little bit surprised when I saw that. I thought they'd be maybe middle of the road or so.
I was expecting middle of the pack.
Just because of between Nico Collins and then just, David Montgomery as a guy that, in terms of his impact, much better than what the Texans have had. Not better than Joe Mixon, but better than a lot of the guys they've had to deal with over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I was surprised that in ranking the Texans 24th, Barnwell had Nico's injury history as big a factor as it seemingly was, because it's how many games? 10 games in 3 seasons,
right,
which does your 3 1/3 games per season. It's a big deal. And yet, by and large, if you're looking at, okay, what's the impact going to be over the season, he's still a top 10 guy in terms of his overall impact.
No
even
question.
Though he's missed a couple of games.
No, when he's on the field, he's amazing. We bring up CJ's concussions quite a bit. I don't know. Are we worried that Nico had 2 last season?
That's a good point.
And
you brought that up before, and then I kind of casually, I myself, having had a bunch of concussions, I'm able to forget things pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question. Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah, I think that
it doesn't get brought up at all. The last 2 were concussions with him.
Right. And lots of people have had 2 concussions. I think the fact that the last one was a pretty obvious, okay, he whacked his head against the turf.
Yeah.
I know we're not supposed to read into all that stuff too much, but I can't help it. I feel like sometimes when a guy gets a concussion with something that looks like, okay, most people would probably get a concussion from that, I'm like, okay, that's probably not a big deal. I start worrying about guys that start getting concussions off of just minimal contact.
Yeah.
So with both Nico and CJ, it made sense.
Yep.
I would prefer that both of them wear a Guardian cap, and I know neither of them will, but still, a fella can dream, okay?
Absolutely.
I thought that Jalen Petrie was going to popularize the Guardian cap, but everybody's just too scared.
He's still got a shot. It could still happen. The other points Barnwell brought up, because I'm with you. I was surprised. 24th felt low, and just for some context, the other teams in the division, none of them were great. The best one was Indianapolis. I'm guessing carried quite a bit by Jonathan Taylor there. But Indianapolis 14th, Jacksonville 18th, Tennessee 25th. You're 1 spot ahead of the Tennessee Titans. The other factors Barnwell brought up, Seth, you tell me if these are valid factors to have the Texans in the bottom quartile of teams in, or close to it, of teams' skill positions. Dalton Schultz had a lot of yards last year, but was a non-factor with explosive plays and a non-factor. He had 5 catches in the red zone all year. Yeah. Not touchdowns, just catches in the red zone all year.
I think that's fair in terms of just he's not somebody like different position, but Devontae Adams in the red zone for the Rams is like, okay, man, he's just making that stuff happen.
Oh, he's
a machine. He is a red zone factor. I think Schultz is a guy that to be a factor in the red zone has to have other people that are the big-time threats in the red zone.
He brings up question marks at wide receiver.
Well, the other thing, real quick, with Dalton Schultz, that might change if the Texans actually have any kind of ability to run the ball, because that's when you get like when teams don't have to respect your run game down in the red zone, you miss out on all of those wide open tight end receptions.
Yes, Schultz might get 3 or 4 of those where nobody's standing within 10 feet of him.
Yeah, that's where when you're on the 3-yard line and teams know that, oh crap, if these guys run it, we really got to be we got to be aggressive as hell. That's when the tight ends are sprung scot-free. So I would say, because I do believe the run game will be better this year, and I think just by virtue of having David Montgomery back there in short yardage situations, aside from any offensive line improvements, I think Dalton Schultz will be more of a factor in the red zone simply because of that.
I like that.
The power of the play action.
That's a really good point. Question marks at wide receiver behind Nico. Barnwell brings that up. The inexperience of Higgins and Knoll, I guess, to go along with the fact that in terms of production last year, they weren't great. Brent does bring up Higgins had 6 touchdowns. We'll see. From what we've seen of both of them so far, I'm very enthusiastic, just based on some of the things that we've seen out at OTAs and minicamp, that we're going to get that year 2 jump from both of these guys.
It really is. And it's so much fun to be able to talk about this again now that the stat nerds understand that the run game is actually way more important than seed before. Every single one of those guys we talked about, and just including the way we talked about Dalton Schultz, if the Texans just have an average rushing attack, an average red zone attack, all of those things, all of those skill players become that much more powerful or potent. It's just been the big, huge missing ingredient is a complete absence of a steady rushing attack. It's made them so incapable of operating and really utilizing their skill position players. So I think if that part of it works out, then, you're going to see a really improved version of Jaden Higgins in his second year. You're going to see a better version of Dalton Schultz. The passing game in general, all of these skill position players will be better.
Yep. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge some big performances from over the weekend, noteworthy things. We will say names, and when I say the name, Ben Gary will hit the sound.
Acknowledge me!
We will acknowledge the performances. Seth, Josh Hader.
Acknowledge
now, I had put this one in the rundown on Saturday. As I'm watching him unravel a little bit yesterday, I'm like, am I going to have to adjust the rundown? No, I'll keep it in there because he kept it clean in the 9th inning. Not totally clean. Walked 3 guys, loaded the bases, but no runs. That was sort of it was very much an outlier for Josh Hader. Even with that performance yesterday, his numbers have been outstanding since he's come back. He's pitched in 12 games, 12 innings. He's only pitching 1 inning every time out, but he is starting to pitch on back-to-back days again. 2-0 record, 7 saves, an ERA under 1, a whip of 0.5, which is crazy good, 19 strikeouts, 5 walks. He won't make the All-Star game. He's just missed too much of the season to make the All-Star team, but I have a hard time imagining a closer that's been more consistent over the last 3 weeks than Josh Hader since he came back.
It's that inning yesterday was just so it was so tense, and yet he was so aggressive to finish it off.
Yep.
And ended up getting a strikeout, and just that part of it. Even though my confidence had wavered, not because my confidence in him has wavered, it was just a really dicey situation.
Yeah.
I'm the cockiest person on earth when he walks out to the mound.
I am too. I didn't like seeing the pitch count get up to 25 to 30 there. That's where the feeling I got watching his pitch count get up like that is the feeling that, when Jordan slides or Jadeveon Clowney would go down back in the day and be like, get up, get up. I see 25 pitches. I'm like, oh, please don't let his arm.
Well, I don't like seeing it just because you start to wonder, okay, how's this going to affect his availability in the coming days?
Yeah.
Because they've started to use him more. The first time, last weekend was the first time he ended up, starting on Sunday, he ended up going 3 games in 4 days. So, that was a big step forward.
Huge.
And, I don't need to see him go 2 innings ever this year.
No.
I don't need to see him go 1 1/3 innings.
Right.
I just need him to get 3 outs, and that's it.
9th inning,
and let's call it a day. Because that's not going to be, look, he's likely not going to be the reason because 1 game or 2, you just extra inning. That's going to be the difference between life or death for this baseball team. Where him getting injured again somehow could be the death knell.
Huge, yeah, because they don't really have a solution outside of him right now. to pitch those ninth innings.
De Los Santos has had a rough.
He's off. Dude, his ERA.
He gave up like half the runs of his last road
His
trip.
ERA, I looked it up. His last 8 appearances, his ERA is over 12.
Yeah,
he's been horrible.
That's what it was. Five of the 8 earned runs allowed by the bullpen during this road trip were
De Los Santos. Yeah, he's been awful. Cabo Verde.
Acknowledge me.
Clinched a spot in the knockout round of the World Cup, a scoreless draw versus Saudi Arabia on Friday. I said this earlier in the show, Seth. I'll say it again. And I know Cabo Verde is your adopted honorary team.
Yeah.
The people are delightful.
I know, yeah, you had a good time. Well, you think this tiny island, archipelago nation off the west coast of Africa that's just beautiful if you Google it. But no, they canceled my visa. I'm not allowed back.
You're not allowed back in?
They were like, they could tell. The fact I couldn't go to the game on Friday, and they accused me of fake hustle. However you say that in Spanish or Portuguese. and that was that.
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was definitely, for me, a top 10 sporting experience. The game was fun. I mean, I've been to 2 of them, the World Cup games. They've been great. The energy in the building is amazing. But celebrating with the people in my section as they were waiting to see if they had clinched a spot in the knockout round, the players were literally home down the field.
Yeah.
And when I forget who Spain was playing on Friday, but whoever it was they were playing, they win the game, and the Cabo Verdeans go crazy down on the field, and then they go crazy in the stands, and they were celebrating and singing. It was really, really cool. So acknowledge them, Cabo Verde. I'm going to acknowledge Freddie as well, the German superfan.
Acknowledge me.
Turns out that Freddie, who I had thrown a little bit of shade at here along his journey here of getting free stuff everywhere he went.
You're just for the worst reasons. I was
jealous.
Envious.
Yeah, I was jealous.
Yeah,
I was jealous. I'm jealous of this, but I've had a chance to do some of this. It turns out he's a huge wrestling fan, which means he's one of my people. He got to go to Slammiversary, TNA, which is a company that competes with WWE. He got to go backstage at Slammiversary, their big pay-per-view, and he met the Hardys. He met Jeff and Matt Hardy, who he's big fans of. And he took pictures with them and did the thing where he puts the emoji on top. Nobody knows what the guy looks like because he's still putting emojis on top of his face.
Yeah.
Freddie is. But I've done a 180 on Freddie, Seth. I really like the guy now.
You're saying, like, the way now, because this is a WWE, maybe this is the way I envisioned it. Does he actually have, like, an emoji, stuffy thing that he puts over his head? you made it look like he was putting on an emoji.
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he had a big. Okay.
Yeah, I was just framing it.
Like a styrofoam emoji. Should do that. That's a lot less time in having to edit it on your phone.
Be a good gimmick for sure.
So what are the Hardys? The Hardys are the ones who are actual wrestlers first.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. The Hardy. Yeah, they're
NCAA champions. Yeah.
Oh no, they're not.
They're not. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they're not. I don't know who it is you're thinking of, but it's not. The Hardys are grew up, they've been wrestling since they were 16 years old.
Oh.
Yeah. Jeff Hardy's known for the bumps that he takes. He's not afraid to jump off the top of a 40-foot cage or anything like that. Kind of a daredevil. Aziz Al-Shaair.
Acknowledge me.
92nd in the NFL's top 100. That news came down on Friday. Only the second linebacker in Texans history to make the NFL's top 100. Brian Cushing made it 1 year back in 2012. Other than that, the Texans have... Now, they've only been doing this since 2011. So
the only Texans linebacker.
Linebacker.
Yeah. I was like, wait, the only linebacker in NFL history.
No. Did I say NFL history?
No. I heard it wrong for sure.
Yeah. Second linebacker in Texans history to make the list, Brian Cushing being the other one. D'Amico probably would have made it back in the day, but it didn't exist back then. D'Amico's old,
Yeah.
So, yeah. So
when did they start it? They must have...
2011.
Okay.
2011, yep. So,
that was D'Amico was there in 2011.
But he wasn't. He was coming off an Achilles. He was.
Oh yeah.
He was.
Okay.
He was not a. He is not what he was earlier on. So congrats to Aziz for that. Linda Cohn.
Acknowledge me.
She retired from ESPN over the weekend after 34 years and over 5,500 SportsCenter episodes. Seth, she is the all-time record holder in episodes anchored for ESPN. That's noteworthy. Big pioneer in women's broadcasting, Linda Cohn.
How many broadcasts?
Over 5,500 episodes of SportsCenter.
Oh, wow.
She's done through the years. Yeah. Yeah. Here was Linda Cohn on the key to longevity.
Probably the key, and this is what I tell a lot of people, is the fact that even though I was on SportsCenter for 34 years, I make believe somebody is watching me for the very first time, and I have to prove to them that I belong and that I earned a seat in this chair.
She's a really nice lady. We met her at the Super Bowl, I think the one in New York.
It was the one in New York.
Yeah. It was interesting because I met her with Rich Lord, and Rich is from that part of the country.
Yeah.
And Rich noted how her accent was so different just talking in person off air.
Oh, really?
Than on air.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
She's got a heavy New York accent.
And she turns it on and off.
She turns it on and off, yeah, because that happens in broadcasting. You don't want to be typecast as...
Oh, definitely not with a thick New York accent.
No, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to. You want to be kind of geographically agnostic, is what they say.
Well, I don't know. A little bit. Like people appreciate a little bit of a southern, either like a Texas twang or a southern drawl, a little bit.
Yeah.
Depending on what format you're in, though.
Vince McMahon.
Not in the news, but in sports, I think they like it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So acknowledge her.
But not if you're sitting at a desk. You're right. You got to have that bland, kind of neutral, whatever American accent it is.
Yep. This was DJ Khaled.
Acknowledge me.
He was on with Shannon Sharp. I've been getting, as I've mentioned, Seth, I've been getting a lot of these financial videos pushed to me of players and entertainers talking about their finances, and most of them are basketball players telling me how little $100 million is. I like this from DJ Khaled.
You pay the electric bill, the gas bill,
everything.
You don't pass that off to nobody, Kelly.
I don't believe in no accountant. I don't believe in what's the thing called money manager.
Yeah.
All that. That's your business.
Khaled had long his.
I pay the grass, the car wash man, the guy that's cut my hair, the electric bill, the car note, the mortgage. I have a rule where my bank got to tell me, even if I tell them I approve it, don't listen to me. No, I'm not making it. I want you to I'll give you my banker's number and ask him. I said, do not listen to me. And because like you're on an email or text, I approve. I do that, but they have to get a verbal.
Yeah, you got to call you and talk to Khaled.
FaceTime.
Yeah.
Because it's AIs out there now.
Yeah, okay.
You got to see me. I don't make nothing up.
Okay, I like that AI is the reason why he needs like triple proof that he's the one.
He knows he's paranoid. No, especially athletes are one thing, but for entertainers especially. I mean, those guys just they're in an industry where you got a bunch of right-brained individuals who necessarily are artsy types that, man, they are easy prey for people that want to manage their money and make everything easier for them. So understands that and knows that people look at him as easy prey. So he's just like, no, I'm going to know about every dollar that's leaving my bank account.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, if you're like, okay, even if you have somebody that pays the bills for you and everything, if you're not keeping track of it every day, somebody will steal from you at some point.
Absolutely.
It's a slam dunk guarantee that the less attention you pay to it, somebody's going to steal from you, or at the very least, somebody's going to screw up and you're going to lose some money.
I just can't imagine letting somebody else pay my bills for me. I'd be worried they wouldn't pay them.
Actually pay the bill.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, depending on how big your everything you got going on is,
I guess.
because he's at college, he's a producer too, right?
Yeah.
There's something on the business side, I'm sure, where he's got accountants working for him somewhere.
I guess I should be clear. Like my household bills, like the mortgage and the lawn guy and all the things he's talking about. Seth Payne,
Acknowledge me.
Seth, did you hear that you got acknowledged on First Things First by Nick Wright over the weekend?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Here's Nick Wright bringing up Seth Payne on a nationally televised FS1 show.
Take number one is courtesy of one of my old radio colleagues in Houston and longtime NFL defensive tackle, Seth Payne. You probably coached against Seth Payne a little bit.
What year was it?
I think the 2000 aughts is when he was playing. But regardless, he said Tom Brady's mind is Randy Moss's 40-time invertical leap. But because we can't see it, people are constantly assuming other guys can do it.
Yeah, that's a good take right there. by you, Seth.
He's been that a couple of times, and I appreciate that he does that
Yeah.
because he went on to explain it a little bit more in a better way than I did when I first said that to him. But he
cleaned it up.
Yeah,
for you.
well, because like what Nick would say, and I think what I had said originally was
great take.
it's easy to see Randy Moss and come up with the reasons why other people can't be Randy Moss.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, all right, if we start with just the physical parameters alone,
There's literally a stopwatch that does that.
Right, yeah. But with Tom Brady, it's a lot harder for coaches to realize, I can't actually teach quarterbacks to be as smart as Tom Brady because you can't see it.
It's a good take, yeah.
And Mangini can go die.
Mangini did not seem very impressed by the mention of you.
No, it is a problem. No, I give Mangini a break. So Mangini, you didn't recognize. He was a defensive coach, like coaching defensive backs back when I was playing. Like he probably had zero clue who I was.
Mangini,
I took no offense out of that.
Not a football junkie. Not a football junkie.
I wouldn't take offense to it if it was an offensive coach or anything.
Yeah.
But especially because of Mangini.
Well, just to balance things out, I'm going to acknowledge myself.
Acknowledge me!
I hit my 10,000 song mark on TouchTunes last week, Seth.
That's a big day. Yeah. Good job.
Ben just fell out of his chair. 10,000 songs.
You're like the Linda Cohn.
I am. And I'm not the DJ. DJ Khaled would never do this, ever.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
Responsible.
he would have been writing checks, and they probably don't accept checks.
They don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't. So, yeah, the 10,000 song mark on TouchTunes. Now, before people get horrified that I've wasted lives, my standards in the bars that I go to, that's over like a 6-year period. So
it's a workout to like $1,000 a year.
Yeah, probably maybe a little less than that when you factor in all the free credits that you get for.
It's a lot less than a country club membership.
That's
so there you go, and you spend about the same amount of time in the bar each day as a lot of people spend on the golf course.
Probably more.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just wanted to acknowledge myself. That's how much I care about the vibes.
What was your most played song?
That's a good question.
Doesn't it give you a breakdown of how many times you played each song?
It does. It gives your favorites. I will open it during the break because we're over. If I had to guess, it would be "Great Day to Be Alive" by Travis Tritt. Love that song. What else? "Don't Stop Believin'" by Journey. I always got to put that in. You know, it's "River of Dreams" by Billy Joel. The one that's hit lately is "Goodbyes" by Post Malone. I really like that song. So I got a pretty.
You got any Chubbawamba in there?
It's probably been 10,000 songs. I'm sure it's made an appearance one time or another. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you had a great weekend. All right, the sleuthing that I am here for. We played that audio of Diana Rossini telling the story of her using a FaceTime with an NFL head coach to get out of a ticket. Florio is sleuthing on this one as to who this could be. We'll go through the names rapid fire. Who do we think it is? We'll replay the audio so we can reset. For those who missed it, we'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Ability Trees. Who are you going to call if you get in trouble?
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. My favorite text on the text page right now: listening live today. Pretty cool. I'm guessing that's somebody who's maybe on vacation or something. I don't know. We appreciate
somebody
you
who listens a lot on replay.
Yeah.
On the app, on the Odyssey app, or on YouTube or whatever.
We
Thank
love
you.
however you're listening. We love you for it. So yeah, the sleuth thing that I am here for. Okay, so this was Diana Rossini, of course, the former NFL disgraced former writer for The Athletic covering the NFL. We've not really heard much from Rossini publicly other than that long-form article in the New York Times where she told the reporter that the text conversation they had should not be part of the story, and it became part of the story. That's all we've heard. But a lot of old Rossini audio and video is coming out. This is audio from an anecdote that was told in that New York Times story. This is from the Super Bowl back earlier this year, where she tells a story about just a couple weeks before this, she got out of a traffic ticket for texting and driving by connecting the cop with his favorite NFL head coach via FaceTime.
I was texting and driving because this coaching cycle is ridiculous and relentless and exhausting, and you can't drive 2 feet to get a cup of coffee without something happening. I'm not going to say the team or the coach.
Okay.
But the police officer pulls up, and I said, listen, Sean McDermott just got fired. I am in the middle of this right now. I know you don't care as a police officer, but I feel like I need to let you know this. And he said, well, I'm not a Bills fan. I'm like, oh, you're Jets, so this is good news for you, right? Like, he said, no. And so he names the team. I go, oh, I love that team. I go, do you want to talk to the coach? You should talk to the coach. I FaceTime the head coach. Head coach is in his office. He's like, what's up?
Oh my God.
I go, I just got pulled over, and I just wanted to meet my friend, Officer Joe. And the head coach played all into it. And he's like, how you doing? He's like, you should let her go.
Yes.
She's a good citizen. You know, officer's just like, what is happening right now? Who does that? I was desperate. I don't want to get a ticket. My husband's going to kill me.
Right.
I'm texting and drive. I shouldn't be doing that. I know that.
Oh, my God. I am so proud of you.
Okay, that was on the Stugatz show right there.
Can I just point out, because I hadn't seen anybody else point this part of it out. At the very end there, my husband's going to kill me. Like, this is, like, how many times can you either just kind of playfully or jokingly say something about your husband, but then when in light of certain discovery afterwards, that sounds way more messed up to me right now. She would even say that when clearly she was the one that was allegedly screwing over her husband in this whole marriage, trying to paint your husband out like he's like, oh, Diana, what are you doing? With your texting and your driving.
Cruel taskmaster.
Hey, did you get yourself out of any speeding tickets and or commit adultery while you were driving today?
Yeah, exactly.
So see how she got out of other driving tickets.
So Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, has done the Lord's work here, really, of narrowing it down to 21 head coaches that could have been on the other end of that FaceTime call.
Yeah. Which is really important that we know. Because, like, let's be clear. Before we go down this road, is there anything that we shouldn't feel like the coach that did that was in the wrong at all, right? Am I way out of bounds here or anything?
No. I just think of how I would have handled it.
If John McClain, I've seen John McClain call coaches before, and you know they'll pick up the phone and he'll ask them a question or whatever, have them talk to somebody.
Well, what would you expect? I wouldn't expect any coach. If I were the coach that got that phone call, and I had a relationship with Diana Rossini, and I don't mean a relationship like she has with Vrabel,
like a professional
working relationship.
Yeah,
I would think it's pretty funny.
Right, and I would do it.
Yeah,
right?
I would do it. Man, yeah,
I'm not worried about whether this is journalistically ethical or not. Like I've got nothing but a completely professional. Anybody, male, female, flirty, non-flirty.
Yeah.
You know, McClain flirts with me all the time. I don't let that sway me.
Yeah,
and I would do it. I would say, hey, what's up?
The
McClain's
problem
buddy.
with Florio, is that by his standard, you would be a party to a bribe. You would be. I'm quoting Mike Florio. There's another angle to this story, which wasn't mentioned by the New York Times, and which I'm reluctant to bring up for fear of being dubbed a narc.
You dry snitching on that cop.
New Jersey has a very broad bribery law, which Florio puts a hyperlink to over very broad bribery law. It also has a very strict law regarding texting and driving, and he lists what the fines are and the suspension and so forth.
Okay, yeah.
Assuming this was a first offense, $200 was riding on whether she could persuade the officer to not ticket her for something she apparently admitted to doing. Yeah. She admitted to doing it. So the New Jersey bribery law doesn't limit its application to situations where money changes hands, Seth. It uses the term benefit as consideration.
So did he – wait, let me guess here. Did he bring up, like, how much, like, a cameo would cost from somebody
funny.
of that?
It's funny you should say that.
Yeah.
A Times spokesperson said the FaceTime for the no-ticket situation is unacceptable. The chances of Rossini or the officer facing bribery charges are slim. Those who are following the story will now be even more curious as to which coach took the call and talked the officer out of exercising his discretion to give her a ticket. Yeah, somewhere in here he does mention, like, a police officer getting a chance to talk to the head coach of his favorite NFL team would qualify as a benefit of consideration in exchange for exercise of discretion. Somewhere in here he does mention, like, boy, how much would you have to pay to do that
like
if you're
cameo
just,
or
if you're just
like
a regular person?
Or an appearance or something like that.
So there is a quantifiable...
I know, and I knew I was going to, as I was laughing uncontrollably at learning this was his angle on this, I also was realizing, he's probably got it. Yeah, like he's got a case, I suppose. I don't know. Is that any different than her being like, oops, did a couple $100 fall out of my pocket? I'm not saying anything one way or the other.
It is a little different.
I'm just like, hey.
Not in the eyes of Florio. She may as well have done that. So, he narrowed it down to 21 coaches.
You know what,
that
though?
It could be.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
This is where I would say Florio's this is where he's going too far on this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's thinking of it in the context of, as a head coach party to a bribe or something. Screw the head coach. Screw Diana Rossini. Florio, you really want this cop to get fired for potentially, accepting a quote-unquote bribe in the form of a phone call? What the hell's wrong with you, man?
Yeah. HOA
Florio.
Florio.
I forgot. It's late June,
It's
early July.
slow time of year, man. He needs his celebra.
This is when he usually starts a few with A.J. Watt a few years back this time of year in July. He and Pablo Torre will sometimes have a huge expose and then demand that you care about it. Oh, and like they did last year when they said, well, you guys are going to want to hear this. Turns out the NFL colluded. And you say, oh, really? What was the evidence? A ruling that the NFL did not collude.
Yeah. Now care.
Okay, but what?
Care.
Why should I care? Because they were accused of collusion.
That was annoying. Yeah.
What happened again? They were found not to collude. But you're missing the point.
Right. Yeah, that felt like a lot of empty calories. All right, so there you go. I got to look at these names and pick one out. I'll do it during the break. All right. Payne and Pendergast with
the biggest thing about both him and Tony Farmer where they screwed up, I couldn't believe they did this and actually wrote this down. This is why he's not allowed to pursue his bribery allegations. It's like, well, 3 of these coaches were on the West Coast who are unlikely to have been in the office at 6:20 a.m. What the hell are you talking? What, dude? What on earth are you talking about?
Two of them were playing in the NFC title game the next week.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. It was but the Rams had just gotten back from a game the night before. That's exactly when coaches sleep in the office and get 2 hours.
When they get dropped off at the stadium. Yeah,
you lazy. No wonder he couldn't make it as a lawyer. He can't work the hours.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Okay, we've not hit on Brandon Ayuk yet. Is Brandon Ayuk going to get a job in the NFL? And if I'm a Washington or player or coach, how are you feeling about this latest salvo? We will get to that coming up next. But you know who's got a big birthday coming up? The good old US of A. That's right. 4th of July coming up this.
Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports, Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. So Brandon Ayuk went loco on Instagram Live again this weekend for a more extended period of time. Talked about how the 49ers kind of handled him last year, and I don't know, man. Is he garnering any sympathy out on these here streets?
Well, yeah, Commanders fans. There's a certain portion of Commanders fans who seem to just be sticking up for him no matter what. And they're, because for those who don't know, Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels, quarterback for the Commanders, are very good friends. And Ayuk's been carrying on basically as if all he needs, as soon as the 49ers cut him, he's going to sign with the Commanders. Meanwhile, the Commanders have said nothing about any of this.
Nor should they? He's under contract.
Right, yeah, they can. It would be extreme tampering.
Yes.
I'm guessing I'm 100%, somebody from the Commanders has called up the league and said, hey, just so you know, we haven't talked to anybody.
Absolutely.
I'm guessing that they've called up the 49ers and said the same. Because for one, Ayuk has to report to the 49ers before they're even allowed to cut him and make any of this happen. But Ayuk, as he has been for a long time, refuses to communicate with the 49ers. And yet is like trying to play victim and everything, and it's getting annoying.
Well,
it's getting really annoying that there are people who are still sticking up for Ayuk, even with his latest revelations that you're about to play here, where like it sounds like the 49ers and his agent trying to reach out, going on. He's acting like they're the worst people on earth for doing so.
Okay, so the weekend started. Let's play this one real quick. The weekend started with him asking Instagram, his audience on there, can someone check and see if I have a warrant out for my arrest in the state of California?
All right, but like on a real serious note, though, can anybody tell me if I really have a warrant out for my arrest in California? Because my bro said he trying to throw in Cali. But if I got a warrant, bro, I'm about to stay out here.
Okay. The answer is yes.
He does?
He does.
Yeah.
It's an active arrest warrant in Santa Clara County, California.
Oh, because of the driving thing, right?
Misdemeanor warrant for exhibition of speed stemming from a viral social media video that he posted back in December of last year. Yes.
He's kind of, it's weird. It feels like he's on, as far as we know, like a sober Charlie Sheen type of run.
Yes.
Where Charlie Sheen was just getting increasingly out of control and putting it all on video and everything. But he was, as we would find out later, being fueled by about a kilo of Coke per day.
Correct.
I think Ayuk, this is just Ayuk being Ayuk.
Yeah.
And everything that comes from 49ers players about like Ayuk is that he's just a little bit of a different of a guy and didn't even really talk to people when he first got there. And it's just, he is the classic diva wide receiver from the 1980s or 1990s era.
The only thing with Ayuk over all this content that lead me to believe he's on something is his decision making. It's not like how he seems very lucid in how he talks and expresses himself, and he's got very strong thoughts on things that I think he lays out pretty well. In fact, let's do this here. He talks about in this Instagram Live about firing his agent who called his wife.
Oh, you thought I was done? Man, get your ass up. Come here. All right, y'all, so I understand that a lot of y'all is new here, and so I'm going to just fill y'all in and give y'all the details so that everybody can understand. The reason why the agent being fired is such an important detail in this whole story is because that agent is also the agent of the general manager for that one team. And that agent really started this whole because I fired his ass, but he want to text my wife like he's smart. Don't ever text my wife. Your ass fired. Your ass grass. Get up out of here. Get going.
Okay, I said called her, texted her, reached out to her.
So this is one of the things that people have stood up for Brandon Ayuk with, and this is the problem. Like, you're taking Ayuk at his at face value, what he's saying, how events transpired. One thing we know about Ayuk is that he, at times, seems incredibly difficult to actually get a hold of, and that he will not communicate. The 49ers haven't been able to talk to him. Like, where is at any given time?
Yeah.
Like, as they tried to work through his injury, as they've tried to work through all of this stuff, they just can't get a hold of him. I give his agent 29 million benefits of the doubt in what exactly was going on. Ayuk claims that he fired him. Like, how did he think he fired him? Did he actually communicate to him, or did he in his mind just say, you know what, I'm not working with that agent no more, and then didn't tell him? Like, so I give his agent a pass on anybody he tried to communicate to try to figure out what the hell was going on.
Okay, so you give the agent a pass. All right, so now we're going to talk about John Lynch, the GM.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you pointed out how difficult Brandon Ayuk is to reach sometimes.
Right.
Because Lynch did the thing that ultimately you do when you've got to reach somebody is, I got to go physically find this person.
Yeah.
He went to Ayuk's house, and Ayuk calls him a creepy predator.
So he is also the agent for the general manager of that team. And these is all weirdos, creepy predators. General manager gonna pull up to my house. Oh, weirdo. Like, bro, don't pull up to my house uninvited, boy. It ain't safe. Little But I knew his ass was gonna do it. So I'm looking at my camera, my front door camera. I see a big old white man, former NFL safety. And I'm like, oh, hell no. And I know my wife is about to be back home soon. So I had to call my wife and say, a big-ass white man at the house. I don't know what he doing over there. He was not invited. Creepy. So if you on your way home, probably just spin the block a few times, because I don't know what bro on. Weird.
I'll tell you what, honestly, talk about, there's the big generation gap between millennials or Gen Z and then Gen X is like, yeah, you know, it used to be somewhat common for people to just come by your house and see if they could talk to you.
Yeah.
Like, this is the weirdest thing that anybody's done in the history of human beings, showing up at somebody's house unannounced.
This is where Gen Z has it right.
Yeah,
I don't like the pop in.
It should be.
Yeah, I don't like the pop. Never liked the pop in.
That's the only thing, though, too. It's like, as he's accusing all these people of being creepy and everything, it's like that's the general description you get from people about. They say it politely, but it's that he's a different type of dude. About Ayuk.
Yeah,
Ayuk's a different type of dude. And again, the 49ers, I give John Lynch a pass there. I assume he was talking about John Lynch.
He was talking about John Lynch, yeah. NFL safety gave it away.
He's a big white boy, former safety.
Yeah. Hall of Fame safety, by the way, yeah.
I love
that. Hey, honey, there's a big white dude on our porch.
He's trying to make it sound like he was like in physical, like he was afraid of being physically harmed or something. Yep. You know, like, how's this person? He's a big guy. He showed up at my house. Yeah, and he was known for laying big hits over the middle back in the day.
Yeah.
Who knows what he's going to pull on this wide receiver if I let him in the door?
Well, here's what he did. He said that John Lynch tried to, on behalf of apparently Kyle Shanahan's act wore thin on Brandon Ayuk, so Lynch was there to apologize for Shanahan's act.
The same general manager that tried to run me down and come apologize for his head coach, because his head coach got a temperament of a toddler and was speaking out the side of his mouth to me, knowing that you got it, bro. What I'm going to do in here, beat you up? Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You just talking crazy because you know you can talk crazy. But you feel me? You going to respect me, or I'm going to get on, bro.
Okay, so he's all over the place.
If I can read a little bit from Deebo Samuel's goodbye or letter that he wrote to the Players Tribune when he left the 49ers.
Yeah.
These are some of the things he said about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Kyle Shanahan, he said, I've always felt like he coaches me harder than anybody else because at the end of the day, he knows I ain't no sensitive-ass player. If you tell me I messed up, I take it on the chin and go fix it instantly.
Mm-hmm.
He would also say in that letter, for John and Kyle to send me to a team in the NFC that was almost a Super Bowl contender, it just shows you the type of love and relationship that we have. I know at the end of the day they didn't have to do that, So it's not a lick of bad blood when it comes to me and that organization.
Okay.
It's always love.
Sounds
He also
different.
in that letter said, I got with Ayuk when he first came in as a rookie. Back when he wasn't talking to nobody. LOL.
So he mentioned Ayuk in the letter, too.
Yeah. Well, no, but also pointed him out as a little bit of a different dude.
Yeah.
I don't in general. Yeah, it's hard for me to side with Ayuk or believe a single thing of any of this that he said. He's been acting increasingly erratically.
Yep.
That any part of this story, when people try to parse it out, it's like, wait, no, you're making a big mistake here in assuming that any of it is true.
It's just fascinating watching somebody commit career suicide like this.
Yeah. Every other team, he is destroying his chances, not just with he might very well be harming his chances with the Commanders, who might only still be interested in him if Jaden Daniels still really wants him and can tell the Commanders, hey, listen, he's a little bit different, but he'll be cool when we're in here.
They were teammates at Arizona State when Jaden Daniels was at ASU before he transferred to LSU, so they were teammates at Arizona State. Last one from Ayuk, and this is where this goes back to my original question. How are you feeling if you're a Commanders fan or a Commanders player or, a Commanders front office person watching this play out? Ayuk says, Niners, I'm never coming back into that building. I'll see you on the 19th
I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to heal. So I ain't finna hold it against but we is not cool. We won't be cool, and I will never be stepping in that building except for on October 19th when I come through with that motherfucking belt.
With that belt.
Whoop that ass. Oh, my God, yeah. So Brandon Ayuk, again, essentially talking like he's on the Commanders right now.
Yeah.
Literally talking like he is in Commanders, and he's not. He's under contract. I've never seen anything like this.
No, and it's honestly, it's at the point, though, too. It's where you kind of you just feel a little weird about even playing it because I feel like there's a mental health situation going on here.
Yeah.
Remember when Antonio Brown got mad at Brady's personal trainer because
Alex Guerrero.
Yeah. Antonio Brown had prepaid for workouts, and then he ended up being released by the Bucks, so he wasn't going to be able to use it. So he sent an email to Guerrero saying, "Hey, I'd like a refund I'd like a refund, for my prorated whatever, because I'm not going to be using them." Guerrero replies, "Okay, cool. Just let me know where to send it." And Antonio Brown took a screenshot of that text exchange and said, "See, this is what I'm dealing with." And you're like, at that moment, you realize, oh, okay, he's detached from reality.
Yeah.
Like, he somehow found a way to take offense at that. Like, he was being screwed over when the guy's working with him. It's just, I feel like that's where he is right now.
Yeah, Ayuk.
He has to report for work if he wants to force the 49ers' hand.
He's got to be reinstated. You mentioned that last Friday. I saw that over the weekend. Like, He's got to be reinstated, and to do that, he's got to go to the building, and to do that, he's got to go to a state that has a warrant out for his arrest.
So he's basically mad at the actual process of it. Right, yeah. He's got to apply for reinstatement. Then once reinstated, he has to show up and report as ready to work.
Yep.
The other thing now, too, is that it's getting to the point where the 49ers are if it 49ers will probably have they might have the right to try to claw back some of the money they've already paid him.
Yeah.
And then, which I'm sure Ayuk will handle incredibly well.
Oh, the guy that dumped a bunch of money on the ground in his closet to send a statement? Yeah, that guy? Oh, man. Yeah, people weighing in. Mental illness is real, somebody says on the text page.
Yeah. And that's where I don't want to bag on him for he's obviously got some issues or whatever, but the people that are sticking up for him and acting like it was the worst thing in the world for John Lynch to show up at his house, I feel like you're telling on yourself there. You got some issues too, man. You got to work through this in therapy or something. No, there's nothing Ayuk has said about the way the 49ers have conducted themselves that makes me feel one bit like the 49ers are in the wrong on this, other than I agree with Ayuk. They were stupid to give him that contract in the first place.
Yeah. Ayuk
Except
himself.
They tried to trade him away to the Steelers, but Ayuk shut that down.
Yeah. I just can't. In retrospect, I cannot believe they gave him the contract that they gave him. I mean, nobody had better knowledge of what he was about than they did. He's been in the building for 5 years.
The process is the process, and he has to, at the very least, maybe there's a workaround for him actually showing up in California. You know,
make a house call.
But he has to file for reinstatement first, and he hasn't done that either.
No.
So, like, he hasn't even taken the minimal first step forward in this process as he's blaming the 49ers for not cutting him. Like, they're not capable of cutting him right now until he files for reinstatement.
How would you feel signed Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, I'd be cool. I'd like, as long as it was for a minimal deal, and that as long as they're willing to just cut ties as soon as it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
You know, they did it with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Look, it was a mistake in hindsight.
Yeah.
But like, that's something that Casario's taken from the Patriots that I appreciate and I like is that, look, get the guy in the building. If it's minimal risk, then just see how it works out, because everybody's different in different situations.
You could use him. I mean, you know, we just did an article an hour ago where Bill Barnwell's saying they have the 24th best skill position guys in the league.
But it would have to be first you'd have to have a nice long meeting beforehand, and then it would have to be for nothing, a completely incentive-laden deal. And I think Ayuk's – there are a lot of people that wonder whether Ayuk even really wants to play football.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just – this is a whole lot of – whatever it is, whether it's a planned strategy or just him lashing out, that a lot of people think he just doesn't want to play football.
Yeah. Well, and unlike some of the other guys they brought in, D'Amico actually has intel on Brandon Ayuk. I mean, he was in San Francisco in the building with him, you know, so he's probably – I don't know if Ayuk was ever this unhinged when D'Amico was there, you know, 3-4 years ago, whatever. But he does have some intel on him. All right, let's stick with
the one thing that what's his name? The big old, remember the defensive end from the Bears, Alonzo Spellman. So when Alonzo Spellman, he had a run where, remember, he was like, nobody could find him. They cited him on the roof of a motel in New Jersey, like sunbathing and all this stuff. And when I was with the Jaguars, I can't remember if they brought Alonzo Spellman in on a visit or if they just talked to him. Conditions was going to be that they had to watch him take his meds in the morning, and he refused that. So like, that was where they cut ties. For like some kind of like, hey, you got to go do a month of therapy before we even, you know, get you in the building or something. I'd be open to something like that.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's stick with the Texans. Benjamin Solak was actually on with our friend Garrett, Houston Stressens, did a long interview with him about the Texans. C.J. Stroud came up quite a bit in that interview. What is Solak's confidence in C.J. Stroud in the upcoming year? And what was his assessment of Nick Caley in year one? Does this give you encouragement for how it could look in year two? We'll discuss that coming up next. But you small business owners, you entrepreneurs, it's a Monday, you're waking up.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little Texans talk. We'll hit the Rockets and Fred VanVleet's knee in the next segment. We're not going to literally hit his knee. His knee's taken enough damage already. We won't hit it, but we will broach the topic.
We're not going to go all Tanya Ganguly on him, whatever.
Jeff Galooly.
Jeff Galooly.
Tanya Ganguly.
Tanya Harding.
Tanya
Didn't she eventually marry Jeff Galooly?
Who? Tanya Harding? I don't know. Poor Tanya Ganguly used to cover the Texans for the
that's where I got messed up on that one. She was a pistol herself, I'll tell you.
She wasn't afraid to kick a knee, I'll tell you. So we'll hit that in the next segment. Benjamin Solak sat down via Zoom with Garrett from Houston Stressens. Had an interesting conversation. Solak, we had some stuff from Solak last week, Seth, on the show. He covers the NFL for ESPN. He thinks he is pro-Texans. He likes the Texans.
Yeah, he definitely is. Yeah, so because he was in, he sat down with Garrett on his YouTube channel.
Yeah,
and at Texans Commenter on X, and it was pretty evident. Like, he was pretty open about where he thinks CJ needs to improve, and but where he also has a lot of faith in CJ. And that the Texans' offense will be improved this year. But I think it's in line with us where he's skeptical that there's going to be an extension this offseason. But this is the first thing he said that I liked, which I do think people sometimes remember as CJ as a way more accurate quarterback his rookie year than he actually was, mostly just because he called himself a ball placement specialist.
He had some killer highlights that year too.
Well, no, he has some killer highlights this year of some incredible ball placement. It's one of those things where he just weirdly, oddly has some of these throws where he's way off. Yeah. But by and large, his accuracy numbers this year weren't that much different than his rookie year. This is the difference between his rookie year and this past year, according to Solak.
Last year, regular season, he had a 46% success rate. He had e-paper drop back a 0.12. It was, in terms of down and down basis, about as good as it was as a rookie. Now, nobody remembers that in Stroud's rookie season, because you hear people talk a lot about these accuracy sprays last year, but go watch 2023. Stroud was like, he was a rookie. He would just miss stuff out of nowhere. But nobody cared because the big difference between 2023 to 2025 is Stroud's explosive play rate was much higher in 23 than 25. Throwing the ball less frequently, and accordingly, just when he hit big shots, they were a larger percentage of his bucket versus in this Nick Caley offense where they were doing more like 4 out wide, 3-step, quick drop, a quick game. Like you're going to be more of a point guard for us because we cannot run the football. We can't pass protect.
And pass protect.
So we just need you to be able to drop back more and get the ball out quickly, and we need to be a little bit more of a distribution team.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's the sum total of it is that really the Texans are in a position in the last couple of years where they couldn't attack deep because teams were taking that away from them. Unless, when you're seeing a lot of these split safety looks, how do you attack deep? You need some time from your O-line.
Yeah.
You need to be able to get multiple people downfield and test those safeties. Except the pass protection has just not been there. And even though the sacks were cut in half this year, that was a lot more to do with the way that Stroud and Caley were operating than it was that the offensive line was all of a sudden really good at pass protecting. And I think that's where it does get lost in the wash a little bit. It's that the biggest difference between his rookie year and these last couple of years, it hasn't been that all of a sudden he's been drastically less accurate or anything. It's just that he hasn't been able to offset some of the bad things with these huge explosive plays downfield.
Yeah, and he's in 3rd and long all the time because they can't run the football.
Right.
There's just so much that's predictable about this offense right now too. There's no subterfuge going on.
So he is, however, confident that CJ will have a better year.
I'm very confident this coming year will be better for CJ because nobody is well calibrated to CJ Stroud right now. CJ played 14 games last year. 11 of them were sick. 3 of them were terrible multi-turnover games, and all 3 of those were nationally televised island games. So those 3 games dramatically anchor and bias people's understanding of him. So I'm as confident in anything else that I'm predicting for the 2026 season that CJ Stroud will have a better year, a bounce-back year. I think he'll just continue to play well as he did in the Nick Caley offense, if not better. He will have the second year of Jaden Higgins. He'll have a healthy tight end room, and the subsequent improvements around him and the stability and the fact that he largely wasn't that bad last year means that he'll have that bounce back performance here. Will they have the running game necessary to really have a healthy offense? I don't know. Ask me August 31st.
So when he's talking about those 3 games where he played horrible and they were on these, in these big stages, he's talking. He was definitely talking about the Seattle game, and then I think he just meant the Steelers game and the Patriots game. I think that is a real thing when it comes to the national perception of how he played, which is that they saw him in the Seattle game, it was a mess. And at that point, people didn't really realize how good the Seahawks defense is. Not that that's an excuse or anything. And then the playoffs, you can't just ignore it. You can't act like it didn't happen or anything. But the sum total of how he played last year was way different than how people who saw him on national television in big-time games really saw him. And I would include in that, honestly, I think when people look at the box score of the Chiefs game or they just think about what that third quarter especially looked like, they don't realize that that fourth quarter by CJ was his most impressive performances in his career. Against a team that was just blitzing the hell out of them, and they didn't have any answers for how to pick it up or what to do. He had to really just put it out there and make some incredible throws in some tough instances in that game. But I think the national television part of it kind of paints a picture that's way more slanted. What did he say? People aren't calibrated on CJ Stroud.
They're not calibrated on him.
Yeah,
the
calibration's all screwed up because of those few big game performances.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. He's the first person I've heard categorize CJ's good games as sick.
Yeah, that part I was a little curious about.
He had 11 games that were sick. I'm like, okay, he was, I think, and you've made this point several times, he was better than people give him credit for prior to the collapse in the postseason. But I'm like, okay, sick.
He wasn't sick, If I cherry pick out the regular season stats and just remove a couple of them, it's still not. By and large, it's still not a sick performance.
Right. Like even some of the ones where I came away impressed, I'm like, I don't know if I'd call it sick, but okay.
Wish you hadn't pointed that out. It might just be that Benjamin Solak is in love with CJ Stroud, and there's nothing that's gonna change. Yeah,
he may be. see. Well, let's get to the one talking about getting his contract here.
So Garrett had asked him basically, he asked him a two-part question, but the first part was, do you think he's going to get extended this offseason?
The only way he gets extended before the season is if the Texans feel like, okay, we're really getting like a bargain, like kind of a bang for our buck here. Like, let's do this right now at $45 million per year because, like, made up number. Because, okay, we're going to be able to kind of like, steal a cheaper year of having a functional, starting quarterback. The going rate is like 50, 55. Like, cool, you won't be able to get in below. The only way you're taking that if you are CJ Stroud and his agent is, one, if you're just like bad at your job. There's just no reason you should be taking that if you're Stroud. But you'd have to have such interminable fear that this year is going to be a bad year statistically and you're not going to be able to make this argument, which would be a huge red flag. If Stroud and his team is taking that, I'd be like, okay, how bad was that concussion? Like how worried are they about him long term?
That's a great thing. Okay, I wasn't even thinking of the concussion when Solak said that. Yeah, like, okay, if we saw a Schefter tweet today that said the Texans and C.J. Stroud have agreed to a 3-year, $125 million deal, a little over $40 million a year. I don't know how I'd feel about that.
I would feel like what he said. He's like, man, like, yeah. Wait a second. Like, does CJ like fear that he doesn't is he not willing to bet on himself?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why is his confidence so low?
Yeah, right. Bingo. Like, that's it for me. I didn't even think of the concussion, which is a totally valid point. That's actually, in some ways, Solak bringing that up worries me even more than the actual play. But that was my first instinct, Seth, is like, that's how little confidence CJ has that he can go out and go get the $55 million or $60 million bag?
I think that, honestly, that part of it from both the Texans and CJ's perspective is really perhaps the biggest wild card that we might know nothing about, which is, all right, CJ operated differently after that concussion. His scramble rate dropped by 50%. And when he did scramble, he was not trying to get any more yardage. There's a part of that where you can understand, okay, I get why he might not want to, subject himself to harm, especially when maybe he's only 99% recovered, which is a big deal for an NFL quarterback when you talk about timing and anticipation and all of those things. But from the Texans' perspective, is there a part of them where they're saying, all right, yeah, you know what? I want to be absolutely sure that he wasn't permanently damaged psychologically by that concussion, because there's a part of it where we think about, okay, well, yeah, the scrambling numbers and everything, those are different, but then there's also how much extra are you trying to extend a play just because you don't want to pull down the ball and run? How much is that affecting your actual decision making? Yeah. The Texans might themselves think, yeah, I want to see him play a full season where this doesn't look like it's an issue again.
Yeah.
And that we know that CJ, from the entire body of work right up until the Steelers game, let's be sure that's still there and that we can build on that versus, man, maybe he did take an actual big step backwards.
Yeah, that I had never gone through the thought process of how I would feel if the Texans agreed to a discounted CJ deal.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd like that. I don't think I'd like what the mindset that represents with CJ. I think it would represent, independent of the concussion stuff, either a lack of confidence in yourself, a lack of confidence in Nick Cale. It feel like, to me, in some ways, like, boy, I better get while the getting's good, because this year I'm being forced to bet on myself if I don't take this. And I don't like the odds of me cashing in on that bet. That's the message it would send.
Who kind of skates free? Because when you say, okay, $45 million, who's that put him in the category of? That puts him right smack dab in Daniel Jones territory.
Yep.
And Daniel Jones, who's had a spotty career, is coming off an Achilles tendon tear. It was in a pretty good position with some leverage there, where the Colts now, because they had no other options and no draft picks, they're going to give him a $44 million a year contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, for CJ to accept that contract right now, that would
bum me out.
It would make me feel like, oh God, I wish they would rather wait for Baker Mayfield or something.
Yeah.
Give me a guy that actually believes in himself more than he should.
Yeah, right. A little delusion goes a long way. Yeah. I've never gone through that thought process before, and listening to that cut from Solak, I'm like, God, I don't think I would like this if it happened.
Daniel Jones kind of skates by. When we start talking about quarterback extensions that didn't work out, Like Daniel Jones kind of gets a free pass because we always bring up Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray and these other guys. But, like, it was a disaster for Daniel Jones with the Giants.
Gave him 4 years, 160, and it was terrible. All right, Fred VanVleet. Rockets gave him a lot of money, have given him a lot of money. He expounded upon his knee was damaged last season. How does this make you feel about Fred VanVleet possibly being the answer as far as changing things up from last year? We'll have that audio for you coming up next.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into the night having
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got some breaking news with the Rockets. The timing is perfect considering what we teased. I'll give you the breaking news and we'll play the audio we teased. But Houston Rockets guard Fred VanVleet is opting into his $25 million player option for the upcoming season, 2026 and 2027.
It's the exact thing you want to hear immediately after a player on his podcast divulges that he didn't just tear his ACL, he blew his knee out.
Yep. And here's that audio that Seth's talking about. This is on Fred VanVleet's podcast that he does with Big Sarge, saying, no, my knee was pretty messed up.
Dr. Lowe did it, so I end up, and then what was up, what probably never was disclosed was I did ACL and both meniscus. So my whole knee exploded.
All right.
Pow! But
you gonna come back better though, watch.
For sure. I've been working, I've been grinding.
Dr. Lowe cold.
Dr. Lowe cold.
Dr. Lowe's cold.
Dr. Lowe's cold.
Done multiple, and I'm cold.
Yep.
You guys see me eating. You think I could eat 9 hot dogs in 2 innings?
No.
If I hadn't had my legs fixed once and for all?
By cold Dr. Lowe, yes.
Okay, so this is where I think, honestly, I think Fred VanVleet is guilty of speaking a little too colorfully on this, which usually we encourage because it makes for good sound bites. A blown-out knee, to me, means multiple ligaments and or tendons. And this is not that. This is it's way more. So whenever you have meniscus damage, it makes an ACL recovery dicier. When you tear both of them, it makes it that much dicier. The big question is just like there's certain types of tears and the severity of the tear and everything where sometimes it's a really big deal and sometimes it's not that big a deal. So we have no way of knowing. I think that he might just been speaking a little colorfully there and saying that he blew it out his knee completely. Yeah.
My first thing I typed after I listened to that audio yesterday was, well, he's definitely opting into the final year of his deal for $25 million because that's not the type of thing you say on a podcast when you're getting ready to make yourself available for all 30 NBA teams.
Yeah.
The biggest lock ever. He's coming back to the Rockets on that deal. I guess I hear that, and I hope you're right that it's just a colorful description because I don't feel better about Fred VanVleet today. I feel worse about Fred VanVleet today based on that news, based on him being an older guy who's got to rely a little bit on, kind of quickness and caginess at the position that he plays. This does not feel great that it would have this team's solution to trying to close the gap between themselves and, I say the Thunder and the Spurs, but, man, if LeBron goes back to the Lakers, you're still closing the gap on the Lakers, too. Like, this is not a great situation for this team. You're kind of running out of solutions other than run it back because it seems like, well, we know Giannis just got traded. It seems like Kawhi Leonard, by everything that I'm seeing on TV and on social media this morning, that a reunion with the Raptors I'm just thinking of veteran guys that are out there that would change the makeup of this team. I suppose Jaylen Brown is out there, but we heard Zach Lowe say last week, doesn't seem like there's a lot of smoke around the Rockets and Jaylen Brown. That can just be smoke the other way. We don't know.
So here's the thing with the menisci, Sean.
Yeah.
So you got your knee has 2 menisci.
Yep.
And when you just tear an ACL, like, okay, you can recover your turn from the ACL. The meniscus, it does a couple of things. For one, it's shock absorption. It's like the pillow it's a little disc of cartilage between your thigh bone and your shin bone.
Okay.
So it's shock absorption.
Yep.
Just think of it as a cushion. But then it also provides stability. And when you tear the meniscus, why it complicates recovery is that you first have to let the meniscus heal before you really start doing a lot of the other stuff. And that's where the big wild card is, that you just, like, different people, depending on the level of meniscus tear, recover like at a certain pace, but you got to be sure that the meniscus is okay before you start pounding and putting pressure on the meniscus. So the timeline can increase. But beyond that, like, they could completely, and it ends up being no big deal at all. Or sometimes if it doesn't repair completely, that's when you start getting arthritis and everything because you don't have that cushion anymore. So, like, if you look at my knees, there's just my menisci are shot.
Yeah.
I just got jagged bone spurs hitting into each other.
Yeah.
Which is why that is why I wear the big stupid old man sneakers. There's no possible way to figure out exactly where he is right now. And my only guess is that because he kind of hinted at there was a chance that he might come back at the end of the season on his podcast with Sarge a few months ago, that maybe that part of it, like the menisci healing, is all right and no big deal.
Yeah, I hope so, man.
But it was gonna take longer. Like that, it was gonna keep him from. Sometimes guys will come back after 6 to 9 months after an ACL.
Yep.
That probably was not realistic at all, given that there was meniscus damage.
The behavior of the Rockets, with the draft, with some of the rumors, I don't know if it makes me feel very good about Fred VanVleet and where he's at right now. They drafted Bruce Thornton, the older point guard out of Ohio State. He's a 4-year guy, so he's an experienced guy. He's 23 years old. It would seem to me that that's a guy they might feel that could give you 15 minutes a night, something like that. There's also rumors that the Rockets are pursuing Marcus Smart, who was with the Lakers last year, but he was with Ime Udoka up in Boston on those Celtics teams up there. So, chasing, which I would be fine with. Like, it's hard for me to say, boy, I really don't want you going after Marcus Smart when we spent the point guard or not. Just somebody who can bring the ball up the floor and get it over half court. They had trouble doing that at times last year.
Right.
So this has not been a great 24 hours for me with the Fred VanVleet situation.
I eagerly await defending Marcus Smart against flopping accusations.
Yes.
We spent a long time here with James Harden preparing ourselves for this, and we're ready. We're ready.
We're ready, Marcus.
Yeah.
Josh Hart does a podcast with Jalen Brunson. They call it the Roommates Podcast. Of course, they both went to Villanova. I'm guessing they no longer room together since they both make millions of dollars, but they were probably roommates at Villanova. I'm guessing that's the name. But Josh Hart had this to say about analytics.
There's a lot of things that analytics don't show or don't take into account. I just always thought analytics for like geeky, unathletic white guys that wanted to be a part of the league but just couldn't make it playing basketball, so they decided to put math into the equation. That's always how I felt analytics. So
I wonder who people are going to think you're talking about, because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that fit into that, huh?
Probably. Shout out to our Dapo. He's our black analytical guy on our team. So shout out to him.
Shout out to Dapo.
I did. Honestly, that was my first thought, my first knee-jerk, my woke thought or whatever, was honestly, I was like, wait a second, there's quite a few, you're just going to leave Indians out of this?
Yeah.
And there's quite a few black geeky dudes and everything. We've reached a stage in society where the geeky dudes aren't all just, white point extras.
Dude, it's been a rough hour or so on this show for white guys, between Josh Hart taking a run at the white analytics nerds and Brandon Ayuk talking about John Lynch, a large white man on his front porch.
Yeah, I know.
As somehow a negative.
I felt like when Ayuk was saying that, I felt like he was doing a little bit of a bit. Like, if he were a funnier guy, I'd be like, that's pretty funny. He was like, honey, there's a big white man on the desk. He's wearing an Amazon outfit, but I don't know. Call the police. Like if he was Karening, because of the big white guy on his
yes.
Like it was a funny bit. Yeah. If he weren't apparently dead serious about all of it.
Hey, who do you think Josh Hart is talking about when Josh Hart, when he said that, when he said it's for a bunch of nerdy white dudes,
imagine, like, the first and foremost, Daryl Morey is the original.
He is.
Like, super successful analytical GM of a team that kind of, probably people thought of first, especially given his era.
Yeah.
If he's, he was a rookie in 2017, that would make sense.
Morey. Yeah, Morey was a big deal with the Rockets at that point. Yeah.
Hollinger would be another one. Just because Hollinger was the super, got to be involved with the team just because he was a stat nerd.
He invented the player efficiency rating, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But remember the stories about Hollinger in Memphis?
Yeah.
Where, the coaches, I can't remember, they kicked him off the court because he was, out there. He was doing, it from a movie scene.
Yeah.
Like, the analytics guy is coming in and trying to tell the players what to do.
See, that's funny. You're actually in the sport, in a front office. I know Hollinger's been kind of both. I immediately think of guys like Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons. That Simmons is a super analytics dude or anything like that. I don't even know if Zach Lowe is either, but I'm guessing Zach Lowe probably leans somewhat on the analytics. I think basketball is the one that has the most nerds covering it right now.
It's the most kids that, well, when he says they just want to be a part of basketball, it is like you get the image of like this nerdy little white kid sitting alone in his room listening to rap and just I want to be a part of all of it.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Astros news from over the weekend. Boy, how crowded is this pitching rotation about to get? I can't believe I'm saying that, but is it going to get crowded? In 9:25 on the show, Chris Canetti, who is the president of the host committee for the World Cup here in Houston, we got our first knockout round game today. So I want to check in with Chris, see how things are going with Houston here so far, get his thoughts on how this whole thing has unfolded. We'll talk to him for a few minutes here in the 9 o'clock hour. That's all coming up next.
Hey, this is a dangerous time of year out on the roads. A lot of people just not paying.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Texter points out, wasn't there a black nerd on Revenge of the Nerds? Yes. His name was Lamar Luttrell.
Mm-hmm.
He threw a mean javelin, aerodynamic javelin in the Greek Fest. Yes. Revenge of the Nerds, movie that's still very funny to this day, but boy, there were a lot of things happening in that movie that would not fly in 2026.
And shouldn't have flown back then.
Should not have flown back then. Yeah. If we're being honest.
It is, honestly. Like, let's get super serious about life.
Okay.
Let's do that on a Monday. Honestly, though, dude, you go back through like 40 years of Hollywood history where it was messed up, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like you see where guys, like, you quote unquote seduce a woman.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I watch some stuff now and I'm like, my God.
Yeah.
Like, that's that. Wow.
Yeah.
And then you wonder, like, and then with like the Hollywood producers doing what they were doing behind the scenes and everything.
Right.
I don't worry about whether I'm too woke or anything. Like, no, dude. Like in the 70s, like just flat out date rape was what they like in Hollywood. That was he seduced her.
That ain't right.
He held her down until she stopped fighting.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what like all of us watched growing up.
Oh yeah. Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Like Biff gets in the car with her there. Yeah, okay. We don't need to relive all the movies, but yeah. No, society's improved in that area. All right. The Astros over the weekend, 3 out of 4 against the Tigers. So this was good to see, taking a downtrodden team. It was nice to see them slap Fromber around a little bit this time, Seth, unlike the game you and I went to a couple of weeks ago, where Fromber kind of locked them up. They ended up winning that game, but Fromber kind of locked them up for 6 innings.
This was nicer to see.
Yes.
This was Christian Walker just flat out taking it to Fromber Valdez.
Yep. Couple of doubles.
I called him Christian Harris to Brandy yesterday, and she was so confused. So I slapped her around a little bit like they did in the movies back then. I said, get a hold of yourself, woman.
Right. So
then, I meant Christian Walker.
I asked myself, what would Biff do?
Yeah.
And, but, yeah, Cam Smith hitting a bomb off of Fromber. I think the big takeaway from this weekend, one, yes, good to see Christian Walker improve back a little bit. I like that they gave Jordan a day off and they scored 8 runs that game. And I like the comebacks, too. They were trailing on Saturday and Sunday's games. They were trailing both of those games late.
Yeah.
And they were able to put rallies together in both of those games. One to win the game on Saturday in 9 innings. And then on Sunday, they were able to get it to extras. And then they piled things on in extra innings.
And I tell you what, I never felt a certain kind of way about the Tigers fan base one way or the other, but I despise them now.
Why?
For one, I mean, that was about as aggressive a treatment Altuve's gotten as in a lot of other ballparks. And like, bro, you've got AJ Hinch in your dugout. Like, what the hell are you even talking about? So there's that. And then yesterday on the broadcast, I don't know if you picked up on this. I know Amy did if she was watching.
Okay.
This was either a teenage boy or a woman who's one of the most obnoxious sounds I've ever heard.
Okay, I didn't hear this.
Every single.
I
was gonna reach out to Blum and see if he could publicly shame this young man and/or woman.
What were they doing?
Just screaming
oh my God.
at the top of their lung, just any manner of stuff. Just not crushing Altuve or anything, just like rah go team type stuff.
Yeah.
It was just so shrill. It was awful.
Can you imagine sitting near that person? Bad enough that it's bleeding through on the broadcast.
Those guys Blum and Callis gotta at some point. Like, I wish they would just be vicious and just start taking pictures of the people that were most obnoxious.
And dox
make fun
them.
of them.
Yeah. Tell them where they live. Don't do that, actually. Christian Javier. Did you see this, Seth? Christian Javier's last rehab start. So he didn't come back up to the big team this weekend, as was speculated he might. Instead, he pitched another start at Sugar Land. 6 innings of shutout ball, 85 pitches.
85 pitches. He's still a mile per hour slower on his velo than he typically is, which I don't know if that's the fact that he's been performing well and yet still doesn't have his full velo back, you could either look at that as a good sign that he's maybe still holding something in reserve, or I worry about, okay, well, how's it going to play if he gets to the majors where, it's never like he's been, it's his his velocity has always been deceptive. It's more just that because of his spin rate, he gets that rising action, even though it's not going that fast. Yeah. But that's the part where I'm trying to hold off on getting too excited about Javier.
Yeah. I am too. The thing is, he's going to get a shot.
Right.
He's going to get a shot. So I've got to,
Right. Well, and Kaiwei Tung and Mike Burrows, it's not like we're terribly horrified that, oh no, but what about their chances? Why? Javier's going to come in here and just displace one of those splendid fellows?
No, but they're coming up on a patch of schedule where there'll probably be a 5-man rotation because they've got like a day off every week for a while here. And Tung is in Sugarland now. If you missed it, if you're listening now and you missed it, he was sent down to Sugarland to make way for Ulola, their big prospect.
And Ulola still has, he's got minor league options.
Yeah.
So depending when Javier comes back, there's a few different things they might do, including if they're going to a 5-man rotation, maybe they push Arrighetti to the bullpen. If you try to figure out exactly, maybe that's the best thing for Arrighetti right this moment.
Maybe. God, it's crazy. He was the American League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May. And then the calendar flips to June, and he's just a mess. He's got a 9 ERA in his last 5 starts. He's got a whip of 1.6. It's not good.
Three members of the bullpen have options right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bluebaugh, who's pitched more than anybody else.
And he's pitched well. He doesn't deserve to go down.
Brian King, there's no way in hell you're moving him down.
He's been good, too.
And Ulola, who just got up here. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage all of it and what they do with the starters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if they go to a 5-man rotation, then probably – does Burrows just had a really good start? Does he get pushed out? It's probably one of those things that's not super radio friendly because there's so many moving parts to the whole thing.
Yeah.
But Dana Brown and Joe Espada, when Javier and then eventually McCullers and Blanco, I'm not counting on as much because this is his return from Tommy John, and it hasn't gone really good for any of these guys that have returned from Tommy John the last few years. But it's going to get crowded. It's a puzzle they're going to have to put together here.
It's going to get crowded. I get Arrighetti and Burrows are the starting pitchers who have minor league options remaining. So it'll with Arrighetti right now. I'm inclined to. I want to just see him work his way through it.
I wish,
but I also want to see. I want to see Javier work his way into it, and Blanco work his way into it.
So the Mets fired Carlos Mendoza last week, and so now we've got a new odds board for next manager fired. Joe Espada's still showing up on these lists, even though they're 25-16 since the Payne and Pendergast reset to the season. He's 5th on the list right now. Now he's 16-1. It's pretty long odds. The favorite is Matt Quatraro in Kansas City. He's better than even money. He's minus 130 to be the next one fired. But Joe Espada is still showing up on the lists of next manager fired. So
I think that Espada, and we said this at the time, even when things were really dark, it's that classic situation where it's reasonable to look at him possibly getting fired just because sometimes the manager gets fired, if only not because they're blaming him, but because you got to look for some kind of spark somewhere. It would just feel... It would feel unfair in so many ways with Espada because I don't know who the manager is who could have navigated the Astros through all of those injuries and poor pitching performances into having a good winning baseball team. It's just and that's not even saying that Espada did an incredible job with what he had or anything. It's just there's nobody that would have had a winning baseball team given that amount of adversity early on.
It's funny because if I would say, if you were to ask me what are the biggest criticisms of Joe, the biggest one would be his teams. He's been the manager 3 years now, and all 3 years his team has gotten off to bad starts. Horrible start in his first season, bad start last year, but amidst a bunch of injuries, the flip side of that is he was able to get the team back to where they won 88 games and then 87 games, certainly not hitting the standard of what the Astros had set during the truly golden part of the golden era. But I would say if I were to give you my biggest criticisms of Joe Espada, like if I'm looking at this odds board saying, you know what, Espada should be higher up this 16-1, he should be further up the board. I would say the slow starts for sure. I don't know if Jim Crane cares about this, but I think sometimes he's just a little too nice and maybe a little too delusional with some of the things like with the way he talks about certain guys. Like a guy gets shelled for 8 runs in 2 1/3 innings. Like his stuff was good, It's still like okay, that's just.
Well, it was what happened with Hunter the other day, where Hunter was saying like not a single one of my pitches was working,
right.
and Espada's like that stuff just doesn't bother me because I feel like that's what you.
And I'm not saying it's a reason to fire the guy either. Yeah.
Well, I guess with Espada, okay. I think the most valid thing is, all right, why are they year after year after year getting off to such slow starts? And what is it about the way you're handling spring training and perhaps the pitching staff in general? Is this an organizational thing? Is it dumb luck? Or could Espada or a different or better manager be doing a better job of that? I think with the starting pitchers, I mean, I'm stuck in this mode where I worry, like he leaves Peter Lambert in there a little too long. Like he's going through the third time in the rotation, he's got his issues. I have to balance that out with, all right, but the bullpen has gotten incredibly taxed at points this year. This last road trip, the bullpen pitched about the same number of innings as your starters, and yet the bullpen has improved dramatically over the last month or so. So the slow starts. When you look at it at the end of the season and look at systemically or from a managerial standpoint, what are we doing different than other teams that we're either having all these injuries or all of these just slow starts by the pitching staff in general, even by the healthy guys? I don't know. Yeah, it might be an issue bigger than Espada for sure. I would say, too, that my other criticism of him would be, and this happened yesterday in a game, I think sometimes his strategic decisions are – and I say it in the moment when he makes them. I think sometimes his strategic decisions leave a lot to be desired. Like, for example, yesterday, pinch hitting Bryce Matthews for Taylor Trammell. I know he's doing the whole righty-lefty thing, but Taylor Trammell's been one of your better hitters. He's been decent lately. He's had some big hits for you, big bombs for you lately. Bryce Matthews has been one of the worst hitters in baseball, and he doesn't even put the ball in play. And he strikes out an inordinate amount of the time. I just don't. He does stuff like that is very, like, 70s and 80s manager formulaic. Yeah. They put in a lefty. So we need to bat a righty here. He does the thing. I criticized the game that I was at, and he's done this a few times. He loves to do the thing where you put a faster guy in to pinch run. In the 8th or 9th inning. When there's a chance you could go to extra innings and need that guy, like you're pinch running for Yordan Alvarez. And you might need his bat again. Like you got to get out of the game in the 9th inning here, especially with like the new rules where you got the runner on second. Yeah, dude. That it just changes it. I feel like and a lot of this goes back to like, hey, the first time that a lot of people started clamoring for Espada potentially was Game 5 of the ALCS when Dusty Baker gets ejected. And Espada's man, and he makes the decision to pinch hit Yainer for Pena, and then to pinch hit John Singleton, which worked out in that moment. He walked. Yeah. But in the grand scheme of things, like that boy throwing in Singleton is not a stroke of genius any more than just hoping Maldonado might walk. Right. And like knowing what we know about Singleton, it worked out in that instance. But I almost feel like either that's how he's wired, or like he felt like, this is where I'm going to make my mark. Yeah, that's funny you say that because he was the bench coach at the time. So that plays into this text I'm about to read. Would you be okay losing the bench coach that won the World Baseball Classic to another team and keeping the Astros' current manager? That's why I think he's on the list suggesting he could be the next one fired. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the organization thinks of Omar Lopez as a potential manager for this team. He obviously did a great job in the World Baseball Classic, but that's one of the things I said would happen when Omar Lopez and World Baseball Classic. I said if they get off to a slow start, the Omar Lopez people are going to be coming out of the woodwork saying, promote that guy. I think Omar Lopez, he owes it to us fans to start like conspicuously wearing his World Baseball Classic ring. Oh, like around in plain view. Like standing next to a spot in the dugout, but like stroking his chin with patting a spot on the head with his ring showing there. And just bring it up unprompted at various times in interviews. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, Chris Canetti is the president of the Houston 2026 World Cup
host committee. Joined us a couple weeks ago before the World Cup. Now that we're heading into the knockout round, which we get the first game today here in Houston between Japan and Brazil. I thought it'd be a good idea to bring Chris on just to say, hey, it looks like we're doing great as a host city, everything that we're seeing out there. How are we doing? What have been the biggest surprises so far, behind the scenes, things like that? And also just get Chris's thoughts on where this tournament's going. The United States plays on Wednesday this week. We'll talk to former Dynamo president, current president of the World Cup host committee, Chris Canetti, coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are not a team that can play the whole, all we need to do is win series moving forward. You're not that team anymore. You're not a team that can, a week after a guy returns from an injury, give them a break because they're 37 years old. You're not that team anymore. That it's a long season, a lot of baseball left approach leaves you a game or two out of the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show. 2 to 6 every 6 a.m.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. Step up to the plate.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We go to the Texas Mattress Makers hotline right now. World Cup. We got our first game, Houston, today. Of course, the knockout round began yesterday with Canada beating South Africa. Canada moves on to play here in a few more days. Joining us to talk about that and just kind of where we're at with the World Cup as a host city in what's been a great event. Chris Canetti, the president of the Houston 2026 World Cup Host Committee, joining us here on the show. Chris, great to talk to you. How you doing, man?
Good morning, Sean. How are you?
We're doing great. So I guess give us kind of this sort of the State of the Union. We talked to you a couple of weeks ago before the tournament had started. We've had a fan fest every day that's had its fair share of weather issues, and we're still pulling this thing off here. And we've had 5 games so far at Houston Stadium. Where are we at? How are we doing so far as a host city in this thing, do you think? And what's been the biggest thing that you think we pulled off in getting this event going here in Houston?
Well, we're doing great. We are on day 19 out of 39 days, so we are about halfway through, still have a long way to go. But everything's going tremendous. We've had over 700,000 people so far attend the various events around Houston, from the matches to the fan festivals, and it's been safe, it's been fun, and everything's working according to plan.
Is this, as far as the World Cup in general goes, like across all of North America, with the sheer number of teams and the size of the tournament this year, is this about like exactly what you guys hoped it would be, just from soccer's perspective and the reception worldwide?
Yeah, I think it's been great, Seth, and beyond expectations, to be honest. Everybody knew the World Cup was going to be big and monumental and so many ways, but I think it's exceeded those expectations. You see all the different people from all over the world that have come to the United States and have had such a good time and have enjoyed the tournament. And, again, we're only halfway through. I think it continues to build momentum, and it's only going to get stronger as we get into these really big matches coming up.
Have you had a favorite moment so far, Chris, in experiencing these first 19 days? And how much do you actually get to experience with everything you've got going on with this?
I've had a bunch of favorite moments. One of them was with you the other night on Friday night when we saw Cape Verde advance. I thought it was awesome when the match ended 0-0 and they had to go over to the sidelines and huddle as a team and watch the other game on their phone to see if they won or not. And then when the final whistle blew in that other match, they were able to celebrate. So that was one of the cool ones. I think the march to the match with the Netherlands back on June 20th, with about 25,000 people marching through the streets of Houston, may be the highlight. That's going to be tough to top, but we might repeat that, of course, if the Netherlands can beat Morocco tonight. But lots of different things. Some of the big moments like that have been awesome, but there's lots of small moments as well where you see just so many people, whether it's at the matches or the fan fest or the fan walks, having a great time and creating awesome lifelong experiences.
What are we looking for Wednesday night when the USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina? Like, what are the big things I need to hope that the USA can do versus Bosnia?
Well, I think to win anything short of that would be an absolute disaster for the U.S. They've struggled to play teams from Europe. I think they have a very long streak of not winning against teams from Europe in the World Cup and in general. So they need to break that trend. I think what you're going to want is to see the U.S. come out early and score early and get a lead and get comfortable, because sometimes in these matches when the favorites don't get ahead, the pressure tightens and it becomes more difficult to score. And then, of course, anything can happen in those moments. A bad goal or a handball or a red card can go against you. So expect the U.S. to get out early like they did in the first couple matches and put a gap between them and the opponent and hopefully cruise to victory. That would be the best script for the U.S.
Chris, you've been around soccer for a long time. Obviously, you're former president of the Dynamo here in Houston and now obviously a huge part of getting the World Cup here to Houston. If the U.S., this feels like its best chance in a while to make some noise in the knockout rounds here. What is the upside here, do you think, with the U.S. in this tournament, in the knockout round, what it can do for soccer here in the United States? Because we've been talking forever about soccer elevating here in the United States. Like, what is the ceiling for what you think? Not just this U.S. team, but what it can do for the sport of soccer here from a spectator standpoint.
Yeah, I think it's important that the U.S. goes on a deep run in the World Cup here to help continue to grow the sport in this country. Now, they have a tough bracket. They're going to have to play Belgium if they get by. But anytime the U.S. does well in these tournaments, whether it's on the men's or even the women's side, it brings a lot of attention to the sport that it doesn't otherwise get. And that's what it needs to really help grow. But, the World Cup was last year in 1994, and it really helped launch the sport in this country. The sport has now grown significantly in the last 32 years. So having the World Cup back here now and having it so big is going to only push it to higher levels. So we're on the right track. Yeah, I guess is that something you can almost document? Do you think pretty like the amount of high school participation in soccer, or especially youth soccer? Do you just expect a huge bump next year based on? I remember that back in the '90s. It felt like it was kind of. It puts soccer as a scholastic sport kind of over the top in a lot of ways, and I felt like, and you've seen the participation rates have just been crazy over the last 30 years. Was there a really big bump initially in those first couple of years after the World Cup 30 years ago? Yeah, there was a huge bump back then. Right now, though, we have the participation numbers that are through the roof in the sport at the youth level. We even have a lot of good. Even the MLS, by the way, is one of the most attended leagues around the world. So there are a lot of good figures and facts that show the game is healthy in this country. It's just a matter of it being able to break through and kind of get itself on the same level of, let's call it baseball, basketball, or football from a relevance perspective. But the numbers are there. The fandom is there. It's just all kind of taking shape here. Decade after decade.
Chris Canetti is the president of the host committee for the 2026 World Cup here in Houston. He's joining us on Sports Radio 610. Has there been any surprises for you, Chris, along the way, good or bad, in hosting the World Cup here in Houston?
I think the surprise is that it's even a lot bigger than anybody could anticipate. Everybody knows that soccer is the world's game and the World Cup is the most significant sporting event. But now that it's here and things are happening, it's actually even bigger than expected. So that would be the surprise. But there's been nothing on the negative side. Everything's gone really, really well. Again, hopefully it can continue here with about 3 weeks left to go. It's you see so much on social media where it's been a weird space in the last few weeks on social media where all of a sudden there's a lot of positivity and like a lot of people coming to America and saying, "Oh my gosh, actually these human beings are actually just like other human beings, and we enjoy America and everything." Have you had any like actual in-person exchanges with people that are telling you like, "Oh, you know what? I frankly didn't understand. I didn't think I was going to have like this kind of an experience." Oh, that has been awesome to see. You're right, Seth. And we have had plenty of those types of interactions. They mainly happen out at the Fan Fest where you see these fans from all over the world coming out. And that's where you get to have these one-on-one interactions. And to your point, yeah, they're loving the United States. And in fact, they're even loving Houston as well. And, I think that was one of the goals of us hosting the World Cup in Houston was to introduce the city to lots of people around the world. And that we've been able to do a lot of really, really good feedback from everybody. Did you get to meet Freddie when he was in Houston? I did not get to meet Freddie, but of course everybody knows Freddie. How about you? Did you get to meet him? No, I don't even know what he looks like. I just found out he's a wrestling fan, though, yesterday. Chris, he's one of my people. I'm starting to side with the conspiracy theorists who think he's a CIA plant. Just for the hell of it. Just more fun, yeah. Chris Canetti joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Chris, so you mentioned it. There's 20 days left in this thing. You've been working hard the last several years to get this event going and make sure that everybody has the great time that they're having. What are you going to do when the final whistle blows on the last match? What's the very first thing you're going to do? Oh, goodness. Well, keep in mind when the last match of the final, probably take some time off and relax. But we do have some work to do. It's going to take us a good 6-8 months probably to close out the event. There's going to be financial reporting and just overall general reporting and speaking engagements and all that good stuff, lots of parties to say thank you to a lot of people. So we'll keep working right through the year, but definitely take a little bit of rest right after the final here from New York on July 19th.
Yeah, the last match here in Houston is July 4th, but I would imagine nothing really tamps down for you and your peers until this thing, well, like you said, several months out. But like just because the last match is here on July 4th, there's still a lot that's going on with this World Cup, obviously.
Yeah, so we'll play our last match on Saturday. 2 more to go today, and so we will have 2 more full weeks of fan festival going on. So we'll kind of close up shop here on the 19th as well when the final is played in New York City.
Is FWC26Houston.com still the place to direct everybody for everything going on with FanFest and the other events going on around the city?
That's the place, yes.
Okay, FWC26Houston.com. And you may get another. You told me the other night, Chris, that walk, that Netherlands walk, that's in the pantheon for you as a sports fan.
Yeah, I've done everything: Super Bowls, Final Fours, World Series, Subway Series, Stanley Cup Finals, and that was right up there at the top. And again, Morocco plays the Netherlands tonight at 8:00, and the winner of that comes to Houston. And I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but I'm hoping that the Netherlands comes back so that we can redo that walk. It was a 2-mile march from Rice University down to the stadium. We estimate 25,000 people were in it. We actually think there might have been more. We're trying to use some real technology to track that. But we would love to repeat that this Saturday on July 4th with the Netherlands.
Yeah, you answered my question. I'm like, are you allowed to have a rooting interest in this game tonight based on the second orange walk? Or it sounds like I know where your heart is. We'll just put it that way.
You got it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Chris Canetti, president of the 2026 host committee here for the World Cup in Houston. Hey, Chris, really enjoyed seeing you at the game on Friday. That was a phenomenal moment, getting to watch Cape Verde move on to the next round. Congrats on all the success of this event so far, and I know the second half of this thing just is amazing. We appreciate you.
Well, I'm glad you and Amy were able to make it out to the match and have a good time. I saw all the friends you made from Cape Verde on social media, so that's awesome.
I got a lot of new friends, man. It was a really good time. Thank you very much. Chris Canetti joining us. Chris, we'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks.
All right, guys. Thank you. We'll see you.
Yep,
Bye-bye.
we'll see you. Yep, Chris Canetti, host or president of the host committee, joining us on the Texas Mattress Makers hotline here. So there you go. Say he gave you your thumbnail sketch on that U.S. game on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Amped. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. An ESPN analyst tried to compliment the Texans defense, but offended Seth C. Payne in the process. We will let you hear that coming up next.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into
2022. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Good to be with you. Big thanks to Chris Canetti for joining us on the show. Game at noon today between Brazil and Japan, and apparently I was just talking to the guys on In the Loop. Brazilian and Japanese fans have taken over the fan fest and the area around the stadium and everything else, so it should be a good environment out there.
These have all been huge. So even like the Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia, you would think like, oh boy, that's what could the environment possibly be like? Oh, there you go.
It was amazing. Well, nobody knew going into the tournament that game would actually mean something, and it was crazy. It was a whole lot of fun. So let's circle back to the Texans. An ESPN analyst by the name of Ben Solak tried to compliment the Texans defense, and he offended Seth in the process. So
we'll go ahead and play it. Yeah, he loves the Texans defense, but he objects to them trying to claim they're not as simple as they are.
Okay,
I love talking to the Texans about their defense and about the Texans defense because they always bristle whenever people say it's simple. They're like, no, it's not simple. It's like a very complex defense. No, it's not, and they know it's not. And like, it's their job to say that. And be like, oh, we have checks, like we have calls to formation. Yeah, everybody does. You absolutely play a simple defense because everybody on your team is fast as heck, and it allows them to play fast as heck and hit people. And it's not beautiful about that, but it's also like true to the nature of football about that, right? Then the more of these guys who look like me solving problems on the chalkboard, fourth down decision making models. No, like, we're just gonna put Kamari Lassiter next to Derek Stingley and just I was watching Jalen Petrie in the nickel just lighting dudes up, and I was like, no wonder this defense works. Like, this guy is on the field.
Okay.
All right, this is where I got annoyed. Is that they are relatively simple compared to a lot of other defenses, and the coaches are always going to bristle a little bit when you act like, oh, you guys are just a bunch of meatheads running around out there. This is what I don't like about it. And this is where, even as he's kind of making fun of himself as because he's kind of a nerdy looking guy, the whiteboard warriors and what have you, he says the defense works because everybody's so fast. All right. Do you know how much coaching and work goes into being able to play that simple and to be able to be so on point with your reads and with your responsibilities that it's not just like, oh, they've got a bunch of fast guys. Oh, do they? Oh, do they? Because as last I checked, the only guy in that secondary who's a slam dunk, physically gifted, look at that freak of nature that got drafted really high was Derek Stingley. Yep. You got a bunch of second, third rounders after him. Jalen Petrie got benched his first year in this defense. It's not a matter of just being fast. Like, this is where I get offended on behalf of Dino Vasso and Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans, because I do think that amongst the nerdy types who love the X's and O's and everything, they really do think like, well, if you're not scheming elaborate schemes, then you must not even be coaching. You just put there and let them play football.
We need a new label for that, because you know how they, how the flip side of that is when you have a coach who's got an elaborate system, and you have a player who maybe doesn't have great traits but succeeds in that system. They say the guy's a system quarterback, or
right,
system this or system that. I think we need to label D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke. They're just traits coaches. They're just traits coaches. He's got a bunch of guys with traits. That's all. Just a bunch of fast guys.
And he is very positive on the Texans, and he likes them all. But there's still a disconnect there with some of the whiteboard type dudes and understanding exactly how football is coached and how you play it on the field. You know what? Jalen Petrie's always been very athletic and always been very capable of making plays. His first year in this system, he got benched because he wasn't playing the system the way D'Amico wanted him to. There's way more to it than just, hey, we're play simple and let guys go out and make plays. There's a whole lot of coaching that goes into it. One thing that he was very positive about with the Texans' offseason approach was them addressing the defensive tackle position.
When Houston has their bad games defensively, it's often because opposing teams are able to just kind of really stay ahead of the sticks in the running game and just kind of run the ball down the middle. They did well with that last year. And the McDonald pick, I was live on the draft on day 2, and they traded up. And I was like, who the Texans going to go for? I was like, it was unequivocally Caden McDonald, right? Because he's exactly the sort of problem solver they needed at that spot.
Yep.
So the big thing about that is that the Texans, by and large, down by down, they were way better stopping the run than people felt like they were last year. But there were critical situations and moments where that D'Amico, he said as much after the draft, that sometimes you just want some bigger bodies in there. The one that nobody wants to harp on, and you shouldn't harp on it, but it's true. If the Texans were going to somehow miraculously pull off a victory in the fourth quarter of that Patriots game, they would have had to stop the Patriots' rushing attack and give the offense another crack at it somehow. So it wasn't like I'm not blaming the defense for losing that game or anything, but I know as self-critical as D'Amico is, that he's watching the Patriots just run at will on the Texans' defense at the end of that game, and that's one of those moments where, all right, however we got to win this game, we need to be able to stop the run in a situation like that.
He was probably angrier about that than he was CJ's 4 interceptions.
He was, yeah. He probably, when somebody was asking him about benching CJ after the first half, he was probably thinking wow, should have benched half the defensive line after that fourth quarter. What do you?
All these guys, yeah.
So I think that part of it is interesting. That there are areas for the defense to improve. And both of those came up in the Patriots game. Mm-hmm. The big explosive plays where you're playing great down in and down out, but you let up a couple of explosives, and then the inability to stop the run in the fourth quarter. Yep. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, I'm not blaming the Texans defense for that loss.
No.
But knowing the way that D'Amico operates, that probably ate at him for 2 months afterwards.
He reportedly kind of poked fun at his team, or was upset with his team, that they finished of a point in second place in scoring defense.
Well,
he's got a high standard.
With those very issues in the 17th game.
Yep.
In the final game.
Yep. All right, here's more Solak. Let's flip over to the offensive side of the ball. How did Nick Caley do in making adjustments this season?
The way Caley talks about everything, the stuff that he's tried to do on the field, the way that they were actively solving problems as the year went on last season. Okay, we got to be a jumbo team now because we have no tight ends. Okay, so it turns out Joe Mixon's foot isn't here anymore, right? We're going to be a Woody Marks team now. And this is what we're going to have to look like in the running game to make that work. I'm impressed by the way he speaks about the offense and the way he solved problems live. Again, is he capital TG that guy? We'll find out year 2.
It just makes me think of that Caley cut from OTAs or whenever the coordinators met with the media. And he talked about having to go to jumbo.
Living in the jumbo world.
He was having to, wear some silly outfit or something like that for the rest of the year.
That's how down bad the Texans fan base was, though, that people were deluding themselves into thinking that the jumbo package was impressive. It wasn't. It was just less atrocious than – they still couldn't run the ball the way they wanted to run the ball. They still couldn't pass protect with 6 offensive linemen the way they really wanted to pass protect, but it was less worse than the alternative. And I do think – I think that's the first time I've heard from a national analyst who watches a lot of film, actually give praise to Nick Caley for some things that, yes, if we'd gone back in August and said your second and third tight ends are going to be on IR to begin the season or, right after you begin the season, that Joe Mixon's never coming back this season, that you're going to have all these issues. I think Caley did do a good job of addressing all of that. It's just obviously, and I think Caley would be first to tell you, it's still nothing that he hopes that's not the best thing on his resume at the end of his career as an offensive coordinator.
Right.
He hopes if he could be a coordinator for 10 years, he hopes he's not saying, we muddled our way into being a mediocre offense in 2025.
You remember that Texans offense in 2025? That's what he's telling people 20 years from now. No, you were 19th or whatever it was. Yeah. Last one from Benjamin Solak. This is him with Garrett from Houston Stressen's Texans commenter.
Yeah, and Garrett Williams' YouTube channel has the whole interview. It's really good. But this is basically saying that, look, there are no illusions about this. The run game is the most vital and important thing the Texans need to be concerned with.
It is as big and obvious and glaring as any offseason agenda for any team. The Texans got Dave Montgomery, got 3 new potential starters on the offensive line, all of whom might be able to play in the interior. They need to be able to run the football between the
Marlon Klein, like you mentioned, a blocking tight end.
Yeah, exactly.
And Foster Moreau.
Yeah, and so it is as apparent a need as anybody else, and they know internally and externally, if they can't figure this out, it's going to be the exact same thing next year, where they're trying to be a defense-first team that cannot sit on the ball in the second half, that cannot sit on leads in the second half, can't eat the ball, which is just an unacceptable way to be. They know it's the issue. They got to solve it.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't finish that one the way I wanted to. There was one good little. I cut it off too quick. There's a part where he basically says like, are they going to be able to do that? And then he paused for like 5 seconds, and he said, "Talk to me August 31st."
Oh.
So yeah. I mean, it's that's the $1 million question. Is they spent an entire offseason addressing one specific thing on offense, which is. Other than, the Lewis Bond draft pick or what have you.
Yeah.
Like, by and large,
Premium capital.
Everything from the tight ends to inside, that was all about being able to run the football better.
Yes, physicality.
And, that's if they can't do it then it was an abject failure. If they spent all of the resources in the offseason trying to run the football better and they can't, then, that's going to be a mess.
Text message, listening behind on the Odyssey app, Bucky Brooks and people like him that support CJ say he has won 3 playoff games in the last 3 years, and he's a proven quarterback. Actually, the defense won those games, and Stroud happened to be on the team. He is not top 10. He's an average quarterback and should not be paid top 5 money. The only thing I push back on is that the first 2 wins, certainly the Browns win in his rookie year, and then the Chargers win once they got the offense going after that sort of playground play where the ball got snapped through his hands and he threw it to Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
CJ was good in both of those games. He was not good in the other win over Pittsburgh. He fumbled the ball 5 times. So I get your point. Tack a little on, hey, the defense is just carrying him along.
I would
the
push
ride.
back a little bit every now and then when people bring up his playoff wins by pointing out that Mark Sanchez had 4 playoff wins in his first 3 seasons or 2 seasons. 2 seasons,
yeah.
In his first 2 seasons.
Yeah, they got to the AFC title game both those years.
Let's just stop trying to use QB wins as an argument ender.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up?
Fantastic. How are you?
So I am Reggie and I are sitting in a studio with World Cup pool greatness right now. You and Seth Payne.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about
all
that?
4 teams made it to the have made it through. I mean, you guys have in your groups.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take that.
And I'm leading in the points by a pretty fair margin.
Yeah, you are leading.
Yeah.
Is there any way I could possibly lose?
I mean, if your teams get knocked out pretty quickly here in the knockout rounds, then if other people keep scoring points when you're no longer scoring points, absolutely.
I think we all know that that's probably not likely.
Sure.
We actually do.
Yeah. This is how you put your team together.
This is how I start a website this afternoon and start getting gambling advice. Just for $9.99 a minute on my $1.99.
Use a bunch of cliches like Seth's like my teams were built for this. They got to say built for this. Yeah. But congratulations to both of you.
It was nothing really.
Yeah. No, I know. One of the organized 4 teams all make it through.
It is worth remembering, though, as we need to humble John Lopez, that one of his teams has already left the building as they lost to Canada yesterday.
Oh, South Africa was one of your teams? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. Other than that, great weekend?
Yeah. Fantastic weekend.
Good.
Restorative weekend, I would say.
Yeah. No, it was a whole lot of fun. So what is the question of the day?
You could probably argue this is going to be one of the wildest scenes Houston has ever seen. Brazil and Japan, and did you see the walk they're doing today?
No. Tell me about it.
Everybody's got to walk.
I heard you guys mentioning that it's crazy out there already.
Well, you might be familiar with streets called Fannin, Old Spanish Trail, and Greenbrier.
Yeah, they're all near the stadium.
Yeah, they're shut down.
Because of fans?
Japanese and Brazilian fans are. Well, it's going to be nuts.
Are they fighting over those streets?
No, I don't know how they're doing it.
Have they each picked their own trail?
I need to catch up on the scene.
Oh, it'd be insane if they all kind of cross paths.
Yeah.
Greenbrier is never an annoying and confusing mess,
Exactly.
so I think this is going to be incredible. Yeah.
Oh, how about that one intersection like where they got the 3-way thing going right near Papa's Barbecue?
Yeah. So anyway, what's the wild? Oh, look, I'm looking at some right now. Oh my goodness, those Brazilian fans have brought Carnival to Houston.
Oh, good.
Why am I here right now?
You know what? The one thing these world citizens have done in Houston where they've kind of dashed some of our long-held beliefs against the rocks is, one, oh, wow, they need a new stadium at NRG, or we got to replenish. People won't shut up about how awesome that stadium is. And 2, we're not a walkable city. city. Listen, I see a whole lot of walking going on out there. Let's admit it. We're too fat and lazy to be walking in this heat. That's why it's not a walk.
When you walk in the middle of the street, you can walk anywhere.
Dude, well, I also think if all of your dealings happen to be within the loop, it's a lot more walkable than when you have to live in the fullness of Houston that exists.
Yeah. I rode my bike. Listen, I rode my bike to work for a period of about 18 months, and I only got hit 3 times.
There you go. There you go.
I defy, and that is literally correct. That is 100% true.
But anyway,
they drew blood twice.
Oh my God!
I think it's also worth noting that FIFA has kind of changed the way that a lot of these stadiums work, where the entrances they have further out in order to So I think that the ingress and egress becomes just a little bit easier because they've set the perimeters wider.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, what's the wildest scene you've ever been a part of, man?
Okay.
Because this is like, I'm looking at some videos right now, and they're like, those are some pretty major streets. Heaven forbid you have to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
You should have
thought ahead.
You have an appointment, or something like that.
I would say, you know what? I know a lot of people have heard of this, and I know this is the first thing that jumped to mind. It's not like wild, out of control or anything, but Savannah, Georgia's St. Patrick's Day is just one of the coolest experiences I've ever had, and like a massive thing like that. Like, people love going to St. Patrick's Day there. And there was the hotel that night. And this was before everybody had cameras on their phone. It was like Mardi Gras, but at the hotel, it was like an L-shaped hotel, and people were just jumping out of their windows into the pool.
Oh yeah,
like people doing things for beads and everything. An otherwise normal, just run-of-the-mill hotel in this small city. It was that was a crazy experience.
My cliched sports ones are things like one you were at, Catholics versus convicts.
Yeah.
that was a wild scene.
2 hours
after.
after.
Supposed to be a sports thing. So
No.
Anything.
I have one that's not going to be a sports thing, but the sports one. And then later that year, when the national championship game. That was crazy. I almost lost a leg rushing the field because I was rushing the field, and I happened to line up directly with, there's a chain link fence that's about chest high, and the left half of my body was going inside, the opening there, the gate, and the right half of my body was pressed up against the chain link fence. Yeah, and it's just a mob, shoving forward. And thankfully, the fence just caved in. Otherwise, I might not have any stones downstairs. It was that bad. Wow. But probably one of the wildest scenes. So in Vegas one year, there's a fantasy baseball league that I was in that had a bunch of guys from all over the country. And we would meet at a different place every year to do our draft. That was a big deal. This is probably in the early 2000s. And we went to Vegas one year, and not everybody in the league could afford to stay at the Bellagio or whatever, the really nice places. So it was fine because we spent very little time at the hotel. So we stayed at, I want to say, Imperial Palace. Is that one of them?
That was one.
I think that's the one where they filmed Swingers at. Just like a janky ass, like if by Vegas standards, a Fleabag motel.
Yeah.
They had a pool in the middle of the courtyard down there, and it was all four, the building surrounded the pool, and all these balconies looked down onto the pool. Well, an inexpensive hotel like that, as you can imagine, was basically us and a bunch of 18-year-olds for spring break. This was the wildest. Everybody's partying on every single balcony. The pool was crazy, and I just sat back and watched, man. I'm like, God, if it were 12 years ago, I would be right down there in it, man. Yeah,
exactly.
That was a wild. I'll never forget staying at that hotel and just 24 hours, people on their balconies just partying. Yeah, that was wild.
The non-sports one for me, it was like something out of Fear and Loathing when I went to a private party that Charlie Sheen had after a playoff basketball game.
Yeah,
it was.
Was that before or after he had gone off the rails?
He was in the midst of going off the rails.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the midst of going off the rails.
How were the rails that night?
Those were the rails.
Yeah. Where was this?
L.A.
In L.A.?
L.A. It was Pistons and Lakers playoff.
Oh, like the finals.
1989.
Yeah, the finals.
And I got invited to that party.
Who invited? Did he directly invite you?
Frank Burkowski, who was one of Charlie Sheen's best friends.
Okay.
So but that was long before he really just lost it. That was when he was a celebrity, but probably he was more under control.
All evidence to the contrary.
Oh, okay.
At the party, at the party.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
That was a wild
Yeah,
one.
that was probably right around Major League.
It was actually platoon time.
Platoon. Huh?
Platoon. I think that was what he was working on.
Yeah. I just know Major League, I think, was 1989. So it's that's pretty good.
No, Platoon was 86.
Yeah, I thought Platoon was. He was a little younger in Platoon.
Yeah.
He was. There's a funny story of him floating around where he talked about when he was training for Major League, and he wanted to be able to throw a football somewhat or a baseball somewhat credibly. And he was at like high 70s or something. I can't remember. But he was like, so my trainer gave me steroids. And I was like, yeah, it works. I gained like 10 miles an hour in a month. It was like, it was a whole deal.
You're right. It was Major League. 1989.
That's what I thought. I knew that was the year Major League was made. So that's fun.
It was wild, man.
Yeah.
It was wild.
How were the ladies at the party?
Topless, most of them. Yeah.
Were they hired help or were they?
I think a
friends
combination.
of Charlie.
I think a combination.
Yeah, probably some of them. Probably a little bit of everything. Yeah.
That was back when he was younger and everything. Before I'm sure that was the thought of paying for it was probably ridiculous because he would have had
Because then he became quite the connoisseur.
Well, I saw an interview he did recently. It might have been with Logan Paul. I can't remember. But I saw an interview he did recently where he said at one point his dealer cut him off because he was providing so much coke to him that he thought Charlie was distributing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's no, I was using that much coke.
He's going to get in trouble with his own guy.
I just thought he was a liability, so it was pretty funny. All right, boys, well, have a great show. You got, you're listening to, I did that already. The FCC, you're not getting two of these out of me. D&M Leasing will. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and Charlie Sheen over the course of 6 weeks increased his velocity from 79 miles per hour to 85 miles per hour.
Hey! We should just let them all use, man.
Also brought to you by Winstrol.
Can you imagine?
Okay.
He was taking
Well,
dude,
that's scary because if we start giving it to the Miz, he's going to start throwing
I was
110.
going to say, Miz Urosky's going to throw like $115.
What are we doing here?
It's going to be incredible. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Adatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Yep.
They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's him. That's him. He's just over there wearing a Japan jersey.
Yeah, man.
He wears a Japan jersey. Now you can't recognize him, Sean? What the hell happened, man?
No, I knew there was somebody else in there.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, you are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 16. Just stirring up the pot.
Today, Figgy is Japanese.
That's right.
Yeah.
Figgy-san.
He's Japanese.
I will not try to sound Japanese.
Please.
Please don't.
Honestly, I said Figgy-san. I was like, I probably stepped too far, honestly, right there. So we're going to keep it real nice and clean over here on a Monday. Somebody said a victory football Monday, but like football Monday. I don't know if that's the way that we want to play it otherwise, though. But we are still all very excited just about the sports in general, but particularly about the World Cup. It rages on today as well into the knockout rounds. Shout out to Fig, who is seeing both of his fandoms match up together in the city of Houston. And I feel like we have never had a day in which Figgy Fig was probably less inclined to be attentive to the
start soon.
Yeah, man. Y'all lucky I ain't called off.
Really, truly?
He could be walking on Greenbrier right now.
If I would have got the ticket, boy, I would have been peace out.
Me and you.
No call, no show.
Me and you wouldn't have been here. We'd have been over in the street seeing what that Brazil and Japan was talking about. We will keep you up to date as best as we can as to what is happening there. They get started playing at 12, but the real fun, I think, starts right now. I think the city of Houston is having a lot of fun. If you had a little trouble if you happen to be in the general area of Rice University Medical Center, I imagine that your life, you already saw how the commute was shifted.
Seriously though, suppose you had like an MRI today.
Oh, in the medical center?
Yeah.
Oh, I imagine it was hell.
I mean, you got to leave 3 hours?
Although to be fair, right? Generally, when you head to the doctor's office, you're going to sit and wait anyways. Like, you're just making them wait back.
So now you got to walk with a bunch of yellow and blue jerseys and try to get there walking? Park 10 miles away, 5 miles away, whatever it is?
That's a great point. I don't know where you parked. Like, I have no idea where you end up parking. Thankfully, I did not have to worry about that personally. And in this instance, I more power to you. Like, that's all I got for you on this side of things. However, we're still going to have a little fun on this program, 4 hours as always. That is the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Shout out to Bryson in there, training with Fig as well. But
DeChambeau?
What's up?
DeChambeau?
Nah, I don't think so. Like, all right, Bryson, thumbs up, thumbs down. Good golfer, bad golfer, and you don't have to we don't have to set parameters. Just you feel, he put it in the middle. That means he thinks he's good. He's trying to be humble right now.
Yeah.
He thinks he's good.
Yeah. He did have 8 sacks.
Have 8 sacks in a playoff game, and apparently he played with newest Texan Caden McDonald. So we might need to get a little insight from him, just generally on what that means for the Texans. We will talk about the Texans. We'll talk about the Astros. All of that here. Get in with us on the program. You can do that in various few ways. Hit us up on the text line 713-572-4610. That is indeed the number to text. Also appreciate you to the Mo Carey and Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston and J-Lo. On your weekends, particularly ones where you decide to, get a little fishing in, do you take in any podcasts, things of that nature?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm about to say, don't you lie. You not lie.
It was a setup. It was actually, you know what? It wasn't even a setup. It was a test, is what we call that. And you passed. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
As you know, I'm a sicko that takes this podcast, but even I did not listen to this live. I just happened to see the clip, and I was like, that is fascinating. A podcast clip of one of the Houston Rockets. I mean, I think it sheds a lot of light on what they did/did not do in this past season and what they might do. Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet, the point guard of this team, and notably the missing point guard this last basketball season that ended up causing a lot of consternation with this team, whether it was the Amin Thompson/Reed Shepherd point guard experiment, whether it was the leadership, that void that was created when he was not there. All of that became such a big portion of the conversation with the Rockets this past year. And all of it was due to an ACL tear that he had, obviously, that took him out for what ended up being the entirety of the year. It was conversations of maybe he could be back at a certain point.
5 months, 6 months.
Well, this was Fred VanVleet on the All the Smoke, talking about that particular injury and adding a little. Just listen closely. See if you can hear where we get a little more information on what happened with that injury.
And then what was up, what probably never was disclosed was I did ACL and both meniscus. So my whole knee exploded. All right.
My knee exploded.
Did you catch that? ACL and both meniscus is what he's. Well, and I'm wondering, just to be clear, I don't think that means meniscus in each leg, because that wouldn't even make sense to me. Like, wait, hold on. Is it jumping pain? Somehow it tore the other meniscus? No, I think he means like at the same time, the ACL and the meniscus, which isn't terribly uncommon in my cursory searches. Apparently, like 54% of the time. You knew I was going to bring you stats on this. 54% of the time with an ACL injury, you could also get like a lateral meniscus tear as well. That being said, though, that is a bigger deal of an injury than simply an ACL, and simply an ACL seems crazy to say. However, what was your reaction to hearing that? No, it wasn't just an ACL tear for him. It was this in addition, and we had not gotten any information on that until now.
Where do I start? Number one, lies and lying were quite prevalent.
He went straight accusatory. You liars!
No, they are
mentirosas.
Okay, mentirosos. How were they not? They lied. Start to finish.
By omission?
Lied by omission. There were some, reports of, he could be back and Rockets feel good and he's on the court, non-contact stuff, all that. No, the Rockets lied, start to finish, 100%. That's number one. Number two, what the hell were you thinking? Why did you not go get a point guard? He'll be back. I don't want to do it just for the sake. Pretty much raised the white flag from the start. On this. That's number two. And number three, Fred VanVleet, who, by the way, opted into his $25 million contract today.
Yeah, the player option.
Today, which, of course, why would he not? But number three is, what could you possibly even expect now?
Well, I think the last question is really interesting, but that's a further branch. Going backwards, I don't know that this changes too much materially on last year, because the expectation was that it was likely he would miss a majority of the season. That was kind of already the thought. I still think that, and ultimately this proves to be not the right decision for the particular season.
Yeah.
The decision was, we are going to give ourselves an opportunity to see out the possibility that these dudes could run point. And what it does also remind me is, man, like I did not love the options that you had to go and get a point guard, but I think that they probably could have made the decision on point guard sooner rather than later. It did bring, though, to my remembrance that he had an effective no-trade clause, Fred VanVleet, and I do wonder if they were at all considering the possibility that if you want to trade for a point guard, do you end up in a situation where the Astros were early this season, where you can't trade the dude who's injured, and then you end up with two third basemen, right? You know what I mean? Like, you end up with two of like point guards that you're expecting to carry a lot of the load as you continue to move on with this team. Now, in that meantime, do you feel like, well, screw that, just go and make your team better is the way that you go about it? Maybe so. I don't know that we could shed a light on how we move forward here, right? Like, because if they were willing to wait that out, does that mean that they are fully committed to seeing him play?
There you go.
This season. I do wonder if that's the case, because if that was the case, I'll ask this as a question. Do you not feel like the way that you play Fred VanVleet moving forward, the way that his contract is situated, is you come up with some level of agreement with him and say, can we renegotiate? You opt out and we'll give you a longer contract with lesser money in order to stretch this out so that we have more maneuverability right now and build this team right now.
I don't know, how much you can do that. He did opt in, so there's the $25 million. You can still change things as you move around. I think the bigger question is, you mentioned omission earlier, kind of lying through omission, which is accurate. There was also inference, in terms of Fred VanVleet and the hope and the carrot and all that stuff all year long. That to me is the bigger question, because number one, I really feel like, and remember, Raphael Stone also said during the course of the year, maybe it's just not our year. Which was making some headlines, et cetera.
Yep.
I think they knew in their heart of hearts they were kind of raising the white flag here. It was going to be difficult. Now they tried, Reed and Aman. It didn't work out, but they were kind of raising the white flag. And so moving forward too, even if you can work out a deal with Fred VanVleet, how effective could he possibly be?
Well, at this point, they're not going to. And the reason why I asked that question is, if you put in some, reading between the lines, which, ends up being a lot of what we do here in the sports landscape, Fred VanVleet are doing things that felt a little odd. Like, he went back to a tweet that he had a long time ago. And don't forget, Fred VanVleet, undrafted free agent that ended up, winning a championship with the Raptors, having a long career, becoming a long-term veteran, which is something that is a, kind of an outside chance type thing. It is the American, I guess, for lack of a better term, rags to riches, with all due respect to him, story that we all typically clamor for. And he had one of those types of tweets where it's like, bet on yourself, which, again, someone of his status and his stature, you would absolutely expect that to be the case. Small guard, all that. He went back and quote tweeted that over the weekend with one of them note-taking emojis.
Yeah.
Which, to say in a weird way, feels like he is kind of putting himself in that place. Which, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but does that not sound like a dude who maybe understands that the team maybe is looking a little differently? Because again, one thing I'll remind you, he opts into this contract, so it's $25 million this year. That is probably the third biggest contract that they have on their roster. And it now, because he picks up this option, he no longer has that de facto non-trade clause.
He can be traded now, yeah.
Does he not seem like, especially as an expiring contract, is now a lever that if you are looking forward, you could use to move off of? And the reason why I bring this up is I pair this with some reporting that happened this weekend. I think it was Sam Amick of The Athletic making note that the Rockets are seemingly interested in Marcus Smart.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
Well, sorry. We're going to start here, big dog. And before we even get to how you feel about the possibility of that, Marcus Smart is a tweener guard. And I don't mean tweener as between a point guard, shooting guard, but more of he can kind of start for you. He can kind of be a backup. And I do want interest is to play with Fred VanVleet and what they've done, and obviously the Bruce Thornton that they brought in and the Reed Shepherd. Or could that possibly be a thought towards replacing?
No, I think that's absolutely one of the thoughts. Which again it ties in with a couple of things. The insincerity of the whole VanVleet story, so to speak, but also Marcus Smart. We can manipulate these guys and move them around for salary purposes, and maybe bringing in a veteran, et cetera. But how does that? Let's talk about the competitive thing here.
Sure,
you're not good. You're not at you're good, but you're not at the highest level. You're not making moves to contend. Going back to something we talked about last week, Marcus Smart is a 33-year-old rotational guy that can't shoot. He's a 33% career three-point rate.
Yeah, he's a weird dude because he has upped his three-point shooting at various different times.
Not last year.
No, not last year. Yeah, I will admit that. With the Celtics, he shot better. In the right circumstance, he can shoot better. But I don't want to belabor the point. You're right. He's not by and large a shooter. He's maybe a better shooter than those numbers indicate.
Yeah, but he's a friend of Ime's.
Yeah, he has worked with Ime. Defensive guy, can run offense. And I do wonder if, not necessarily the one-for-one, but really just my point was, is it possible that they're in a place where, if you're talking about moving and changing what's happening, especially for those folks that look at this and you go, is Fred VanVleet coming back the big change? Well, what if Fred VanVleet is the agent that you use to change?
No, I think that's very much on the table. I do.
Does that get you anywhere for some? someone who it looked at this Rockets team as like, hey, you need to make some shifts, right? If it's not going to be Alperen Şengün or Jabari Smith Jr., although he could be paired with Fred VanVleet in like a deal. Like, let's say that they're interested in Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
You pair those two contracts together and then maybe a little bit of draft capital, and you could end up with Kawhi Leonard. Again, not talking about the trades themselves. We can dig into those later.
Yeah.
But does that at all interest you in the possibility of finding something that is above just playing around the margins to make a change to this Rockets team?
Rearranging deck chairs is what.
That's how you feel it?
Is what hits me. You are rearranging deck chairs. There's a bigger conversation here about the general manager. But I'll just tease it by saying this. I think we have the answer on who's the worst general manager in this city. No, we do. I mean, just from the way they handle.
This man is really loving this five series win streak by the Astros. I see you.
From Fred VanVleet thing, how they handled it, to again the rearranging of the deck chairs. Marcus Smart is a good player that can't shoot, but he's 33 next year. What are you really doing? You're kicking the can down the road. This is self-preservation. This is self-preservation for whatever moves you're going to make, for him, because you do have those draft picks down the road.
Yeah.
You do have some young players. You can maybe, sort of rearrange everything to try to have this illusion of trying to get better. But are you really? No, you're not.
I'm definitely more to examine here.
Yeah.
I think obviously the big thing that you said there was the idea that
he is. In my opinion, he is
the worst of the three major general
over
managers.
Dana Brown.
Yes. Look at what he's done. What about anything that he's done in the past year has excited you about the Rockets?
I mean, he's actually built the team though.
How?
Or at least
how's it going?
I mean, the team, he's actually built this team from not being in the playoffs at all to being one of the better teams in the West, even if you do not feel like they are contending at the same level. We'll talk more about this in depth because obviously it requires a level of conversation.
Lopez wants all the smoke.
He does.
Man.
He does.
I'm happy to
jump
take
on
it.
that podcast, man.
It brings us full circle now, doesn't it?
I'm happy to take it.
I'm excited. I'm excited to have that conversation. That's more of what we have going here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But pursuant to that other guy that is part of this conversation, Dana Brown, maybe that's where you're also coming from, a level of excitement, because this baseball team has now won 4 series in a row after winning 3 out of 4 versus the Tigers. I don't think the boogeyman Astros are back, but I think something maybe more impactful is. I'll tell you what that is next.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi. Let's talk about
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the way.
Oh, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Happy Brazil-Japan Day to Figgy Fig in particular and no one else.
Yeah.
Fig,
y'all lucky I'm here right now, man.
I know, and I appreciate you
And
for
if you
it.
think this is a bit, Figgy is wearing a Japan jersey.
That's right.
now.
And I know he's got a Brazil one somewhere in there.
do.
I'm honestly afraid that Figgy Fig is going to be the fan that let Brazil score first, that all of a sudden we're going to look up and he's wearing a different jersey.
Like those guys that take and change jerseys in the
I
middle
think
of
he
a
might
game?
I think he might do that today. I don't think that that's the way
Pull
that
the Homer
he is.
Simpson.
Yeah.
Pull the bushes and come back out with the Brazil shirt.
I think that today might be the day that you do that. I think that usually you are very much a fairly loyal fan. I think that in this instance you might be the one.
This
flipping.
one, I just want everybody to have a good time.
That's right.
That's all I want.
That's right.
I just want the kids to have fun.
Yep.
He ain't talking about no kids. That is not what he's talking about when he talks about Brazil-Japan. They're playing today. Houston Stadium, soon to be Reliance Stadium again, 12 noon. We'll get you set up for that as we keep going. But I think the most interesting thing, and yes, I did say most interesting thing, is that the Astros are kind of a different Astros in a way.
Yeah, they are.
Because this is after a winning 3 games in the 4-game set, rather. That's the way to say it, versus the Tigers this weekend. They are now they've now won 5 series in a row. They are right at the top of the A. Rangers have technically taken the top of the league. Yeah, they've actually had a little stretch of themselves.
Yeah. I think they were like 11-4 or something like that.
Yeah, they've been cooking.
15.
They have.
Wait, where are the Rangers at?
First place
in the AL West.
This is a wild division, man.
Don't worry about it. The Astros are only a game out of that, in large part because of the fact that they've been winning these games, whether it's by hook or by crook or whatever. And then also it's worth noting that the Astros won 7 out of their last 10. I think it's something like it's a big number of over the last 26, 27 games. Needless to say, the Astros have been clawing their way back into the top of AL West contention, which again, not the steepest hill, but still one that you need to climb.
Yeah.
And the question that you've enjoyed asking at times during the season is the boogeyman back, or is there any level of feeling the boogeyman back? And I think that that's just squarely no.
Yeah.
This is not an Astros team that strikes fear into other teams necessarily. Not even necessarily. I just don't think that's the way that this kicks it, right? Clearly there's maybe 1 or 2 guys that you talk about that have maybe some level of effect like that. Yordan Alvarez, who, mind you, this weekend didn't do much of that. I think in the last 3 of the 4 games, he didn't get a hit, right? He wasn't hitting the ball hard and he still managed to win. And that actually, for me, points to the thing that I think is actually that they are becoming, or maybe are, that is maybe more impactful, John Lopez.
How's that?
I think they're the Roaches.
The Roaches?
Yeah.
You can't kill them.
You know exactly where I'm going. Right?
You think you step on them, you think you squish them, and you think, I saw some guts squirting out of that
Was it
roach.
94?
Yeah.
Was it 94 or
away.
95 when Charles Barkley said something similar about the Houston Rockets?
They're cockroaches.
Right?
Yeah.
You think you've stepped on them, and they just keep coming back. They're still here, this Astros team. And of course, you start comparing people to roaches, and you're liable to get swung on, right?
But this is a good roach,
right? And I think yes, the ones that have wings, clearly. No, I think
it's good roaches.
It's a good roach,
right? Those exist. Yeah. I think that the Madagascar Hiskin cockroach is a good roach.
Yeah,
all right. Text in with your good roaches.
Tell my wife that. She don't think anything is good roaches.
Yeah, tell me the good roaches. But I think you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely, I think that's a great way to put it.
This is a by hook or by crook team, and the reason why I said that is I was this weekend just thinking, what is it that the Astros are doing so well? What is it that's happening? Because obviously we're watching these games, and I'll be honest, I don't get the feeling there's something that is just so great that is getting them to this point where they're managing to stack series.
Yeah.
And so I did what maybe not only I do, but what you would expect that I do. I was like, all right, is there a statistical thing that will point me to the thing that they're doing well, right? Because I think that that's the way that probably you should use analytics. See if there's something statistical that then matches what you talk about. Maybe we'll have a deeper conversation about that later. And as I'm looking for it, there's nothing that jumps out, right? It's not like their OPS is incredible. It's not like they're hitting a ton of home runs. It's not like there's nothing that points, and that's just at the plate. Pitching wise, they have been pretty good, but it's not like they've been exceptional, right? A lot of these things in the ways that they're pretty good at it. They'll be top 10, but they won't be top 5, right? There's nothing that I can point to as a singular. This is the thing getting it done. They're just kind of managing to be solid at everything, and especially with the pitching that they've gotten back. I mean, 5 out of the last 6 or 7 outings have been, hey, that guy doesn't look great, but he's just making it through 4, 5, 6 innings and giving these guys in 8 games, then stack together their runs versus either later in the opposing starting pitcher's outing or in the bullpen, and then get the runs that they need to get over and get victories, and then move on to the next day. They just are surviving and advancing in a ways that like the 90s Rockets cockroaches did, and it feels like that is impactful. Like that is important because I don't know that a boogeyman magically arises from the embers of what the season has been. But I can see a cockroach is climbing to the top of this AL.
You know what it is, and I'm going to mix sports here. Back when the Texans had that, remember the next man up season? They had a lot of injuries, and they just kept having guys come up and different characters. I don't think they have a thing that is really sort of defining this run that they're on. I think it's kind of like next man up. The outfield all of a sudden needs someone to step up and have a big hit. Hey, look, there's Taylor Trammell with a home run to win a game. The infield, you mentioned, maybe Jordan is scuffling is a bit much, but
one weekend and you're not doing your job. What the hell, man?
Maybe it's a tiny.
You had a day off? Are you crazy?
A tiny little scuffle stretch that Jordan is through. Well, then Isak Paredes steps up.
Or shout out to Raynel Delgado getting his first blast.
Or Delgado. So it's not like, oh, look, these guys, these 2-3 guys are carrying the team. No, it's these 2-3, then these 2 or 3, then this guy, then pitching. Let's get to pitching. All of a sudden, Imai might have something going on, which, by the way, he had.
Hey, buddy. Buddy was cooking.
10 strikeouts in his outing. And then all of a sudden, maybe, doing well. Well, you got a couple of wins from Arrighetti on a great stretch. Now Arrighetti's scuffling. Oh, all of a sudden, Mike Burrows has an outing. It's next man up.
Peter, not Paul, and Mary Lambert.
Lambert had his stretch. Even the bullpen. When you all of a sudden, hey, they have no bullpen left. What are they going to do if they go to the bullpen? Oh, okay. Blue Ball all of a sudden went 2 innings of no run ball. Not giving up a run. So it's not as if they have these guys that are just stepping up. It's like, this guy one day, what is it? Tuesday must be Peter Lambert. Thursday must be Blue Ball. It's like a next man up mentality, which is really kind of a boogeyman characteristic. To everybody stepping up, because they are the
organizational wise.
Maybe
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think people just looking at the front of the jersey, people like, oh man.
Yeah. See, but I don't think that's the way. I don't think that
it's not the scary boogeyman. I'm saying they have some characteristics of these guys stepping up.
See, they're the undead.
But see, you got to look at the other teams' fan bases. When they see this going, they like, oh man, not the Astros.
I don't think I sincerely like. And with
I
all
was
due
talking
respect,
to somebody up in Seattle. They were just like, oh man, did y'all find something? It's just that nervousness.
It also helps that they have found something themselves, which is the same old Seattle Mariners. They have stunk over the last 2 weeks. We'll talk more about that later. But
I just think it's a lot of people that's just in the back of their mind. Like, of course, you don't have the same Jose Altuve and those teams, those championship teams.
And that's part of it,
It's
right?
kind of like, damn, man, I hope they ain't find nothing again.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, again, I don't even know what the thing that is that they're resilient. They've just had timely hitting or just perfectly timed performances from those various different places that they need to step up. And it is resiliency, which does make me ask the question, John Lopez. Do we, the collective royal we, owe one Joe Espada some apologies? Because this is the type of thing that you go, okay, there's not a particular thing. This must be a manager.
Kind of what I was saying,
getting getting the best out of his team when they need it for what they need.
I mean, you have to be fair. Every button that he's switched and turned here during this stretch has somehow worked. And
that's not what they're doing, John.
And let's be completely honest. Let's be completely honest here. I haven't had a lot of confidence in these guys going out there sometimes, and the outfield and some of these at bats and some of these relievers, and yet it's worked.
No, really and truly. So, the Astros, who at the very least in the last 6 games have won the last 5, right? They are indeed seeming to cook. And so
let me ask y'all this real quick. Is it time to buy? Mm-hmm. Is it time to buy?
No.
Buy as in buy stock in the Astros or literally
be
at the trade deadline?
Buy at the trade deadline.
No, I am steadfast on that. They're too weak in the minor leagues.
Come on, man.
No, well, here's the other thing you need to realize.
Well, I don't know. You see Xavier Nyans looking pretty good. He could be someone that maybe people want, even though he's playing in high A ball right now.
Even though what? Say that again?
He's playing in high A ball
okay. Here's the other thing that we need to absolutely mention, to be fair on both sides. Exactly 4 teams have a winning record in the American League.
Correct.
The American League is ass right now. And so you are benefiting from that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But, I mean, am I going to apologize for that?
I'm saying, just to be fair, it's not like, hey, maybe that is a reason to be buyer, but I just don't want to give up that much.
That might be a good reason to take advantage of that.
But
right?
I don't know if there's an advantage to be taken because if there's a whole bunch of teams that are still contending for AL playoff capabilities, they're also possibly buying. So it's going to be a seller's market that probably drives the price up. And as you said, the war chest, proverbially for the Astros, maybe not the most full, but at least more. You have more of an appetite for it because the Astros have played this way. They've forced the hands of us onlookers and more importantly of their organization to maybe think more in those ways. Somebody said, hasn't this been an easy stretch of schedule? Tell me about the easy stretches of schedule earlier for the Astros in the earlier portion of the season where they did something similar. Like I think that,
but like I said, there's only 4 teams with a winning record. Everything's kind of easy.
Right, getting this done. Right, the Blue Jays are one of the better teams. Now they hadn't been on a good run in this stretch of things, but they were one of the better teams. You managed to win 2 out of 3 there, although you did need 11 innings for one of them. So no, I'm not looking to give horse in the mouth right now because again, this is just kind of this is a departure from where the Astros had been earlier on the season. We'll see. I mean, ultimately that remains to be seen, but they are answering the call, right? We have put a number of calls up for them. Can they do this? Can they do that? And they're starting to really answer. Maybe starting isn't right, but they are answering those pretty summarily right now. Another 3-game set starts today back home for the Astros as they face off against the Minnesota Twins. 7:10 first pitch tonight. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Again, Figgy Fig, super excited because Brazil and Japan in town today for a big match. And I imagine that there's probably quite a party and a spectacle. And so with that being said, what's the wildest party, spectacle, or scene that you ever saw? Sports or otherwise. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
773 Network.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you joining us on this Monday. It is a Brazil-Japan World Cup Monday, as those two nations are apparently taking over the general main and medical center area. One of our listeners that it seems like listens from
works in that area,
works in that area or something to that effect, said that it is, quote, hell on earth out there. And I don't know, is that the type of hell where we're talking fire and brimstone, or is that the type of hell where, they out there, they down there, it's because they're doing stuff that's kind of a little too fun for their good, right? Like, is it the debauchery in the good way type of fun?
I am curious how that scene looked like compared to other scenes, because we seen big concerts and stuff like that where that NRG area is, kind of crazy.
Figgy, it's wild.
We turn to our medical center wildness correspondent. His name is John Lopez. John, what's the scene?
It is wild, baby. I mean, picture the rodeo, but everywhere.
Wait, okay, what parts of the rodeo are we talking about?
Like the carnival,
cheeks hanging out,
everything.
Okay, very good.
All that good stuff. Yeah, that too. By the way, it's what's really cool is like these international fans that are visiting, they love them some mass transit. The trams are packed. All the trams that go in and out of the trains that come in and out of Reliant Park. I'm looking at
Well, it's not like they can drive.
Well, they can't, but I'm saying they love them some mass transit anyway.
Yeah.
And then the parties, and they're already there. They did the walk, if you weren't going to lead our question of the day. These little streets, these little side streets called Fannin, Greenbrier, and Old Spanish Trail.
Yep.
Shut down.
Yeah. So again,
fans just walking to the stadium.
Apologies if you was trying to move through that portion of the city, because no, you aren't.
I need to see some Japan fans up in Carrington.
Oh man, somebody said they called in sick today because screw all that traffic. Yeah, that's probably not the worst thing in the world. Now you get to watch the soccer. But yeah, it sounds like it's a consistently wild scene out there in those general parts because of this. And so that got us going to our question of the day. What's the wildest scene or party or, just spectacle that you ever saw?
Sports or otherwise?
Yes, absolutely. 713-572-4610.
The rodeo tends to be one, but that's a regular expected one. Texter brought this
rodeo
up.
is a great. I don't know why I didn't think about that.
It's just expected. Yeah. It's going to be like cook-off.
Do you how
cook-off is crazier in some ways.
Not some ways, absolutely, right? Because that it's I think it's the exclusivity. It's only that weekend, so it makes it's a must see appointment kind of destination circumstance, and it's tighter confines. Seeing is so much more. That space is like
food,
walled
drink,
off.
Music, people watching,
elite people watching, but especially once you get late in the night.
Oh my goodness!
You start seeing somebody getting held up, walking out,
or walking at an angle, just trying to go straight.
See two people
going to the right.
I saw two people holding up a big old guy. And I was just like, man, we only day one. This is a Thursday.
Texter brought this up, and it was perfect, and I forgot about it, and it is clearly one of the best scenes after the '94 Rockets championship. Richmond Avenue was ridiculous.
And that was the first one, right?
That was the first one. I mean, you talk about shut down. I mean, people were trying to drive, but it wasn't successful. And that was, remember Sam's Boat and all those places over in Richmond? My goodness.
You feel like that's how we do it again, right? Richmond hasn't changed much since that time.
Is it, though? For like a Rockets, maybe? Well, because the Astros...
Well, Astros, I know that they did it downtown.
It was all Ito. We remember, that was a wild scene in 22 when the Astros won the World Series.
But that's what I'm asking is,
I think it'll be more Ito.
Rockets did it in Richmond because also you had the summit here.
Yeah, they promoting the hell out of Ito. So I can see them just doing it.
I think it'd be more Ito, but that now the Summit. I mean, the Toyota Center's in a vastly different place. I'm curious on some of the wild scenes.
Real quick, do you think the Texans will do Ito? You think they have that?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because I kind of don't want them to, man. I kind of want them to be more by the stadium.
I think they probably would, right? Like you could go.
That's a great question.
You could go Maine there as well. Like I think that hell, you could do the walk that these very these teams are doing. Like these are
There's
all
not a lot of
to
like party type stuff around that area.
Yeah,
hey, they bring in a party. What you mean?
Yeah, man.
We partying because they won.
Yeah, but it feel like they need to be on Kirby though, man. Like to celebrate this.
You might be right, but even that part of Kirby is further away from the fun part of Kirby.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
No, for sure. That's actually somebody said we walked from 610 to Hillcroft on Richmond during the '94 championships.
Dude, it was nuts. It was nuts.
Good God. From the 620, yes, I am that old. Ooh, boy,
Wow.
yeah, that is wild.
Wow, we have a leader.
Yeah, my answer is not going to get anywhere close. Somebody said Richmond in '94, '95 was more equivalent to what Westheimer is now. Buddy, if they shut down Westheimer for that, I mean, you would have the reason to. I just can't imagine what that would look like.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
But yeah, honestly, I was thinking in the vein of sports, like what's the thing that I've seen, and it's kind of because it was impromptu as well. You know, I went to Kansas State for a year, and that year, Kansas State got a victory over Xavier, I believe, to either go into the Elite Eight or in the Elite Eight. I can't remember what it was. And so, you know, college kids, college campus, big win. Everybody just started flooding out into the streets.
Yeah.
And then took it down to like the more, I mean, it's Manhattan, Kansas, right? But the more poppin' area. And so it's just like a whole bunch of kids out in the streets with a bunch of pent-up energy with nothing really to do.
Make a lot of noise.
Yeah. So it's just one of those, I think, now that I think about it in hindsight, it wasn't that crazy. However, when you got a whole bunch of kids and they don't know what to do, like just that feeling of anything can happen right now, I very palpably remember that. So like that was one of those things where just in that moment, nothing planned, right? So it's not like there were barricades or there was a route. It was just people spilling out into the streets in droves, walking in a certain direction with no real aim. It felt kind of electric.
Figgy, did you ever? What comes to mind for you? Just wild scene. It doesn't have to be sports.
Yeah. So the first thing I thought about real quick, my sports one was So I started off at home when the Cavs won the championship in 2016, and I kid you not, I think you heard I stayed in a rough neighborhood, so you heard pop, 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 pop.
Oh, shooting guns.
Yeah, you heard AKs, you heard Glocks, you heard everything. I ended up going downtown. It was nuts, man. People was flipping over cars. It was just insane. That was my sports one. But my non-sports one was actually here. So I was around the NRG area for the Travis Scott Astro World.
Oh, wow. I remember that.
Yeah, now it did have a bad ending to it, but just leading up to the concert, this is like early in the morning, 10 in the morning. You had so many Travis Scott fans just roaming around, looked like they was trying to break in that bad boy. Like you could tell, like, because if you stay in that area, you know who stay in that area, kind of. But you just saw some look like some rich white kids just walking around in dirty Air Force Ones, looking like they trying to cause some trouble. So, and then later on that night, it was just insane. It took me like maybe 30 minutes to get from that Target. It might have been long, about 45 minutes from that Target over there to my house, which is on Buffalo Speedway.
Wow.
It took a long time, man. People was just all in the street. It was all over the place.
I did get to experience, and we saw a lot of this on social media this year when the Spurs won the conference championship. But I did get to, because I was working on a column, and I left the arena right as the party was going, all the honking and stuff when they won. I think it was their third championship that they won in San Antonio. People jumping into the river, all the honking and just fireworks. And remember, we saw that stuff just from the conference chat. Man, when they won that title in San Antonio in 2007, that's the day that I ran into Eva Longoria, like ran into her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that was the one.
Y'all stay in touch?
No, we do not.
Okay.
She forgot me.
How did you run into her again?
Okay. I don't like what you're doing there, Fig. I really, if I have to be honest. Wait, you think that he's
like a car crash?
You think that Eva Longoria is exactly as tall as John Lopez, huh? You think that they're noggin and noggin there?
She is not. By the way.
Somebody said, since it doesn't have to be sports, Freak Nick in Atlanta. Ooh, man. Yeah, we've heard stories. We've seen documentaries. Somebody said they went to the Astrodome to welcome the Oilers back after they lost to the Steelers. Yeah. That's one of those things where they almost had genuinely like a celebration to welcome them boys back.
Yeah, they did.
Like it rivals some of the championship celebrations that they've had, that this city's had.
They lined up. People always remember the Astrodome. The buses going onto the floor of the Astrodome after that Steelers loss. I-45 was lined with cars. Like people were pulled over from the airport all the way up. I mean, it was that's a memorable one. I did not participate in that. I was in high school, but
really,
that everything I've heard, and of course I wrote about it in the book, and all that stuff was like ridiculous. Like you'll never see anything like that again. Maybe
8 through 2 said, well, yeah, it just doesn't feel like we have that same kind of. Fandom doesn't.
I think they'd line the highways waiting for the Texans to come back
off of the championship.
I think they would.
Oh, for a championship or after a loss?
I think they'd have after a loss, but after a championship, I think.
Yeah.
Well, okay. If we replay the situation, right, the Texans have made it to the AFC Championship game, and they get robbed because that was a unique part of it. It wasn't like, damn, y'all lost it. It was like, nah, they stole it from you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's why we're going to be out here and treat y'all like champions because we feel like y'all are.
Yeah. No, I think if that's the case, it'd be somewhat similar, yeah.
Interesting. Someone said that they were in attendance for both of Jordan's home runs, the walk-off versus Seattle in the ALDS, and turned the game upside down home run versus Philly. Both were crazy.
I will never forget that walk from Minute Maid Park to Lou Woodrow's in Edo. That was one of the most memorable things I've ever seen after they won the World Series. I mean, it was just flooded, people just celebrating, no problems. We got into Lou Woodrow's, and there was glass and beer on the floor from people just throwing stuff into the air. I mean, that's one I will never, ever forget. Just that. It's a pretty good hike, too. It was probably a mile and a half, something like that.
All right. I need to shut this down here so we can get to around the NFL. But Ocho just I wonder if you had any feeling like this, because he said that he was in college at Lamar. Everybody came out in unison when the OJ chase happened. Which, interestingly enough, y'all was in there in the summer because that was summertime.
That was during the Rockets playoff game against the Knicks.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm like, did you have that experience, like a communal moment when you're like, yo, what the hell's happening right now?
Oh, you were locked in, but I was just locked in on TV. Yeah, I was just locked in on TV.
Yeah, I was wondering, did people do the whole, wait, are you seeing this too? Like, did people then come together like that? I don't know. Yeah. It was Loop here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, speaking of O.J. Simpson, which you never want to hear in a tease, coming up next, we go around the NFL where there's a little bit of interesting news that pertains to him and a really sad diagnosis that we get for an NFL great. We talk about it all next.
Hey, Twitter world. In the Loop. Here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smoking?
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, as the big voice man said here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I did make the segue because it just happened to line up for me. And so we begin here with your Week 1 opponent, the Buffalo Bills. It is funny to think about, right? The C.J. Gardner-Johnson conversation that happened last week. He will be here Week 1 to see his former team that he was seemingly not accepting any responsibility for when it came to his parting of ways. Maybe we should just ask him Week 1, right? Who was the friend of the general manager?
Yeah, well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that specifically. Hey, we were all trying to figure out. You talked about the friend of the general manager. You remember who that was? Can you tell us who that was?
And Nick Haley better be scheming something up to light him up.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Hey, man.
They know his weaknesses. They know what he likes to do.
They're like, hey, man, him. Circle that one over there.
Whatever his number is, go at him.
Yeah, I realized I did not know what number he's wearing this year. We will find that out. We will find out. So usually you go, who is the mark over there? And the mark is usually the dude who is the weak link. No, the mark is C.J. Gardner-Johnson just because. Yeah. I bet. That's neither here nor there, because that is not when they will neither officially or like effectively open new Highmark Stadium. But when they do, they will obviously honor legends and display them in their, in the stadium, in the family circle. Notably, will not be there. And the question I have for you, John Lopez, because I like asking unfair questions, is that the right decision?
You know what? I was asking myself the same thing, and I think you can make an argument.
Right?
I think you can make an argument. You gotta. I mean, first of all, first 2,000-yard rusher in history.
Correct.
And not any 16 games either. I believe it was a 14-game schedule back then.
Yes.
So legit, one of the greatest running backs to ever touch the ball. An incredible career. There was that little double murder thing.
Beat that case, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not in civil court.
Oh, is that the standard now?
But in criminal court, he did.
I just wanted to be clear. I am joking right now. Please don't come for me.
It's weird. I get it.
Right? It's
I get it. I understand what they're doing.
You don't want that guy's name up there, right? It's not a good look. However, he's clearly one of the greatest Buffalo Bills to have ever played.
Yes.
Like, he went into the Hall of Fame.
I thought I would be, just blasted for this, but you're kind of with the same.
No, here's the thing, right? It comes down to you don't want to openly put a murderer on, like a presumed murderer, because again, you want to be careful and be fair to like the way that the law.
No,
went.
you don't.
I imagine. yes, I do. I don't like having to face litigation. However, I think by and large our country understands that like what was on trial there was not the murder. What was on trial was not the murder. I think I think a large part of reasonable people will be like, yeah, man, he more than likely did that. Big set, right? Like 5-time All-Pro, 6-time Pro Bowler, all of the things that you mentioned, MVPs, like all decades team, all wearing your jersey. It just made me think a little bit more about like what ends up being, and of course, there's not a hard and fast rule, but what ends up being the determining factor when it comes to putting a player of that man and like platforming, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying, putting up a player, because he is one of the greatest Buffalo Bills, but he did something that was deeply unthinkable by all means.
Well, okay, so let's go around the horn here. We both, I think you probably recognize what we're saying. You can see both sides, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's not waffle. Make the call. You are building the new stadium. O.J. Simpson, again, one of the greatest that ever put on your uniform, 2,000 yards rushing in a 14-game season. And yet, there is that other thing. Would you or would you not recognize him in that new stadium?
I would not. I think, to me, if I'm thinking as a Buffalo Bill, I guess, owner or whoever making that decision, what's the payoff for us? Like, I feel like it ain't going to be any positive things going on. And I know y'all...
You don't want the smoke.
Nah, it's not worth it. And look, I know y'all rattled off his resume and all that stuff. We all know the resume. But what's the benefit of honoring him or having his name there and all that stuff? To me, I just there's nothing positive that will come out this for the Buffalo Bills.
It's a strong case you just made. How about you? Yes or no?
See, thankfully, this is not Judge John Lopez where I have to take the other side. I'm with Figgy here. Like I behoove you because there's not a good way for you to go, yeah, we want to appreciate the player even though we acknowledge. Like, all of that is more words than I think that more people get from just seeing that. It's a similar thing to, and gosh, why am I stepping in this way? It's a similar thing to like Confederate statues and everything. It's like, hey man, all the context that you might want to give to this is not going to come across with this. So it's not worth it. It really truly isn't.
Yeah, I think I'm with you too. And ultimately, this is about PR. That's what we're talking about. You don't need the PR. You don't need the bad.
It's not my personal opinion or anything like that.
You don't need the bad PR. You don't need the smoke. However you want to put it. He's still going to be in the record books. He's still going to be, a Buffalo Bill for life. It's you're not going to erase anything. You're just not going to highlight it.
Yeah, and see the thing is, let's say they do highlight it. Ain't nobody going to be sitting and talking about, oh, what a wonderful ceremony. They're going to be talking about, wow, why did they do this? Yeah. That's going to be on first take. Should they have, recognize O.J. Simpson? And that's bad. You don't want to do that in the new stadium.
Well, here's the thing. Like, either way, this ends up being a conversation because we're having it right now. Like, either way, this is not going to be a fun situation. I think right now it'll be a conversation. I don't know that it remains one in the longer term. Yeah, and maybe that's not the right way to handle this. I just feel like it's probably the most prudent.
It's better to be on this side of the conversation than the other side.
This conversation will go away. The other would never. It would always be in your face.
Right. Right. It does suck, though, to have a great player have, like, his legacy not be able to be appreciated within that context. But, I mean,
That's the ramifications of decisions.
Do it seem like this decision was easier because he's no longer with us?
Probably. His family still is. I don't know.
It might be. It might have been easier if he was with us because of the way that he kicks it or kicked it. I guess I don't know. Say.
But see, I feel like if he was still alive, he'll probably go on his Twitter account and make some type of statement and it kind of drag along. I don't know if it's going to drag along now, like unless his family come out and speak on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will.
Update from the Reliant Park area: Brazilian fans have discovered pedicabs. And they love them.
Oh yeah,
they were like sickly, like 7 people on that.
And
thing.
no petty cabs probably charging them like $500.
Getting money.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Some other things around the NFL. This is a very sad update to get. Former NFL star, obviously an opponent in division for the Texans, Chris Johnson, CJ2K. You mentioned from one 2,000-yard rush to another. He was on Good Morning America, and he revealed a diagnosis. This was him talking to Michael Strahan.
In 2025, at the age of 39, Johnson was diagnosed with ALS, the disease progressing so rapidly that he now uses his eyes to trigger a speech-generating device to speak. Why do you want to share this now?
Because if sharing my story helps even one person get diagnosed sooner, inspires more research, or gives another family hope, then it's worth it.
39 years of age, he was diagnosed with ALS. I mean, he was active, picking up his daughters and everything. I think he had lost kind of a little strength or feeling or something to that effect in his hand. And at first, it was I think his wife had said that she thought that it was maybe like the benefit, or not the benefits, but the effects of football, right? Maybe a pinched nerve or something. Come to find out, it was ALS, and in the, I think, ensuing year or so, obviously it's progressed to where he has to use a machine to help him talk via his eyes.
Yeah, just an incredibly sad story, and you talk about a player, a shocking development for a player that looked like Superman. I mean, he was another guy that's just incredibly fast, incredibly explosive. And ALS doesn't care. I mean, that's the thing. These diseases do not care in the least bit at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, this is one of those where it's not about football, right? There's ALS can affect a lot of people, and it's just a reminder, obviously, of the impact of it in the ways in which, no matter what, right, and where you are with your health, like anything can befall you, and so obviously remaining as healthy as you can, although things of this nature do not matter.
It doesn't
right?
care.
This was him. This was again Chris Johnson talking more about why he wanted to share his story.
It's continued to progress much faster than I ever imagined. I want people to understand just how quickly ALS can attack your body. Just over a year ago, I was picking up my 7-year-old daughter so she make a wish with her birthday cake. Today, I couldn't do that.
And what do you hope people, or you wish people understood with ALS?
That your mind stays sharp. People sometimes look at the physical disability and assume you're not still the same person inside. I still think the same. I still dream. I still love my family. My body just doesn't cooperate.
That's enlightening, but it's also the scariest thing ever.
Yeah.
Because your mind is there.
Yeah.
Like 100%. I mean, you can hear in his words that are being projected there. And yet, you look like a completely different shell of yourself.
No, for sure. Yeah. And I did appreciate that, like, for obviously our friends that may be disabled or whatever, just the reminder that, hey, man, they're still fully human, even in that predicament. And then obviously just an opportunity to, again, highlight ALS and obviously being able to support the research and the ways in which we can continue to try and, root out in whatever way we can the disease that can, obviously ravage bodies, even ones that are as stout as Chris Johnson. So obviously love and support to his family in further spread, talking about this and sharing it with the world. We continue around the NFL. I did want to make this note here. We talked about the Brendan Sorsby thing. This came down kind of in the middle of our show on Friday, and I didn't bring it up, so I apologize for that. But the Brendan Sorsby situation, doors are closing to him, and I imagine that this is in some ways partly because of the way that they decided to handle the very beginning of this. The Canadian Football League, CFL, has decided that it will not allow any of its teams to sign Brendan Sorsby in 2026. So with him no longer not having any avenue to the NFL, at least through the supplemental draft, the thought might have been that maybe he goes plays in Canada in order to ply his trade
getting better for the NFL. That is not available to them. The CFL said they don't want anything to do with them.
So some of this is clearly, as you just said, how they handled it. Isn't also some of it, we're talking about you don't need that smoke. Nobody wants to break the seal here. I don't think anyone.
When you say break the seal, just like Sorsby himself?
Yeah, to sign him. Like Canada probably would be a great spot for him, but they're like, we're not going to do that.
Well, and it's funny because this comes from the league, right? The league not allowing their teams. And maybe that's just, again, in the same way the NFL, the owners themselves kind of wanting it, but then it comes from the league, so not any individual has to put their name on it.
Right.
But at the same time, can't you see a situation where maybe one owner would be like, I'd like to try it, and they're like, no, we're saving you from yourself, big dog.
That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody wants to break the seal and actually do this.
No, for sure. So that is out there. He will not be playing in the CFL. And it is worth noting, because I think we had talked about this when we had first brought it up, the possibility of him playing like in the UFL. The timing of the UFL is also awkward because, the draft is in April. In fact, we're already starting to see what the timeline, I think we got the date for the draft next year already as well. I think it was the 27th of April. That's around when the UFL is playing. So, would it even be beneficial to him? Would it behoove him to play in the UFL if that was a circumstance that was even available to him? I don't know.
I don't know either. I think any play right now for him would be probably better than not.
He might just need to go ahead and train and get your mind right and hope that when it comes back, get your answers right, maybe more importantly, for when the NFL comes back around and the draft happens next season. And one more thing here before we go. I got to get you your NFL Top 100, right?
Yeah, let's do it. So excited.
You actually sold that a little bit better than you usually do. Usually you make it very clear that you're not excited. Obviously, we got you the 100 through 91 last week. Coming in at number 90 on the NFL Players Top 100, Carolina defensive end Derek Brown, bad boy. And then also coming in at 89, Los Angeles Rams running back Kyren Williams. I think that for me probably makes it abundantly clear that you're not going to get no Woody Marks on this, which I didn't really expect.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kyren Williams, pretty good season. It also does to me then make me think about how running backs are valued in this, because we went from last year where, Saquon Barkley was literally the number one player.
Right.
Kyren Williams, solid season. I'm not trying to make it seem like he is the best running back, but for him to be 98, it makes me go, okay. Or 89 rather. I'm like, all right. There's an interesting kind of dynamic. But I think also the players do a good job of maybe not doing this basically by position, but really respecting the individual players themselves.
And so Bryce Young is still the only quarterback that has been...
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And Aziz is the only Texan.
That's right, at 92.
Where y'all think that CJ going to end up?
I don't know if CJ makes the list.
I think CJ makes it, but I think we're coming up relatively close.
Because we're into the 80s.
You think he's going to be in the 80s?
The next couple of weeks, I think we'll probably see CJ Stroud. I don't think we get to 70 before we see him.
The one thing he has going for him is I don't think the players like him, But
yeah, and one thing that's worth noting, and you know what, by the way, we're that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think that players also, especially defensive play to this pretty heavily, know, especially if they played against the Texans, they know what they saw.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think that when I say that, there's a lot of context to that. So I actually want to talk about that next, because we've been kind of pondering about the Texans' offense a lot under Caley. Well, a national media voice jumped on with a local reporter and talked about a lot with the Texans, and I kind of wanted to dive into that. Shout out to Houston Stressens, who had on Ben Solak. He was talking about C.J. Stroud in this offense, and I'd like to dig into it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Already tuned in to Brazil, Japan. The match doesn't start for another 35 minutes.
Yeah. No, so I thought the match started at 11.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to see all the pregame too.
Nah, it wasn't even no pregame on there. It was the Jennifer Hudson show.
Oh, really?
Nope.
You telling me Jennifer Hudson wasn't setting up Brazil, Japan?
I don't know. I went right back to the Wimbledon.
That's right. Wimbledon gets starting today, including Serena Williams returning to
tomorrow,
tennis.
Right?
I believe so. Yeah. Can you imagine? Because yes, Serena returning after 4 years hiatus from tennis is one thing as well. Her and Venus are still playing right now.
Yeah.
I think it's more incredible Venus is still playing.
Yes, the older of the two.
Yeah, she is pushing what? I don't want to throw an age out there, but
I mean, what? It's got to be.
She's getting close to the big 5-0.
She might be.
I mean, it's got to be what, like 2.5 decades of them?
Yeah, and they've been playing since they were teenagers.
Yeah, teenagers. Yeah.
Honestly,
and Venus never stopped.
One of the most incredible stories, like American sports stories, from Compton, California. Like, there's not even a tennis infrastructure there, a tennis infrastructure not geared towards them. Just sheer power will of a father who's like, nah, we gonna do this.
Yeah.
To like being great American ambassadors and still doing this at this age is kind of incredible.
She's 46, by the way.
And Serena's 44.
Wow. I'm not gonna be crossing my fingers.
We literally watched them grow up.
But they have actually, I don't mean to be this crass with this, but I think it could help. They've lost weight, both of them. And I think,
I don't think it's that crass in the circumstances of Serena. Like, she was actively advertising GLP-1s.
That's what I'm saying. And I think that maybe that is something that kind of got them feeling a little better and lighter.
For Serena?
Yeah, for both of them.
Okay, because I know Venus always been a little thinner.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, no real transition for this, but
break down tennis. Man.
Yeah, this is the Figgy show. Like, quiet as it's kept, I'm doing little things to make sure Figgy's happy because he has to be at work today instead of watching this soccer match. But the Houston Texans offense, this has been, at least for me, but I think for you as well, a point of fascination is the word that I will use, even though I don't know if it's the best one. Just heading into this year 2 with Nick Caley at the helm. Just what is it going to be? What is it capable of being under Nick Caley? Because that ends up being a big barometer for how, like, what the aptitude is that they can reach. And so we've been talking about it a lot on the ground, but it's always interesting to get a different perspective. And shout out to Garrett, Houston Stressons on Twitter, for being able to sit down with Ben Solak of ESPN. And they talked about damn near everything Texans. They went a lot of different places. I obviously salute to him. But there was a few things that he got to pursuant to the offense that I found were really interesting. So if you can give me 6 here, Fig. This was Ben Solak talking about Nick Caley and the job that he felt like he did last year, particularly making adjustments.
The way Caley talks about everything, the stuff that he's tried to do on the field, the way that they were, actively solving problem on last season, like, okay, we got to be a jumbo team now because we have like no tight ends. Okay, so it turns out Joe Mixon's foot just isn't here anymore, right? Like, we're going to be a Woody Marks team now. And this is what we're going to have to look like in the running game to make that work. Like, I'm impressed by the way he speaks about the offense and the way he solved problems live. Again, is he, capital TG, that guy? We'll find out year 2.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I found that to be very interesting.
First of all, welcome to the NFL. You get real-time issues. No kidding. You absolutely are going to, because let's talk about those two things in particular that were mentioned there. The jumbo package. That was a joke. That ended up being a joke. They never passed the ball. It was all about, it was all about pass protection.
I really hope that they should. It was funny because
his blocking rate was actually lower.
Yes.
Than as a mean tight end.
But it was a necessity because when they weren't, it was worse.
It was also, like I said, he made the adjustment and it was not good.
Yeah.
And it was not good.
No, I'm with you. And also, and now I need to go back. This is where I'll need to go back into my recollection and into my notes. It also was something that didn't come along immediately, the jumbo package. I feel like this is an incredibly low bar, which is one of my issues with how I'm trying to figure out with Nick Caley. Have I just lowered expectations too far?
I think that's very, very possible.
Because like this is also in national levels talking about like the adjustments that they made, and there were some that you obviously have to give them credit for actively making it. But I'm like, how much credit do we give them for that adjustment? And maybe we could talk about the tight ends or whatever, but like
and then they became a Woody
that's
Marks
a necessity.
team. Again, welcome to the NFL.
And also,
that
one I can definitely make the argument that it took too long because we could tell that, some of us at least could tell that Nick Chubb did not have as much juice as they were, at least fit the way that they were utilizing him early.
Those were two things that were just life in the NFL and a necessity, and neither one was really. Woody more so, but neither one was really that successful.
Right, and so I don't know, but for having somebody that covers the entirety of the league talk about it and like give him that credit, it made me stop and think like, am I one, is the expectation too low, but two, am I not giving enough credit for that? No. I did think though that when Ben Solak was talking about C.J. Stroud in particular, right, and how he affects this offense, he obviously talked about one of the things that we know, but he put it in pretty uncertain terms. This is cut to him talking about C.J. Stroud and the effect of not having a run game.
My favorite Stroud-related stat is since he entered the league, the Texans are 31st in EPA per rush, 31st in rushing success rate, which again is just how are you creating positive plays? The only team worse is the Raiders. They've had the Raiders running game his entire career, and defenses know this. Where's Stroud going to rank on the NFL top 100? I have no idea. But if you watch opposing defensive coordinators, how they play the Texans, they very clearly believe, okay, let's make the quarterback beat us because the running game isn't scary enough. That's not to say they rank Stroud like Patrick Mahomes, like, oh, please hand the ball off. But it's to say that like they for years now have been very comfortable playing with light boxes, playing with nickel personnel. They don't need to put base on the field. They don't need to run blitz because they just know they're never going to be able to just 5-yard grind us, 5 yards in a cloud of dust down the field. They don't have it in them.
Not only that, but they far behind the sticks consistently. They had second and third and long that it made it even more so, more difficult on C.J. Stroud.
How encouraging does that make you feel about the possibility of this offense going forward, though? Because again, the clear effort was to make this team capable of running the football. Do you see the ways in which that helps not just C.J. but obviously the offense as a whole, like the obvious opportunity? Because again, if we're talking about this from the lens of Nick Caley and we're trying to get more into the actual, schematics of it, what is the recourse if you just can't run the football, even when you put out the jumbo as we talked about, and defenses are just like, no, you're not going to get me to move off of this, and now you're having to work through what is light boxes or maybe not even light boxes, but lighter personnel and with not a care in the world about the threat of running the football.
Well, I mean, they tried, the old A for effort thing. I mean, they're trying to bolster the running game on the offensive line. We don't know. I mean, it's the story of the year along with C.J. Stroud. How much this ultimately pays off. If it doesn't, we're going to have a repeat of last year.
Sure, but the thing that I was thinking on, and again, I am the person who has been perpetually kind of questioning of just how good can this running game get, even with the investments that you've had, right? Again, he just laid out different statistics that were like, you were second worst running the football in these circumstances, and how much more can you expect that to change with just the moves that you have made? And I say just, not to be undercutting, but you get what I'm saying here. I think it might be possible that just being competent forces defense to at least have to think about something else, because they were at a place where just defense.
No, for sure. Like I said, if they are just average at quarterback and average in the run game, I think it makes them better as a whole. Simply because because of what you just said, the defenses don't really know as much that they have to defend one thing more than the other,
and maybe that gives Nick Caley a capability to be a better version of himself.
That's
just
the
off of the strength.
Question.
And it remains. And he even said it at the end of that the previous one, right? Is he a capital T the guy?
Yeah.
Even he's like, we'll find out.
I don't know.
And so I remain in this place where I'm just like, I don't know what to feel. But Ben Solak, and I guess we'll leave it at this, but maybe we can come back to some of the other conversations that he had with our guy Garrett. This was him talking about how he feels about CJ having a better year this year.
I'm very confident this upcoming year will be better for CJ, simply because nobody is well calibrated to CJ Stroud right now. Like, CJ played 14 games last year. 11 of them were sick. 3 of them were terrible multi-turnover games, and all 3 of those were nationally televised island games. So those 3 games dramatically anchor and bias people's understanding of him. So I'm as confident in anything else that I'm predicting for the 2026 season that CJ Stroud will have a better year, a bounce back year. Because I think he'll just continue to play well as he did in the Nick Caley offense, if not better. He will have the second year of Jaden Higgins. He'll have a healthy tight end room, and the subsequent improvements around him and the stability and the fact that he largely wasn't that bad last year means that he'll have that bounce back performance here. Will they have the running game necessary to really have a healthy offense? I don't know. Ask me August 31st.
So pretty, kudos to him. Confidence, bounce back year. I'm not there yet. Say that about C.J. Stroud. Can you? You're confident he's going to have a bounce back year. First of all, define bounce back.
I lean heavily. Well, a better year than this year.
Yeah.
I lean heavily that way. I have to be entirely honest. I lean heavily that way that it should look much better for C.J. Stroud because what he's talking about, even in the circumstances where the Nick Caley, whatever we felt about year one, and the ways in which his hands were tied, talk less of however you felt about what he did once his hands were tied. The actual games in the midst of the season were not as bad as people want to try and remember them as for C.J. Stroud.
That, but I don't know.
So, in a circumstance where hopefully the run game is better, which it feels likely that that's the case, and some level of growth from Nick Caley, whether that's just defense is not being the key in, but hopefully and a better understanding of what they're trying to do. C.J. Stroud is capable of handling that. Plus, I just don't know. I don't know if I agree, though, with the idea that teams just aren't going to be aware of what he's capable of doing.
See, that's where I am. That's why, again, kudos to him. He's taking a stand. C.J. is definitely going to have a bounce back year. The reason I can't quite go there is you need a better running game, better offensive line, and better tight ends, and better Nick Caley.
I think you definitely have.
For C.J. to be better, you need all four of those things, or at least three of them. You need a better Nick Caley, better offensive line, better running game, better tight ends. That's bold to say. Oh yeah, he's going to be better because I hope so.
Because all those things you named were an issue,
right?
Well, you definitely have better tight ends.
You definitely do.
Yes. Barring injuries, barring other injuries, knock on wood, because we are headed into that time of year where it all kind of fell out from under you. Yeah. But barring injuries, a run game, I feel like that's likely to happen, even though I cannot say for certain. How much better has always been my question, but the idea that it will be better feels pretty given. Yeah. The better Nick Caley is the question.
That's the big one.
That is a very, very big question for me.
I think you got the better running game right now than all the other things you named for sure. Because I felt like last season,
I would go with you on that.
Yeah, because last season, you ain't had Joe Mixon, and that was your starting running back.
Yeah, no, I'd go with you on that. But again, you still need tight ends to catch the ball and produce. And I agree with you that it looks on paper better, but the offensive line, people have questioned. Yeah, they're nasty. They're veterans. They're proven.
I am people.
Yeah, and then also Nick Caley is the biggest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, again, come to the same place with all these various people weighing in on the Texans offense. You still come down to, is the chef going to put it together all together? Right. And remains to be seen. I just cannot wait. I really and truly,
it's getting close, man.
If there's anything that I'm chomping at the bit to see, it is how this offense comes together. Not even just the pieces, but how it is put together is fascinating to me. And so it makes it even more exciting that we are, about a month away from training camp getting started for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, does this particular thing happening in the West concern you at all? I'll ask the question next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
learn more.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Salute to the Houston Astros, who have won, not one, not two,
three,
not three,
four,
not four, but 5 straight.
All right, LeBron James.
I had to catch my breath. I just ran back into the studio.
That sounded a lot in my mind. That worked out.
No, 5 straight series victories for your Houston Astros. Now, just a game behind the lead in the AL West after winning 3 games in the 4-game weekend series that they had in Detroit versus the Tigers. And man, this Astros team, buddy, they are really making fools of me, at least, for getting near to giving up on them.
So would this be? How would you describe this if they get into the postseason and whatever, another, maybe a quick elimination or maybe just miss the postseason by a little bit? How would you describe what's happened this year with the Astros?
That is a great question that I'm glad I don't have to answer right this moment, right?
Yeah.
Like I really and truly wouldn't know how to fully term this. And maybe again, just thinking out loud, if they do indeed do what we saw a couple years ago, where they managed to make it back, make it to the postseason, they don't progress, it would feel like it was apt, right? This is a team that put everything they could down to try and get themselves back into a place to contend, and then maybe didn't have enough gas in the tank to then actually go and contend at that place. That feels like it might not be the case, but you never know. Like, that's the way that this could play out. As of right now, like I have been really ruminating on the resilience that they have shown. I do wonder, though, and maybe this is a larger conversation, like, is this the best thing in the world overall for the team, considering that this has to play into Joe Espada's, positive column, right?
I mean, I would think so, but I'm hesitating because I don't know. Will this make that, unless they do make or maybe even if they do, will this change anything on how they're viewing Joe Espada moving forward? I don't think so.
You don't think so? Interesting.
I mean, if they had the confidence
on what they think.
Well, if they had the confidence in him, he'd have more than a 1-year contract for one thing already. But would it change making the playoffs with this team, in a down year for the AL, which is something that we really can't ignore. There's only 4 teams that have winning records.
I mean, you see a chef out here cooking with Spam and American cheese and just salt and pepper. You start going like, all right, he might be doing a little something. No? Okay. All right.
I mean, you said cooking with Spam and American cheese.
I mean, it's good for Spam. It's like
this metaphor is already torture.
Yeah, it's good for Spam.
If I see somebody cooking Spam and all that stuff,
I was the Spam king back in college. I could make anything.
Really?
Spam. Oh man, one day just on a lark, I made Spamkin and dumplings, chicken and dumplings, but with Spam.
Huh.
Wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. I was the Spam king.
Was it particularly?
But here's the thing: it wasn't bad, but it was still Spam.
Yeah.
And that's
you mean nobody hired you as a chef?
No, it wasn't on any menus. It
Fair enough.
On any menus.
17 come from behind victories, mind you, as they got another one of those yesterday as well. And they were 3-41 when trailing after the 7th inning this year before the game a couple days ago. So like they are coming from behind a lot. 8 of those in June, mind. This is a team that's just staying in games and then allowing their offense to get going in latter portions of the latter innings of the game.
Pretty gutsy win yesterday, though.
Yeah,
very much a gutsy win yesterday. So, that's a weird place. Like, kudos, congratulations. I called it like the next man up kind of thing because it's not the same people that are all of a sudden getting hot for long stretches.
Correct.
I mean, I know there's been a couple. It's been little Taylor Trammell here, a little Bryce Matthews there, maybe heck, even a Yonder Diaz or something showing up.
Reinel Delgado.
Or Delgado.
Yeah.
It's who are these guys? It's not a consistent thing. It's just like good timing on whenever someone does come up with a hit. And of course, yesterday, you've got some guys that are that are making big plays in late innings.
Worth noting, Kaiwei Thung, the pitcher who was a reliever, kind of a bit of a tweener, came up and he's pitched a lot of starting games for you, trying to go 5-6, whatever, what have you. Threw an interpreter on Saturday, said that compared to the start of the season, I would say there's definitely some fatigue and tiredness. Past 2 seasons, I only pitched 70 to 80 innings a year, and this year it's only half the season, but I'm already reaching that inning count. With that being said, they optioned him. They optioned him to Sugar Land on what the manager has referred to as a deload. This feels like one of those things this makes sense. You see the wearing down. You've seen the kind of the production kind of dip, and it's very clear that there is fatigue that's involved. Miguel Loyola comes up.
How about that? In
his stead, so he will be in part of the pen. I do wonder, though, if Christian Javier coming off of his rehab start where he went 6 innings, no runs, 4 strikeouts, and got 11 whiffs, if he's ready to come up to the big league club and then jump into the rotation.
Well, so they have to make a decision on Javier by Friday. That's when his 30-day minor league rehab assignment expires. So it'll be fascinating to see how they make that one.
Yeah. So on the Rockets front, Kelly Iko reports that the Rockets are likely to extend a qualifying offer to Tari Eason. That's $8 million, mind you. There's just no way that he signs this, I don't think. Mm-hmm. But what it would do is it gives the Rockets the opportunity to match any offer sheets tendered. So effectively, I think this kind of signals the Rockets' desire, which I think they've already kind of said, to retain Tari Eason, if that's any, or maybe even
depends on what that number is.
Right, depending on the offer sheet. Maybe the offer sheet comes in and they decide a sign and trade is the way to go. But
correct.
It seems like more by all accounts, they're probably going to have Tari Eason back this coming season.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does. It does seem like they're getting him back. Look, we'll get into it here in the next segment. I think there's a big story here brewing with the Rockets, and it's not a great one. But for the here and now, they're also tied in with Marcus Smart. So they
at least they've been linked to him.
Yeah, they've been rumored to be involved in that.
No, for sure. So in the larger space, today is the day where teams need to, or players need to, make it clear whether they pick up or decline their options. And we've seen a lot of those going one way or the other. Fred VanVleet has indeed picked up his player option for this upcoming season, $25 million. We'll talk more about that as we go. Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, and I know you're going, Reggie, why do I care? Draymond Green declined his $28 million player option, and this is clearly a move to give them flexibility, the Golden State Warriors, because they reportedly are trying to acquire LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Mm-hmm. That is obviously another team in the West, a team in the West that, I mean, I think the Warriors you've kind of moved beyond in your brain at least. Does that give you any level of pause?
Not really. I think, we'll see how it plays out with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, if that even happens. I get it. They're still, powerful players that maybe can dial it up here and there, but they're not. But they're not a scary team in the West right now. I mean, they're at least they're going for it. In their own little world, they're trying to think that might be their best shot.
I mean, if they do end up with Steph Curry and LeBron James,
who knows,
both
right?
admittedly advanced basketball ages, don't get me wrong, but those two dudes, when they turn it up, can be incredibly problematic. Now, the idea that we're going to walk out here with the old man crew and we're just going to make it through 82 is kind of wild to think.
Right.
Especially 82 with at least one of those being the most injury-prone superstar of the last I don't know how many years.
Well, the other thing is, if you're a Warriors fan, aren't you kind of shrugging your shoulders and saying, well, what else can we do? If we're we got Steph, he's old. Might as well take the shot right now with these two dudes. And who knows what happens with Draymond. I mean, I don't mind it if I were a Warriors fan. I just don't think, as an NBA, consumer, I don't think they're at the top of the heap.
Yeah, I don't know if they could do you think they could probably compete with the Thunder? But I just think the Thunder is just too young, and they.
Fair enough. No, it's clearly a team that is making machinations and moves, and I was like, all right, when it comes to the West and teams at the top, or maybe not at the top, but teams that are kind of in that contention, does that do anything? Shout out to Scotty Scheffler. There we go. Shot a Sunday 68 to force a playoff this morning with Victor Hovland. Then he went and missed a 5-foot birdie putt in that said playoff to ultimately open the door and allow Victor Hovland to win the Travelers Championship for the weekend. So salute to the Norwegians who continue to get victories.
And there was some there again.
Yeah, man.
He was doing the rowing thing again with the Norwegian fans. Pretty good finish. There was a rain delay, So I watched a little bit, and then I came back to it to watch the end. I actually missed it. I didn't know it was that going to be done that quickly this morning. So I missed that this morning.
No. Is this anything like Scotty wise that he misses such a 5-foot birdie putt? Like, does this lean into narratives for you?
No, not at all. Because I think the key thing here, if you want to get into the weeds a little bit,
go ahead.
His irons were a little bit shaky at the U.S. Open. They came back strong. In this, so he's finding something.
I've had this in the doc just because it tickles me to no end, so I just want to say it at some point, and I figured now is a great time to say it. Did you see that Brian Kelly's in negotiations with CBS Sports to be a college football analyst?
Yeah, and the first thing I thought of is he going to sound like Keith Jackson or Brent Musburger?
He's gonna do my family, except for college TV.
Hello, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. He's going to listen to drop. Or is he going to say, you are looking live at, whatever? Yeah. Which accent is Brian Kelly going to use?
I don't know, but I've kind of been fascinated by the number of, like, generally unlikable people that have managed to make their way into television.
I don't think he's going to be good. I mean, I could be surprised, but...
yeah, because also
he's just not likable.
He's not likable, but also he doesn't strike me as the dude who, like, gives you incredible analysis of what's maybe this is just I have not been in enough circumstances to hear him give analysis, but it's not like there's been like, oh man, supreme ball knowledge has been given to me, or like I've gotten a great insight from hearing Brian Kelly speak. Usually it's just like, damn, he's throwing his players under the bus.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you do that as a TV analyst.
No, it doesn't move the needle for me at all.
You think he'd be better than Urban Meyer?
Oh, boy. That's a good one.
Here's the thing, and I'm going to be completely honest here. I don't remember how good Urban Meyer is just because I hate his stupid face.
That's very telling about Brian Kelly. I think a lot of people just hate his stupid face.
Honestly, there's an argument to be made that he gets let go at both of these organizations, Notre Dame and LSU, mostly because they don't like him.
Because they hate his stupid face.
They fired him at LSU. You look at the actual wins and losses. They're not so bad that you had to fire him. They were just like, we don't want you here no more. Please go somewhere else.
They weren't LSU standard.
No, but
losses,
you can go through the LSU history and find people who were worse.
LSU don't care about hey, that wasn't a bad record.
No, there's been instances in LSU's history where they've longer in order to figure out more stuff with the worst record. They were just like, nah, we will not abide.
No, they didn't like him. That's for sure.
Yeah. You do not fit in enough culturally for us to abide by this. And then Notre Dame, he was there for a long time, and after a while, they were just like, hey man, you've won games and everything, but
you see the door over there?
You can move along.
Yeah.
Should I now? This is something that I'm going to ask you in real time. Should I give a 6-10 update of the World Cup bracket since we're out of the knockout stage?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, why did I ask him like I didn't know what the answer was? Especially because if you are at all interested in the bracket that we've put together for 6-10 hosts and personalities to get us interested in the World Cup through the group stages, our groups of 4 nations have accumulated points. And when you look at those points at the top of the heap, there is one Seth Payne.
How about that?
Has been doing pretty damn well there at the top of the heap. Lopez, you've been doing solid. I think you're somewhere a little bit towards the middle. However, you and Seth had a very particular designation, which is you both got all 4 of your teams that qualified into the knockout stages. Now, one of them was pretty quickly dismissed with South Africa. But yeah, shout out to Seth, who had 22 points in the first round. And then Clinton Ben had a whole bunch of points as well. Me and Fig are near the back.
Yeah, I quit paying attention.
You were like,
who's bringing up the cellar?
Me.
Really?
Yeah. I
thought you had a good squad.
Yeah, Portugal ain't delivered.
Yeah.
Uruguay looked really bad. Algeria managed to go through, was cool. And then Haiti got stomped. So, unfortunately, that was there. But ultimately, still having a lot of fun watching World Cup. In fact, Houston's penultimate hosting duties happen here in about 4 minutes at Houston Stadium between Brazil and Japan. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to return to the Houston Rockets because we've been asking this question consistently for the Rockets in this offseason, and yet more information brings us back to it. What are the Rockets doing? 713-572-4610, because I think that there's some interesting machinations going. We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, and you've heard me talking about the world's biggest tournament here.
FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig also in the building, who honestly it feels like he might be needed in the building at Houston Stadium as Brazil and Japan have indeed kicked off. Very lively first, 4 minutes of play there. However, if you look at the stands, one, looks gorgeous again. Like, it might have missed this call. It might, who knows? But,
is that going to be the argument?
No. Well, for some people, I think it might be. I think the soccer field does look really good situated in that. Neither here nor there, though. There is a ton of Brazil support in those stands, and I don't think it's just because that yellow pops. There's a lot of Brazil support in there. So that Japan jersey you're wearing right now, Fig, it feels like it might be needed.
They need you, Figgy. Here we go, Nippon.
Yeah.
Nippon. Let's go.
We doing. Do you know what the Japanese chant is?
I have no idea.
You should have went and learned this.
It sounds like they saying, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
I have a feeling. I'm not certain, but I have a feeling that's not what this is.
Let it snow.
It's a Christmas carol is what it is.
They just love themselves some Christmas. Yeah. All right, that one's still obviously 0-0 in the 5th minute there at Houston Stadium. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening if you cannot look at it yourself. But when you talk about having feelings, that one actually, this is the place where it gets a little dicey, right? What are the Rockets doing has been a perpetual refrain of one John Lopez here. And as we reach a little bit further into the NBA offseason, now we're getting reports as to what teams are looking to do. Trades are happening. Player options are being picked up or declined. And so we're starting to see teams make moves and teams situate themselves to make moves, and the Rockets are no different. And so you kind of ask yourself again, as we're starting to see the Rockets' name pop up in rumors, we're starting to see the Rockets pop up in potential trade, like hypothetical trades. There's some interesting things happening, but none other more interesting. And Fig, I forgot to ask you for this, if you can give me this Fred VanVleet. Then us finding out that Fred VanVleet, the injury that he sustained last year, or leading into last year that took him out of the season was more in depth than we had previously thought. This is Fred VanVleet on the All the Smoke podcast talking about that ACL injury.
And then what was up, what probably never was disclosed was I did ACL and both meniscus. So my whole knee exploded. All right.
So he had not just an ACL tear as we knew, but also a meniscus injury as well. So as he described it, my whole knee was exploded. But
he said both.
Yeah, and I think he meant both ACL and meniscus because it'd be crazy if he was talking about both. It wouldn't even make sense. I feel like we would have seen that. We would have known that a lot sooner. However,
an interesting limp.
It does make it seem like, and maybe the Rockets are in a place where they just rehab both of those together and then boom, we will go again. I think that it opens up the possibility that and Fred VanVleet picking up his $25 million player option this season, which means a couple of things. One, he will not sign an extension that makes it a little bit easier for him to spread out his money for the Rockets. But two, he is now an expiring contract and no longer has a no-trade clause. I think that it's a possibility that this is now opening the possibility for them to make moves. But right now, where are you on your question of where are the Rockets?
Well, okay, so it does open up the possibility for them to make moves. I think two things are going on here. And I know it kind of, startled you in a sense when I said earlier, I think we have the answer for the worst general manager in Houston, and that man is Rafael Stone, all due respect, because of these two things.
Please.
Number one, there are teams in the Western Conference that realistically be considered like a championship contender out of the Western Conference, but they're trying to set themselves up the best way possible to at least be able to make a run for a championship. We just talked about the Warriors, right? Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Steph Castle. Probably is not going to say that's a championship team.
They got Steph Castle.
I mean Steph Curry.
Damn, I don't think that's ever happened before. I don't think anybody's been like, damn, I'm gonna stick Steph Curry for Stephon Castle.
Right.
My bad.
None of us are going to say, ooh, that's the favorite.
Right.
But in their minds and that general manager. In specifically that general manager's mind, they're trying. They're trying to become a championship team as best they can.
Sure.
Right? That's the best they can do
with Steph.
I
think also they're in a different space, though. Like, they're in a time where they're just trying to pry open the window, right?
But that's my point. Yeah. They're trying to – it may not convince us, but they're trying to win a championship with their moves if they do this, right? We can agree on that.
Sure.
We know what the Oklahoma City Thunder have done, especially during the draft and all that. We know what the Spurs have done, again, during the draft. Hell, even the Nuggets appear to be in on Jaylen Brown. Right? That's the hot rumor right now. So these general managers are making moves to win a championship. That's Minnesota. Thank you. That's another one. So that's the fans of those teams are saying, well, maybe they won't win it, but they're trying to do what they can to give themselves a shot to win it.
Yeah.
That's on one end. On the other, are the Rockets doing anything to try to win a championship?
I think as of right moment, you can't say that there's anything that's specific.
Right.
You're set. I think that this has always been a play of maybe medium moves rather than big moves, big swings.
And so that's where I'm just like, you're not fooling me, man. You're kicking the can down the road. You're trying to shuffle the decks on the Titanic to say, hey, you know what? Let's bring in this 33-year-old Marcus Smart who can't shoot threes. For maybe Steph Curry. Why am I hung up on Steph Curry? For maybe Fred VanVleet. What does that do?
Also, never happened before that somebody was like, damn, Steph. Oh, my bad. I meant Fred VanVleet. My bad. Those are the same guy in my head.
Like, Rafael Stone is not trying to win a championship. He's trying to keep his job. That's what he's trying to do. He's the worst general manager in Houston.
I mean, man, shout out to Dana Brown, man. You really doing some real work here.
Which is kind of saying something, right?
You're really doing some work here. I don't know that I'd go so far as to say that he's just trying to keep his job in this. I do see paths forward to making yourself a better team. And maybe I'm a little bit more of the mindset that, hey, man, be around these circumstances and then these things can fall to you. We've talked about this in various different ways, whether it's the nature of injuries kind of dictating the way that the playoffs go in some of these things, right? Whether it's competition or yourself. And then also just I think that there is maybe more to be said when it comes to or at least I have more value for just kind of being a certain level of good rather than like these big swings, because I think that as much as they do work sometimes, there's a lot more than I think we give credit for. It kind of takes out the bottom of what you're doing here, like that Minnesota move, right, where they swing for LaMelo Ball. I think this one is absolutely a high ceiling type of move. This could be an explosively good team. This could also be explosively bad very quickly.
Right.
And so I hear you, and I hear the understanding, the appreciation for that. But I honestly do appreciate a little bit more stoicism in the way that this is moved. I do think that there are some things that can make some moves, but let's talk about some of the rumors that are out there and kind of parse them, right? Because I think that you seem to be nonplussed by it. You started with Marcus Smart. That is one of the rumors that's out there, and it seems to be one of the more pervasive ones that they could be interested in. It's one of the reasons why I also think that Fred VanVleet could be moving on, because you went and got a guy who feels like he could be maybe like a backup big in the draft, and Bruce Thornton.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart, again, maybe he's also a backup big, like as an insurance policy for Bruce Thornton doesn't come along. And maybe that just says they're completely done on the point guard experiments that we had seen last year. But also, there's a possibility that this could be we need a guy who's a veteran who can run an offense in circumstances, but also can allow if we move on from a Fred VanVleet. You saw him be really good last year in the postseason, at the very least, at the things that you're looking for, like being able to spark offense, definitely get offense going when you need to, but then also knock down shots in those circumstances. I know that he is not historically a great shooter, and last year he was a bad shooter, but he's had instances relatively recently where he has been a pretty good shooter, right? 36. I know that you talked about him shooting relatively poorly in this last year. And why is this messed up? But yeah, he shot like 36% as recently as like the year prior.
You're talking about Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
He's not a good three. I mean, let's go. Year by year over the last 4 or 5 years. This is 3-point percentage. 2023, 33%. 2024, 31%. 2025, 34%. He did have the 39%. Last year, 33%. You're moving pieces around. You're trying to keep people interested. Hey, Marcus Smart. It's not.
I don't think that's the end. I don't think that's the only move, though. If you do that,
that's a good point.
It would create space.
It has to be more than this because he is not going to be the answer man. By any stretch.
Can we agree that this is probably going to be an offseason of like making moves that ultimately add up to the sum as opposed to like individual parts?
That's what they have to bank on.
That's what they need to do.
Because that. Their other moves, their big swings. Apparently, Jaylen Brown, is not a big swing. Obviously with Kevin Durant, they're going. It seems maybe they will trade him. I don't know. And then you have a real kick the can down the road because then you have those draft picks upcoming. You have young players. You can spin it that way. Hey, we still got some young talent. They're still young, et cetera. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think they're trading Kevin Durant. And can I say, right, because I was like kind of making the case for Marcus Smart. I'm not actually all that interested in that as a move. Mm-hmm. I just think it's interesting as maybe a signal that they might not be as all in on the idea of just Fred VanVleet running back, right? Because I think that should actually be a encouraging thing for a lot of folks who looked at this team and were like, oh, so it's just run it back. I think that it opens up the possibility that they're not actually looking at running this back and making some of those changes. One of the biggest out here is the possibility that the Rockets could be in on the Kawhi Leonard sweepstakes, 35 years old. Now, mind you, last year he played all of 65 games, all NBA caliber play, but 65 games nonetheless. What does that do for you, the possibility that they could maybe move for Kawhi Leonard?
I mean, I actually kind of like it if you're doing, if you're a win now and you have Kevin Durant. That would be the best. To me, that's the best option.
In this moment, I think that would be their big swing.
Yes, that would make fans. That would make me. That would make fans realize, okay, maybe there's kind of what I was talking about.
Trying to compete.
Kind of what I was talking about with the Warriors.
Go for it,
At least they're doing this because right now they're not, and that's why. I see Raphael Stone working, and it's about self-preservation more than anything. If that's the move, I'll take what I said back. Because at least they're trying something.
Yeah, but I'm not here for trying just for the sake of trying necessarily, like just taking what Aaron Swing.
Well, I don't think it is.
I don't love that move.
I don't think it is just
what you don't love.
The dude averaged 27 points last year.
He was incredible when he played, but when he played is a constant circumstance. Plus, you'd be getting a rental of a dude.
I don't care. You just got Kevin Durant. He's 38.
Kevin Durant still gives you more of a runway. You signed him to another
38.
Deal. You signed him to another deal. I'm not. Yeah. There's no guarantee that Kawhi Leonard, honestly, and to be completely honest, I'm not sure that this is actually a real thing. I think this might be.
I agree with you on
I think this might be the Toronto Raptors who do seem to be.
That was kind of shocking to me, to be honest.
He's agreed that he's at least it's reported that he would sign an extension, Kawhi Leonard, with Toronto, and I think this might be Toronto kind of putting stuff out there that other teams are interested to try and.
So what are they doing?
What are they doing?
I shouldn't.
When it comes to the Rockets,
what could they do that makes you think, hey, at least they're trying to win a championship this year? Because nothing I've seen speaks to that. Nothing.
I think that there's an opportunity to add better shooting around what they have right now, and add like more interesting pieces. Like this is, and I know this is not going to be one that moves you. I recognize that out the gate. Zaire Williams was his team option was declined. And this is a 25-year-old, like athletic, defensively inclined player who didn't shoot well. Although if you go and you look at like the splits, when he was wide open, he shot better, and he was really good at shooting from the corners. Mm-hmm. This seems like a dude where, again, a lot of upside, and that lines up with the timeline of the guys that you have. And you could continue, and I know it's all a conversation of development, but you continue adding small pieces around the edges of like a Zaire Williams, and continue to add into what you have of playable guys that fit into what your coach clearly wants to do, right? Because I don't understand. I don't love what Ime Udoka has put forward for this team as a system.
Yeah.
But if we're going to do this, you might as well all pull in the same direction.
Sure. No, I don't know if that necessarily would fit the category of, okay, now they're trying to win a championship, and it's obvious.
Yeah,
but I get your point. I get your point.
I think that at this point, it might be a fool's errand to just do I want to try and contend with the Thunder and the Spurs on their terms. Right, I think this is where you
don't necessarily have to be on their terms, but do something, man.
But I think this is where you have to zig when others zag, right? I think that is one of the things that feels like it shows up pretty well, and we end up applauding in math. It comes to, especially in basketball, but in a lot of these sports, instead of going with the trend of what everybody else is doing, is finding some way to go a different way and plot your own path that oftentimes ends up being the trend that other people try and follow. And so I don't think that, making a swing on a superstar player like Kawhi Leonard, especially one that comes with the question marks that he does, although he is really good, is the thing that puts you in a good place. Because I could easily see us being really frustrated that he is injured, that he is not committing in a longer-term circumstance, and that you then give up what would be a lot of draft capital, and then you kind of give up both sides of this.
I think ultimately, I get what you're saying, and I don't think it's necessarily you have to be the Thunder and the Spurs. I think, for one, the Warriors are kind of showing that. I think the Nuggets are kind of showing that. The Timberwolves have showed that with LaMelo Ball. So it's not like, hey, do what they did. It's like, do something, man.
But
do something.
So, Reggie, if they decide, let's say they do what you said they might do, maybe zig while everybody else is zagging. Do you feel like that will make them a championship contender?
I mean, not on day one, but I don't think that they have a path to being a day one championship contender. Mm-hmm. I think that was one of the lessons that we probably should have learned from last year is that winning the offseason doesn't win you the championship.
Well, sure, but the other thing you have to realize, especially when it comes to Stone, is he's been here a while, man. And the moves that he's made, if you're trying to reset or redo or work in the margins, we shouldn't be working in the margins right now. You know,
I think every team is always working in the margins.
Well, yeah, but you get my point. I mean, I'm not talking about like the margin shouldn't be what you're hanging your hat on. The margin should be to get over the top.
And see, that's what they tried to do with trade for Kevin Durant. Because they were in the West.
And people forgetting that, too, when they get traded. We talked about it last week.
When
they traded for Kevin Durant, we were talking championship.
Yeah.
We were talking championship or bust.
This is coming off that year. The second best team in the West, and now you got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So, in my mind, I thought it was a championship type of move.
And ever since then, you know, it's been very, very iffy, to say the least.
I'll put it like this, right? Because I think that we all came out of this past season going, okay, you're not as close as you previously thought. So in my mind, it's more about, hey, getting yourself closer to that place where you thought you previously were so that you can make that move, as opposed to swinging what I feel like is flailing wildly at trying to claw your way out, because I think that's the way that you slide back further. Mm-hmm. And so I think you have to be very intentional about this. Now, I think this, the thing that we can both agree on, there's a lot of pressure on Rafael Stone to get this right, right? Like, I think that we're talking about two different ways to cook chicken, but ultimately you got to make sure that the meal is good. Mm-hmm. And I think that the path that I'm talking about does require them to have a lot more machinations and be smart and be adept at finding for lack of a better, like the Duncan Robinsons that come free that feel like, oh, they fit really nicely in adding in what you do here. And I think that they have set up, at least with some of the rumors that we have, they are set up to do that, but they're going to have to nail it. And I think that those
more
are things,
than one.
And that's the thing. And if they don't nail it, that's the type of stuff that will get you fired.
Yeah, that'll get you fired. But I also think that it's the type of stuff that's not going to completely tank what the Rockets have and where they are. Because I don't want to ignore the fact that you were not very far away from being bad, like just a capital B bad basketball team.
Yeah,
and I'm not eager to go back to that.
No, but at the same time, he did hire Steven Silas. He did. We're trying to forget a lot of this stuff that his name is on, and now we're like, well, let's try to work in the margins, hang our hat on that. No, thank you.
Or keep the draft picks for the young players,
right? Or let's reset. No, thank you. That's where I am.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions.
Payne and Pendergast.
What do you?
America's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This World Cup, which, by the way, as we're here live watching Brazil and Japan in the 28th minute, 0-0 if you're interested. But this World Cup has helped me realize that we must be doing something wrong here in this country. And let me explain.
Just that, huh?
Number one.
Figure, where do you think he's going with this?
Keep going, Lopez.
Where do you think I'm going with it? Let's play a little game.
No, I don't think. I think that game would be very bad. I feel like you should keep going.
I think you're going with maybe the crowd.
No, in a sense, here's my confession.
Was they there early?
We must be doing something wrong in this country. Number one, how the hell is it that all these countries, and it is pretty prevalent in Europe, people can get a month off of work, solid?
Oh yeah.
How the hell do they do that? And number two, how can they afford these tickets? What are we doing wrong here? We're doing something wrong.
Well,
I don't know what it is. There it is. What did I just tell you?
I can confirm. John Lopez is like, Japan's about to sneak a goal in.
Yeah.
And buddy, did they not apply pressure, steal the ball, shot from distance, goal, Japan up 1-0, and Figgy Fig wearing his Japanese jersey is going crazy in the studio right now.
Could just side note here, Brazil has been controlling the ball, but Japan has consistently taken these counterattacks and had their shots. They just scored a goal. It's now 1-0 Japan.
Kaishu Sano.
But seriously, what are we doing wrong in this country?
A lot.
We can't take like just a month holiday, as they like to say in Europe. Every year you take a month off, and in that month you can afford going to another country and buy multiple World Cup tickets.
That's right. That's right.
What are we doing wrong?
Plus the accommodations, right? Because all these hotels been jacked up. Like the money, the cost of these have been exorbitant. All the travel, right? Because remember, the gas is high. They travel into various different cities when they follow their teams. No, man.
The food is high here.
Everything.
And all these Japanese people getting all these beef ribs and all
They really are. They getting the biggest ribs. They going to the barbecue spot and like, let me get the brisket and the ribs.
Spots, every time I leave a barbecue spot, man, me and my wife be like, man, we can't keep doing this.
Yes.
Man, we get up there, we take the 2 meat plate, or I'll get the 3 meat plate.
Yeah.
Boom, $80.
But I get. Look, there's different, levels.
That's what I was going to ask. Is how many of the
who
salt,
can afford what?
How many of the salt of the earth Japanese folks do you think are here?
But we're looking at people that just look like regular old,
They might look like
blue collar,
like it's here for a regular season game.
Yeah, like blue collar types, maybe some white collar types that they make
Texans.
bars run out of beer. Like we're out of beer.
Rich people drink.
Hey, they treating us like a bachelor trip or something.
And then to get just like a month off. Can you imagine? Hey, Parker, I'll see you in August.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like that's one of the reasons why, to my confession, I think I severely messed up not getting a World Cup ticket. Like just going ahead, put it on the credit card. We will deal with it later. Because when is the next time that I think that I'll be able to go, not just afford the World Cup ticket, but then also afford the travel and the
next time will be travel.
Right, the travel, the accommodation, and the amount ability to take time off. Right,
Yeah.
the ability to get long enough. Because here's the thing, right? What's the next World Cup is like Portugal, Spain, Morocco, right? They're
It goes
hosting.
Spain, Portugal, Morocco.
There you go.
Yeah.
You think in 4 years, God willing, I'm still working at Sports Radio 610, that I'll be able to be like, hey, boss man, or woman, who knows how progressive this is. I would like to have 3 weeks off to follow the U.S. men's national team on even just their group stage games. Right? I just want to follow their group stage games, and then I'll come back. And there's no way. There's no way that happens.
There's no way. It's crazy.
Luckily, you get a couple weeks for bereavement.
I gotta find a grandma to die or something, man, in order to get that.
They don't want.
I gotta have a kid or something so I can go to watch the World Cup.
Some jobs be like, nah, you ain't taking no week off.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel guilty.
gone.
Like a lot of people, I feel guilty taking more than a week off. And
you do, huh?
These guys, well, not that guilty, but
I've seen it happen a couple times.
It's about to happen again.
Oh, poor Lopez gonna be sad on this boat.
I'll be sad the whole time.
Yeah, I bet you will.
I'll be thinking of you.
I bet you.
Generally speaking, they can take a month off. They just stop working for a month, and that's prevalent in Europe, especially.
Yeah,
a month.
Yeah.
We need to move to Europe.
No kidding.
we can still do the show.
This show?
From Europe. Yeah.
You think we're doing this show from Europe?
Yeah, why not?
I feel like there's a lot of reasons.
I think there is a lot.
There's
why
a
not?
number of reasons. I don't even know where to start with those.
These are my confessions.
Fig, I kind of jumped on his. I'll let you go.
Okay, so this is my confession. I'm a little bit. Look, I ain't no shame in my game on this, but I gotta confess, I'm thinking about jumping on the Love Island train, man.
Why?
They kind of getting to me a little bit, man. I feel like it's everywhere, man.
It really is. And
everybody talking about it. I went to a bar yesterday, and they were like, yeah, we just had a Love Island watch party. I'm like, what? It just seemed like everywhere you turn, man, everybody's talking about Love Island, and I have no clue what they're talking about. I feel like I'm missing out.
It is kind of amazing.
Are you doing this?
I don't know, man. I was never
because we're social human beings.
I was never into this type of stuff either, man. But I'm like, dang, I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of conversations, a lot of small talk.
Yeah,
it's kind of amazing though that they're able to do this because we've kind of come to the understanding that in the world of like media, there is one thing that is like that is king, and that is live sports, particularly football. And the other thing that maybe gets a little close is some of this reality TV, particularly ones of this nature. And buddy, I have found myself, the site was called Twitter, and been like, wait, someone's talking about Kansas City? Oh no, they talking about KC, the dude off of, or TT. I'm like, man, people talking about Thierry Henry? Nope, they talking about whoever this is on a show. Like, it's gotten annoying to me, and I shouldn't be annoyed because they're just in here talking about the thing that they're talking about. I bet they feel stupid, annoyed when I'm in here tweeting about, soccer or football or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's everywhere. So I can't blame you for wanting the curiosity, or for the curiosity getting you.
The thing is, I don't even know where to start. Like, is this a new season? Like, should I start from the beginning?
Hey, I hope you're not asking me.
I have no clue, but I'm thinking about just trying it, man.
I have to say, there is a non-0% of our audience that is very much already tapped in, right? 713-572-4610. If you got answers for Fig.
B Scott be out here tweeting, just bleep this person. I'm like, who is that person?
Right.
Like,
that's right. He does watch it.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
man.
yes,
he does.
I'm thinking about jumping on the bandwagon, man. I'm a little bit ashamed of it, but I kind of want to jump in on the conversation too, man.
Hey, man, don't be ashamed. Watch what you
be a little ashamed. Be a little ashamed.
Hey, this is FOMO. It's funny because everybody that watch it, especially the guys, they're like, man, it's trashy, but I can't stop watching it.
Yeah, it is trashy, and that's the big that's the big criticism.
Yeah, I see a couple people once in a while on Twitter say, "Hey, man, hey, dude, stop watching Love Island. Go change some brakes or something." And you see people in the comments like, "My brakes are good. What's up?
I don't need to change
I can
the
still
brakes."
watch it.
Yeah, see, Fig, what you need to do is just take all that energy that you have in the FOMO for the Love Island and go start building you that car that you wanted to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's real. Look at your oil.
Yeah. Go get some brake pads or something. You know, see if that timing belt is right.
Go build a house.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to build things in this country.
Yeah, build something with your hands. Stop watching Love Island.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions.
Go change a tire or something.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. All right, your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, as Japan leads 1-0 at Houston Stadium in the 37th minute. Coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Did you see some winners and losers from your vantage point? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are not a team that can play the whole, all we need to do is win series moving forward.
2222. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Especially if you are happy to root for the nation of Japan in the World Cup, or if you were just hating on Brazil, that's also a possibility. Because sometimes, especially in circumstances where you don't actually have a dog in the fight, sometimes it can be fun, not necessarily to root for somebody, but just to root against somebody. So if you were in that place with Japan, you will enjoy the way that this first half has seemingly gone, as Japan up 1-0 and doing a good job, high pressing, turning the ball over, and at least one time thus far getting a good shot on goal. And right now, they're applying pressure still. So, no, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening there. And Figgy Fig enjoying himself right now.
Yeah, man.
They're like a red zone defense. They let you drive the length of the field, but then they get the ball and go the other way.
If y'all can explain what Japan is in NFL terms.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, kind of a bend don't break defense, where it's like, hey, you can have possession right now.
What NFL team would you say is kind of like Japan?
Well, they're always, and obviously soccer players are always in great condition. Japan players never seem to tire. Resilient. They're always in good shape. I think on the field, like I said, I think they're more of a bend but don't break, or a red zone type defense that lets you go ahead and have some fun, go about 80 yards. But once you get to the red zone, they
Houston Texans,
they stiffen. Yeah.
Offensively, they're a lot more quick strikes, so that ends up being a little bit of
offensively. They're counter punching. They're like they're really good on the counter. So then, like maybe like a fast break team, a transition team in basketball. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's actually a better way of doing it. Like
they're a transition team.
They might be kind of Oklahoma City Thunder-esque.
Very much so. There you go. That's a good one. We landed on that.
Yeah. Good pressure, and then they're gonna turn you over, run the other way. Transition. Okay. There we go. Different sport than what you asked for, but it's something. I guess.
I'm just trying to get a feel what Japan is.
Oh, you should know. That's your favorite team. I don't know why you don't know already. I'm just playing. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do a little winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610 if you want to play along. Who won, who lost on the weekend? Because I think one of the losers of the weekend, and not just the weekend, but the weekend very much solidified it, is the Seattle Mariners. 3 weeks ago, they were 4 games over 500 at 36-32, and they were 3 games clear of the rest of the AL West. This weekend, the Rangers left them for the AL West lead.
Yep, they sure did.
On top of that, They've lost 4 of their last 5 games, haven't scored more than 3 runs in their last 13 games, and that's the longest such streak since 1972.
Well, think about this. 13 games. You can't score more than 3 runs in 13 games.
Like, it felt like the Astros were doing that, but
no, they would pop up and have like an 8-run and lose 10-8, early in the season. But at least they could score. Their offense was never the issue. 13 games, you can't score more than 3 runs in any of them? That's incredible.
Yeah, so they've been, I'm not going to lie, kind of nice to get back to the Mariners, man.
Yeah.
Like, this feels a lot like home, baby doll. Because before, what was it, 2 years ago, you looked at the Mariners, oh, man, they're finally, and it's like, nah, they can pitch. They're not going to score runs. Here they are again, at least for a 2-week stretch.
Yeah.
Pitching, not scoring runs.
Which
and I
leaves
appreciate
your
that.
Astros in a pretty good spot.
It is. Only 1 game back of the lead, only a half game back of the Mariners themselves. And so, definitely a loser on this. Now, the question is if and when they bounce back, the Mariners, because, again, they do have the stock to be a better baseball team.
Yeah, no, they do.
Like, and they have the dudes. They have the dudes that technically should have the bats as well. But, we'll see if that bounces back. Kind of hope that it doesn't, with all due respect.
Big Dumper's not doing anything.
No, he is not.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's laying a big dumper, I guess is the way that you could say, over the course of the season. Some other winners and losers. How about this as a winner? How about the Miz, Jacob Mizorowski?
Oh, baby.
This weekend, he hits, and we know, hard thrower, right? Fireballer. He hit 105.5 miles per hour on the gun this weekend.
And then he said, I think I might have more in me.
Yes. He said he felt like he kind of slipped on the pitch, and he might have more in the arm.
105.5. That's cartoonish.
Literally the word that I used when I first saw it.
That's cartoonish.
What would happen if you hit a man?
I would love to stand behind a backstop and see a 105 mile an hour, 105.5 mile an hour pitch, just to see what it looks like and what it sounds like. That's that you hear in the air.
Oh, you want to stand in the batter's box for that?
No, behind the backstop.
Oh, okay, I thought you said in the batter's box. I was like, absolutely not.
No,
I am 100%
stay right here and watch it on TV.
And
that's all I need.
105.5. I'd like to just get close to it and see what it looks like and sounds like. That's ridiculous.
It's probably sick. Like, it's probably unreasonable. And that's why we were talking about this morning when for some reason we had gotten talking about Charlie Sheen and how he used that dope for Major League and how he raised his, what was it, almost 10 miles an hour?
6 miles an hour. He went from 79 to 85.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine doing that for Mizorowski?
So we want to juice him up?
I kind of, just the curiosity. The curiosity makes me think about it. Also, something that I thought about this weekend. Which of these feels more likely? Are we going to see like the arm blowout for Mizorowski? Because, I mean, there's no way that you're throwing 105.5 and not just absolutely tearing your arm up unless he is the next Nolan Ryan of like just freak arm.
He's got a rubber arm.
Yeah, he's just got the freak arm that we've never seen, and this is just the way that it's going to be for the foreseeable future.
Well, the odds are that it's the first one. Not wishing anything on him, but clearly, all signs point that the odds point to at some point he'll have elbow or shoulder issues, but until then, he's doing something incredible. So if we convinced him to roid up for about 6 months,
what a nonsense!
Nate,
roid up? Yeah, I think so. Now this is
109.
This is an unreasonable thought because you get to a certain point where like being able to create more velocity is just. We're fighting against physics at that point.
Yeah.
And likelihood is 105.5 is probably already asking a lot. But, like, there's just something in my mind that goes. And then also, I guess, it's less about the pure strength. It's probably more about, like, that whip. And I don't know if we're changing the tendons and the chemistry there to actually. So maybe the answer is actually no.
So could he hit 108, 109? I think he could.
I mean, I would love to imagine it. I would love to imagine.
What's the fastest pitch ever recorded?
That one.
105.5.
He's got the last 3.
Yeah, that was it.
That was the one.
Fastest. So that's in the Guinness Book of Records.
The Miz. That's what it says in the World Record Book.
Although the one thing I will say is I've talked to people who believe that our radar guns did not as accurately measure.
Back in the day?
Yeah, back in the day. We might have had more dudes throwing hotter than we probably realized just because we couldn't accurately.
Satchel Paige, Bob Gibson, some of these, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Bob Gibson probably threw angry, to which I would probably imagine that with the type of ornery he was, he might have been able to get up to the mid-100s just off the strength of the old man anger that he brought. How about this for a loser on the weekend? His name is Malik Beasley. He's played in various different places in the league. I think most recently, if memory serves, it was with the Minnesota Timberwolves. He has been indicted on federal gambling charges related to a sports betting scheme and includes point shaving and prop bets.
On his own team?
Yes.
Yes. No, he threw games. we saw the one video where we saw the video of him getting a rebound off of missed free throws, like 5 seconds left, and going the distance sprinting so he could dunk, and they covered.
Yeah. The whole idea of not scoring late in games when the game is over. He was like, nah, I need.
Everybody was just standing there with their hands up. He just and he dunks. It was 8.5, and it went down to 8 or 7 or something. And the caption was, "Oh yeah, he did it. He guilty."
And of course, like it could be a joke or it can be like, hey, some evidence of it. The larger thing I have is, are you at all surprised that this does not feel as existential as it once would have seemed? That because again, you actively have, and this ain't the first, this ain't the second in the NBA of people actively, going to trial over this type of thing. And the NBA is technically still rolling, right? The NFL is still rolling with, the Calvin Ridleys of the world or whatever. Like, does this at all surprise you that we've actually reached this point and it does not feel like the world has fallen?
Well, kind of, but then there's the Sorsby thing that sort of changes the dynamic a little bit. Yeah, it should be probably the lead headline. It's not. It is being mentioned, and yet Sorsby is. So I guess it depends on the case and the notoriety.
Yeah, this one should definitely be on the front page.
He threw games
because these are like big charges too.
Yes. Yeah. So he absolutely affected the outcomes of games for gambling purposes.
That it just feels like it should probably be a bigger deal in the circumstance. But I guess I'm not too upset because I love these sports. I would love them to keep going. It just feels like the way that we've talked about sports betting for the this is the thing that ends up ruining what you're doing here.
I'm really curious how they gonna fix all of this, man, or if they can fix it. Because he ain't gonna be the first or the last to get caught up in this.
No. Do you think that this just becomes like one of those things that happens every now and again? Some player ends up getting hemmed up for this. Like, do you think that this is more in like the transitionary period from being puritanical about this to maybe allowing in, or do you feel like this is just going to be a new world order, so to say, that every once in a while you'll catch somebody around the edges?
It kind of is already, isn't it? We're getting these stories just damn near every week.
Yeah, it's kind of making the point you just made earlier. Yeah. Like we just kind of it's on the third page of the paper. It ain't really that big of a deal now.
Yeah, I guess so. A winner on the weekend. How about Reynel Delgado, who on was it Saturday or was it yesterday? Actually, it was yesterday. My bad, I'm bugging. Had his very first home run as a major leaguer, and it was to help bring the game closer. It was 3-0. He brings it to 3-2. And ultimately, that ends up playing a role in the Astros being able to come back. I think, what did I give as the statistic? Their 17th comeback victory, 17th straight comeback victory, I believe, or something to that effect. I'm getting this incorrect. But Reynel Delgado, man, like he has been a pretty good ad when they acquired him a couple weeks back, or a few weeks back.
Yeah, he was a big part of it. There were some big moments all along, but in that moment, that was something that once I saw the game, was it 3-0?
It was 3-0.
Yeah, it's 3-0. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is probably just one of those, Sunday afternoon. Who knows how it's going to play out? And it was going into the 5th and 6th inning.
And they've been awful at scoring on Sundays for the last a month or actually longer. Yeah. Like they've just been kind of bad on Sundays. They had finally gotten a victory last Sunday for the first time, not this Sunday that passed.
Yeah.
And then so you were back into this 3-0. You're like, maybe this is a trend and a rut that they're in. Nope. Here he goes.
There he goes.
Mind you. He has a batting average since he's been up of 280.
All right.
Now the OPS is just 708, but I mean at the very least he has been hitting, and now you add just a little bit of slug to it, right? Like maybe this continues to trend forward, especially as he has been of use, giving Altuve a day off, giving Isaac Paredes, or like when Isaac Paredes had to play first base, to give Christian Walker a day off. Like he has been very helpful as some level of moderate utility in the infield, which you kind of really needed. Salute to Reynold Delgado, man. Like that's been huge and one of the wins that they've needed. Now they definitely still need something in the outfield, right? Hitting wise, at least the defense has been pretty good.
They're just kind of mixing and matching right now in the outfield.
But all of them have done pretty well defensively in the outfield at the very least.
Right. Oh no, defense is strong.
Which, I mean, at times you wonder, you look at, is it going to remain strong? And then one more shout out to super middleweight Jaron Boots Ennis, who had three knockdowns of Xander Zayas before he got the corner to stop the fight. So he is now, he wins himself a super middleweight title. I think it's WBO, WBA. And he seemed to catch Bud Crawford retire, but he tweeted after, I'm going to keep my comments to myself, but y'all get it, I hope. Which seemed to be a little bit of a jab at the young man. Mm-hmm. But I feel like if you're doing well and you've got, I guess, a legend maybe, I don't know if that's a little strong for Bud Crawford, but legends.
He's in the conversation.
Guys then kind of tweeting about you, even if it's a little salty. I think that means a little something for you.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Whew, Japan halftime, 1-0. By the way, it's 3 a.m. tomorrow in Japan, and I was just looking at some videos. They are going nuts.
Yeah, they're not sleeping.
In Tokyo.
They're not sleeping. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Stroud ends up being like a large point of conversation all the time. If CJ Stroud is the 15th best quarterback in the league, what else has to happen for this team to go where you want to go? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
In the Loop. sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I probably don't often enough express how much fun I enjoy, or I get rather, working with John Lopez, because every once in a while I'll just throw out some random thing about tennis, and then we end up having a conversation about Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi, or interesting they were to work with. I'll let you figure out which of those was which.
I was just telling a story about Sampras, just the most boring person I've ever been around in my life. Like, just.
Well, I wasn't gonna put that out there like that, but you went ahead and did it.
Why was he so boring?
He was an unbelievable player,
incredible,
like, automatic. Just he was a backstop, but it was like talking to a piece of toast.
Well, he played like he was a wall, and he talked like he was a wall. There you go.
He was.
Why you talk about Tim Duncan like that,
man? He made Tim Duncan look like Barkley.
Oh man! So yeah, shout out to Pete Sampras, I guess, for no good reason. For good reason, shout out to Japan, who's getting ready to start the second half of their match versus Brazil at Houston Stadium. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, it was the shoes, dude.
Yeah, everybody's wearing pink in this World Cup, and it wasn't like an intentional thing. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess intentional is not the right word. It was not like a directive thing. It just kind of seemingly happened with all of these various different outfitters. That's a whole different thing. But yeah, you'll see a lot of pink boots, as they call them, on the soccer pitch. And it seems like they've got a young cat, Brazil does, getting ready to come on. Come off rather, of the pitch, because they're going to need to make some changes if they want to get past Japan, who leads 1-0. All right, we bring it back to American football, gridiron football, the football that is typically played at Reliant Stadium. Whatever. 713-572-4610. What are the other ways that you refer to the game that we are talking about, football? But yes, C.J. Stroud ends up being a point of conversation when we talk about this Texas team, and that is no different than when, I guess, national sources are talking about it. And so Mina Kimes and Kevin Clark were talking about this. I think this was like a week or two ago. They were talking about this team, and they mentioned, I think it was Mina herself, right, who said something that you found to be very interesting.
Well, let's hear it.
Said that the Texans are taking care of a lot of players and spending a lot of money, especially on the defensive side of the ball. What they're doing is paying undeniable players, and the last couple of years, C.J. Stroud simply has not been undeniable. That is the biggest X factor in the league. I mean, if he goes back to rookie year C.J. Stroud, they win the Super Bowl. It's the easiest equation in the entire league. The problem is that seems to get further and further away every single year. He wasn't bad last season until the end. I think as he got banged up or returned from injury, I think he got a little more uncomfortable with his legs. And in the playoffs, obviously he didn't take care of the ball at all. I see them as a little bit similar to the Seahawks in the sense that if C.J. Stroud takes care of the ball and lets the defense do its job, they can get really, really far in these playoffs. Even if he's not the 9th best quarterback, he can be the 15th best quarterback. C.J. Stroud, watch some Sam Darnold playoff tape and do the rest from there.
Okay, my bad. So that was Kevin Clark.
Last part.
That was Kevin Clark giving that. But yes, very. I mean, it's not something that is unfamiliar as a thought and a sentiment when it comes to here. We've heard that for how many months now?
That just be the 15th best quarterback in the NFL. It's something about it just, and we've talked about it. You just said that, but we've talked about it. We've mentioned, maybe, he doesn't have to be great. He's okay. Are we sure about that? Because two things are going on at the same time. We're saying he just needs to be average. And then we're also saying for the large part of last season, he was that or better. So it really was just those games, huh? Well, they still had some issues here and there. Maybe they won a lot of games, but I'm saying, like, it's not like an automatic thing that if he's just that, the problem solved. He was that last year until he fell apart in the postseason.
Yeah, but then that until matters a great deal because
but no, they still played a lot of close games. They still had to come back from, they still had issues with their passing game.
Well, I've been told that all the games in the NFL are like one-score games, and you just got to play close games and be good at the end. That's what I've been told time and time again.
Well, that kind of speaks to my point. Like, okay, so all these one-score games, all these close games, you still had. We were talking about C.J. Stroud and what was he even before the postseason. Like, is he still good? Is he going to be able to take you where you need to go and all that? The postseason is like, okay, that was the bad part. Well, they weren't. They were still kind of trying to figure things out when he wasn't bad.
Sure, I think that the conversations that you're alluding to were more of, and if I had to characterize them, they probably took more of the tenor of, we know that there's more in there. How do you get to all that more?
Yeah.
But what he was doing was what I would probably term like aggressively fine, like perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, aggressively fine
of what you were dealing with, and I think that's probably more of what Kevin Clark is pointing to. Right? What is the line of this is perfectly acceptable to be able to get the job done?
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that what you saw last year and maybe a little less or whatever, however you want to term that, is that level quarterback, you can get the job done. I do think, especially if their clearly concerted efforts over the offseason go the way or even close to the way that they seem to think, you probably can't get to that place because I don't see a falling off of this defense. This defense is not reliant on turnovers. They do generate them, but it's not reliant on turnovers to get the job done. It applies pressure fairly consistently. As long as it's not, you don't sustain big injuries, which even then it feels like they're doing better and maybe setting themselves up to sustain or to continue through whatever injuries may pop up. If you have that, if you have C.J. Stroud playing at the level that you even saw for the majority of last year, and if you're able to run the ball, as we were talking about earlier, right? If you're able to run the ball with any level of, credibility for defenses to not simply load up on them, I think that you get a significantly different result.
So what has to happen? So what do you mentioned the run game, but what has to happen for 15th best quarterback C.J. Stroud to win you a Super Bowl? Is that it? Just run the ball a little better? I'm not sure.
I would take out little, right? I do think you just need to run the ball better.
Yeah.
Because I will borrow Ben Solak's numbers that he gave, right? The success rate and EPA, them being both 31st in both categories last year, which, if you don't know, 32 football teams, they were the second worst.
Yeah.
You can't be in that category of the bottom 5 by any means. I would probably make the argument that you need to be somewhere in that middle third of the league when it comes to being able to run the football. Something that where, 1, you can get the job done. 2, you can be better in the red zone, right? So, because there was opportunities that looked really poor because they could not finish off the good plays that had been made by the offense, right? That turned 7 into 3 or even 7 into nothing in some of these instances, right? I think that goes a very long way. The defense maintaining at the same level, which in a normal circumstance would sound like an absurd thing to ask.
No, we're just assuming it. We're just assuming, that defense will be awesome.
And they've earned it.
They have earned it. I guess what I'm really kind of getting at is even the 15th best quarterback, Sam Darnold is the one that he mentioned. You get into these high-leverage late-season games, you get into the postseason, the quarterback has to win you a game or two. Has to.
Sure.
That happens every year. I guess that's where I'm at. With C.J. Stroud, he's going to have to do that. What has to happen for that to be the formula, for him to be able to have the confidence? Is it Nick Caley? Is it the run game, opening things up? Is it all the above, what we've talked about before?
Well, I definitely think that the Nick Caley aspect of it matters, right? Because one of the things you're talking about is, let me not mischaracterize you, but it does seem like you're saying you can't just have what we're kind of using as like average quarterback play.
You can't just say, hey, run back what we saw last year. You need more somewhere, whether it's individual games, Stroud winning it. I get it. I
see what you mean, because it seemed like everybody trying to make it like, Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
Trent Dilfer was back there. You could have won the Super Bowl. But I think in this day and age, you got to have a quarterback that can make some plays.
Win a game. Not all the games. Don't be Patrick Mahomes, but win a game. And if you run it back, can you get that? Is that C.J. Stroud?
Well, some of that is when you talk about the run game, you also need to be able to have the explosive plays that come through the run game, because you need explosive plays. You need to be able to get those chunks. And again, I tend to believe that you will get a better version of C.J. Stroud, including those opportunities to be explosive. We know that that's what C.J. Stroud wants to be able to do, and it felt very much like there was something missing and lacking within the offense, that you did not get that to the same extent that you would typically want, right? So I do think that some level of growth is in there. So if you can run the ball and give you some level of explosives, and then also the Nick Caley of this all, if you can then also have the offensive system progress, and maybe even progressing isn't quite the right word, but I think that it would be apt, and meet C.J. Stroud to be able to bring some of those things that he enjoys doing that we know create explosives as well, I think that would be great. Another part of this that we have to consider is, like,
who he is working with, because I do think that some of this is the young cats that you're expecting to take steps up in this offense, whether it's Jalen Noel or Jaden Higgins, right? The relationship that they have there and the capability of allowing more balanced passing. And I do say more balanced passing because I do think that they tried to find some level of balance, but it was mostly between two guys, and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. Like, if they can have a more balanced passing attack, could that be there? I'm interested, though, because Bill Barnwell of ESPN put together the wide receiver, tight end, running back groups of 2026 for the best and worst teams.
Okay.
Where do you think that this Houston team falls? Like, if we're talking about
wide
the surrounding
receiver, tight
elements.
end groups?
Yeah, wide receiver, tight end, running back, right? The skill positions, as they call it, with all due respect to the big uglies, right? Where do you think that they...
This is all 32?
Yes, of all 32.
22.
Fig, would you like to take a guess?
Yeah, I'm going to go in that 15, 16 range.
Although Nico might bump him up a little bit. Yeah. Maybe 15, 16.
Bill Barnwell brings them in at 24.
Yeah. Overall, they're not scary on paper.
And that's
outside of Nico.
I take you to a segment that I like to call reading. Literally, the second paragraph. If Collins isn't on the field, this isn't a scary group of playmakers. Literally the word that you just said.
And I didn't even read it.
That's. I don't know if you should be so proud about that, but no, like that ends up being. If you're asking that portion of it, if we're going to take away the possibility of like the quarterback making the incredible plays, which I don't think that's the case. Again, I'm to put that caveat. I think that C.J. Stroud is capable of that, and hopefully, but I lean towards this will happen. You get more opportunities for that with more comfort with the system or whatever. You need some of that to also then come from the brilliance of the players that you have. And Nico Collins is going to give you that, but where are you getting some of that elsewhere? Yeah. I think that Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins should be opportunities for that, whether it's Jalen Noel running across the field or Jaden Higgins coming into his own even better.
You're really counting on those things, man.
You have to.
You are really counting on Higgins and Noel and well, Tank maybe to really carry the load on top of the run game question, on top of the Nick Caley question, on top of the tight end question. You're counting on these receivers just kind of bailing him out, kind of bailing C.J. Stroud out, giving him more options here.
Do you feel like that's a fair accounting, though, of the supporting staff that the Texans have?
I think it is. I said 22, and you said, what, 24?
Yeah, 24 is where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me where do you have them all?
Yeah.
Tell me where Jacksonville and Indianapolis are.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Jacksonville is 18th.
Okay.
So it's not like they're crazy.
I thought they might be a little higher.
Yeah, they're not that
away
far
from you.
Yeah.
The Colts are very highly regarded. Now, some of this is like Alec Pierce and the deep ball opportunities that he created, and then also Jonathan Taylor is going to carry a lot of this.
Sure, I forgot about
Player of the Year contender, right? Like that capabilities. Plus, then you also think about the tight end. Like you have two positions where you go probably elite, right? Tyler Warren and Jonathan Taylor versus the one elite position that you have for the Texans, which is Nico Collins.
So where do they rank?
What? The Colts? 14th.
14th. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I'm watching this soccer game as we're watching. How the hell did Brazil not score right there? They had 4 shots on goal.
Hey, now, salute to that goal.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you mean Rui Hachimura out here?
Yeah.
Watch this. They had like just pounding the front of the net, and they just keep going.
Sheer power of will is what's happening here.
Need to bring that energy to the Lakers.
You're going to see that highlight all day long. This guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, so Brazil with what should have been a chance that goes in. There's
I thought it was a goal.
There's 3 Japanese defenders on the goal line, and they managed to clear it. So it remains 1-0, 54th minute in this match that's happening at Houston Stadium. But yeah, interestingly enough, right, in this rankings, you know who's 25th, 1 spot behind the Houston Texans?
Who?
The Tennessee Titans.
Oh man, that stinks.
Oh yeah, that's disrespectful right there, man.
Boy, combine that with how we started.
I
this
wish
segment.
you ain't asked this question, Lopez.
No. I'm saying we started the segment on C.J. Stroud, and if he's just this 15th best, is that enough? Even with this great defense, then you combine that, it just makes you like. It just makes you really wonder, like, do they have it in them? You know, in these close and tight games and playoff games, to be an offensive threat like that.
And I think that some of the comfort is they're clearly trying to minimize the impact or like the needed impact, not necessarily minimize the impact, but the needed impact of the offense to where that is not the requirement. I still think that we're talking about like the low end argument because I do think that there should be a capability of more of this showing up.
And they're counting on improvement.
Yeah,
they're counting on wide receiver and running back improvement.
And a lot of this we're not talking about in the context of how one hand helps the other, as Brazil finally does break through with a ball through. And, of course, it's Casemiro using his head. 1-1 is the score between Brazil and Japan at Houston Stadium.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're not talking about the impact of one on the other, right? Like, clearly – all of the things one of the things they're hoping impacts all of this is just being able to run the ball more consistently and better in a way that forces defenses to ease up on some of the other places where you should be able to get the ball.
It's going to be so fun to watch and intriguing, unbelievable, this offense and how it responds with what the defense is going to do.
Isn't it encouraging though that people feel like a lot of people look at this and feel like if C.J. Stroud is just bare bones what you saw last year, like, you should be pretty good.
Yeah,
because again, like I find it hard to believe that C.J. Stroud gets worse off of.
Yeah, but how much better?
But that's the thing is, if the thought is just give me last year and we should be cooking with grease, how much better do you need it to be? Right?
Yeah,
I think that if we're talking about that, felt like the basement, that felt like the trough of what the C.J. Stroud experience is.
Yeah.
And if they indeed get better, even if it's incrementally, which again, I think it's easy to get there. I think it's probably what you actually see is probably higher.
Yeah.
You should be working really well. I think. I would hope.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Remains to be seen. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. As we mentioned, Brazil-Japan now tied up. 57th minute. You got about just over a half hour to go. Who will break through, or will this be the first knockout match of the 2026 World Cup where we see extra time, maybe even penalties?
PKs, baby.
We will keep you up to date with what's happening there, as they're the Brazilian ladies. They're enjoying and celebrating the goal. Shout out to the TV product, always giving you what you want. Speaking of giving you what you want, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we don't know who's going to win these World Cup matches, but we're going to make our picks on In the Loop based on one thing only.
Okay.
Each team's goal celebration song.
Goal celebration song. All right.
Okay.
Let's get in the World Cup moving further. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite?
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I got to give a shout out to Parker Hillis, our program director, for sending me this and kind of sparking my idea for what we about to do. I think Parker listens from time to time. So
I think so.
Appreciate you sending that my way. So FIFA has revealed some songs chosen by each country to be played every time they score a goal. So these ain't just the chants, the normal fan chants and stuff like that. Songs that are played in the stadium whenever the country scores a goal. So what I want us to do, I know right now Brazil and Japan are tied at 1.
Brazil's made some real good adjustments coming out of the half, keeping their width, forcing Japan to, if they're going to press, they have to press over more space, and that's allowed them to play through better.
Appreciate that breakdown, man. Appreciate that. But we ain't about to pick a winner based off of that. We gonna pick a winner based off of their goal song. So, all right. So let's start with Brazil right now. We're gonna start with Brazil. This is their goal song. I ain't even gonna tell you the name of them because I never heard of them. And I will probably butcher the name of these.
You don't
songs.
speak Portuguese?
Nah.
Really?
Nah.
I would have guessed that you did.
Yeah, I might look like it, but I don't.
I might look like it.
But here's the song Brazil plays whenever they score a goal.
Eu vou, amor. Eu vou nessa.
Not the right energy for you?
This is their goal song?
Honestly, I'm surprised that it doesn't have as... There we go.
Now the pom-pom's starting to shake a little bit.
All right.
All right, we got
It's okay. It's okay. For Brazil, I had, you know what it is? I had higher expectations.
Yeah.
For Brazil.
Okay.
I had higher expectations.
All right.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Brazil's not moving on.
Yeah. So they facing Japan. I want to see who got the better song, and that way we could pick who went off their music.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Nippon.
All right, Lopez.
I don't know.
It comes in like an anime.
Yeah.
It's strong.
Yeah. Good start. This is their goal song? I like them, but I mean, I don't think neither one of these really fits that well.
Wow. He said they will not be
I think, you know what? I'm going to go back. I think I'll have to side with Brazil, even though I wasn't really wowed by it.
It's gonna sound weird because I'm rocking the Japan jersey, but I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
I wasn't feeling that Japan song at all.
Yeah,
and maybe because I'm not an anime guy, and that sounds very anime-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, that is their culture. I think I think it came in strong. I think it came in strong. So
who we picking?
I'm going to go Brazil.
Y'all both voted for Brazil, so my vote doesn't matter. So I will very much cast mine for Japan.
And I didn't think Brazil was all that, but it was better than the Japan one.
Yeah. All right. So we got Brazil winning.
Keep that Brazil one nearby because they are threatening right now.
Yeah. All right, so Germany play, is it Paraguay?
Paraguay.
Paraguay.
Shout out to my guy, Clint.
Yeah, so, here's Germany's song. This is a song, and I kind of like this one right here.
I know.
Oh, that's German. Boom, winner. I don't have to. I can name that winner on 2 notes. Dude, that is so perfect. That's a high bar, man.
It's not bad.
That's a high bar.
Good energy.
Yeah.
It feels like we're on a highway to the danger zone. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're there. I feel like it feels a little Kenny Loggins.
I was thinking about the old German Saturday Night Live bit. Was it Sprockets?
Sure.
Yeah.
I would know the old Saturday Night bit.
Sprockets.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, here's the other song right here, who they are facing.
Let's go, Paraguay. We back in here, baby.
Pretty good.
I'm voting for Paraguay.
I'm still going Germany. That's pretty good though. That's a high level matchup. That's a high level, but I'm gonna still go Germany.
What you got here?
Because Germany's song was like perfect for Germany.
Yeah. Honestly, and look, and I know I'm the tiebreaker. I was kind of rolling with Germany at first, but this one sounded like a really good goal song, man. Like just imagine them scoring.
It's strong, no question.
So I'm a roll with Reggie on this one as well. So so the next matchup is the Netherlands, and they are taking on Morocco.
Oh, that's right. That's the best match of the day.
Two top 10 nations, at least by FIFA World Rankings.
But we digress.
Yeah. So this is the song the Netherlands picked as their goal song.
Really?
Old Lang Syne?
I've got to imagine that when it actually plays and they're enjoying it, it's different. But man, this is not a good first. This is not it. I'm sorry, Dutch.
I didn't like this one at all.
This is a low bar. You are correct. This is a low
Somebody
bar.
said that they heard this Netherlands one's plenty at Lil Woodrow's when they was hanging out there. I hadn't even considered that Lil Woodrow's might be hidden play on a song every time. This is why you got to be outside for these.
Man. Yeah. How you feel about this one?
Not good. It's Old Lang Syne. That's all
not
it is.
inspired.
All right. Here's Morocco, Ray.
It's gonna hit. It's got to hit. Yeah. Yep. Good energy.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Yep.
That's the best song
and they got
we've
the
heard
claps
yet.
as well. You clap along. Yeah, that's in there. We're in there.
That's the best song we've
They
heard.
put the Netherlands like 5 zip, 5 mil.
And then you could just see them dancing with this. Yeah, man. And the worst part about it is I don't know that Morocco's been great about scoring in this World Cup.
No, they haven't. But they're a dang good team. That's the best one.
We might not be getting
That's number one seed so far.
Although I say this, and they put up 4 against Haiti. Now it is Haiti, who was not a super strong side. But yeah, let me get this one.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna try to do this all week.
Okay, so we're gonna
as the games are played.
Very good.
Yeah.
So who do we have winning? What is the in loop music winners?
I think
so.
overall
We got Brazil
Morocco,
winning.
Man.
We got Brazil winning here. We've got Paraguay winning in the next match versus Germany, and we've got who do we say? Yeah, we got Morocco over who's Morocco playing? Who did I just? The Netherlands.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that we're not going to.
Hey, tomorrow we got Ivory Coast and Norway. That'll be a good matchup.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Speaking of World Cup, shout out to Argentina. Did you see what their fans were doing in the concourse? Yeah, man. So for those who don't know, I guess this was after the game. Somebody found somebody else's wallet. And usually when you find somebody's wallet, you might take it over to security or something like that. Some other people might take it and take it home with them and do some awful things with it. But salute to the people that actually take their wallet to the security guard. But Argentina fans decided to do something else. So they opened the wallet and decided to see whose wallet it was and start chanting their name in the song.
So good.
So just imagine.
And they're holding up the wallet.
Just imagine walking around.
Is that my? Are they singing my name?
Reggie Adatula. Reggie Adatula. Reggie Adatula.
What's happening?
Wait a minute. What's going on?
You lost your wallet, dude. It's over there. The guy's holding it up.
There they go.
I hope the guy found this wallet.
They did. They gave it to him.
They got it to him.
I mean, how could you not? They out here chanting your name. Unless this could
left early or something.
Yeah.
Or you might hear that and be like, oh, they trying to whoop me. Like they are trying to get me.
Yeah.
But I feel like once your name, you're going to try and figure out what it is. He did, and they ultimately handed him his wallet. Honestly, like the World Cup has been a lot of great vibes.
Yes.
At least in this range. There's definitely been instances where you could have maybe not so great vibes, but for the most part, like the people that have come, like the
win
human
or
element,
lose, by the way,
been great.
Win or lose, it's just been a celebration.
Yeah.
Now, but that's the thing. That's group stage. We get into these knockouts. This is where the tournament actually starts.
Yes.
All that group stage was kind. That was cute. That was kind. Now we're getting to the real nasty.
Yeah. So salute to the Argentina fans, but Helping somebody find their wallet.
Look at you doing Argentina PR.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Whenever y'all driving on the freeway, do y'all get a little nervous whenever you see a motorcycle, somebody driving a motorcycle and kind of being a little reckless, where they just kind of zooming too fast?
Time.
100%.
Every single time.
I get so nervous to the point I'm like, you know what? Go ahead. Like go ahead. Like, I get a little nervous because the one thing I don't want to see is somebody flying off of a bike.
Correct.
Man. I do not want to see that. I don't want to see nobody get hit or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But thoughts and prayers to this guy on the motorcycle. So I ran across this video on Instagram. Somebody driving the bike, a little bit reckless, and this was on I-10 on the Katy Freeway. And this is a video, somebody was in the car and kind of started recording a little bit, talking about this guy driving a little bit reckless. And this is how it went.
Bro, this dude right here was like nearly lost control of his motorcycle. Starts wheeling. Only in Houston, bro.
He fell. He fell. He fell. I told y'all. He fell. He fell. I told y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. He fell. I told this. Yo, he don't even know where he's at. He don't even know where he's at. He don't even know where he's at. Bro, this is crazy.
I got my truck. I live right down the street. Can you give me a ride or grab a truck?
That's the
guy.
guy.
Bro, I can't. I'm about to go pick up my kids. I can't, bro.
All right, thank you.
He's walking around the highway now.
Just asking people to give him a ride?
Yeah.
Can you drop me right here at this exit?
You gotta wait for the police, bro. You can't just bounce.
Did he hit somebody?
Yo, bro's bike is on fire.
Oh,
man.
I think he just fell off the bike. He was doing wheelies and stuff like that, just swerving through. You could tell he lost control. But that's my worst nightmare, man, to see something like that. Every time I see somebody like that, I try not to look.
I mean, when they're zipping through, and it's usually more than one. It's often more than one. Like you see 2 or 3 bikes in a row.
Yeah.
It unnerves
the
me.
lane splitting?
Yeah.
Makes my skin crawl, man. And salute to all the bikers out there, but be
still,
careful, man.
No, it's unnerving.
Nah, lane splitting is one of those things that they got to do.
Too, yeah.
Yeah, they got to be
I'm
real
talking about they're just zipping.
the zipping,
Yeah, no, this guy was flying. And it looked like he popped a wheelie on the freeway.
And then fell.
Yeah.
Honestly, I am I was a little happy to just hear his voice and hear that he sounded in good mind after what happened, because my brain goes to the absolute
and that's why I get so nervous, because I heard a bunch of different motorcycle. I know a couple people that lost their lives to it, and just being hit on a motorcycle is never a good look. Man. It's the worst thing you could possibly see.
I don't.
But this guy was just walking around like, "Hey, can you give me a ride?" I'm like, no, I'm not giving you no
bike
ride.
is on the concrete.
Yeah, like what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like you need to wait for the cops.
And by the way, I mean, obviously, salute, as you like to say, to all the bike rider and motorcycle riders out there. It's awesome, but to do that in Houston and to go that fast in Houston, you got to be a little nuts.
Yeah. I feel like, though, I kind of relate to old boy in the car, because as soon as I know you're okay, now I can be a jerk, whether I laugh at it or be like,
no, I got to pick my kids up, man.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, I can't help you out.
I got something to do.
Yeah.
You should have thought about that when you was wheeling. Now that you're okay, at least.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Another fantastic edition of the Mixtape here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Brazil working hard to make the selection of their of them based off of their goal chance or goal song, because they continue to apply pressure here in the 78th minute. Still tied at 1-1 between Brazil and Japan as that game continues to take place over at Houston Stadium. All right. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit them up at the Figgy Fig on social media. We do that every weekday at 1:20. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. I will let you choose your own adventure here.
Okay.
Would you like to talk about analytics, or would you like to talk about Houston sports soccer?
You probably know the answer to that.
713-572-4610. We'll discuss one of those next.
Drive.
Monetary gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still eagerly watching to see what the outcome will be from Houston Stadium. What has been a very good match. Another pretty solid one for the city of Houston. Houston in the 5 matches prior, and now I guess the 6th match that has been hosted at the stadium.
No, they've had some great games.
Gotten some really good ones. So it makes me even more jealous of the fact that I did not actually, dig into the old bank account and get out there for a match. Regret. However, continue to see some really good matches. You were talking about this just a second ago when it comes to this World Cup, about how this knockout stages now have set up for the U.S.
Yeah, look, I mean, the best thing for the U.S. is you have Germany, France, and the Netherlands, all 3 big powers on the same side. So they're going to knock each other out. Meanwhile, the U.S., now they would have to get through Spain once they would get to, I guess, the quarterfinal round, or maybe it's, quarterfinal round.
Round of 16? No, quarterfinals with round 8.
Yeah, it would be quarterfinals because Belgium, but all those three guns on the same side, that's definitely good for the U.S.
Yeah. So very, very eager to watch how this goes. But yeah, we're in the real thick of it. This isn't just, hey, see if you can get a point. This is you need to find a way to win games to survive and advance. That's what we're watching right now. 87th minute between Brazil and Japan. So if things hold for the remaining 4 minutes plus however much added time is there, we might get extra time for the first time in this World Cup. Not unfamiliar territory by any means. I'm going to bring up conversations of analytics because when they come up, and that has been what is happening of late. We have seen over the weekend a big conversation be spurred up by Josh Hart, in fact, and now NBA champion Josh Hart at that of the New York Knicks. He had this to say when he was talking about analytics, and actually it was also spurred up as well, I should admit, by Jaylen Brown after there was some person in the NBA space.
I think it was Bobby Marks.
Yeah, Bobby Marks had mentioned that there was some analytics person in an NBA team somewhere, and that he had basically set it up as a kind of odd differentiating opinion that looked at Jaylen Brown as like a 7th best player on the team. And I don't think there's very many people that agree with that, but then that became a jumping off point to talk about analytics. This was Josh Hart talking about analytics as well.
There's a lot of things that analytics don't show or don't take into account. I just always thought analytics for like geeky, unathletic white guys that wanted to be a part of the league. So they decided to put math into the equation. That's always how I felt analytics. So
I wonder who people are going to think you're talking about, because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that fit into that, huh?
Probably. Shout out to our Dapo. He's our black analytical guy. On our team, so shout out to him.
What is he doing?
I have no idea. Honestly, I forgot about that portion of the. I was like, so
it's for white geeky guys that couldn't get in the league. Ours is black.
That's the clear difference.
I was sitting here thinking, like, man, how you going to attack Reggie like that? But then you shout Reggie out at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Apparently we cool. No, but obviously, like, there's that portion of it. I think he says that tongue in cheek, but I think also, like, just
I don't know if he did, but go ahead.
Every joke has like a little bit. I wonder how many people have, one, a similar kind of sentiment, because I don't think it's zero by any means. But two, I think that I don't fully agree with this, but I do understand where it comes from.
I've always fallen in the line of, yes, absolutely need it, but it's also not like analytics is garbage. It's somewhere in the middle. You use it and then you use your eyes and you go from there. And I think that's where a lot of people end up.
Can I say that I kind of hate one of the narratives in there?
And that is?
That, hey, man, analytics cannot account for all of this. And yes, of course, I'm not going to say that analytics will account for every single thing. We frequently do the thing where it's like, well, analytics can't account for weather. Yes, it can. Like, there's ways for you to account for a number of these things. And often there are models and things that account for more of these things,
but there are absolutely things that cannot.
Sure,
yeah,
but
that's why I'm like, okay, I get it.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more though that is taken into account, and this is why I think when it comes to the analytics, what the issue that shows up there is, one, just like our American relationship with math in general, we don't know enough about some of the stuff, and so it's always important to understand what the metric is saying and like what it actually speaks to when we use it. Which is why I try the best I can to, if I'm using a metric, one, to have tried to look into what it means, and two, to try and say, like, give some idea of what it means when we do that. But two, I think also, like, if you're doing this right, you're using this in tandem with fairly conventional knowledge.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like, you use it. It's a tool. It's just another tool in the toolbox. It's not like this is the case because this says so, and that's where I don't go on that far side to the analytical side.
Yeah, and see that, and I think he's talking about people like Bobby Marks, who said like, oh, he's technically or
7th best player on the team.
Stuff like that is where people, especially players, probably have an eye roll with it. Where it's like, come on, man, like, what do you like? You can't just look at numbers and say I'm the 7th best player on my own team.
Yeah. I think that for me, the thing that shows up is we have, and I think again that was in that particular thing was kind of an outside, not an outside opinion, but an opinion that is not popular. That was had, because I think for most people, the game well enough, even if you're a white geeky guy who did not play. They know the game well enough to at least see when there's an anomaly like that, you go, hold on. Why is this happening? Because this doesn't match at all, right? Because there's some times where you will get an analytics that goes, hey, this doesn't match. And I think for me, not to say that I'm like at the forefront of no analytics or nothing, but for me, when I see something that I go, that's very far from my priors or what I thought.
Right.
Now it's an opportunity to go and look into it and see. And oftentimes it's like, okay, well, maybe this is something that I just did not see properly or that I missed. And then there's some times where it's like, okay, well, this metric is clearly missing here.
Yeah.
But I think that it gives you an opportunity to examine things a little bit more deeper, and I think that those are useful. And so for like Josh Hart or Jaylen Brown, I think that like coming against analytics in that way, I think that we missed that opportunity that analytics gives you that we don't often talk enough about.
Absolutely. What was the one you were mentioning earlier about Alperen Şengün?
Okay.
Because that's a perfect example to me of when I said, okay, that there's obviously some substance to that number, but and not to oversimplify it, but we know there has to be other things that you use besides just that one tool.
Okay, so which one, the offensive or the defensive one?
The one where he's fourth best, or
yes. Okay, so this was an interesting thing, and shout out to Todd Whitehead who does some good stuff about this. He is indeed a white dorky looking dude on Twitter, but he works for Synergy and SportsRadio. And so he he put up a graphic on Twitter about expected points added, which again, I will never just throw this out there as in everything.
I've used that one, yeah.
But in the basketball sense, funny enough, it's something that I typically, but it's like the idea is improvement in his average teammate's shot quality.
Yeah.
Right. So the baseline idea that you're getting to is, does this person help improve and lift the boats of all the guys that are around them? Right.
So hold on for a second.
So before I even get into the statistic, you have an idea of what this is supposed to measure.
Yeah. So Figgy, if I told you that Alperen Şengün was the fourth best in the entire NBA of expected points added for his teammates, you'd probably look at me a little sideways.
Kind of. It depends. If I'm a Şengün fan, I might be like, I might use
But what I'm
that
saying,
to the
fourth
narrative.
best in the entire NBA.
Yeah.
Right. Again, to me, that's the perfect example of that's a tool. Okay, so he does some things well. The number is not lying. That's that it's clearly good analytics.
Especially when you take this and you go, who are the other people around? Because sometimes you look at a number and it seems like it's telling you something, and then you look at it and you go, none of this makes sense, and so there's something wrong here.
But he's not that.
Number one.
I think we can all agree on that. He's not the fourth best.
Number one in this metric is Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
Number two in this metric is LaMelo Ball. Number three in this metric is Luka Doncic. Number five in this metric, interestingly enough, is Jalen Johnson. Devin Booker shows up. Jamal Murray shows up. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander shows up. There's a number of these where I go, okay, this kind of feels like it fits to some degree. And Alperen Şengün, interestingly enough, as you mentioned, shows up fourth on this idea of, hey, man, it helps. Like, he helps raise some of the shot quality that some of these guys go. And I think you can see logically how that happens.
What I'm saying is it's something, but don't dare think it's everything.
No, it's not, because here's the thing, right? I think also if you're talking about that metric and we're talking about raising the shot quality, how much of that is defenses collapsing in on Alperen Şengün because they need the guys that are out there to shoot. So they're getting a better
they'll
quality.
let you make the pass.
Right.
Yeah, that was the perfect illustration of where I absolutely would use it as a tool, but I ain't going to hinge everything on that.
Yeah, no, I found it very interesting because now this ended up being a circumstance where it brought out everybody's priors on analytics, and I think that what it showed me is like we are like, I think there's as a collective sports watch in public, we have these like wild different swings in opinions on this and views on this, when honestly, if we were able to like kind of align on the sentiments that the baseline sentiments that we feel on, I think we would find a pretty good leveling in middle ground. And that is that analytics end up being a very useful tool if you use them correctly. And then if you do not, then they can be something that pulls you very far away from what it's supposed to be, as Brazil in the 96th minute are able to put the go-ahead goal through,
or did they?
And so Brazil is up 2-1. Oh, you had that natural feeling of did something go wrong? Was there offsides? It looked very clean to me. We'll hold and see if anything shows up, but it doesn't seem like anything is slowing down. The celebration is very yellow at Houston Stadium right now, as Brazil looks like they might have punched their ticket through to the round of 16. At the World Cup.
Let me switch my jersey.
Yeah, go ahead and switch it. Go ahead and switch it,
Pull that one off.
Go ahead and get that Brazil jersey on. We appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk opportunities, and I should remind you, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Aussie Sports Station, as we get a chance to talk to the fellas of the drive today. Old Dirty Red's back, Clint Stoerner, along with our guy Luke Morrow. Fellas, how you living?
Yeah, what's good, baby? What's going on? with y'all?
Dude, you had a good break?
I had a good break, man.
Yeah.
I had a good break. I think I think I just got a little confirmation that I'm just not a beach guy.
Oh, really?
Took the family to Destin.
Oh, the Redneck Riviera.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I thought the Redneck Riviera was in Alabama. I thought that was
same.
But anyway,
it's just about a 90-mile drive away.
Like I've never been. I've never been, and you hear a lot about it, and so you kind of view that, at least in the States, as one of the top tier beach destinations. And my girls loved it. My babies loved it. My wife is all right with it. And so my heart is full. However, I have confirmed I am a true blue through and through river rat.
You're a hill country boy.
I am a hill country boy. I am a river rat. Make of that what you will. I'll take every negative connotation you want to put around that.
Yeah.
That whole sitting on that damn beach and getting sand all over you.
I'm not a beach guy, believe it or not. As much as I fish and go to the bay, I like to be on the bays.
Yeah, man. Look, if that's an activity like the beach of just you constantly have sand all over you, and I'm not even talking about having babies. Like I got like sitting there and even under an umbrella, take the sun baking you out of the mix. The sand all over you in every crease and every crevice. You get up, you go out in that beach water, and you wash it off. And the beach, the water.
Heaven forbid it's windy.
Exactly. The water's sticky. No matter how many times you rinse off in the water hose and the faucet and all that before you get in the house, there's still sand everywhere. Yeah, man. Give me a river, something to keep my drinks cold and some good music, and my bride with me with that running water. I told Reg I need water running though.
Yep.
I can't sit in my own pee or somebody else's pee for that matter. I need the water. I need about a foot of water running over them little slippery rocks, baby.
Yeah.
You got me. Give me that all day. But with that said,
good break.
Good break. Had some good friends. Spent some quality time with my babies, and it was good, man. It was good. Good to get away for a while.
Luke, are you? How do you feel about beaches? Because I know we got Hey-Ness Luke in the building, so I kind of want to see if that goes that way.
Yeah, no, I'm a pool guy myself. But, but I will say, I do love the beach community. I don't love the beach so much, but I've always told my friends and everything, I would love to have a beach house one day. I wouldn't go to the beach. I just love being in that area where you have people like on the mopeds driving around.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You got the ice cream shop, the donut shop.
And the sights are great.
Yeah.
Just don't go down there.
Yeah, that's right. The smell of it. Everyone's walking around. It's good weather. People are in a good mood.
Nothing like salt air.
Yeah, exactly. I love going to a beach town, but I don't spend a ton of time at the beach.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. I did not take advantage of the golf cart that my buddies had. That's another setup. My buddies his folks got a house down there that, you don't want for much. It's I would guess $5 or $6 million, maybe knocking on $10 million. It's right. It's 38 dead middle, right on the beach. You walk down there deck. It's as easy as you get. That's why I know that's not. That's why I know I confirmed. If I can't just thoroughly enjoy that, But yeah, that little, I don't even know, I guess 38 maybe, whatever the street is that runs right along the water there with all the outdoor stuff. Yeah, we with babies, it's hard. It's hard to really get off into drinks and things of that nature and really enjoy that.
Here's the important question. You drove?
No, I flew.
Okay, because it's a fun drive to Destin.
I would.
It's a fun drive to Destin.
No, I flew. I bought 4 plane tickets. 2.5-year-old. I didn't do the cheap. I didn't do the cheap route and just tell them it was a big one. It was a big baby and she's still under 2, and we're going to lap child her. But no, it was a nice little price tag to get down there.
Yeah, I was like, I could tell that one hit you because you made sure to let us know. All 4 of them got tickets.
Well, I don't have it in me to show up and lie to somebody and tell them that she's under 2. I had to one time. I literally told the airline on the phone that I was doing it.
Oh, really?
Because they didn't have an extra. They screwed up our seats, and so it was really their fault. They told me that I could cancel one flight and fly out a day early or a day late or something like that, and then when we got into the booking, they were like, "Uh-oh, we don't have enough seats." Dang. I was like, "All right, well, I got a baby that's 2 years and 2 months. She's 2 months over your deal," and they said, "Well, just don't say anything. Just you can pull."
Oh, look at that.
And I was a nervous wreck. There's no way they could prove that she was over 2, but I just can't lie, man.
Yeah,
I'm just not. I would just soon tell you the truth and face the music. Yeah. It was. I went through TSA with no boarding pass.
Yeah,
lied through my teeth. I get to the gate to board, lying through my teeth. Every time the stewardess looks at me. And like
lying.
Damn, that's a big old 2-year-old you got down there. I just hey, man, a couple of bucks and move on, man.
That makes sense now that you say it, but I don't know. For some reason, I thought you'd have been like more like my mom. That's like, hey, man, we going to this buffet. You are 5 today.
Yeah.
You are.
I mean,
5.
I get wine. Some folks would, but I just can't.
Mom,
I
I'm
mean,
in middle school.
If I didn't have, yeah, right. I mean, it's hard to go on a vacation to Destin with all the money you finna spend on Destin and skimp on a 2-year-old's ticket.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, hey.
Plus, I imagine Mama wouldn't like it too much if it's like, hey, she's got to sit on your lap the whole flight.
Yeah, well, no, she'd rather sit at that age.
Oh, really?
They'd rather sit in your lap than in that. My little one sitting next to me on the plane coming home, and old buddy in the window over there was snoring like a freight train.
Oh, boy.
She said, "Daddy, what's that noise?" And she still talks funny. I said, "Baby, what noise you talking about?" About that time, my man said, she said that.
That right there.
That he was knocked out. Boy.
At least he was knocked out not hearing it. Because that's the thing about, I'm sure that you know very well. Kids just be saying stuff.
Well, it's cute with her because she's like, "Daddy, what that noise?" You know, she still talks. She still talks in broken sentences, and it's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you had one of these where she gets you in trouble for saying something out loud like that?
My oldest, who's 4.5 now, when she was about 3.5. We walked into a restaurant, and it was there was a small person.
Mm-hmm.
That was the what do you call it? The door
dwarf.
I'm talking about John. That, but I was talking about the door gal, like waiting at the door,
okay.
like checking in. Yeah. And so they were behind a table. You know, we're like, yeah, we'll take a seat for 4. You know, and she comes out from behind that desk, and she's a little bitty.
Yeah.
And Pierre goes, "Why are you so small?"
Oh no!
Why?
Oh no!
Actually, she said it where she could hear it. She said, "Daddy, why is she so small?" But she was standing right there next to us.
I was
like,
pointing at her like Sophie Cunningham.
No.
She's eye to eye with my 4-year-old, and I was like, "Golly, babe, let's talk about it at the table."
Yep.
But no, nothing other.
Good. I'm glad it ain't been.
Nah.
Because like that,
not yet.
She still. I think that was still fairly respectable. I think everybody understood what the game was.
Yeah.
Nah.
There's been a couple times, but I thought, this could get hairy.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
Okay, well that's good. That's good.
We've been lucky.
We just had our 4-year-old just open mouth sneezed on a woman walking by this weekend, and I was like, oh my God, cover your mouth.
What?
She was pregnant too. I felt really bad.
Oh my goodness.
She went straight to the doctor.
It was just bad. It was bad timing. He was standing there. She walked by. He just let it go right on her.
And the worst part is I know that the instruction has been given. Like, all right, when you sneeze, you do this. It doesn't matter. Just open mouth sneeze. That's crazy. All right, fellas. Excited for what you got going on a Monday. J-Law, catch you tomorrow for a Tuesday show.
Yes, sir.
We are, 4 days away from the Reggie and Ron Radiothon, man.
Look, I was just fixing to ask you, man, what the hell we got going on, man? What's the deal?
Man, we got a lot of stuff going on. Over the course of the week, we'll obviously remind folks, but 6A to 6P, myself and Ron, for the second year, we will go 6A to 6P, talk to you about the fine folks at the Houston Food Bank and try and raise money for one of the best things going in the city. And we appreciate y'all rock with us, and you too, gentlemen, like very welcome to join and ask you to do so. And we'll talk more about that throughout the week. But I got to get out of your way because, the best damn afternoon show in all of Houston, Texas got to get going. And so, again, appreciation to DNM Auto Lease for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. As you heard, Clint's back in the building. Ron will be back in tomorrow, so appreciate
We sure? Last
we'll
picture I got, he was at the beach in Galveston sipping on a little something. I said,
Hold on,
I said, did he make it? Did he get back home safe?
We'll find out tomorrow.
I ain't heard from him since. Tyler, you heard from Show?
I have not.
Did he get back from that little jaunt down to Galveston, Charles Barkley's hometown?
Might need to put out an APB. I'm not sure.
All right. Well,
find out if he's a beach person himself.
Well, he pulls it off now. He gets he was posted up in that old lawn chair up underneath that umbrella, sipping on a little something. He would look like he was right at home.
Yeah.
I'd have thought he was from Florida, not Kansas City.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, he was making it happen.
You can always join the conversation on the text line 713-572-4610, where somebody said, wrong beach, go to Destin. That's where Clint was. He was.
That's where I was. That's where I was, dead in the middle of it. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think, guys, that you could do Destin any better than what I had.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you could do it any better, and that's why I am just I'm just convinced that it is not. It was not. It's not. I can't blame it on being raised up here in Galveston, being the only beach, and going in the water and coming back to mom's lawn chair with tar balls on my feet. I can't blame it on that. I can't blame my lack of love for the beach. Now, I'll be honest with you. This is going to be crazy to some folks. I prefer Galveston. I can drive a rig on. I can drive everything I got. I can drive.
That's true.
I say Galveston. I mean Crystal Beach. I can drive everything. I can sit on my tailgate and not get a lick of sand. Now it may blow up on my face and blow out of the water or something, but I prefer that.
That's true. That's a good point.
The pack mule and everything down. Come on, man.
Yeah, we grew up having to do that, and then I lived in Daytona Beach, Florida for about 5 years where you can drive on the beach. Yeah. And once you start doing that, it's hard to go back to parking and hauling everything a mile away and having to go back to the car to get something. And then when you're done, having to walk back with all the sand and the wet bathing suit, walking all the way back to the car.
Hey, Luke. Hey, Tyler, you're like, I got a buddy of mine, got two boys. One of them, I think, is a sophomore in high school. One of them's going to be a senior. And I watch them two boys walk up them stairs, and then I watch my boy that's my age come pack mule in 3 chairs up that beach. I said, boy, you got them 2 teenage boys. They just walk by me with flip-flops and T-shirt in their hands, and your old ass is up here pack mule in them chairs. You better get them youngsters working. Yeah, now if you don't want to pack mule it, you can obviously pay for somebody to put the chairs and the umbrellas and all that jive up if you need it, but that could get awfully expensive. So I just man, I'm a river rat, man. You give me that Guadalupe River and like I said, my bride and some good music and some cold drinks and some good people. Shoot. Hey, I'm. That's it for me, man.
I hear you. Well, good to have you back in the saddle. I'm pleased to be here for an extra day. Ron back in tomorrow. Team Mill on the steel wheels, as you heard, and you as well. 713-572-46 line. You can always join in on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Pardon the corny segue, but boy, I was driving in today. The car said it was 101 degrees. I was sweating just driving in. It's hot out there. But here's the corny segue that the baseball team here in Houston also very hot as well. They've won 5 straight series now, and they are within striking distance. When we left on Friday, they had a playoff spot. They have slightly fallen back, last I checked, out of that wild card spot as we head into July. Clint, when you look at this Astros team, we know how they started. They're obviously playing better baseball now. They've put themselves in the playoff conversation in a lousy division. Are you at the point where you're buying in? Is this real? Are you buying into this version of the Astros now?
I'm buying. I'm absolutely buying. I mean, look, it's been a rough start, obviously, but we've known all along if you get healthy and not only just get healthy, but if you get some of your key guys tuned up, and not just back, but tuned up, that you're going to have a real chance with this bad division. And really, I mean, let's be honest, the American League is not the sexiest beyond a couple of teams. And so we knew we were going to have a shot. So yes, I'm buying what the Astros are putting down, all things considered right now. Now, to the point I think you want to drive home is the product that is the Houston Astros, is it legitimately going to be something that we should get excited about, or is this just somebody that's having success in a bad league of baseball? Mm-hmm. I don't know where I sit on that particular. Again, being unplugged for a week doesn't necessarily put me in a spot to have a strong feel one way or the other. But I know if you just look from a 30,000-foot view, if you just look at box scores, you've got some guys that seem to be turning the corner. And it's not guys, not all of them anyway. Some of them are guys that maybe are turning their first corner and they're kind of coming into their own, or maybe they're just a flash in the pan. But I think you're getting guys healthy and you're seeing guys go out and put their best foot forth. And when that happens, obviously, we can win at a higher clip. So I don't think that the winning in general. I told 16 games ago, Luke, you weren't on with me. It was me and Show. 16 games ago, I told Astros Nation. I said, look, the next 19 games, 16 of them are gettable. If you're going to make a push before the All-Star break, this is going to be the time to make that push. We have now played 16 of those 19 games, and the Astros are 11-5. Right, the 3 games that I was just basing it solely off of standings, Luke. Mm-hmm. I just said the 3 games in the next 19 were the Cleveland Guardians were playing really good baseball at that point at that time, and I said, look, I'm not going to expect you to go win that series. I know what I've been watching. I'm not going to expect. Hell, they won the series. They won that series versus the Guardians. So they're 11-5 right now with 3 games in that 19-game window I spoke of to play against the Twins. They've done all I can ask for, man. They've done all I could ask of them at this point in time, and I'm buying that they can right the ship and be a playoff team in the American League right now.
I'll buy that. I think they certainly can be a playoff team. They're game out of the division. I'll continue to be a bit of a wet blanket, though, when it comes to the Astros. And the line I've started to use now is that they're not a good team, but they're a fortunate team. And fortunate in the sense of, as you alluded to, this American League, it's the worst it's been in 2 decades. And the division they're in is historically one of the worst. I looked this up, and feel free to fact-check me. I might have missed a year. But since they changed to the current layout of the 6 divisions, which was 33 seasons ago, only twice have we hit July 1st where a division had nobody over 500. Right now in the AL West, nobody's over 500, and we have 2 days until July. So if no one gets over 500 in the next 48 hours, this will be only the 3rd time ever that on July 1st there's a division in baseball with nobody over 500. That's the Astros division. This Astros team, they are playing much better baseball. And as you referenced, specifically these last 16 games, even if you zoom out a little further than that, but they're still 42-44. They still have the 3rd worst run differential in the AL. I keep comparing them. I keep saying the smartest kid in summer school, where the AL is just so bad that the Astros aren't quite as bad as the other teams. Doesn't make them great, but they'll probably be good enough, should be good enough to at least make the playoffs. But, I mean, how far does that get you? Like, is that the end goal if you're an Astros fan, to just get to the playoffs and not ultimately compete?
Right. Well, I think the question, right, and I don't have the answer, but I think the biggest question is, how much does Hunter Brown getting healthy change what you just mentioned? How much does Josh Hader getting healthy change how much does Brian Abreu getting closer to the Brian Abreu that we knew before this season, instead of whatever the hell we've watched early in the year with how sporadic he's been? MI obviously, with the exception, I think a couple starts ago he blew up again, but with the exception of that, he's been significantly better. Now Christian Javier's right around the corner. Looks like he's pitching better. How much of those things really change the dynamic of, are you just a good team in a really bad year, surrounded by a bunch of subpar baseball teams, or as guys get healthy and you insert guys back into, whether it be the lineup or by the way, Tyler, typically when I go on vacation, I don't even think about radio. I'll be completely honest with you. I was chomping at the bit to be on Monday. Do you know why?
Monday. Today? Monday or last Monday?
Last Monday.
Oh, okay, I got you. It had something to do with Altuve.
You god dang right it did. These suckers, hey man, and Show, of course, took it and made 2 days out of it, and disrespected the Strogoat 2 days. Tyler co-signed it, and then my man went out there and carried the team. I don't know, but may have started this hot streak there. I don't know, but. Yeah, I needed to be on that Monday. I needed to be on that Monday to make you boys eat a little crow. Now he quickly cooled off that weekend. He hadn't done much since, but boy, that was some great timing right there on the Altuve front. Yeah. But getting him back, whatever he is, if he's just a good 5-hole hitter. I know he's not a leadoff guy anymore, but if he's just a 5-hole hitter, some of the complementary pieces that. Because all the other big pieces that were injured, we haven't even had time to talk about, Jake Myers not getting a lot of run, Bryce Matthews not, having to play multiple different positions. The different guys right now, Loperfido, he's had some big moments of late. Like, he was injured. Like, those complementary pieces towards the back of the lineup have been just as injured as the starting rotation was at one point. So I think that's the question, Luke. They can make themselves relevant, obviously, through this run and make themselves relevant by the All-Star break and by the trade deadline. But the question, I agree with your point. The overall question is, are they really going to scare anybody in the playoffs? And right now, I think you got to poo-poo and say, probably not. But if they continue to trend in the direction and getting a couple more guys healthy, if they come out and are good to great versions of themselves, man, you got something. I think you got a real chance there to change the narrative.
They are certainly a better team now than they were a few weeks ago, not only based off of performance, but like you said, getting some of these guys back. You have Hunter Brown back, Josh Hader, who outside of a couple of walks yesterday has been nails at the back end of that bullpen. And now we're getting Christian Javier back, who looked really good Saturday in the minors. Maybe Lance McCullers Jr., maybe Blanco. And we'll get to that later on of how the Astros try to fit all these pieces now into the starting rotation. But the Astros win another series over the weekend with the Tigers. They start us tonight. So this just continues of going through this AL where, yes, they've won 5 series in a row, but 2 were against the Royals, who are 15 games under 500. 1 was against the Tigers just now, 14 games under 500. And tonight they start with the Twins, who are 5 games under 500. That's just life in the American League.
Thank you. I appreciate the schedule, guys.
Yeah, right?
We needed it, baby.
You're not kidding. The timing's worked out well. Hey, coming up, the biggest difference for C.J. Stroud and what needs to change in 2026. We'll get to that next on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Most home sellers out there, you get
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's been the biggest difference for C.J. Stroud and what needs to change in this offense in 2026? We'll get to that here in just a moment on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Ron today, alongside Clint. T-mail and the Seal Wheels. You as well, 713-572-4610 to text the show. Also, can always join the conversation at any time in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Appreciate you starting the week with us. Happy Monday. Hey, our buddy there at Houston Stressens had Ben Solak on with them on the live stream over the weekend, and I'm sure you're familiar or heard Ben's work by now if you're an NFL fan. He's with ESPN. He's very analytical. I like the way he breaks down the game. And he was talking about C.J. Stroud and the Texans' offense, of course. And we have a couple pieces of audio, including this one with Solak talking about C.J. Stroud and the difference from year one to now this past year in year three for the Texans quarterback.
Stroud in his rookie season had 0.14 EPA per dropback and had a 47% success rate. These are the two easiest metrics we use to define how often you're creating positive plays and how positive are the positive plays. 0.14 EPA per dropback, 47% success rate. Last year, regular season, he had a 46% success rate. He had EPA per dropback of 0.12. It was, in terms of down basis, about as good as it was as a rookie. The big difference between 2023 to 2025 is Stroud's explosive play rate was much higher in 23 than 25. He was throwing the ball less frequently, and accordingly, just when he hit big shots, they were a larger percentage of his bucket versus in this Nick Caley offense where they were doing more like 4 out wide, 3-step, quick drop, a quick game. Like you're going to be more of a point guard for us because we cannot run the football.
For quarterback yourself, how does that hit you when you think of what you've seen from Stroud in this offense here in recent years?
Well, look, I love it. I think there's a couple of things. Well done, Houston Stressens. Well done, Ben Solak. I thought I'm not. I know you guys, you and Reg, and a couple of guys are advanced stat type of guys. I'm not. I mean, typically when I'll be honest, when that stuff gets to be part of the conversation, it's so overwhelming for my hayseed ass that I check out. But what a great job by him of just using some advanced stats and then quickly explaining without interrupting the conversation, quickly explaining what it means. How often are you having positive plays, and just how positive are those positive plays? That is a pretty powerful statement, pretty powerful usage of advanced stats for me, if you're asking me. So well done there. The interesting thing with this is the comparison of C.J. Stroud's rookie year to his third year. Won double-digit games both years, went to the second round of the playoffs, obviously both years, but really two totally separate, I think, perceptions, if you will, of C.J. Stroud's year, right? Because you look at those two stats, and I think when you hear it, you just go, oh, well, he had two pretty similar years. And in reality, I think they are night and day different. I think they are a 180-degree different situation when you're looking at it. Obviously, he pointed out the explosive plays, which I will agree. I think there was probably a little bit more of an effort, Bobby Slowick, to drive the ball down the field. We saw that come to fruition. Or heard it, let's say that. We heard that come into fruition. Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud's second year, we're going to stretch the field. We're going to do things that we did well in year one. So it should be no surprise to everybody out there that the statistics show that the explosive play rate was obviously better in year one with C.J. and Bobby Slowick than it was in year one with Nick Caley and Bobby Slowick. But it's interesting to me how similar they actually were. And it's interesting to me when you look at what they are asking CJ to do, he was really efficient in doing so in year one with Nick Caley. But what gives, right? What gives? What's the difference between year one and year two? If the efficiency was there, but the explosive plays weren't, The results were still winning football games. What's not there? What's different? Why is the perception of C.J. Stroud so different today than it was after year one? Why, if that is the case, even given that the explosive plays weren't there, if that is the case, why did C.J. Stroud not receive the extension that most quarterbacks that have his resume has received? And I think that's just a fascinating conversation, Luke. I think it's a great jump off point for that conversation. It is wildly different to have a good year as a rookie who hey, I'm bright lights, big eyes, I'm a starting quarterback, earned a starting job. I'm out here, I'm playing well, coach. What do you want me to do? I'll do it, man. I'm dumb. I'm ignorant to the top. I don't know anything. Hey, man, just call the play, man. Let me go out there and execute it for you. I got this. What do you think I should check that one down? Cool, I'll check it down. You think I'll stretch the field? Sure. Whatever. The answer is yes to anything and everything that was placed in front of C.J. Stroud. To year three, now it becomes more of C.J. Stroud's got more command. C.J. Stroud's got more expectations placed upon him. C.J. Stroud needs to own the offense. C.J. Stroud, is in his own mind, wants to do certain things that he's already had success doing at the NFL level. And there's probably some pushback between C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley that's present that wasn't there as a rookie. So I think that it's just a fascinating conversation overall. Luke, that just is ultimately the conversation that ultimately is going to decide whether C.J. Stroud is here beyond this season or not.
Yeah, which is interesting because Stroud kind of alluded to that in his first press conference at OTAs, where he was talking about starting to try to do some things that they're good at, to paraphrase, this year in the offense, which I felt like alluding to some of the things he had done as a rookie or in the past with some of those explosive plays. But I do want to get your thoughts. Quincy Avery is a well-known quarterback coach working with these NFL quarterbacks.
Yep.
And he's actually still tweeting. You could go to his still tweeting about this and tweeting about these sound bites in the Texans offense. But he said that the passing game took massive steps back last year with a new offensive coordinator who clearly doesn't see the game like CJ does. And then Quincy emphasizes that that's his opinion. He hasn't talked to C.J. Stroud about this. But he continued saying, I honestly don't see how the offense performs better with this offensive philosophy, later then also stating that this offense they aren't calling plays to create explosives. He described later on Twitter talking about this offense. So in what you sort of just laid out of this almost like a tug of war, so to speak, between the two, and with Quincy Avery's comments there, I mean, so would you be in line with what he said on Twitter, where it's a case of the offensive coordinator and CJ not necessarily seeing things the same?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Quincy Avery. Quincy and I see a lot of we see the game through a very similar lens. So to nobody's surprise that I agree to him. But yeah, this is part of why a lot of Texans fans get really frustrated with me on social media, or even that listen, right? The more passionate ones, because I'm not as high on maybe the offense or overall what the Texans are capable of doing because of the offense. This is precisely why. I've talked about the fit of Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud since Nick Caley was hired, and it's just grown and become more of a significant conversation after seeing a year of it. So yeah, I completely agree with what Quincy Avery's his point is. Now I'll add this. I will. If we're going to talk about the CJ fit kind of in this context, I would say that it's more of a Nick Caserio thing than a Nick Caley was a plug and play piece for this offense. I don't think he is dictating what they do offensively. I think ultimately Nick Caserio, the general manager, that continues to build the offensive staff the way he wants to build the offensive staff. I think he is more dictating the scheme that is the bad fit for C.J. Stroud, or could potentially be the bad fit for C.J. Stroud. So that's the only context that I would add. Personally, I think the GM is more responsible than just the OC that's never called plays before, that didn't hire his staff. I think it's more the GM. But yes, the fit of C.J. Stroud is a very interesting. Look, I'm on record. I think it's going to be – we talk about the offensive line. A lot of people nationally talk about the offensive line because you can look at the stats and see where the offensive line has not been good. I said from jump that's more of a quarterback and an OC problem. They got to fix that. They got to they're the ones that need to respond to the inability to pass protect, not ask those guys to technically and fundamentally be better with a week's practice, you know. I think this is the one piece that we're going to find out. Who budges? Who gives? Does CJ cave and be more of what Nick Caserio and Nick Caley need him to be, or does Nick Caley cave and tilt his offense more towards what CJ Stroud does well? I think that is a very real topic for the Texans moving into this football season in 2026.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to keep an eye on as we head in towards training camp and see the actual games. We'll have more audio from Ben Solak as well in that conversation with Houston Stressens that we'll get to a little bit later on. That was also interesting when talking about this offense and what needs to change. Stay tuned for that. But coming up, when we come back, let's shift gears a little bit because I think the Rockets' point guard situation actually got worse over the weekend. And were we all just sort of conned by the Rockets last year? We'll talk about that next here on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, it's summertime, man, and just in
7054. Call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did the Rockets' point guard situation just get worse over the weekend? We'll get to that here on The Drive. I'm Luke Moron, alongside Clint Stoerner. T-Mill on the ones and twos. You can join the conversation anytime on the text line, 713-572-4610, or also on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. We know last year that was a big problem for the Rockets, lack of point guard. And a lot of Rockets fans are waiting to see what's going to be done this offseason, with most people kind of just resting their hat on the idea that, Fred VanVleet, he'll be back, he'll be healthy this year. Maybe that's not the case.
Luke, I know you're on a roll right there. I don't mean to interrupt you. But, this is I can't tell you how many times we have been, because we pretty critical of the Rockets, right? Who wasn't?
Right.
Who in this area, who that covers the Rockets in Houston weren't critical of the team and the stretch and the young core that didn't develop along the way. And it seemed like every single response was, guys, they don't have Fred VanVleet. Guys, they don't have a point guard. Guys, Fred VanVleet's going to come back. This is just has to be an absolute, knockout punch to that part of the Rockets fan base that just believes that Fred VanVleet would have changed everything.
Yeah, that's all. Everything will be fixed once VanVleet comes back. Well, now we don't even know if with and when, what he'll be like when he comes back. In case you're unfamiliar with what exactly we're talking about, let's hear from the man himself. Here was Fred VanVleet on his podcast that he does with Jay Sarge, I believe, and this was VanVleet talking about that knee injury that he suffered a year ago.
Dr. Lowe did it, so I was up what probably never was disclosed was I did ACL and both meniscus. So my whole knee exploded.
All right.
Pow! But
you gonna come back better to watch?
For sure. I've been working, I've been grinding.
Dr. Lowe cold.
So even worse than, as he said, exploded, right? Even worse than initially reported or that we were led on to believe all year. He did opt in today to that player option, $25 million. So he is back in as a Rocket this year. Now, just for the housekeeping, it does waive his no-trade clause, so technically he can now be traded to any team and have no say in it. If the Rockets want to try to move him, I don't know how much you could get for a 31-year-old guard coming off an exploded knee now that he put this piece of audio out there, but that remains to be seen. But, yeah, Clint, as we were already kind of getting into, for those people that were saying, like, hey, we're going to get Steven Adams back, who's injury-prone. We're going to get Fred VanVleet back, who is coming off this knee injury that's even worse than we originally thought. To think that that's going to fix everything, suddenly now a wrench has been thrown into that whole plan, and I don't know how comfortable you should feel about VanVleet being the fix-all for this offense.
Well, look, I as you could imagine, I was never comfortable with the thought that Fred VanVleet changes everything. Now, there's no doubt about it that, look, Fred VanVleet proved me wrong last year when he did come back last year and was, a legit problem in the playoffs. And I mean that in a good way for the Rockets. He carried them, right, when they needed him the most. And he showed that he was a former champion and that he could do some of those things. And look, I am a floor general guy. I don't believe that you can win at an extremely high even when you have great pieces. It's hard to win the big run if you don't have a guy like a Jalen Brunson, who not only is your leader, he's your floor general. Now it helps that he can go put up 40 in a game, a championship finals winning game. But like, if you don't have that floor general, it's hard. You better be really, really good in the other places. So I'm a believer in the floor general. I've been proven wrong, and I've come around to the Fred VanVleet line of thinking that he is actually a critical piece to this thing. But I never could, Luke, in his absence, get to a point where I watch the Rockets and go, yeah, you put Fred VanVleet on this team right here, and it changes the whole game, right? One, you put Fred VanVleet on the floor, you got to pull somebody off of it, right? Mm-hmm. And that is a big change. You put Fred VanVleet on the floor, that's not going to make Amen Thompson all of a sudden shoot the ball better, right? You take the ball out of his hands and give him fewer times to get downhill and get to the rim. how does Amen Thompson respond to that piece of it, right? So I don't know that Fred VanVleet was necessarily he was going to make things better, but I don't know that he was going to fix all of the Rockets' problems any way you slice it. Now you sit here and you go, boy, he self-admittedly just blew his knee up. You wonder if he is coming back, and if he does, what does he look like when he does come back at that age?
Yeah, certainly. And if he is not 100% or isn't back at the beginning of the season or misses a large amount of the season, then yeah, we're having these same issues and conversation this past year of this team needs a point guard. And there are reports and rumors that the Rockets are the favorite to go get Marcus Smart. So that would help as like a replacement if needed for Fred VanVleet. He's somewhat similar in some ways to VanVleet, but it's still not.
I need some help getting there, by the way.
To Marcus Smart?
I mean, I'm a casual NBA fan. I heard this conversation on In the Loop, and I think I lean more towards J-Lo's response. Like he adds to your shooting problems. I know he got hot in that. Yeah. In the playoffs, and I was even the casual fan that I am was like, damn, that's impressive. But I don't watch Marcus Smart and go, yeah, that's your answer to your point guard problems.
I agree.
Can he help you on the defensive end of the floor? Now I'll say this, I do think he fits Udoka. I do think he is a guy that is a little bit more of a raw, physical, get in your face type of guy. I do think that the veteran dog, if you will, I think helps these young guys play the game a little different, kind of like we saw Dylan Brooks do it previously. So I don't know that I necessarily am against. I know I'm not. I'd love to have Marcus Smart on our team. I'd love to have him as a Rocket. I can't in any way, shape, or form wrap my head around how in any way, shape, or form that could be in the place of a Fred VanVleet or in the place of a point. That's not a championship caliber move, is it?
No, I don't think so.
That's not even a you're a playoff team a couple of years, get you to the next step type of move, is it?
No, I don't think so. He would be another one of those role players. Honestly, the only way I think it could be a big move for the Rockets, quote unquote big, is if he is coming in as some sort of VanVleet replacement. But otherwise, if you're going to try to play him alongside Fred VanVleet or some of the other guards they have, he's not a shooter. He doesn't help your shooting or spacing, which were the two biggest problems. He'll help with the ball handling, sure. But the biggest issues for this offense, as we've been talking about really beyond a year, has been having that outside shooting and then having proper spacing for Durant and even Şengün in the middle of the floor, and he wouldn't help either of those two things.
Well, they got to get somebody that can. It's the ripple effect, right? If you get somebody that can bring the ball down the floor, then you have the chance for some spacing. Then you have the chance to build the lineup or the offense, whatever it's going to be under Udoka. You can expect some of those things. Like you can't expect you literally cannot have Şengün and Amen Thompson bringing the ball up the floor half the time and expect to have good spacing. Yeah. Neither one of those guys are a threat from outside. Hell, they're not even a threat from mid-range. Just be honest. I mean that is like that. That just doesn't process. That doesn't compute. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That don't add up. So they got to have a better solution than that. For me, where the Rockets are right now, being, obviously having Kevin Durant at the end of his career and being a playoff caliber team already, if you're not going to make a move that's really going to move the needle, hey man, just start.
And we might dive more into that a little bit later on because I don't know if there is that move to be made this offseason to move the needle, and they do have those draft picks a year from now. That might be what you look forward to if you're the Rockets. I do want to get to this, though, before we have to hit the break here at the top of the hour, is I get Fred VanVleet and his angle where if you think back to this past year, he was talking about trying to return by the end of the season and the playoffs. And then I believe there's another clip from that podcast that we don't have, but that I heard where he was saying, like, oh, yeah, no, there was no chance I was going to come back and play last year. The injury was too bad. I wasn't close. I get VanVleet's angle of trying to do that. So, like, the Rockets wouldn't try to move him or whatnot. I don't know. I could see his side. But the Rockets, if you recall, the Rockets were also kind of selling this angle and did not do anything at the deadline to bring in another point guard. At times selling us on this idea of like, oh, well, we're hoping Fred VanVleet's going to be back for the playoffs. And then the first time Ime Udoka said publicly that, oh, actually, you know what, Fred VanVleet's probably not going to return this year, was at the start of March, just weeks after the deadline passed. I almost feel like we were all conned in this last year because the Rockets didn't want to make a move for a point guard and instead sold this idea of like, hey, Fred VanVleet might return this year. We're going to hold out hope for him when now, fast forward to this past weekend, and Fred's saying like, oh, no, my knee exploded. Like, there was no way I could play last year. I feel like us as Rockets fans, we got conned into this idea just so the Rockets wouldn't have to make a move last year.
Yeah, quiet down, y'all, right? That's the deal. Just what can we do to keep them quiet? Well, our point guard's out, and offensively we don't have a polo on any level of an advantage. But everybody calm down. We got Fred VanVleet may come back and may. That's why we didn't make the move, and that's why we're doing what we're doing offensively is because you plug Fred VanVleet back in, and all of a sudden this thing has a chance. And in all reality, my man had an exploded knee and was never even close to coming back. Yeah. I mean, he was wearing high-dollar sweatsuits, tracksuits on the sideline for good. There was no chance that was turning into a Rockets uniform.
That's how I describe my knee to people. It exploded. Legit, anytime I'm trying to tell someone about how bad this right knee is, I'm like, yeah, well, a few years ago it exploded.
I'm glad you clarified your right knee. I didn't know which knee you was talking about.
yeah.
Makes a lot of sense now. How did you do it, Tyler? What was the injury? I'm sure you've shared it on air before.
I was in my buddy's backyard in College Station. We were up there for our fantasy football draft trip we take every year to a different city. And we were being idiots, like 2 a.m, throwing a football around in the backyard. And wasn't doing anything too stupid, though. I just pivoted and went to run to catch a pass from a buddy of mine. And as soon as I pivoted, MCL, meniscus, ACL gone.
Ugh.
It was a disaster. Very painful.
Brutal. Yeah.
Did you go straight to the emergency room?
No. I actually slept, went inside and went to sleep eventually, woke up the next day and drove into Houston. And then I went to my buddy who's a doctor.
Let's be honest. You passed out. You went in and passed out.
I wish I could have. I honestly was like, as a grown man, fighting the tears welling up in my eyes, and then eventually something put me to bed. It probably was.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that helped with the pain. That from all the drinking, like it didn't hurt so much when it happened, but I guess not.
Well, it did. I think to this extent that when I did that to my knee, I was fighting myself like, oh, I probably just sprained it real bad. You know, I'm going to be fine. I'll see how it feels in the morning. Well, the morning came and alerts were going off in my head very loudly.
Was it swole up?
Oh yeah. Looked like a volleyball.
That's one of, as we continue to get older, that's one of my biggest concerns is like just running around with the dog or something and tearing my Achilles, just doing something that's not even athletic, making a wrong turn when I'm out running on the sidewalk or something, turning my ankle and just blowing out my knee.
Yeah.
That's all it took was
Father Time, boys, undefeated.
Yeah, that's why I just sit on the couch instead. Coming up, a former NFL scout and former NFL player said that the Texans should stop clutching their pearls and pay C.J. Stroud already. We'll get to that next here on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are not a team that can play.
experience with Chumba Casino and WWE 4 SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Do the Texans need to stop clutching their pearls and pay
I
their
don't think
quarterback
anybody should.
already?
I don't think anybody should ever stop clutching them. Clutch away, baby. Clutch away. You got them. They're yours. Clutch them. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
We'll get to the audio. I don't know if that even applies to when it comes to paying a quarterback. I don't know if you would say. I don't know if I would describe the Texans right now as clutching their pearls in this quote-unquote standoff, if you will, between them and Stroud. But nonetheless, that's what one former NFL player and scout thinks. We'll get to that audio here in just a moment. I'm Luke Morrow in for Ron alongside Clint T. Mill on the other side of the glass as well. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Ron will be back in tomorrow, we assume. And in the meantime, good to be hanging with you. So, yeah, as I said, Bucky Brooks played in the NFL, was a scout, now covers the NFL. I think he still works for NFL Network. But it is a little odd. ESPN took over NFL Network, and people moved around. So I don't know what he's got going on. But he does have a podcast, and he was talking on that podcast over the weekend about C.J. Stroud, and he used that line I just referenced, that the Texans should stop clutching their pearls and pay their quarterback. We have a few different pieces of audio from Bucky, but here's the first one of Bucky using that line about the Texans.
To me, this is one where the Houston Texans would be wise to come up off of it, open up the wallet, break them off a deal that's probably about $55 million annually. Because when we continue to look at the franchise tag and the way that it's going, the franchise tag is going to be at $50 million. And even though you have them on an option that are put at $25.9 million, you are best to go ahead and pay C.J. Stroud what you think the market is worth, rather than wait and he becomes a $60 million quarterback. So quit clutching your pearls, Houston Texans. Write the check. C.J. Stroud deserves to be paid, not on his last postseason performance, but on the work that he's done the previous time before those outings. He certainly deserves to get paid.
Should the Texans stop clutching their pearls and pay CJ already?
Absolutely not. Look, I love Bucky Brooks. I think he does a hell of a job. I just completely disagree with Bucky where he's at right now. Look, this is not a franchise tag play. The franchise tag has no place in the C.J. Stroud conversation. I don't think he ever sees a franchise tag. I don't think the Texans are interested in paying a quarterback $50+ million a year on a franchise tag. If they do get there beyond, that would be 2 years from now after the 5th-year option of paying him 29, 27, whatever it was, million. So I don't think this is a franchise tag conversation at all at this point. Look, the best case scenario for the Houston Texans is that C.J. Stroud plays well enough where he puts them in position to potentially pay him $60 million a year. That is the best case scenario for the Houston Texans, right? The reality of it is, now I will say this: as everybody knows, I am a I want to see more guy. I think the worst thing the Texans could pay somebody $55 million a year, pay C.J. Stroud $55 million a year. Why? Oh, well, because Miami did it with Tua. That worked out real well for them, didn't it? That was smart, right? The Trevor Lawrence, I think the jury's still out on whether that Jacksonville, the Jaguar Nation, is happy that they paid him $50 million plus. Not to mention that $50 million a year, $55 million. That was 3 years ago when they were paying that kind of money. So I don't think CJ would be smart to take that kind of money at this point in time. So I disagree wholeheartedly with Bucky Brooks. I think this is one where I have to see another year. We can sit around, and I'm on record of saying this. I think both parties involved have more than enough info, data, to build their case of why they're doing what they're doing. Whether C.J. Stroud wanted to hold out and demand $60 million a year, or the Texans wanted to say, hey, no, you're going to play year 4 under your current contract with no extension. I think both parties have more than enough reason to justify that stance. I'm on record. I think the Texans would be crazy to pay him $55 million or more. I think C.J. Stroud would be crazy to take less. I think that's where both parties are right this second. And again, it would be crazy for the Houston Texans. I want to see more anyway. Hell, I wanted to see more Dak Prescott, and he played an MVP level for multiple years. I want to see more. If I've got the opportunity, if I'm an organization and I've got a 4-year contract option, there is no reason for me to pay you after 3. Now, I mean, unless you're just lock, stock, and barrel, this is a dude, Pat Mahomes, you've already made runs to playoffs, whatever. Unless you're that guy, like if you've got 2 more years to see if this is real, to see how long this is this something we can actually see playing out for 8 or 10 years, or is this just a flash in the pan? If you've got 2 more years of a contract, to not see that 4th year, because it may go up $2, $3, $4 million a year next year, who cares, man? The worst thing you can do is pay somebody $55 when you're unsure, and then be stuck with them for 3 more years, and be stuck with a guy that you knew wasn't the player for whatever reason, or the leader for whatever reason, and now you're stuck with that guy for $55 per moving forward. I think again, I just completely disagree with Bucky Brooks on this one right here, Luke.
Yeah, I'm more in your camp than others in this Stroud discourse, where I like how the Texans have played this to this point. There is no reason to pay him just yet, and I do need to see more. I would not feel comfortable committing that big payday to him just yet, and I'm also somebody in my personal life that I do try to get as much information I can before making a decision. So if you have the opportunity now to get further information on your quarterback before making a potential investment, why not do it, as opposed to rushing into the quote-unquote rushing into the decision now, or being forced, feeling like you have to pay him already when you still want to see more. So I'm on your side in that, and that the Texans don't need to be in a rush to do so. And like you said, it's a good problem if he does go out there and play great and you have to pay him now more a year from now than you would now. I think that's worth the peace of mind. I'll pay that tax on peace of mind, knowing like, yeah, this is our guy, and we do want him and need him for the next 5, 6, however long the contract is, even if it costs us an extra $10 million a year on top of it, whatever it might be. Well, that's worth it.
But Luke, if you look at, and I'm just speculating here because I don't have privy to the inside information. But if you again just look at the moves that have been made and what's been said about C.J. Stroud. Now this will all fall by the wayside when the season starts, and we'll see exactly what happens. But the simple fact that they have not paid him yet tells you that they're not convinced that he is worth them breaking up their roster ultimately to pay him $60 million a year. Right. They're not convinced that right now they need to put that on C.J. Stroud, and in a year or 2, they've got to then change their whole philosophy of roster construct, right? That's the deal with the Texans. The Texans, do you feel like the way that you are built right now that you need, even if you had one, even if C.J. Stroud goes out and plays like a $60 million quarterback, does DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio believe that they need a $60 million quarterback to go out and win the way that this team has to win football games? I think those are very – I think inside that building, those are very, very real conversations or situations or unanswered questions that they contemplated and decided to not pay C.J. Stroud this offseason.
And I think the answer is no for them, if I were to speak for the organization, because we saw Davis Mills come in, and I'm not going to start the whole conversation that Davis Mills is a better quarterback, yada, yada, yada. Not what I'm saying, but they did go 3-0, beating 2 playoff teams with Davis Mills at quarterback, so I could see them convincing themselves in that building of why do we need to commit $60 million to a quarterback when we have this defense and we have enough pieces on offense that Davis Mills can come in and still keep this train on the tracks, and we can save enough money to keep this number 1 defense.
Well, look, I'm not shortchanging C.J. Stroud by any means. I'm on record of I think all the shortchanging of C.J. Stroud's skill set, I think is crazy. I think it's ludicrous. He can spin the football and play the position physically with anybody out there. I mean, within the same skill set, not like Lamar Jackson, obviously, right? But I mean, within the same skill set. I mean, he can spin the football with anybody out there. To me, the reason I'm bullish about it is I believe the bigger piece is the leadership piece. I think that's the piece that one I think they covet the most is the leadership piece, more so than a big arm, more so than an athlete, more so than a great friend to everybody. I think they covet the elite alpha leader, and right now we haven't. I don't believe they've seen that from C.J. Stroud, right? And so I think if you look all the decision makers in this organization, right? You look at DeMeco's really throughout, if we're being honest. I mean, I'm trying to think where he was early in his career as a coach. But if you look at when they started winning in San Francisco, it was Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It was. Hell, the kid that's out there now was. Well, I think they're DeMeco. No, he wasn't there. DeMeco's last year, was he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was. He had to be. DeMeco's only been here 3 years, and Buddy's already got paid, so he had to be out there a year with him. The kid at Iowa State, who am I thinking of? Brock Purdy, right? But you look at who they, kind of their whole mindset. They got Mac Jones out there under contract, right, and won't trade him, right? So like their belief where DeMeco came from is we don't need the uber gifted athlete or the uber gifted passer of the football to win football games, right? And you can even go back and look. I know Tom Brady. People don't realize about Tom Brady. Tom Brady, from a physical standpoint, left a lot to be desired. Mm-hmm. I mean, arm strength, athletic ability, all the physical traits, Tom Brady left a lot to be desired. And so you look at Nick Caserio and you look at DeMeco Ryans, I don't think either one of those guys feel like they have to go out there and have this elite passer of the football or this elite athlete to go win games and be a second-round playoff team. Right, I don't think they. I think they feel like they got to have an elite leader. I think they feel like they got to have an elite processor. I feel like they got to have a guy that is wholeheartedly committed to what they're doing offensively, whatever that may be. But the other stuff that everybody gets hung up on and everybody wants you to sign to an extension, I just don't think that means a whole hell of a lot to this organization. All right, it doesn't mean as much as the other pieces to this organization. And the thought that, they want to see one more year from C.J. Stroud, or the thought that, hey, man, we don't have really room for a $60 million quarterback with how we want to build this thing. I think those are very real situations and possible situations with DeMeco and Nick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think usually it's the thought process of a defensive head coach, but to your point, I mean, it's Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, and he feels like, hey, plug in whichever quarterback, and we can go and win games. You referenced earlier Tua and Trevor Lawrence. Bucky Brooks actually referenced them as well in his conversation. Tyler, this is cut number 2 as we go somewhat out of order here. But here is Bucky Brooks talking about C.J. Stroud and his comparison to Trevor and Tua.
We have seen these quarterback deals. They only go up, they never go down. But more importantly, when you're C.J. Stroud, there's no reason for you to take a below-market deal. When you look to your division rival, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you look at Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence has a 5-year, $275 million contract, and you could argue that you're a more accomplished player than he has been. You also can look at Brock Purdy, you can look at Jordan Love, and you have reasonable arguments that your pay should exceed what they make or should at least be in range with what those guys make.
Look, I think Stroud is a better quarterback. Certainly Tua. I would pay Stroud. I think he should make a lot more than Tua. But I also don't like this, and maybe this is just ridiculous of me to even think this way, but a lot of people will point to that and say, hey, Trevor Lawrence is getting this much, Stroud should get this much, Tua's getting this much. It's the class would always say, like, well, if Kevin jumped off the bridge, would you jump off the bridge? Like, just because one team makes a bad decision, I don't want to then be forced to make a bad decision myself if I'm the Texans. So I agree that Stroud should be paid more than even those two names or a lot of the quarterbacks out there that are getting a lot of money. But at the same time, if I speak out of both sides of my mouth, just because one team made a bad investment doesn't mean I should leap at the opportunity to also make a bad investment.
Well, if you've got to point to a piss poor investment in Tua, given the head trauma that he went through, and I think, look, before Liam Cohen got to town, I think most people thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be good money at bad given. But if you look at Trevor Lawrence at $55 million a year, I think that was signed two plus years ago. So I mean, CJ's not going to take 55 this year. I mean that was 2 years ago, team friendly type deal. So I mean you're pointing like if the direction that we point at when we talk about CJ Stroud getting his money are two organizations that have never accomplished what you're trying to accomplish, and two organizations that, one for damn sure, but maybe even two that would say, yeah, we probably shouldn't have paid that 55 when we did. It's panning out okay right now. What is Trevor Lawrence? Is he in years 5 or 6?
Yeah, this will be 6, I think.
So yeah, it's panning out okay right now, maybe, but I don't know that it was a great spend when it happened. Like that's not necessarily the context or the proof or to justify why you. See, I argue that the Tua thing is a reason why you shouldn't pay a guy early.
Yeah,
I mean, I would argue, even though Trevor was viewed as kind of like a, what do they call him, a generational talent when he came out, the tall 6'6" athlete that could throw it and could run and do all this kind of stuff. I don't think those are two good examples of why you should pay a quarterback early. I don't. I mean, there's some out there, I suppose, but I just don't think those two are good examples to point to. And it's just like, well, they did it. Why shouldn't you? Well, I mean, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the Dolphins and the Jags here, boys.
It's true. Not well-run organizations in recent decades. Yeah, I hate when fans point to that as well. I don't think that's a reason for the Texans to be forced into a decision. Real quick, we don't have time to play the audio, but Bucky says C.J. Stroud is a top 10 quarterback, and when he's really good, he's a top 5 quarterback. I know this probably requires more time and nuance, but just real quick, when you hear that listing from Bucky, would you put Stroud currently in your top 10 in the league?
No. Currently, no. Not even close to. No, he wouldn't be in the top 10. But I think that Bucky has a point. If we're just generally like, I think if you put him in Sean McVay's offense, I think he could play at a top 10 level. I think you put him in with a top offensive coordinator with a system that builds around a quarterback.
Yeah.
That literally takes his skills and his strengths into consideration when they're building, when they're hiring offensive coordinators and they're building a staff around him. Absolutely. Is he capable of playing? Yes. By the way, I believe that in order for C.J. Stroud to do that, I think he needs to be surrounded with offensive linemen or receivers or tight ends office and take that leadership piece out of it. Absolutely, I think he could play at that level.
Bucky Brooks' thoughts on Stroud and the Texans, as he said, stop clutching your pearls, pay the man already. Hey, coming up, Rockets fans, how desperate are you at this point? We'll talk about that next here on The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Rockets win.
TimeSpent.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then, we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Rockets fans, how desperate are you becoming at this point in the offseason? It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow in for Ron alongside Clint and T-Mill, and you as well on this Monday. 712-4610 to text the show. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Obviously, Clint, you were out last week. You took the family, went on vacation, which is great. You come back and you might be thinking like, okay, what did I miss? Well, when it comes to the NBA, you might have missed a few things in the league elsewhere, but when it came to the Rockets, you didn't miss anything. And I think that's annoyed Rockets fans that other teams are making these moves, and yet they're watching the Rockets just sit there and do nothing to this point, wondering like, hey, when are you guys going to do something? When are you going to try to improve your team as these other teams are making these trades?
Well, they drafted a four-time captain point guard, didn't they?
That's right.
I mean, they went and got their next ball handler, man.
Yeah, they traded up to get a 23-year-old in the second round of the NBA draft. That is true. That's the one move they made.
Well, there you go, man. That makes sense, right? If Fred VanVleet's knees exploded, you need somebody. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm half tongue in cheek here. I'd rather see that cat bring the ball up the floor than Amen Thompson and Şengün.
Yeah, I would agree.
Be honest with you. I mean, I'd be completely honest with you. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, not at all. And I do like the draft pick, but history is just he's a second round pick. Those guys usually don't last that long in the NBA. He's only 6 feet. That's not great. Comes from the Big Ten. Spent 4 years in college. Not a good track record for NBA success, but I do like the pick. I hope he does something for this team. But Rockets fans are hoping for something else. And the big fish out there is Jaylen Brown. After Giannis went elsewhere, now it's about Jaylen Brown. And when we were last on air on report from Shams was that the Celtics asking price was 4 first-round picks, plus obviously players to match the salary, which would probably have to include somebody. We did the experiment Friday. It would be like Şengün, Reed Shepherd, and 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown, which is why in the tease I was saying, how desperate are Rockets fans that you might still want to make that move despite the asking price? Well, since then, we've also gotten reports that, well, maybe the Rockets evidently are not interested in Jaylen Brown. And, Clint, you seem to be fond of that idea of not being interested.
Well, I'm telling you, man, that is music to my ears. I know he's a really good player, and I know he's highly regarded in the league. I've just never been a fan. Again, Ron knows this. Him and I've had conversation. I'm just not a huge fan of his game. Just backyard ball, just go make a play. Obviously, he had a great year this year when the ball was in his hands more and Jason Tatum wasn't in the fold. And so this comes at a time when it may surprise some folks, but I've never been a big fan. I don't sit down and I'm not jonesing to watch Jaylen Brown play basketball. I don't think he would be a good fit here. I don't think he would solve a lot of your problems. I heard somebody, an analyst in NBA, I can't remember which one it was, Windhorst or one of them was talking about him the other day, and he's talking about how he mastered the basically, and I'm paraphrasing, making a play out of nothing skill. I'm like, well, we just don't need that or two here in Houston right now. So, yeah, man. And by the way, I never have been a fan, and then it just keeps getting worse. Jaylen Brown going, I know he was in a different country, I think, when he said it, whatever it was when he said it, but talking about how this is his favorite year of the last few, and it's like, bro, you wanted an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Like, how can you say this is your favorite year when you're Batman to your Robin or Robin to your Batman, however you want to look at it, when Tatum was out the whole time? Like, the comments I'm just not a big fan of, and so for me it's a bigger no now than it was before.
I really like Jaylen Brown, but I'm out with that asking price. I don't think he's worth giving up 4 first-round picks, plus, like I said, probably a combination of like Şengün and Reed Sheppard and even a minor third player. That's too much to bring in Jaylen Brown, pay him the money, and then have to build around him after Durant's gone in 2 years. I don't think that's worth it. If you're a Rockets fan, though, are you still hoping that make some sort of big swing for Jaylen Brown? Are you, say, that desperate? Here is Bill Simmons on his podcast talking about the Rockets not having interest in Jaylen Brown and how the Rockets are sort of like a reality show.
One last point I wanted to make on that Jaylen trade. We didn't have a Houston trade in there because Houston has literally been telling everybody we want no part of Jaylen. We're not interested. That team was a Bravo show last year. How are they drawing the line at, Jaylen Brown would make us weird? You guys had the weirdest team in the planet. You know what Jaylen Brown would do is actually show up for games and not roll over in a playoff series. Anyway, LaMelo.
Wow.
Okay.
What's
Houston.
the number
You
one?
guys were a disaster last year.
Bill Simmons on the Rockets. I agree with parts. I wouldn't go as far as he did, but I do think some aspects were like embarrassing or a disaster in terms of the Kevin Durant burner. Was it a burner? Was it not Durant's burner account? And how that wasn't handled at all. Some of the other stuff that went on with the whole point guard situation that we kind of talked about earlier at Fred VanVleet and that sort of stuff. But I think there's worse run teams or more embarrassing franchises in the NBA than the Houston Rockets. And Bill Simmons, that sounds a little more personal in his attack on Houston. I also saw John Morant. Vegas has the Houstons with the third best odds. I was surprised by this. Vegas has the Rockets having the third best odds to acquire John Morant at 3-1, which that's not a very high price. Like that's the chances at 3-1 are pretty good of happening. If you're out on Jaylen Brown, would you have any interest in the Rockets going out and bringing John Morant?
Well, look, I think it'd be a fun watch.
Yeah.
I think if you can keep him on the court, I think it'd be a fun watch. If you can keep him from carrying guns and hanging out with the wrong folks and throwing hand grenades instead of shooting guns as celebrations on the floor. If you could keep him out there, I think it would be a hell of a follow. I think it'd be a hell of a cover. I do think you maybe know more about this than me, but when I hear the name, it seems like it would be a complementary fit to kind of what we're doing and maybe some of what we need in Houston. I mean, hell, if you're going to be Ime Udoka, who is just basically roll the ball out there and go get to the bucket, I mean, he can damn sure. So I don't know. I know the highlight reel would be fun to cover.
By the way, what amazing timing. I ask you this question, and then we get somebody on the YouTube on the text line. Parker just texted me. I looked it up 2 minutes ago. They just announced John Morant was traded to the Portland Trailblazers.
Oh.
So he's not coming to Houston.
Well, never mind. Another buzzkill. The highlight reel is not going to be part of the 2026-27 Rockets.
Yeah, odds be damned. He's not coming to Houston. Literally just broke within the last 2 minutes. So just as we were talking about it. All right, so no John Morant. Cross him off the list.
Another one bites the dust. Where'd he go, Portland?
Yeah, Portland. And, yeah, I'm sure this is going to annoy, even if John Morant, whether he's a good fit or not fit in Houston, Rockets fans are already frustrated at the lack of a move, and I'm sure this is going to further frustrate them of, man, even Portland got John Morant. Why can't we get somebody, anybody? And I know somebody on the text line said, I don't want my team to make a move just because from the 832, which I understand.
Well, why else would you want to make a move? it's so like all of pro sports. It's so interesting to me. It's like we operate, and a lot of times it's the fans. I'm not saying but a lot of times it is the organization. Like we operate like whenever we decide we want to make the move, whenever it's perfect for us to make a move, that everybody's going to be available. Like if there's a player that gives you a chance, whether it's trading young guys that aren't what you thought they would be, and you're going to have to rebuild and maybe take a little different approach in the future. If somebody comes available that you believe gives you a better chance to win now, you may have to work a little harder as a front office in the future to make it all work. You got to make that move, man. I mean, so if the whole I don't want to make a move just to make a move. No, you can't stay as is.
No,
you cannot run this thing back, especially with this exploded knee that Fred VanVleet's talking about.
Yeah.
Right? So, boy, John Morant, Memphis and now Portland. Boy, I mean, of all the cities to go to, he's got some real winners, doesn't he?
Yeah. We'll see how long they're even in Portland, the Trailblazers, before that owner moves them out of there. Yeah, it's look, even the Charlotte Hornets yesterday got 3 shooters in a trade yesterday. And it's like, man, can you do something?
Can we
Houston?
get one?
Yeah, right. Can we get something? Already on YouTube, someone said Rafael Stone's a joke. Yeah, I get the frustration of just sitting around and waiting for something to happen. That I think the idea, and honestly, I think it's how the Rockets will approach it, other than maybe Marcus Smart, but trying to sell this idea of, hey, just get Fred VanVleet back, Steven Adams back, we'll be a better team this year. But you're relying on a 38-year-old star, a forward in Steven Adams who's been injury-prone and is in his mid-30s, and a point guard in Fred VanVleet who, like we keep talking about, is coming off an exploded knee and didn't play last year. So that's not really a recipe for success, I don't believe either. But we'll see. We're not even into July. We got time to see if the Rockets make something happen this summer. Hey, coming up, we do it every time here on The Drive, each and every Monday at this time. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll let you know who those are next here on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast. Learn more.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
Yes, sir, that's right. Time for the Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst, as you heard. Ron's out today. I'm Luke Morrow, filling in for him. He'll be back tomorrow, but alongside Clint Stoerner, T-Mill on the steel wheels today, as always. And you can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. A lot of people frustrated that Ja Morant went somewhere else and the Rockets still haven't done anything. But let's get to our Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. Clint, I'll let you lead off. By the way, when people do say, I got good news, I got bad news, what do you want to hear first? Which one did you usually pick?
Bad news. Hit me in the face. Punch me in the nose, baby. Let's get it out of the way, man. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't set me up. Don't tee me up to cut my knees. Just go ahead and tell me right from the get-go. I'm a bad news guy. Let's get the bad out of the way.
I'm with you, and then you hope the good news makes up for it. So,
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But for now, I mean, I don't like to let anything linger. I'm not saying I never do. Unfortunately, I do procrastinate from time to time, but I can admit that when you let things linger, man, they just get worse. They just fester, and when they're negative, obviously that is not a good thing. So I'm all about getting the bad out of the way, baby.
Me too. So with that said, do you want to do Weekend's Best or Weekend's Worst first?
We'll go Weekend's Worst. I got a little bit of one that'll tug at your heartstrings a little bit more so than a funny or disgusting things that happen over the weekend. I typically like to find one or the other, but former running back, man, Chris Johnson, I was a big fan. He announced he's kind of disappeared. I mean, he just kind of disappeared from the public, and nobody really knew. I'm sure those close to him knew what was going on, but we didn't. But Chris Johnson, he announced, I believe this morning, so this may not be a great Weekend's Worst, but this morning he announced on Good Morning America that he has ALS, and which is just obviously just unbelievably unfortunate, but it kind of strikes out of nowhere. There's really no rhyme or reason or on who and how they have ALS, but Chris Johnson has it, and you're talking about a guy. It's hard to watch. He's already in a spot where he's having to speak with his eyes, kind of deal. They have the technology that allows them to speak with their eyes, and I think he in 2025 asked, but to watch a guy that put up the 7th best rushing season in history with 2006 yards. He broke that same year, broke the single season total yards from scrimmage record with over 2,500 total yards. That was in 2009. He was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Associated Press. To watch a guy that could run like him and play like he played the game be struck with his ALS is sad, man. So that's Weekend's Worst for me, man. That is that's a sad story and tough to watch.
It really is. I did watch the interview this morning with Strahan on Good Morning America.
Yep.
And, yeah, it's sad. Like you said, he was diagnosed less than a year ago at age 39, by the way, so really young. And in less than a year already. He can't talk, like you said. He needs to use a wheelchair. It didn't look like he had the use of his arms. Like it's happened so quickly. And it's terrible. He has 4 kids, young kids. His wife is now his caretaker. And, yeah, just like that. He said a year ago I was working out and I was myself and I was fine, and now, I mean, now look at him a year later. So it's a terrible story, and there's no cure for ALS, but hoping for the best for him and his family as he fights this terrible disease. It's really sad. With that said, impossible transition, but my Weekend's Worst. I'm going to stick with baseball for this segment for both best and worst. And the Weekend's Worst, I'm just going to say the American League. And we sort of touched on this earlier, but this American League is just pathetic in baseball this year. It's on pace to be the worst American League in over 2 decades. But you had the Yankees, the best team in the American League, supposedly, get swept in 4 games by the last-place Red Sox. You had the Mariners, who were supposed to be the best team in the AL West, have had the worst offense in now 55 years. They just set a record. longest stretch in 55 years of scoring fewer than 4 runs. They've done that consecutively for about 2 straight weeks. You have nobody over 500 in the AL West. The Toronto Blue Jays, who were in the World Series a year ago, have now lost 6 games in a row. They're 6 games under 500. The Tigers, who were in the playoffs last year, just lost a series to our Astros and are 14 games under 500. The AL is just really bad. There's 4 teams over 500. 2 of them are hardly over 500. It's a bad division. It's bad baseball, and it was bad this weekend. So weekend's worst, just the whole American League.
I'm glad they are.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll take it.
Yeah, good for the Astros.
That's right. Good for the Astros. All right, weekend's best. Look, this is simple for me, man. The WNBA situation with Caitlin Clark. If you watch the WNBA since Caitlin Clark's got there, the 2 things are very apparent. One, she's changed the game like nobody's ever changed it before.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2 is she gets the absolute hell beat out of her on the floor every night. And a lot of it, as you watch, is it's out of pocket. It's uncalled for. And it goes, a lot of it goes unnoticed on the unnoticed, but I think it's overlooked on the floor. I'm on record, I guess a year ago, in talking about it. The craziest thing to me initially watching Caitlin Clark was that there was not one teammate that even batted an eye at it originally, right? And then came Sophie Cunningham, who, I mean, at 6 years old or whatever it was, she was a black belt, so she clearly is I don't know how, if she's still considered a black belt, but she's combat sports are probably in her blood kind of deal, and she seems to have her back a bit. But Maisha Hines-Allen, Maisha, I'm sorry, not Marsha, Maisha, they self-corrected me there. Maisha, I believe is her name. Being the enforcer in Indiana, and it really coming to light this over the last, not just this weekend, but over the last week, is absolutely beautiful. Caitlin Clark's coach just flat calling out refs after the fist to the neck and that went overlooked. The league actually doubled back and I believe gave it a flagrant 2 foul call after the fact, but I believe it went uncalled in the moment. But overall, my weekend's best is just, I think Caitlin Clark's supporting cast, or her crew, the enforcers, her coach, getting a little bit more noisy about what the hell's going on in Indiana, I think is a beautiful thing.
I'm with you. We'll talk a little bit more about Caitlin Clark later on. We have to, because the ridiculousness just continues. But my weekend's best, like I said, I'll stick with baseball. I'm actually going to say Dana Brown. I'm a Dana Brown fan.
What the hell's going on?
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
I'm not a Dana Brown guy. However, this weekend, Ime twirled the gem. Christian Walker had a big series in Detroit. Even Delgado had a big home run and some big hits. Who else was there? Quite a few of his guys had a big impact this weekend. Meanwhile, what also helps his stock, other than the Astros playing well, is the fact that we continue to get messages on YouTube and the text line about how terrible Rafael Stone is. And so that takes a little bit of the pressure off as well. It's like when you always wanted to keep a less attractive friend in the friend group, so you were always more attractive than somebody. Dana Brown suddenly looks a little bit better today because everyone is upset at Rafael Stone over here. The Astros are playing better over here. So weekend's best. I'm not a Dana Brown guy. I hope this run doesn't keep him in Houston longer than this year. But he had a pretty good weekend because some of his acquisitions played well in a big series this weekend. And meanwhile, there's another GM in town that is drawing the ire of the fans. So congratulations to Dana Brown.
Yeah, don't expect too much of that on the drive there, Dana Brown.
Yeah, you're right. Had to squeeze that in. Hey, as always at this time, Dirty Staley coming up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look, we got there's an airline out there that I didn't think could flip me, but they may have done it this weekend. I know a lot of y'all out there traveling. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this one, and I may flip you. But also, there's some football horny audio out there that Tyler did a tremendous job and making radio friendly, and it's about our quarterback here in Houston. It's about our offense here in Houston. It's about our offensive coordinator here in Houston. I think you'll find this interesting. Comparisons from year 1 to year 3 for C.J. Stroud. pretty similar seasons. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability Tree experts. Look, if you're out there and you've got big, beautiful
$10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And boy, do we ever have a boner, man. We got some football horny audio that's going to rock and roll. I promise you, if you're a Texans fan, you want to hear it. I love it. You're going to surprise. Going to be surprised here, guys. You're going to be a little bit surprised. Oh, yeah. Old Dirty don't typically get turned on with advanced stat conversations. There's a little tad bit of advanced stats, but it is used and explained beautifully. Hang on, I'm going to get to that. Before we do that, I got to flip you on your airline. Hey, boys, you know I'm typically a United guy.
As am I.
I don't stray. I don't stray, but I'm going to tell you, boys. Southwest.
Took care of you?
Southwest went above and beyond.
Nice.
Southwest went above and beyond. My girl Trish out there with Southwest. Get this, T. I call, right? I got a direct flight late last night from Destin to here. Direct. Boom. After my kid's bedtime, which is dicey. My 2-year-old, boy, you wake her up from a napper in the middle of the night, she don't give a rip whose ears are near. She's going to let you have it. So I said, babe, we've had enough of this beach. As I said before, the beach, it's confirmed. I'm not a beach guy. I had enough. I said, let's get out of here a little early. So we had to catch a connecting flight through Dallas to here the next day. We could leave at 9:15 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm calling to get flights changed the night before, right? Because this was the last day that we were there. So Saturday night, I'm calling. I get it all worked out. Trish says, all right, it's going to cost you, because of the ticket you bought, it's only going to cost you like $25, $30 to change. I said, done, worth it. Get me the hell out of here. Mm-hmm. And then she gets to my wife and my 2 kids. She's like, well, not quite as friendly. It's going to cost you $200 and some odd. And in my mind, I'm thinking, worth it. Let's get the hell out of here. I'm ready. It's 3 plane tickets, 70-something bucks a ticket. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. She says, I do want to let you know that if it's Luke, it's probably 10:15, 10:30 at night.
Uh-huh.
I'm sitting in the lobby, party going on in the lobby. And she said, I do want to let you know this ticket you bought, if you just wait till midnight, it's all free of charge.
Huh.
I said, Trish, you got to be kidding me. You didn't have to tell me that. Trish, I hope I don't get you fired, sister. She saved me damn near $300. It was more than $300-something. So that was the first start.
Nice.
Do it, lady.
Got my family taken care of as well as one could expect. The ladies at boarding when we were boarding took care of me. My babies can't sit in the exit row. Did y'all know that? I didn't know it. But babies can't make sense if you have to open the door, they get sucked out a little easier than me or you. I guess that's why. Probably can't help you do things either.
Yeah.
But they took care of and got our seats situated. And this is where you're going to love it. T, tune in. The flight attendant on this Southwest flight. She didn't tell everybody to stay their ass seated and not rudely try to exit the plane quicker than everybody else. But she did multiple times tell people, do not put backpacks, handbags, or shopping bags in the overhead compartment. Those are for carry-ons.
Yes.
Right?
Shouldn't have to be said.
You should. Well, sure. Very good point. Shouldn't have to be said.
Jackass.
But it is, right? And it's typically just mentioned. Tyler, if I'm lying, I'm dying. She said it 5 times. And the last time she said it, she said, I see a lot of y'all ain't listening. She said, I'm telling you right now, you might want to get up and get that backpack, get that shopping bag. I just saw one of y'all put a paper bag up there. You might want to get up there and get it, because I'm going to come through, and I'm going to take it down for you, and you're going to put it underneath your seat.
Hell yeah. I like this lady a lot.
And not only that, T.
It's only one way she could nail this perfect, is if she adds one more comment. Go ahead.
No, she didn't have a comment. She walked her happy ass down that aisle and took down 2 or 3 backpacks and that plastic bag that paper bag that was obviously a shopping bag from somewhere, some clothes or something.
Y'all ain't hear me?
Coach, she took them down and said, "Here you go, put this underneath your seat." Right there next to me, about 3 people. She came by, a fist bumper. I said, "Boy, I like your style. I like your style." Hey, man. Hey, Southwest, I'm telling you, y'all took care of my family. Y'all made folks, saved me some money. Took care of my family, and you made folks to the rules that most folks typically overlook. So I tip my cap. I was very hesitant. Was second choice to me. It was, if there was any way I could fly United, I was flying United. Southwest might have won me over. Southwest might have won me over right there.
I like that lady a lot because people just they do the little things that grind my gears on planes. The only way that lady could have been better and perfect at her announcements and what she was doing as a flight attendant was tell these idiots, hey, and when we land, when we touch down where we're going, keep your asses in your own seats.
That's right.
And don't fill up my aisle standing up like a bunch of jackasses.
Oh, yes.
Because that is the most maddening behavior that anyone does on an airplane.
T, she should have said that on our descent. All right, look here, we're going to have a little descent conversation real quick.
Yes, dude.
But I agree. But this was I'm going to tell you, man, I've never heard, they always want to try to be cute and funny over the microphone. No, this chick right here, she even told him, don't try me because I'll come down there now. I mean, it was a beautiful experience, and I'm just telling you, from saving me money to taking care of my babies to that approach right there, I can get down. Luke, I know maybe I'm old school, or maybe I'm to get off my. I know it's real easy to lob those kind of comments around right now in today's world. Hey, man, we lack accountability, man. Mm-hmm. We lack discipline, man. I mean, we lack common respect for one another, man. And when I come across somebody in that industry that very tactfully, very just beautifully holds people accountable. Hey, man, I absolutely love it. So Southwest Airlines, my girl Trish for saving me money. I didn't get the name of the flight attendant, should have done it. But Southwest, you're going to get some of my business. Not to mention, I've had about enough construction to IAH, boys.
Oh, it's the worst.
I've had about enough construction. The whole A and B is what I fly out of most of the time, and one or both is closed every single time I go.
Yeah.
And even if you got somebody dropping you off, they got to drop you off in C or E. Not just, hey, man, drop you off in C and get to – it's C or E. Well, which one, man? Which one's less crowded? What am I getting into? One of them's international flights. Well, I mean, it's like, what am I getting into? Just give me one and let me go. I've had all I want. It's a longer drive for me. The construction's a joke. And I go right over here to Hobby. Boy, it's easy to get in and out of, and Southwest is taking care of me. So big shout out to Southwest Airlines. Now let's get on to some of this Texans talk. Ben Solak. I don't know if it goes by Ben or Benjamin, but Ben Solak. He was on with Houston Stressens on that show. I retweeted this on Twitter, so you can go check it out on Twitter at Clint Stoerner. You can go check it out on Twitter and find your way to both of these guys. Houston Stressens does a good job with his shows, with his content there. Does a really good job. And this was one for multiple reasons that turned me on. One, it's Ben Solak's usage of advanced stats in a way that I could understand it, and it made sense, so I stayed plugged in. But two, as a Texans fan, I do think to hear how similar year one and year three was for C.J. Stroud. Here's cut one with Ben Solak talking about the similarities as well as a glaring difference from year one to year three for C.J.
Stroud in his rookie season had 0.14 EPA per dropback and had a 47% success rate. These are the two easiest metrics we use to define how often you're creating positive plays and how positive are the positive plays. 0.14 EPA per dropback, 47% success rate. Last year, regular season, he had a 46% success rate. He had EPA per dropback of 0.12. It was, in terms of on a down-and-down basis, about as good as it was as a rookie. The big difference between 2023 to 2025 is Stroud's explosive play rate was much higher in 23 than 25. He was throwing the ball less frequently, and accordingly, just when he hit big shots, they were a larger percentage of his bucket versus in this Nick Caley offense where they were doing more like 4 out wide, 3-step, quick drop, a quick game. Like you're going to be more of a point guard for us because we cannot run the football.
The interesting thing, and we're going to get to that run the football piece, but the interesting thing here for me, Luke, is that you have a quarterback in a system that the system demands and highlights and prioritizes efficiency, not the explosive play piece. They prioritize efficiency, right? And per these advanced stats, and according to Ben Solak, he was as efficient in year 3 as he was in year 1. Now, that may not surprise some folks because you won 9 or 10 games straight and you didn't turn the football over. And from an efficiency standpoint, you were pretty good. The explosive play thing should come as no surprise, right? I mean, I think we saw in year 2 what Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud wanted to do, and the explosive play was a real thing. They literally brought in Diggs, and they obviously had Nico Collins, who had exploded on the scene. They had Tank Dell, who had exploded on the scene, no pun intended. They had explosive dudes, so you were obviously going to lean into more explosive plays, right? The difference, there's a couple of main differences here beyond just the explosive play. I think year 1 of C.J. Stroud, you got a guy that's happy to be a starter. You got a guy that's super coachable, that'll do anything that the coaches say without hesitation. I'm your guy. Let's rock and roll. Number 1, right? Number 2, I think you were in a completely different system with a different play caller that was trying to create some explosives. The efficiency is a big part a big part of what they want to do now, Luke. With Nick Caley. The question is can they get those explosives in this offense? Can they get those explosives in this offense, which is an offense that doesn't do much to create explosives, right? Of course, if they run the football better, right, that's going to be a huge plus, and we'll see if they can get that accomplished. But can they create explosives in an offense that prioritizes not making mistakes, right? Can you get that explosive piece back into C.J. Stroud's game? I think it's what the answer is, but I do think it's a fascinating conversation in Nick Caley's year 2 with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's interesting. I was looking at the numbers before, and the fact that they scored more points per game this past year than that rookie season. They finished 13th in points scored in year 1 of Stroud, and this past year is crazy because it seems like such a big difference in the offense from year 1 to year 3, with most notably that explosiveness that you mentioned. We'll see if a second year of Caley makes a difference or if this is just kind of what he wants to do. As we referenced earlier, the Quincy Avery tweets of, this is just a case of two guys seeing things differently or wanting different things, where Stroud would love to add that back to the offense, and Nick Caley is not designing an offense for explosive plays.
Well, I've said it a million times. I mean, your offensive play caller and your quarterback have to see the game through the same lens. It has to happen. And to your point, Quincy Avery's response to that the audio that I just played, his response was basically he couldn't see the offense getting much better because you've got an offensive coordinator and a quarterback that don't see the game through the same lens. And so I completely agree with that thought. That's one of the reasons why I'm not as high on the 2026-27 Texans as a lot of people actually are, is because I don't know how that's going to pan out. I think this defense is great. I don't believe defense wins championships. I believe you got to have an offense that can handle business. And when you spend so much time not turning the football over or being efficient, I think you're going to really the better defenses in the league. Now, the run game piece is the bigger piece here. This is because the bigger piece to me, because Nick Caserio has pushed all of his chips to the middle of the table here, Luke, on this run game. He's literally on record saying we're not building around any one person when asked about C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, which that baffles me, how any GM or any coach would not openly admit to we are building around this quarterback. Different strokes for different folks. We'll address that later on. He's on record of saying that. And then he went out and he signed a between the tackles, running back that doesn't have a lot of shake, not super dynamic, is just a between-the-tackle downhill guy, right? He signed a right tackle that's getting a little bit longer in the tooth, but definitely has leads with physicality in his game. He signed the best right guard based on last year, that one of the best right guards on the market, which was Ingram, who was with Houston last year, and then Wyatt Teller, who obviously leads with physicality and blocking in the run game. So clearly they've got to get this run game better. How bad was the run game in Houston? How bad has it been since C.J. Stroud has been a Texan? Here's Ben Solak talking about that.
My favorite Stroud-related stat is since he entered the league, Texans are 31st in EPA per rush, 31st in rushing success rate, which again is just how are you creating positive plays? The only team worse is the Raiders. They've had the Raiders running game his entire career, and defenses know this. But if you watch opposing defensive coordinators, how they play the Texans, they very clearly believe, okay, let's make the quarterback beat us. Isn't scary enough. It's to say that like they for years now have been very comfortable playing with light boxes, playing with nickel personnel. They don't need to put base on the field. They don't need to run blitz because they just know they're never going to be able to just 5-yard grind us, 5 yards in a cloud of dust down the field. They don't have it in them.
When I think now I don't know about the 4 wideout stuff he's talking about. I don't know if I've seen the Texans with Kaylee and 4 wideouts much, but spreading them out, I can see what he's talking about there. But Luke, the thought that, just forget the details that he talked about, the thought that defenses have been very, very comfortable with saying, let's just not let the quarterback beat us, right? What did we just get through talking about? The difference between year 1 and year 3 in the pass game is the explosive play. You want to take the explosive play away from an offense, stay in a shell coverage. What have we heard repeatedly from offensive coordinators and the quarterback on this football team, and D'Amico to a certain extent? We've heard, this is a shell league. This is a shell league. This is a too high safety league. Yeah, when you can't run the football, when you can't force a team out of too high, then it becomes a too high heavy team because of your weaknesses and because of what you can't get accomplished, right? And then you look at the other piece of the explosive play. They don't do anything from a motion and shift and formation creativity perspective to get explosive plays. So it's kind of a double whammy. They can't run the football. They can't run the football to get the 2 safeties off the roof, and they put very little to no effort into creating any kind of explosive. So we're left in a situation, Luke, where they just simply have to hit on this run game that they've improved. And I don't mean hit because you've been so bad. Literally, my man just said, the only team worse than you running the football, just from creating a positive play in the run game, is the Raiders, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that is, you're 31 of 32. That is awful, right? So now you've gone out and made all these moves. You absolutely have to run the football better. All the chips are in the middle of the table. That's going to be the answer, not CJ getting more explosive or Nick Caley getting more explosive.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. Real quick, because I know I have to hit the break, but we were talking about that last week, too, of, ESPN put a ranking of the best skill groups in the NFL, running back, tight end, wide receivers, and the Texans were ranked 24th out of 32nd. So that's
generous.
Generous, really, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was our conversation of, we know these things need to be better. Are they actually going to be better, though, this year? Can we believe that the run game is going to be improved based off of the things they've done this offseason, et cetera, et cetera? We'll find out.
I'd like to see that list. I didn't see it. I'd like to see who's behind them. I mean, I think we think more highly of Woody Marks around here than most. I think we think more highly of David Montgomery than most. I think we think more highly of Dalton Schultz than most. I know we think more highly of the Brevin Jordans, the Jaden Higgins. I know we think more highly of those guys. I mean, you know what I mean, than most. So I wonder what that looks like beyond Nico Collins. But good call.
Coming up, I guess we already got the answer in this segment right here, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Should the Texans be regarded as the favorites of the AFC? This little bit last week. I'll make the case when we come back and get Clint's thoughts as well. We'll do it next here on The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into the
Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Those are my babies.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should the Texans be more highly regarded in the AFC? Should they actually be the favorites? It's The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow in for Ron alongside Clint Stoerner. T-Mill on the ones and twos. 713-572-4610 to text the show or get to us on YouTube and Twitch in the chats there. And already somebody saying Texans favored in the entire AFC. Not sure if they should even be favored in the AFC South division.
Wow.
Yeah, so
they're not, are they?
I think they are, actually, in their division. Everyone's expecting a big step back from the Jaguars. So I'd have to look again, but I think they have the same odds.
Last I saw, they weren't the favorites, but I can't even remember right now who was. So let me look into that.
It's got to be Jacksonville.
Yeah, if anybody else,
they won,
right?
What did they win, 13 games last year?
Yeah, it's got to be Duval.
I know for AFC odds, like to win the AFC, the Texans are higher than the Jags. To win the division, I would imagine Texans would also be in front of the Jaguars, but I don't know. I think they were tied originally. Anyways, my point, though, I got into this last week with B. Scott, and I think I, got him on board slightly. So I wanted to get your opinion as well, Clint, and I guess you already kind of let it be known last segment. You said you're not as high on this version of the Texans, so might have a little bit of the answer already. But nonetheless, when you look at the teams in the AFC and the teams that are in front of the Texans, if we were to go through these teams, I feel like these teams might have larger questions they need to answer than the Texans do.
Okay.
The Bills, absolutely. The Bills and the Ravens are the two favorites, the two top teams. But they both made coaching changes, and so not only new coaches, but first-time head coaches. Now, if we're talking like the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, it's only happened twice before where a first-time head coach has actually won a Super Bowl, once in the 70s, once in the 80s. It's been over 35 years since it's occurred. So first-time head coaches, I know they have the quarterbacks. I know they, Trey Hendrickson just signed with the Ravens, yada, yada, yada. I get all that stuff. But you have two new coaches that are figuring it out on the fly. The Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes coming back off an injury. And I know he's Patrick Mahomes, and I should never doubt him. But they did have a losing season last year, great year before he got injured. Now he's coming off the ACL. They haven't been in the top 15 in offense the last 3 years, and no quarterback has won a Super Bowl coming off an ACL injury. Now Mahomes would be the guy to get it done, but still questions remain about him, the offense, the Chiefs, so on and so forth, even though it is Mahomes and Andy Reid. Other teams that are ahead of the Texans in the odds. The Chargers, who I do actually like. But you have two new coordinators for the Chargers, and while everybody loves Mike McDaniel, and maybe he turns out to be great, when he was the offensive coordinator in San Francisco, he wasn't calling the plays. He was calling the plays in Miami, and there was mixed results, but I think a lot of what people love about him is more tied to San Francisco and Shanahan than specifically Miami. The Broncos, you have a new offensive coordinator, first-time play caller, and of course Sean Payton is still there to look over his shoulder. But a first-time play caller for the offense and a quarterback also coming off an injury similar to the Chiefs. The Patriots might be the weakest case, but just kind of that natural regression where they played the easiest schedule in the league last year. They had a bit of a cakewalk in the playoffs, which of course includes the Texans, but with the way Stroud played that day made it a lot easier for the Patriots. They get all the way to the Super Bowl. They're going to have a tougher schedule this year. You have the Rossini thing. If that plays any impact, I don't know. You have the fact that they went to the Super Bowl, lost. Sometimes that could be hard to bounce back from. Other teams are a little more familiar now with them after their second year now with Mike Vrabel, so on and so forth. And then you look at specifically the division, which somebody referenced. The Colts, you have the Daniel Jones. Their expectations from a betting perspective are pretty low. The Jaguars are at least regarded as having a terrible offseason, for whatever that's worth. And I think similar natural regression for them is coming as well, where year two of this head coach, We've seen coaches have great success in year one, take a step back in year two, and they also went from, 4 wins to 13 wins. And historically, teams that make that big of a jump in one offseason do take a step back the following year. So with all that said, you then look at the Texans. And I know the Texans have their own questions. We've been talking about those questions all offseason and into last year as well. But this is a team that if the quarterback just played decently in the playoffs, not even great, they should have been in the Super Bowl last year. They still have the top defense. Obviously, you still have Stroud and the things that he's capable of doing. They should have been there last year. Shouldn't they therefore be considered like the favorite, or certainly one of the very small favorites to be the top team in the AFC again this year, especially when you factor in some of these questions for the other top contenders?
No, look, I appreciate your effort. I mean, but you can also last year you can also say if they'd have called anybody in the AFC other than Pittsburgh, their ass would have been sent home in the first round, given the way that
true
again,
as well.
CJ played ultimately. So, look, I think we are. I think we're in a unique. I think we know last year because it's hindsight, but I do think now that you broke that down, it's less about the Texans team. Is there's an opportunity. I think there was a major opportunity last year, given no Pat Mahomes, no Lamar, no Joe Burrow. Like you didn't even mention the Bengals in here. They're going to be a problem with their defense improved. But the last year I think was by far the biggest opportunity for somebody to win a Super Bowl out of the AFC. At least get to a Super Bowl that hadn't been there. I don't think it's going to be as I guess as less difficult a path as last year held. But I do believe the AFC overall, there is a huge opportunity for a team that may have some warts to be able to navigate 4 playoff games or 3 playoff games and get to a Super Bowl. And I think the beauty of what you just did was you laid out all of the warts for damn near every team in the AFC, which then means, hey, the Texans don't have to be great to get there. The Texans don't have – C.J. Stroud doesn't have to be great to get there. Just don't turn it over. Don't set a turnover record in the damn playoffs in the first 2 weeks, right? You don't have to be great to get there. I was under the impression, and I still am to a certain degree, that last year was an anomaly in the AFC. But what you just laid out is that 1 year that was an anomaly last year may roll over into a 2 or 3 year span. I mean, if the Ravens and Bills don't respond to their new head coach well, that could obviously they're lesser of a threat. Mm-hmm. If the Chiefs have hit a patch here where they just as dominant as they once were. We'll see how they are as a more motivated Chiefs team that took it on the chin last year, right? I mean, if the Broncos and Bo Nix aren't, would it surprise anybody if Bo Nix backslid a bit? No.
Right.
And we've seen better quarterbacks, more talented quarterbacks backslide. Would it surprise anybody, as you mentioned, if the Pats, not only the team, the Patriots backslid or regressed, but Drake May, who is getting all this heap and praise as a top 5, top 10 quarterback right now, I would bet that he's going to regress, right? And so would it shock you that the 26-27 season there is a lesser path than normal to a Super Bowl or an AFC title game? It wouldn't surprise me. All the conversations I've had have been of the thought of boy, last year was a missed opportunity. That was bad, man. We may get a 2 or 3 year span of just crazy opportunity for a team that hadn't been there to get there.
It's true. Yeah, I know a lot of people are just banking on the idea of no way Lamar misses the playoffs twice in 2 years in a row. No way Mahomes. But you never know because they have some things to work through too. First-time head coach in Baltimore who's never done it before. Defensive head coach, by the way. New offensive coordinator there. Mahomes coming off the injury. Josh Allen has a new head coach, first-time head coach. There's a lot of questions in the AFC. And if the Texans can answer their questions, maybe they could go further than those other teams. I'm usually the negative guy around here, so I'm just trying to be a little more positive. Hey, coming up, is one sports league actually better off without their star? We'll talk about that next here on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give CJ a $6 million a year extension?
On a scale of 1, don't do it, 10, yeah, 100%, you got to do it.
Correct.
I'm at maybe a 3.5 or a 4 right now.
That's where I am, too.
He was a slightly above average quarterback this year on a team that had no rushing attack. You don't just throw
laughing emoji.
This is the time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 breaking news.
Yeah, that's right. You're probably hoping it's some sort of Rockets trade of some kind. Instead, not quite as good news as that. Breaking news, the Astros, Jeremy Pena, out of today's lineup after reporting left leg discomfort, according to manager Joe Espada. Pena is seeing the team doctors now, Espada said, but he will not be in the lineup this evening and is currently seeing a team doctor. You might recall, I mean, you go back to a week ago, a week ago today, he had left the game early, and so now fast forward 7 days later, and Pena not in the lineup tonight, left leg discomfort, and anytime you get an injury with the Astros, you always probably presume worst case scenario, and it's going to linger and be worse than they initially say, and he's going to be out for forever. But Pena not in the lineup tonight with the left leg issue.
Yeah, not ideal. Obviously, we talk a lot about getting healthy around here. We need to stay healthy, especially with your leadoff hitter, a guy like Jeremy Pena. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather Jeremy have upper body problems. I mean, anytime he is tightly wound in that lower half. We saw the speed, I think last night, or was it last night or night? But was it Saturday night? When was the extra inning explosion in the 10th? When we was that yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yesterday day, right? I was in the airport. What? No, I didn't. I watched it on my iPad. Anyway, on Paredes, I believe he started at second in the 10th. Paredes pushes a ball to right center field, a little hit over the second baseman's head, and he scores. That kind of speed on the base pass is just an absolute problem. So I love him in the leadoff position. Problem is he's got to be able to stay healthy. When it's a leg issue with Jeremy, with anybody, obviously it's a problem. But when it's one of your speed guys, it's a bigger issue. So yeah, hopefully this is more of a load management deal and a little tenderness than it is a true injury. So we'll see.
Yeah, certainly. And feel free to remind me on the text line 713-572-4610 if I'm missing something. But like I said, he came out of the game day against Toronto and then did not start the next game. Came in, I think, as a pinch hitter later on Tuesday. But since then, he's been hot enough at the plate. He's raised his batting average about 10 points. So I don't know if that's when it happened. Text in if something happened this weekend.
Well, the interesting thing, and I don't mean to jump on Joe here, but the interesting thing with the way the Astros approach things, it's always something here. But if a guy needs to sit because there was some level of injury or tweak something, then you got to think that guy's just completely off limits. And I mean, him pinch hitting or pinch running late in the game seems to be an interesting approach. I got to believe that was just a load management day. That just happened to be after coming out of a game, maybe?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
But to reinsert him into the game is just, if he's injured to any degree, would be criminal.
Right, and then it also seems weird that now a week later is when he's out of the lineup and seeing doctors. And it's like, well, we should have probably picked up on this earlier. I know the athletes are tough. They'll play through things, but
it's not ideal.
If that is truly when it happened a week ago, and then to go a whole another week playing everything, is like, oh, actually, at this point, yeah, I probably should see a doctor. It's not getting any better.
It's not getting any better.
Yeah.
Well, if that is the case, I would applaud him for playing through it, and I would applaud Joe Espada for letting him play, because that's typically I'd put him on the shelf for a while if there's even a tweak. So, but hopefully with Jeremy Pena, it's not a major issue, and things are better sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And by the way, they called it a leg cramp last Monday. And now, what I say, leg tightness. Now I think they're calling it. We'll see. But hopefully, good news for Jeremy Pena, because he's been swinging a good bat, and he's such an important piece for this team. And like Clint said, they're finally getting healthy, and now one of their important pieces might go back on the shelf. We'll see. But in the meantime, Pena out of the lineup.
What do you do here? No Pena? Is the lineup out already?
I'm looking for it.
So what do you do here, T? You get is Altuve all right? Is he still a potential leadoff? I mean, is he going to be all right?
Altuve is leading off tonight. I found the lineup.
Okay, you found the lineup. Altuve leads off. Well, what's that lineup looking like?
Yeah, so Altuve leads off playing second. Jordan's batting second and DHing. Paredes is hitting third and playing third. Walker cleaning up, playing first. Taylor Trammell batting fifth and playing center field. And then Cam Smith, right field, batting sixth. Loper Fido batting seventh, playing left. Nick Allen back playing shortstop and hitting eighth, and Christian Vasquez the catcher.
Nick Allen's actually, when he's had to play due to injury, obviously, he's actually swung a good bat, if I remember correctly. He was productive.
He's done some solid things.
I saw one lineup, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, where didn't they push you under the 3-hole?
I think they might have.
What do you think?
I know they like to do that.
What do you think the thought process is there?
I don't know. I hate that. I've said that before. It's one of these new one of the new analytical metrics or whatever, schools of thought, of that 3-hole. You put your best hitters in the 2 spot or the 4 spot, because the 3-hole, no spot in the lineup comes to the plate more outs and bases empty than the 3 spot in the order.
So you just gave me why Jordan should never be in that spot.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why was he in it?
Oh, I don't know. They do it a lot, though, and that's what really annoys me about
I appreciate
the best I can.
Hey, you don't know how much I greatly appreciated that spiel you just gave. I'm thinking, where in the hell is he going with this? Well, that's even more of a reason why I'm pissed at Joe Espada for doing it. Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason why they do what they do with this damn lineup. But I do with Altuve in that starting spot. Let's see if he can't hit a bomb and maybe a double to the left center field gap. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. Just in time for your return here.
Come on,
you
baby.
can have a little victory lap this week.
Come on, man. Let me have another victory lap. I had a victory lap on Monday after he kicked ass like Friday night after we left here, but that died on a vine by the time I got back here. So another big night from Altuve tonight, boys.
Yeah, we'll see. Back in that leadoff spot, Pena out of the lineup, and the Astros begin a series with the Minnesota Twins tonight. In that as the Astros continue to roll through the AL Central, and what is it? I think 7:10 first pitch tonight against the Twins, and Lambert. That's right, Lambert's on the mound tonight. 7:10 first pitch here in Houston. Twins in town. Zebby Matthews getting the start for the Twins with his 4.5.
Well, this is the last. If you remember correctly, I told everybody out there that it was 16 games ago when I told you that the next 19 out of the next 19 games, 16 were very gettable for the Astros. And I said gettable because I didn't want to overdo this because the Astros weren't at the time. So I didn't want to get carried away and the fan in me make the statement. But about 16 of 19 games, I think 16 of 19. The only team you were going to play at the time that had a record above 500 was the Cleveland Guardians. Mm-hmm. And you went out there and they won that division. Right now, there's 16 of those 19 games have come and gone. The Astros are 11-5 with, as you said, the Twins, a 3-game set with the Twins here. 11-5. Boy, they've made the move that I hope that they would make over this 19-game stretch. Can they continue the hot streak against the Twins and then come out of the backside of this thing in a really good spot?
Yeah, because this weekend will be really interesting. You get the Tampa Bay Rays this weekend, and the Rays have the best record in the American League. So finally you're done with the Twins and the Royals and the Tigers and these teams under 500, that 19-game stretch you mentioned other than the Guardians. And now you get the Rays this weekend coming to town, and Christian Javier is probably going to make his return in one of those games. So that's going to be a really big series, a big litmus test to see, like, okay, how good is this Astros team truly? How do they stack up against the AL's best in the Tampa Bay Rays?
I love the litmus test. I love where you're at there. Most people just minimize the regular season baseball. It's not a big deal. It's 1 of 162. Blah blah blah. I hate that approach. Right. I thought the Cleveland Guardians game was going to be one of those litmus tests. Type games, and they pass with flying colors. I think that's big. When you get on the backside of this 19-game stretch before you play Tampa Bay, to look back and say, well, now they've exceeded one many straight series, but to look back and say, yeah, we beat a bunch of sub-500 teams. We a big part of being a championship team, which I'm not saying the Astros are, but a big part of getting there is taking care of business when you're supposed to take care of business. That's part of it, sure. Right? Is to just go out there and beat teams that you're better than. They seem like they've done that of late, along with winning a series against the Cleveland Guardians, and now can you stay hot versus the Twins and hopefully carry some momentum into that Rays series? That would be big. But you're right. That's a big series, man, to kind of see where these Stros are at. Hopefully they can win you over and get you into that belief mode.
Yeah, we'll see. As I've been saying, they've been fortunate. They're not a good team. They're a fortunate team. They're in one of the worst divisions we've seen to this point, in a terrible AL, beating up on bad teams, which, like you just said, props to them. They're doing what they're supposed to. They're taking care of their business and beating the teams that are lesser than them, but still not quite sold entirely on this squad. By the way, a lot of people have been texting in talking about people that stand up on planes. We were talking about the folks that get up on the airplane and cut everybody and move down the aisle to try to get off the plane first.
Yes, I think I failed to specify. It's not standing next to your own seat necessarily. I mean, it's a little whatever. But it's these fools that run to the front of the plane from the back row and then keep the other folks from getting out of their seats.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got not quite the same beef that we both have with the rude person that tries to run up like their whatever they have, next flight, or get in their car or getting home to their family. Like what they have is more important than everybody else on the plane. You're a rude POS when you do that. But I don't know, Tyler. It ain't too far down the list of flight issues when that guy gets up next to you and puts either his ass or his unit in your face as he's digging his bag out of his and then straps his backpack on and turns around and talks to his family and knocks your hat off because his backpack's sticking out, and then stands there. Stands there with just straight waistline to my head for 20 minutes while we deplane, while they turn the AC off and it gets hot as hell in there. That guy's not. I mean, that guy or gal right there can kiss every bit of my ass too.
The worst flight's coming back from Vegas. I flew back from Vegas. I think that was earlier this month now, and they had to shut down one of the bathrooms because it became such a mess. I saw 2 people on there barefoot on the plane. One guy was even walking up and down the aisle barefoot. Well, another person, we were late to leave because he refused to sit down. He was still fiddling with his bag in the overhead. And finally, they got him to sit down when the stewardess came to him and said, hey, we're waiting on you. We can't leave until everyone's in their seats. Can you please sit down? And he said, yeah, just 1 minute. And she's like,
this guy stinks!
Yeah, exactly. We're all sitting there like we're trying to take off.
See, that's where I'm gonna get my tail whooped. I want to stand up and like back in the locker room days. I want to hit my palm right on the back of his neck. I don't want to hurt him per se. I just want to right on the back of that head like we used to do your partner. I mean, just smack that's a good term. Just smack the hell out of him. I mean, golly, man.
Yeah, it was quite a flight. Hey, coming up, it's time for 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up on everything going on here in the sports world next year on The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Zone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone.
My name's Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
That's right, 5 o'clock fire. Hope you're out of work on the way home. Here on a Monday. Hopefully you had a good start to the week. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Also YouTube and Twitch chats as well. I'm Luke Morrow in for Ron, who will be back tomorrow. But Clint and Tyler are here. You as well. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Monday, especially if you are on that drive home. Let's get you caught up on everything going on here in the 5 o'clock fire. We just spoke about the Astros last segment, but they return home for a 6-game homestand tonight, starting with the Twins, then the Tampa Bay Rays this weekend.
Luke, they've played their way back into my good graces for what it's worth.
Okay.
I was refusing to ever buy a ticket. Ever's a long time. I was refusing to buy a ticket as long as Joe Espada continued to put that pissy poor product out.
Oh, wow.
I think, Tyler, were you still willing to buy tickets, or were you at a point where you were going? I mean, I'll be honest with you, there was about a will to turn it on TV. Because it's a little bit of a tail whip. It's a little bit of a butt whip for me to get home, kids, head spinning, needing to help the wife a little bit, and the Astros are usually down 3-0 when I get there kind of deal. There was that kind of run.
Right.
So I threw in the towel, Luke. I threw the towel in. They've played their way back into the good graces of Old Dirty over here. Tyler, how about you?
Oh, yeah, I never was fully out on spending a few dollars to go see a game, but I still have not made it out to an Astros game, so let that speak for itself.
I've not made it out either, but I was definitely out on spending my hard-earned money. Now, I was not out on them making a turnaround, as one would know. I mean, Ron would ask us daily. Show would ask us daily about them Astros. We weren't going to fold up shop completely, but I was done spending money. So, but now, little 6-game homestand, Twins, Tampa Bay Rays, I think they've earned the right for us to get back in and spend a little money.
I've been to 5 games this year for the Astros, but I'm only going to go the rest of the year. For now, I'm only going to go if I get free tickets. I'm not paying, or if I'll pay for the $10 tickets. But I still need to see more before I start spending more money on that team.
And them $10 tickets you set up in the top?
I actually prefer, I've said this before on air, I prefer to sit up on top. I'll sit behind home plate in the 300s or the 400s. I choose that over sitting down below but up the first or third base lines.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I was not happy with my spend last time. I took my mom. I should do it more often with my mom. She made me an Astro buddy when I was younger and took us all over the place. I should probably do it more often with her. I got a wild hair and took her, and we sat first row. I said, Mom, we'll get you first row.
Wow.
We got first row down the first base line. Terrible seats. Terrible seats. I mean, you couldn't even hardly see the hitter. I mean, it just wasn't it. I'm with you. I don't know that I want to go to 300, 400, but I definitely need to get up a little bit. I need to go up a ways.
Yeah.
Stros.
It's like the all 22 view. You could see everybody.
I told T, man, the most fun I've ever had at an Astros game. And if I remember correctly, no, it was in the. I'm trying to think if it was before that first World Series. What was that? 2017.
Yes.
Was that in the run?
Correct.
I think I can't remember if they won it the year that I'm thinking of or not. Anyway, it was back when this thing first got rolling, right? Yeah. We were in the outfield at the area in the outfield that sits up over everything with the tables, the 4 top tables where you can sit up bar top tables.
Yeah.
Hey man, that was the best money I've ever spent in an Astros game, hands down. Best money. It came with like a $20 voucher for food and drink, which may get you one beer, but it still came. Each ticket I bought 4 tickets for me and 3 buddies, and each ticket had a $20 voucher. You sit up there. You literally sit at that table. You don't have to fight a crowd. You're not looking over somebody. Tremendous. They've worked their way in. If I get my hands on any of those tickets, I may buy them.
There you go. Maybe that'll get you back to the ballpark. By the way, Nick Allen's been reinstated from the IL. The Astros sent Reynel Delgado down to AAA. And Nick Allen, who's been out for 3 weeks with a left hamstring strain, is coming back at the right time because he's in the starting lineup tonight at short. Jeremy Pena being held out tonight with the leg issue and is being looked at by the team doctors. So no Pena tonight for the Stros.
That's painful. It's painful to have no Pena. It's certain that leadoff spot right there. He was getting hot. Obviously, the speed on the bases helps, and so it's painful to see him obviously deal with another injury. Hopefully, this is more of a load management, more of a precautionary type deal than it is. Boy, we've got major problems. So, because to lose another one of those top, you look at the top 5 guys in that lineup, man. To lose one of those guys is going to be. It's going to be tough to deal with.
Certainly. No Pena tonight. We'll see what that means moving forward. He left the game last Monday with leg cramps. Did not start on Tuesday, but came into the game in the 8th inning. And now here we are a week later, out of the lineup tonight, being looked at by the doctors. We'll see what it means for Pena.
Yeah. 5 o'clock fire.
By the way, 7:10 first pitch for that game here at home. So if you want to watch the Astros tonight, 7:10 start, Peter Lambert on the mound. Hey, NBA news. Ja Morant got traded to the Portland Trailblazers today. They want to pair him with Damian Lillard. When we announced the news as it happened while we were on the air about, an hour and a half ago, plenty of messages coming in with disappointment in Rafael Stone for still not doing something for these Rockets. Clint, would you have any interest, would have had any interest in a Ja Morant to the Rockets move?
I'm not a Ja Morant fan. The complete, total disregard for doing the right thing, just as basically as you can say it, it turns me off of Ja Morant. I don't give a pass to the ignorance of what he has done in Memphis and kind of how he's handled his business. I'm not a fan at all. Could I have gotten behind a Ja Morant mover and as a highlight reel? Absolutely. Would he have made the Rockets better? Yes, absolutely. He would have made the Rockets better. I'm not going to beat up Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone and man, I'm not going to beat him up because they didn't make a play for Ja Morant. No, he ain't that caliber player for me. I mean, he could be. He's that talented, but the whole package of Ja Morant, the whole situation with his pops that wants to be his buddy or whatever. I don't know if that's changed over the last year or what, but like that whole dynamic, I'm when it comes to winning championships, I can do without.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have no interest in him coming to Houston, but I do get the frustration in the sense of, as I said last week, it's like school's out, summer vacation's now going on for parents with school-age kids, and it's like when your friends are going on vacation and your family has no vacations planned that summer, and you're like, oh man, can't we at least go to a water park? Can't we do something? All my buddies are going out of town. They're going on these fun trips. We're not doing anything. And it's similar to the Rockets where all these other teams are making moves in the NBA. The Hornets just made a trade with the Suns to get 3 3-point shooters yesterday. And as a Rockets fan, you're sitting here like, when are we actually going to make a single move? Because all these teams are doing things, and you get that FOMO. You wish it was your team that was making a move. So I get the frustration, but I would not want Ja Morant here.
Oh, I definitely get the frustration. There's nothing worse than being in this situation where, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I personally think the Texans are there as well. It's you're a playoff caliber team, but your team is not willing to make that splash move in the offseason that at least gives you the hope, belief that they're trying to win a championship, right? I mean, it's nothing. And look, yes, I'm talking about the sexy move over the boring, just base level move, and those a lot of times are failures. But it is tough to sit around and pull for a team that doesn't make that move. Last year we got Durant. I really love that. I liked getting Durant. Obviously. That caliber player in your uni every night changes the game. Again, going back home made me want to turn the TV on with Durant out there every night, that he was playing. So, yeah, it's tough to not, to watch your team not make that kind of move and sit by while other teams do make those moves.
Yeah, somebody said Rockets need to do something. They can't just sit pat. Yeah, I'm with you. But, hey, season's still about just over 3 months away. There's still time.
5 o'clock fire.
Sticking in the NBA, Malik Beasley, the latest professional athlete to get caught up in gambling. And in the case of Beasley, he was gambling on himself at times to hit certain props. Was also betting on certain point spreads for his team. And what I love about these stories are once you get the news, the video evidence that people find. in there after the fact. So we were watching the video before we came on the air today of him making sure he would get the game under 8.5 points, where he had to run down the floor, get a dunk at the last second. There was another did one rebound to hit his over, and he literally pushed a teammate out of the way to grab the rebound as the final seconds ticked off the clock. It's a bad story for the NBA, but admittedly, it's funny to watch these videos and in hindsight be like, "Oh yeah, like it was pretty obvious he was up to something."
Yeah, that's the part that I think is fascinating here, Luke. Is I've been in locker rooms with idiots. You know what I mean? Where they're just try hard Johnnies. You know what I mean? It's Johnny hustle all the time. You get tired of them. Like, man, just stop it. Just quit. So if you're just a fan and you're watching, old buddy grabs a rebound with 5 seconds left and races the other end of the floor and dunks it with 0.4 seconds left, and you're like, what? Well, I bet that guy really pisses people off at practice. But then when you look at it through the lens of my man was gambling trying to get that sucker below 8.5 points, and he damn sure did it. It puts a whole different spin on watching him execute it. And if you know the guy, I don't know how you miss that. You know what I mean? Like unless he's that guy that just is annoying all the time because he's a bull in a china shop or just always running and over hustling. I mean, unless he's that guy, you got to look at it and go like, what the hell was Malik up to?
Right.
What was he?
Yeah.
I mean, it is funny though. God, that's funny, man. Just Google or just search Beasley on Twitter right now, and it'll pop up. I'm sure there's some kind of hashtag trending thing up there too. But it's pretty funny to watch him sprint to the other end of the floor. He did a hell of a job. I wish I'd have known. I wish he'd told me that what he was up to.
Yeah, right? Give us the bound. He got so frustrated. The one where he grabs the rebound at the end of the game because he needed to hit his over prop, he missed the rebound on the offensive end of the floor, goes sprinting down on the defensive floor hoping to get the rebound. The guy makes the three-pointer, though. This is in like the final 20 seconds. Beasley is visibly upset on the floor because he couldn't grab the rebound and he's running out of time, so much so that his teammate reminds him, like, you have to go inbound the basketball. So he picks up the basketball inbound, so they go down the floor. Other team comes back down, and they miss a three with like 4 seconds left. And like I said, he gives his own teammate, a little shove so he could run over there and grab the rebound, and then he holds it, cradles it to his chest, making sure no one was going to take it away as the final seconds ran down.
He was going to get credit for that.
That's right.
Oh, that is good.
He's made contractually $60 million in his career, and yet still was caught up in this point-shaving scheme, so to speak, where they said bettors were making hundreds of thousands of dollars on his props because he was influencing the game. So
how do you? I mean, that's one of the craziest things in pro sports.
Woo!
I think I could understand. Like, if I were playing a game, like I'm just kind of related to my career. Mm-hmm. Like, I think the Clint Stoerners of the world. Like, I wouldn't do it, but I could see where that guy would go. Hey, man, I ain't here for a long time. I'm here for a short time. You know what I mean? I'm here for a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm renting space here, man. I know I'm not going to be here for more than 3 years, man. Let me go out there. I'm gonna make a couple. Let me go out and see if I can flip it into 50 doing some illegal gambling stuff. But the dude that made $60 million,
right?
Like, bro, was $60 million. Like, I hear people talk about like generational wealth. Like, I'm gonna tell you, man. I made more money than most fresh out of college, just with on a minimum salary contract. I'm gonna tell you, man. I financially, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in today if I wouldn't have made that little chunk of change that I made coming out in that 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, I enjoyed my life as much as any single man could enjoy his life. I promise you that. I did not drive a Bentley, but I drove a nice Tahoe on 22s when 22s was the deal. Now,
yeah.
But I mean that money. Like, from my own personal, gave me such a leg up in that world. How in the thought of like people explaining how you piss away $60 million. Like last week I was out, but what's the video? I heard I know Seth and Sean was commenting on social media. What was the? I mean, who was it, man? It was one of the players.
Was it Joe Hayden?
Yes, that's exactly who it was. first of all, his math was terrible, by the way, in his comment. But like explaining how you piss away $12 million before you ever get it, that blew my mind. Like for somebody to sit there, I gave my mom and dad $3 million, and then on top of that, I bought them $1 million house. Like it ain't that $12 million goes fast. It's that your dumb ass spent it like recklessly.
Exactly.
Like that whole mindset of, oh well, guys don't know. Yeah, you do. You know what you're doing. I mean, I was as simple-minded as you can be from Baytown, Texas, and I knew, hey man, I got me a little change. I got a head start, boys.
Yeah.
Give me a big screen and some 22s, and I'm ready to rock and roll. I was going and the ability to pay my bar tab, shoot. Right. And hers, whoever she was when she showed up, come on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's right.
Tyler, I would have took care of you, baby.
I believe it.
Tyler, we
gotta take care of the bro.
You ain't had to pay for nothing all night. From the stop and go, from the stop at the stop and go on the way down to get that gum and whatever else you wanted to chew on.
We should pretend like go out one night for drinks sometime soon and just pretend like it was like that.
All right, let's take a boys' trip to Dallas. I'll take you to my old spots if they still exist.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna tell you, man. I had one of them.
Will Jerry
Candle
come?
Room? I don't know. We're going to find the hottest spots in the city to find Jerry.
I was going to say, you got the old running mates back out there as well.
Hey, Candle Room? Forget about it.
There it was. Glory hole.
Oh, everywhere. I mean, oh boy.
Sounds like it'll be a fun night.
What a run.
Well, so Malik Beasley indicted on federal gambling charges. There you go. Your 5 o'clock fire, getting you caught up on everything going on. By the way, real quick, since we were talking about money, Victor Hovland won the Travelers playoff today, the Travelers Championship up in Connecticut. Scotty Scheffler blew a pretty easy putt and lost. And he won $3.6 million. I saw a story today, though, because of taxes, he's going to owe about $1.6 million in taxes. You'll still take the $2 million in your pocket, but you win a nice golf tournament like that, and then just have to hand over half of it.
It's highway robbery, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. If you're an American right now, and the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being exposed doesn't just turn you on, boy, then you got to check your pulse, man. I mean, the way they tax us is absolutely ridiculous, and it's a shame that it takes winning a $3 million golf tournament for it to be highlighted of how just bad it is. I mean, I ain't kidding you, man. That first time I picked up that first NFL paycheck, I went from thinking, "Shoo, man, look at this check. Are you kidding me?" I went and picked that thing up, and I saw the amount of tax that I paid in that one check, and I was like, "Come on, man, you got this is criminal."
Well, that's the crazy thing. He has to pay Connecticut because the tournament was in Connecticut. But that's always silly to me. These athletes, you guys, same.
Yeah, it's a state where you earn the money.
Yeah, wherever you play.
So that was the deal. The Connecticut tax.
That was part of it. And then since he's Norwegian, he has to pay some other tax, and so yeah, that was the story. That became the story today. Like, great win, first win in a year, but also, here's all the taxes he has to pay.
Could you imagine that? This isn't some. I know we got to go, but this is a dude that's worked since he could walk to swing a golf club, and it's finally making that bread. In with the elite, about beating the elite of the elitists, and they go out there and take over half of it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How do you justify that?
That's nice, but you have
but
to.
No, but that's not. That ain't the point. Everybody. While this dude was working and playing golf and honing his game and having to get sponsorships and borrow money to travel, everybody else. There's other people that are out there making $250,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year. But now all of a sudden he gets we can't do that, Luke. See, that's the problem, Luke. We go, oh well, it's going to take $2 million. Who cares? He had over. Would you say 3.6?
3.6.
3.6 was his. Yeah. To take 1.6 of that is nuts.
It is.
Tiger Woods?
I don't disagree. It's crazy. That's why I mentioned it. That's our 5 o'clock fire coming up. I teased this earlier. I do want to get to it because it's also very absurd. Is one professional sports league actually better off without their top star? We'll talk about that next here on The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Rockets went into the night having picks 39 and 53. They move up to the first pick of the second round. Urgency, right? And they select Bruce Thornton, a 6-foot guard out of Ohio State. They gave up the possibility of some of the more upside guys for this is a guy that we can see doing what we need right now, right out the gate.
It's Reggie Atatula and John
sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is a particular league actually better off without their star player? That's what one person thinks. It is The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow in for Ron. Clint's alongside. T. Mills on the ones and twos. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Monday. 713-572-4610 to text the show. You can also get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. I want to get right to it because we were sort of behind the chains. It's a shorter segment, but obviously there's been a lot of talk about Caitlin Clark and everything going on with her in the WNBA. So here is Emmanuel Acho's take for his podcast. I don't know what it's called, Speakeasy, whatever it is. Emmanuel Acho of Fox Sports has his podcast, and here's what he had to say about the whole Caitlin Clark scenario and situation in the WNBA.
The W at this junction in time would be better without Caitlin Clark because she is a bigger distraction than she is an additive. Caitlin Clark has gotten the WNBA over the necessary threshold they needed. Now people are watching. Now we realize, oh, there's talent in the W, talent that's actually even greater than Caitlin Clark. And I'm not just talking about bigs like Asia. I'm talking about the Olivia Miles. I'm talking about the Paige Beckers. Hell, I'm talking about the Kelsey Mitchells. Caitlin got the necessary eyes there. But now that the eyes are there, we don't necessarily need her anymore. Caitlin did what only Caitlin could do, and we don't necessarily need her to do anymore. Thank you, Caitlin. We can take it from here. Now you're saying that the WNBA needs to be cognizant of where they put Caitlin Clark on posters. The WNBA and the officials need to alter the rules for Caitlin Clark. The WNBA and opposing players need to treat Caitlin Clark more gently. Caitlin Clark's coach needs to be cognizant of how she talks to her in public because it's going to look like there's an issue. Unless we can take off our gloves for Caitlin Clark and stop trying to act like she's a messiah, the WNBA could and would be better off without Caitlin Clark, at least without this version of everybody coddling and caressing and catering to Caitlin Clark.
I mean, it's such a terrible take.
I mean, ridiculous, absolutely terrible. I mean, if in any way, shape, or form you want to create an argument where Caitlin Clark should not have been on that poster of the 30. Was it 30 best players, 30 most influential players, however you want to couch it. But Angel Reese and Paige Beckers should have been. You are absolutely nuts. You're out of touch with reality, right? If you watch the WNBA and if you watch Caitlin Clark's games and you don't acknowledge that there's a level of physicality that's allowed versus her. Not even if she's a superstar. Just a level of physicality that is both given to her and allowed to happen to her. Then you're lying to yourself. You're not. I mean, you're not being. I ain't got a dog in the fight, man. I watch more WNBA today because I got two little girls. And I turned the TV on, and it is. There's not. I've never watched a Caitlin Clark game where I didn't watch a level of physicality be allowed towards her that wasn't doled out or allowed towards other players. And I mean, you can go back and check the records, Luke. Ron and I've had conversations about this. The biggest thing initially that stuck out to me was that there was no enforcers on her team. None of the Aaliyah Boston, great player, good player. I was always like, well, how does she not?
Right.
How does the coach allow it to happen? That's how it's not even, to me, it was never about, boy, it was more about, damn, she needs an enforcer on her team, right? And so, yeah, I mean, that take right there is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you're just even the thought of, if it was accurate, like, thanks for getting us to a point where we can sell out games. Thanks for getting us to a point where when you play on the road, those teams have to move the games to a different venue so they can sell more tickets. Thanks for getting us to a point where the minimum salary for all of us has increased tremendously. Thanks for all of that. We don't need you anymore. Goodbye. Like, that in itself, that opinion and that in itself is disgusting.
Yeah, it's factually incorrect. I mean, like you said, they've done a study, actually, that looked into it and found she's on the wrong side of the whistle. So I don't know what he's talking about like changing the rules. She doesn't get the calls. She doesn't get treated any special. She actually probably should get treated more like she should get the star treatment that you see from guys in the NBA. But, like, do you think David Stern was pleased when Jordan went to go play baseball in the 90s? Was that good for business? Because Caitlin Clark is the Jordan of the WNBA. Like, she is the star, as you just laid out. Why would they be better off without her, or why would the league want her gone? Emmanuel Acho's gotten to a point where I feel like he's sort of like Stephen A. and Skip Bayless, where he says things just for attention. So it's why I was hesitant to even play this clip or give it any.
Well, that's definitely fits in that category.
Right? That's why I didn't even want to give it any attention, but I just thought this is so ridiculous. We've gone so far in one direction on this Caitlin Clark conversation that we just had to bring it up and spend a moment on it.
Well, I think it's great. I think it's plumb ass silly. Like I said, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, damn near every time, which I don't tune in every night, so I'm not a huge WNBA fan, but I do watch more than I ever have, and I'm considered a casual fan. And I turn it on, and it's blatantly obvious. Paige Beckers isn't taking the same punishment that Caitlin Clark takes on a night in, night out basis.
Right.
And the sheer, like, there is clear that there is some level of dislike for her in the way that she's treated and the way that she's allowed to be treated. Clearly.
That's true. Like I said, they've even looked into it, doing a study, and they found that she does not get treated any better. She gets treated worse than most people, the average player in the league.
The good news is she's got a coach now that will do exactly what I guess Acho didn't like, and bring up how unacceptable it is to let stuff like that go. She's got a couple of enforcers on her team now that will get straight in the grill of folks that get too physical with Caitlin Clark, which is exactly how it should be, right? I mean, what superstar? I mean, hell, Matt Barnes is talking about how Kobe Bryant was the only star that paid his fines when he took up for him, right? Everybody needs some level of enforcer,
for sure.
And so, yeah, man, it's about damn time.
Yeah, it's the old Chris Rock joke where I'm probably going to butcher it, but he said men will see a woman with their friend and say, "Man, I wish I could find a girl like that." And then women will see a man with one of their friends. I want that guy. Like, the guys want something similar to that. The women want that. And my point being that Chris Rock joke that it's like that jealousy that can be within.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot of that in the WNBA of Caitlin Clark and her star status. But now it's bled over to even Emmanuel Acho saying that she shouldn't even be in the league anymore, which is ridiculous.
He stirred it hard enough, boy. Got on the drive.
That's
today.
right. Yeah. So congrats, Emmanuel. Coming up, we'll get T-Mill's best bets, and we'll wrap things up here on this Monday next here on The Drive.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give C.J. Stroud a $60 million a year extension?
On a scale of 1, don't do it, 10, yeah, 100%, you got to do it.
Correct.
I'm at maybe like a 3.5 or a 4 right now.
That's where I am, too.
He was a slightly above average quarterback this year on a team that had no rushing attack. You don't just throw somebody like that out.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10.
The court to keep in peak physical condition, hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
That's right. It's a Monday with the drive. No Raw on the Show Hughley. We got Mr. Morrow, Luke Morrow, riding with Clint Stoerner and yours truly, Tyler Milner, on the drive right here. And every day around this time, I give you some best bets. Usually Ron gives me hell, tells me how much he hates them and how they're not going to hit, but not today.
I can try to do it.
I was looking forward to the break of getting told how bad I am on Mondays.
you get a good reminder.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Your bets get reported in the rearview mirror.
Well, these three best bets for you people. They're around baseball, Major League Baseball action tonight, and I had to change it up a bit because my third best bet was a Jeremy Pena bet on the total amount of bases he would have for the Astros tonight. And, well, if you haven't heard, he's not playing. Has some leg discomfort. We'll talk more about that later. Three best bets on a Monday. First, the Brewers' money line. They are hosting the Cincinnati Reds. The Brewers are just very, very good at home, and they're playing in Milwaukee. They have the advantage at starter tonight with Gasser on the mound. Second best bet, Angels at the Mariners. Little AL West action for you. Under 7.5 runs. I know that is a low number. People, don't freak out. If you want to win some money, bet under 7.5 for the Angels of Anaheim or Los Angeles and the Mariners. Mariners starting pitcher George Kirby is killing it this season, and the Angels right now are just, well, they suck. And they don't even have Mike Trout because he spends all his time on the injured list. So under 7.5 between those two. And then your third and final best bet, replace Pena, is the big fella, Old Faithful. Over 1.5 total bases for Yordan Alvarez and the Astros against the Twins tonight as that series gets underway later on. Over 1.5 bases at minus 135 odds for Yordan. Lock that one in. Get yourself some money. Those are your three best bets, boys.
I like it. Hey, Yordan, I think, is 0 for his last 13, so he's due.
He's due.
Hope he breaks out tonight.
I do, too, for your sake, T.
Oh, he is. Don't worry. One swing of the bat, money.
We know that's all it takes.
It's true. Nice to knock that out right away. First at bat. And I am with you on the Brewers' money line. I had bet that earlier, so I hope for both of our sakes, hopefully that comes through. Hopefully I don't mush you.
You do a little betting, huh? Sounds like you do. I mean, you do quite a bit of betting.
No, I'll take a little. You could say a little. My parents might be listening. I do a little better.
Hey, Luke Sorsby. I mean, you got to be careful here, man. I mean, come on. Hey, don't. Speaking of that, real quick, T. I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute. The Brendan Sorsby deal out there, and the amount of bets. When folks see the amount of bets that Sorsby made. And even the like the number and the dollar amount.
Yeah,
y'all are both bettors, obviously. Did either shock y'all?
Honestly, I don't. I have to look up the numbers. I don't recall them. But these guys always have such high amounts.
I was floored by not even necessarily the dollar amount, but just the amount of place bets. I mean, that made me look like a chump, and I place a lot of wagers each and every day.
But I mean, I bet you. I mean, I bet you you're a lot. I mean, your numbers would be viewed as what the hell is going on if at the end of the year, if somebody looked at how many bets you place in 365 days.
Yes, yeah, and the book I place my bets through. A buddy of mine from A&M runs his private local book. I would like to think he'd be like, "Yo, bro, what the hell? What is going on with you, man? You need to pump the damn brakes, brother."
But that's what, no doubt, the numbers, both the money and to somebody that doesn't bet, it's like, astounding. Holy cow!
Yeah,
right. But like even you're a betting man. Like you weren't blown. Like you were like, how do you accomplish that? Right. Like how do you make that many bets? How do you study enough?
Right. You're not. You're being a degenerate and working your fingers to the bone, just getting in action day to day.
Right.
I mean, when Ron told me those numbers, I literally stopped and was like, holy crap.
Right. But like, I guess where I'm going with it is like, the sheer number looks crazy. But if you look at how these guys, I mean, you can bet, I mean, it's advertised. You can bet as $1. Mm-hmm. You can bet $1 on this or $1 on that. All the apps that are in your hand. I mean, you can bet. You can make 15 or 20 bets in a night.
Right at your fingertips.
I mean, right there. So I mean, to get to three. Think about it. To get to 3,000 or even 6,000-7,000 bets in a year. That's not crazy.
No, yeah. So the numbers I see: 2,900 bets in dollars, which I just did the math. That's like $10 a bet.
Right, but 2,900 bets. 2,900, like that's not a lot of bets.
No, divided by 365 days, 8 bets. So you're making on average 8 bets a day for $10 a piece.
Right, but
not crazy.
But if you make a run, like if you're betting, obviously not bet. He was betting bigger money, but like you go on a bender on a weekend.
Yeah,
I mean a gambling bender.
Right.
On a weekend, you could throw up 50 bets.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was betting college football, it's easy to get into a position. And I wasn't addicted. I could stop at any time. But it's easy to get into a position on a college weekend, have you a good morning on Saturday morning, hit you a couple of bets and go, well, I'm hot. Let me get about 10 bets in this evening. It'd be easy to run up north of 10, 15 bets. Easy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, especially at college football Saturday, like you said. I mean, there's like, 200 games if you count like FCS, FBS, all of it. So,
and let you mess around and have a good Saturday. If you don't think Sunday I'm fixing to get me 10 in, you're crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, so I get, like, my overall point is, like, I think a lot of the outrage about Sorsby is, like, people that don't bet don't understand how you could do that. Anybody that's not addicted or maybe doesn't even bet the way that as often as Tyler bets, but just if you've never gotten into sports gambling, like, it's not hard to get to 2,900 bets.
No, not over the course of a year.
I bet you Tyler's close. T, I bet you're close. Over 365 days, I bet you're close. He just said it
might have been at one point, I'm pretty sure.
Do you do 8 on average, 8 per day on average, would you say? Or is that too high?
When we started doing best bet, I was placing somewhere from 8 to 15 bets a day.
Okay, so yeah, if you kept up that pace, you'd be in Sorsby territory.
Right.
Not the case anymore, though.
I mean, and maybe Tyler does. Maybe he's diagnosed. I don't think he's got a mental health issue. I don't think Tyler is addicted. Some may say the numbers would say he is. I think he could stop at any point in time if he wanted to. Just doesn't want to.
Yeah, I have my fair share and my fun of mental health issues, but that is not one of them.
Right.
So that's a good thing.
Right. I don't know. I mean, every time we talked about it was so serious at the time, and there was so much to report that it was like we didn't have 5 minutes to squeeze. I was always wondering, like, Tyler's like thoughts of like, I know. Like, my wife would be like 2,900 bets. Oh my God, how the hell do you do? But to somebody that actually bet, like, you think you hit 2,900 a year?
Yes.
Leave no doubt.
Hey, Luke was going to sit here and let me ask you and calculate your bets, knowing damn good and well he's sitting over here over 2,900 easy. He said, "Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. I think it's time for Texas All Access."
But yeah, like that doesn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if either one of y'all. And I'm not. I mean, look, hell, I wish I had the discipline to just dabble in it like that. I mean, I get to where I double the money. I mean, I try to double the bet just to get back on top.
Scared money don't make money.
That's right.
Oh, man, I tell you.
But Sorsby probably should have been a little more scary.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Sorsby piece that's wild is betting on the team that you're in the locker room with. Forget that you weren't, but the fact that you were in the training room with the quarterback who was hurt and you're placing bets, that's the wild part. It's not the money, the amount, or the number of bets is not like, I think those numbers, Tyler, hell, if they surprise you, I think they shock the hell out of Ron, who never bets.
Yeah,
like Show
right.
never bets. I